He is a mysterious urban protector. Whenever ferocious beasts wreak havoc, a shadowy figure always appears, eliminating the beasts in an instant. The moon cast its silver glow, and the wind howled through the city. The wail of sirens pierced the night, growing louder as it approached, followed by the screech of urgent brakes. A team of well-trained soldiers poured out of an armored vehicle, their movements swift and precise. The synchronized sound of weapons being loaded echoed as the soldiers, clad in black uniforms, quickly formed a perimeter, encircling the square. The gathered crowd, initially pale with fear, began to relax slightly upon seeing the city defense squad arrive. The panic in the air gradually subsided. A subordinate approached the squad captain and reported, the target was a golden tier beast, a twin-winged mantis. It has been confirmed dead. No dimensional portals were found at the scene. It is presumed to have fallen through a spatial rift. There are no casualties, only a few minor injuries among the civilians. Captain Yang Hong, a broad-shouldered man, frowned slightly as he listened to the report. Him again? Yes, Captain. Based on the scene investigation, it seems to be the work of that familiar figure. We retrieved surveillance footage, but we still couldn't capture any details of his appearance, the soldier replied, handing over a tablet. Yang Hong took the tablet and played the footage in slow motion. On the screen, a 5-meter twin-winged mantis descended from the sky, its mid and hind legs smashing deep craters into the marble pavement. Its sharp forelimbs gleamed coldly as it casually swung them, reducing the square's stone pillars to rubble. Suddenly, a dark figure darted in, delivering a flash of cold light before vanishing in an instant. 2 seconds later, blood spurted from the mantis' neck as its triangular head and forelimbs slid apart. Yang Hong turned off the video, muttering to himself, this mysterious figure is getting stronger. Though they referred to him as an old acquaintance, no one had ever seen his true face. Over the years, whenever beasts appeared in Dongyue City, that shadowy figure would always show up, often acting even faster than the city defense squad. Over time, the squad had grown accustomed to him and jokingly referred to him as their old friend. Pack it up. Transport the twin-winged mantis corpse to the research institute. Yang Hong ordered, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. With a wry smile, he added, what a situation this is. Protecting the people and killing beasts is a good thing. But do you know, I haven't earned a single merit in 5 years. My peers are all climbing the ranks, while I'm stuck in place. Deep down, he knew the truth. Having such a powerful protector in Dongyue City meant fewer sacrifices among his comrades and greater safety for the civilians. That, in itself, wasn't a bad thing. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, a striking young man in a black trench coat quietly withdrew his gaze. He held a black, sheathed Tang sword in his arms, his sharp features exuding a fierce aura. His deep-set eyes glimmered with intensity as his figure seemed to merge with the clouds. His coat billowed in the wind, blending with the night. A system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden tier beast. Reward, 100 enhancement points. Kill 100 golden tier beasts to unlock the Shrank spiritual skill, Flowing Light. The young man glanced at his wristwatch and muttered, oh no, Mom's doing her room checks. Pulling up his hood, he leapt from the 100-meter-high building, vanishing into the vast expanse of the night. In a residential neighborhood, a middle-aged woman with graying temples gently knocked on a door. As time passed, her knocking grew more urgent. Xiaochuan, are you in there? I made you something to eat. Zhang Linjuhan, are you looking at something inappropriate? Open the door. Just as Wang Xueqing was about to kick the door down, it opened. Zhang Linjuhan, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt with headphones on, grumbled, Mom, what is it? I was testing my hearing. Suspicious, Wang Xueqing barged into the room, inspecting the trash can and the study materials on the desk. Her demeanor softened. I didn't mean to disturb you, but I was worried you might be hungry, so I made you something. Here, eat it while it's still warm. The fragrant egg custard, drizzled with sesame oil and garnished with green onions, was placed before him. Thanks, Mom, Zhang Linjuan said obediently, taking small bites. Wang Xueqing's eyes continued to scan the room. It's summer, and you still haven't put away your black coat? I get up early, and it's chilly in the mornings, Zhang Linjuan explained. Wang Xueqing froze for a moment, her eyes welling up. It's my fault. I didn't take good care of you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been left with health issues. It's fine, Mom. Those days of constant injections are behind me. I'm perfectly healthy now, and I've got a great appetite, he reassured her. After calming his mother down, Zhang Linjuan let out a sigh of relief. Closing his bedroom door, he lay on the bed and opened the system interface. After checking his stats, he weighed the golden spiritual orb in his hand. The twin-wing mantis skill doesn't suit me, and I only have 1 skill slot left, so I need to choose carefully. But the spiritual energy within this orb is much easier to absorb than the ambient energy in the world. Sitting cross-legged, He gripped the orb tightly and began to absorb its abundant spiritual energy. The next morning, Zhang Linjuhan woke up from his cultivation practice. He looked down at his hand, where the spiritual pearl from the previous night had turned into fine powder. Stretching lazily and feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body, he lightly sprinkled the pearl powder into the pot of green philodendron on the windowsill, smiling faintly at its vibrant green leaves. After a quick wash, he efficiently prepared breakfast for his parents and left the house with a bun in his mouth. The streets at 6 in the morning were quiet and empty, with only a few elderly people strolling leisurely as part of their morning exercise. Zhang Linjuan greeted them warmly as he passed by, his steps brisk and light. "Good morning, Xiao Chuan." Old Wang from the security office was stretching his limbs. "Good morning, Grandpa Wang. You've got dark circles under your eyes again. Stop staying up late watching live streams." Old Wang's face reddened, but he refused to back down. "What do kids like you know? This is my secret to longevity." "All right, see you later." Zhang Linjuan was about to turn away. "Wait." Old Wang suddenly smacked his forehead. "Almost forgot there's a letter for you." He handed over an envelope through the window. After thanking him, Zhang Linjuan examined the letter as he walked. It was a black envelope with no sender, no stamp, just his name and a skull emblem. Opening it, he unfolded the letter, and its contents instantly darkened his expression. "Never set foot in the imperial capital, or your family and friends will pay the price for your foolish decision with their lives." The signature was a blood-red character for kill. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Zhang Linjuan's eyes. His slender fingers crushed the letter and envelope into powder. Ever since he transmigrated here 10 years ago, he had never been to the imperial capital. He had no friends or acquaintances there. Was this a prank or a genuine threat? Either way, he needed to uncover the person behind it. "Threaten my family? Let's see how many heads you have for me to chop off." After calming himself, he began his usual 8-kilometer morning run. Though the route typically took an hour and a half, he could cover it in 2 or 3 minutes if he wanted. For him, this was a perfect way to monitor his physical condition. As he approached the gates of number 6 high school, a sweet-looking girl with a flushed face walked up to him and handed him a pink envelope. Zhang Linjuan, graduation is coming soon, and I. She stuttered for a while before covering her face and running away. Zhang Linjuan calmly pocketed the envelope and entered the classroom, only to be hit by a pungent smell that made him sneeze. Not far away, his clean-cut friend Mao Yuan was fussing with his middle-parted spiky hair in front of a mirror, spraying hairspray incessantly. "Monkey, has no one ever told you that a middle part doesn't suit you?" Zhang Linjuan sat down next to his childhood friend, fanning the air with a sigh. "Really? I think it looks pretty cool," Mao Yuan replied, still obsessively tugging at his hair. "Try a 3:7 or 4:6 part," Zhang Linjuan suggested helplessly. Mao Yuan shrugged but quickly noticed the pink envelope. His gossip instincts ignited as he snatched it up. "Another love letter? Let me see which cutie wrote it this time." "Hey, the belle of class 3, the one who dances. That slender waist of hers. She could probably pull off any pose you want." Before Mao Yuan could finish his sentence, Zhang Linjuan pulled a steamed bun out of his backpack and unceremoniously stuffed it into Mao Yuan's mouth. Mao Yuan choked, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to catch his breath. Finally, after managing to chew and swallow the bun, he quickly stuffed an envelope into his pocket. "The usual deal, I'll take care of it for you," he said. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh, by the way, did you hear about what happened at the Central Square last night? A golden tier beast landed, and before it could even take a step, it got its head chopped off by some mysterious powerhouse from RU City." "Of course I heard about it." Zhang Linjuan chuckled to himself, but feigned ignorance with a shake of his head. "Man, all you ever do is bury your nose in books," Mao Yuan said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "That stuff's useless. Awakening, that's what matters these days." "I've awakened," Zhang Linjuan said calmly. The timing of his statement wasn't random. With Awakening Day just around the corner, he figured it was better to reveal it now and draw attention from the academies. After all, achieving a golden 3-star rank had taken him 5 long years, and he desperately needed resources. "I know you've been frail since you were a kid," Mao Yuan continued rambling. "I said, I've already awakened," Zhang Linjuan interrupted, this time making sure to emphasize his words. "What?" Mao Yuan froze for a moment before grabbing Zhang Linjuan by the shoulders and shaking him excitedly. "You're saying you awakened?" His voice was so loud that it immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Zhang Linjuan nodded. "Yeah, I suddenly awakened. That's amazing. Show me. Come on." Mao Yuan was even more thrilled than if he had awakened himself. The surrounding classmates also gathered curiously. "Stop shaking me." "Fine, I'll show you." Zhang Linjuan brushed Mao Yuan's hands off. With a subtle wave of his right hand, a black, sheathed tang blade appeared out of thin air. In that instant, an intense killing aura filled the room, causing the temperature to plummet. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back. Realizing the effect of his weapon, Jiang Linchuan quickly recalled the Azura Gale Blade and offered an apologetic smile to his classmates. Wow, Xiaochuan, your ability is impressive, better than any air conditioning. But, can you adjust the temperature a bit? Mao Yuan joked as he rubbed his arms for warmth. Just as Jiang Linchuan was about to retort, a sharp knocking sound interrupted them. The bespectacled, middle-aged homeroom teacher, Dai Yang, was pounding on the lectern. What's all this commotion? Are we having class or not? Mr. Dai. Xiao Chuan awakened. Mao Yuan shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Dai Yang squeezed through the crowd to Jiang Linchuan. Is it true? The classmates chimed in, their voices filled with both admiration and envy as they discussed Jiang Linchuan's achievement. No wonder I heard magpies chirping outside my house this morning, Dai Yang exclaimed, spinning around in excitement. This period is now self-study. He dashed out of the classroom but quickly returned, pointing at Jiang Linchuan. Don't leave after school. Wait for me. Looks like the teacher's planning to corner you, Mao Yuan teased. Jiang Linchuan was about to reach for his textbook when a notification from his system appeared. Spatial fluctuations detected at Nanhu Park. Host, please proceed to investigate. Monkey Mao, I'm heading to the restroom, Jiang Linchuan said before bolting out of the classroom. Once he confirmed no one was around, he lightly tapped the ground and leapt into the air. Activating his spiritual skill, Flowing Lithe transformed into a streak of light and vanished. The scenery of Nanhu Park is delightful, with tree-lined paths complementing the lush green grass, and the lake reflecting the intricate pavilions and corridors. In the summer, the residents of Dongyue Weiqing love to visit the park to escape the heat. The lake is dotted with boats, while the pavilion on the island hosts people sipping tea or playing chess. In the shallow areas, parents accompany their children as they splash and catch fish. A rosy-cheeked toddler, seizing a moment when her mother wasn't looking, dipped her little foot into the cool lake water. Wow, it's so cold. Hey, Mom, look, there's a lantern in the lake. Silly child. How could there be a lantern in broad daylight? The mother turned at the sound of her daughter's voice, only for her face to turn pale in an instant. It wasn't a lantern at all, but the eye of a massive, ferocious beast. Before she could react, the toddler was yanked into the water by an unseen force. Xiaohe, my child, the woman screamed, dropping the bucket in her hand and rushing toward the lake. Her cries alarmed those nearby, throwing the area into chaos. People on boats frantically paddled to the shore, while those on land fled in all directions. Just as the woman was about to plunge into the water, a strong arm pulled her back. Before she could glimpse the face of her rescuer, the person had already leapt into the lake, sending up a great splash. Moments later, a towering column of water erupted from the surface, followed by a figure breaking through with a child in hand. At the same time, a tentacle several meters long shot into the air before crashing heavily back into the lake. Jiang Linchuan swiftly returned the toddler to her mother. Go. Notify the City Defense Division. The woman clutched her daughter tightly, thanking him tearfully as she fled. Gripping his gale blade tightly, Jiang Linchuan remained on high alert. This opponent was not to be underestimated. There was more than one beast lurking underwater, and water combat was not his strength. Fortunately, this seemed to be a small-scale incursion caused by a spatial rift. If it had been a full-scale invasion through an alien portal, retreat would have been his only option. Suddenly, several tentacles over 10 meters long burst from the water, their massive suckers writhing as they lunged toward him. Spirit Artazura Blood Eyes. Jiang Linchuan's eyes glowed crimson, and the movements of his enemies slowed in his vision. With a light step, he propelled himself forward, his gale blade tracing an elegant arc that shimmered with blue and red light. Blaze. The red light overwhelmed the blue, and the blade became cloaked in flames. Jiang Linchuan leapt into the air, the fiery blade slicing cleanly through the tentacles. The severed limbs fell, releasing an unexpectedly tantalizing aroma. As he descended, a black tail lashed toward him with deadly speed. A direct hit would be devastating. Wind. The blade erupted with blue light, creating a burst of air currents that allowed Jiang Linchuan to narrowly evade the attack and land safely. The lake's surface bubbled furiously, and three colossal heads emerged: Eureka deep-sea octopus, ground-binding crocodile, and Meatooth Simosaurus, all of them gold-tier beasts, with the Meatooth Simosaurus nearing platinum-level strength. Jiang Linchuan quickly devised a strategy. Lure the amphibious creature onto land for easier hunting, leave the injured octopus for later, and finish off the remaining threats one by one. Remaining absolutely calm, Jiang Linchuan quickly analyzed the battlefield. This was his first time facing the challenge of three golden-class beasts simultaneously. He bent down and picked up a severed tentacle that was still emanating a tantalizing aroma of cooked meat, casually tossing it to the shore. The scent immediately caught the attention of the bound earth crocodile and the maze-toothed Simon salamander, both of which swam eagerly toward the shore. Meanwhile, the Eureka deep-sea octopus, now missing part of its tentacles, let out a wretched screech, furiously ejecting ink that turned the once clear lake water pitch black in an instant. Its two remaining tentacles thrashed violently against the water, as if wailing, "That's my leg. Don't eat it." The two ravenous beasts ignored the octopus's desperate plea, each grabbing one end of the tentacle and greedily devouring it. At that moment, through his Shura blood eyes, Linjuhan had already locked onto their fatal weaknesses. As the two beasts clashed heads in their fight over the food, Linjuhan struck, spirit skill flowing light. A faint flash of light streaked across the scene. Sensing danger, the maze-toothed Simon salamander instinctively jerked its head, pushing the bound earth crocodile forward. A crimson line sliced from the crocodile's snout to its tail, and its massive body split cleanly in two, spilling entrails and blood across the ground. The maze-toothed Simon salamander screeched and lashed out with its sharp claws, only to grab at an afterimage. Its claw, however, became wedged in the thick armor of the fallen crocodile. Linjuhan appeared to its right in a flash, quickly recalling the characteristics of this beast: degenerated limbs, poor eyesight, toxic skin, a tail that secretes paralyzing gel, and macrophages in its body that granted exceptional regenerative abilities. His blood-enhanced vision revealed that severing its tail would cut its combat power in half. Sheathing his gale blade, Linjuhan picked up a nearby stone block and smashed it down. Simultaneously, he activated flowing light again. The maze-toothed Simon salamander disdainfully shattered the stone block with its other claw, but in the next instant, its tail was severed, leaving it weakened and collapsing to the ground. Linjuhan swiftly removed his jacket and ignited it using the gale blade. It was already riddled with holes from the beast's corrosive secretions. Sensing its dire situation, the maze-toothed Simon salamander struggled to crawl toward the water's edge, but its speed was now snail-like in Linjuhan's eyes. He hurled the gale blade in a reverse grip, its blade igniting in flames midair and piercing the beast's head with precision. The fire spread rapidly across its body, fueled by its own internal oils. Now, only the Eureka deep-sea octopus remained. Linjuhan lightly tapped the water's surface and dashed forward. The octopus, known as a master of cunning among sea creatures, realized it was outmatched and frantically spewed ink, turning the entire surface of South Lake black. It used its remaining tentacles to relentlessly disrupt his movements. Linjuhan skillfully evaded, searching for an opening, while silently vowing to improve his underwater combat training in the future. Just then, the piercing wail of police sirens echoed from afar. He knew his time was running out. The city defense department rushed to Nanhu Park after receiving a distress call. As Yang Hong led his colleagues closer to the scene, the sight before them was utterly astounding. A swift figure leaped gracefully across the islet at the center of the lake, propelling themselves upward while gripping two massive tentacles firmly in their hands. The enormous Eureka deep-sea octopus, weighing over 2 tons, was forcibly dragged out of the water. It was too late for the creature to sever its own tentacles and escape. In a swift motion, the figure spun around and slammed the giant beast onto the ground. A flash of cold steel followed, and the octopus's head was pierced clean through by a sharp blade. Captain, is this even something a human could do?" A city defense soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Perfectly normal. The strength of the powerful is beyond our comprehension." Yang Hong began to reassure his subordinate, only to hear him stammer, "But he's wearing a school uniform." I only caught a glimpse of the words, "scaling new heights" and a 6 on it. This revelation struck Yang Hong like a bolt of lightning. A school uniform? 6th high school? His mind raced. An old acquaintance turns out to be a high schooler? No, he started hunting beasts 5 years ago. He couldn't have been more than 13 at the time. This is an unregistered, self-awakened prodigy. Clean up the scene. I'm heading back to headquarters to file a report. Yang Hong hurriedly departed, leaving his team to handle the battlefield cleanup. "Looks like we're the old acquaintance's cleanup crew again," one soldier muttered under his breath as he began tidying up. In the classroom, Maoyuan looked at Linjuhan, who had just returned, and asked, "Xiaochuan, why did it take you so long in the restroom?" "Stomach wasn't feeling great." Linjuhan replied casually, patting his abdomen. "Jiang, have some warm water." Before he could finish speaking, 6 or 7 thermos bottles were already being handed to him. "Thanks, everyone. I'll be fine after a short rest," Linjuhan said with a polite smile, which made the girls blush and return to their seats, whispering among themselves about how charming his smile was. Maoyuan leaned closer to Linjuhan with a mischievous grin. "Wow, you're quite the heartthrob, huh?" Seeing Linjuhan ignoring him, he suddenly sniffed the air. You smell fishy. Don't tell me you were, doing something in the restroom?" "Oh, and weren't you wearing a jacket when you left? Could it be that you were with the school belle from class 3? Keep talking, and I'll tell everyone about your split-stream bathroom incident," Linjuhan threatened, veins popping on his forehead. "My bad, bro. Mao Yuan immediately backed down, focusing instead on fixing his hairstyle. The news spread quickly. Zhang Linjuhan had awakened. The classroom was soon packed with curious onlookers. The girls from his class took it upon themselves to guard the front and back doors, blocking any envious girls from other classes. Meanwhile, Mao Yuan somehow managed to produce a megaphone and began shouting, "Want a closer look? 100 for a personal viewing. Photos with autographs, 200. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want in. We'll pay 500. The crowd clamored enthusiastically. Huh, we're making bank. Mao Yuan laughed gleefully. No pushing. Line up, everyone will get a turn. Nima, I told you, stop pushing. Can't understand human language, huh? Mao Yuanjing stuffed the money into his pocket, suddenly sensing that something was off. He looked up and saw several gun barrels pointed directly at him, their black muzzles cold and menacing. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost collapsed. The ones holding the guns were a group of soldiers in black uniforms, their expressions icy and authoritative. The lead soldier's gaze swept over Mao Yuanjing before settling on Zhang Linjuhan. Zhang Linjuhan, please come with us. Zhang Linjuhan calmly put down the book in his hands, gave Mao Yuanjing a reassuring look, and followed the expressionless soldiers to a vehicle parked outside. The engine roared to life, and the car smoothly drove away from the campus. Inside the vehicle, silence reigned. The soldiers sat motionless, like statues. Have I been discovered? Zhang Linjuhan wondered silently. Even if his identity had been exposed, it didn't matter, it was only a matter of time. He glanced at the soldiers' uniforms, a flicker of sadness flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for that person, he might have already perished. But he quickly suppressed his emotions and maintained his composure. The city of Dongyue wasn't large, and they soon arrived at the city defense headquarters. The soldiers formed two lines, marching in unison as they led the way. Zhang Linjuhan followed them unhurriedly, discreetly observing his surroundings. Everything at the headquarters seemed normal, with staff fully engrossed in their work. When they reached a door, the soldiers gestured for Zhang Linjuhan to enter alone while they stood guard outside. Zhang Linjuhan politely knocked on the door before pushing it open. He was immediately enveloped in darkness. His body instinctively tensed as he quickly assessed the situation in his mind. 2.5 meters ahead to the left, two individuals, gold rank 5 and gold rank 7, both within striking range. Don't be nervous. We mean no harm, a gentle female voice said as the room was suddenly illuminated by white light. Zhang Linjuhan pretended to shield his eyes from the brightness, though he had already taken in the room's occupants. One was a burly man, Captain Yang Hong, and the other was a woman in a black-and-red uniform. Zhang Ziyuhong's woman stepped closer to Zhang Linjuhan, studying him curiously. Yang Hong, meanwhile, fixed his large, piercing eyes on Zhang Linjuhan, puzzled by the fleeting sense of danger he had just felt. Feigning timidity, Zhang Linjuhan moved to hide behind Zhang Xiaohong, creating a comical scene as the 60-inch young man sought refuge behind the 53-year-old woman. Captain Yang, don't scare this handsome young man, Zhang Xiaohong teased. Yang Hong sighed helplessly, trying to soften his stern expression. Turning to Zhang Linjuhan, Zhang Xiaohong said, Zhang Linjuhan, the principal informed us that you've awakened your abilities on your own. Would like to test your aptitude? Zhang Linjuhan felt a wave of relief. It was just this. He quickly instructed his system to conceal his true strength and asked, all right, what should I do? Zhang Xiaohong gestured toward a machine and smiled. Just place your hand on it. Zhang Linjuhan walked up to the machine, placing his palm steadily on the groove designed for handprints. In an instant, a bright blue light emanated from the groove, quickly spreading across the entire machine. Zhang Xiaohong and Yang Hong held their breath, watching intently as the machine first emitted a dense white light, representing the lowest level aptitude, which soon shifted to black, symbolizing a level. Then, the light began to change rapidly, cycling through red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple like a carousel. Finally, it settled on a brilliant purple glow, representing the highest SS level aptitude. Yang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Although Zhang Xiaohong was equally shocked, she quickly composed herself and, with an authoritative tone, said to Yang Hong, Captain Yang, enforce the confidentiality protocol. Everything that happened today must be forgotten. Yes, ma'am. Yang Hong stood at attention, saluting with unwavering seriousness. Zhang Linjuhan observed quietly from the side, thinking to himself that this Ms. Zhang must hold a significant position. SS level aptitude, with very faint spiritual energy. It's clearly a newly awakened state. Zhang Xiaohong remarked, her tone becoming increasingly respectful. Zhang Linjuhan, could you tell us what your ability is? A blade. Zhang Linjuhan replied succinctly. A blade. The word made Yang Hong's eyes light up as he instinctively began to associate the young man before him with a certain mysterious and powerful figure. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. realizing that Jiang Linchuan's weak spiritual energy made it impossible for him to be that unattainable individual. He chuckled at his own imagination and let the idea go. Jiang Linchuan noticed Yang Hong's shifting expressions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His identity was safe for now. An artifact-based ability, very interesting, Zhang Xiaohong said seriously. She then gave a stern warning, remember, don't disclose your test results to anyone except those closest to you for now. The reason will become clear to you in the future. Jiang Linchuan nodded in agreement. Understood. May I leave now? You can. That's all for now, Zhang Xiaohong replied, shutting down the machine and pulling out her phone to report the information through an encrypted channel. We'll take you back, Yang Hong volunteered. On the way back, Yang Hong frequently glanced at Jiang Linchuan, his expression full of inner conflict. Jiang Linchuan, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, put on his headphones and turned his attention to the scenery outside the window. Mind if I smoke? Yang Hong asked, shaking a pack of cigarettes. Jiang Linchuan removed one earbud and shook his head to indicate he didn't mind. Yang Hong lit a cigarette, rolled down the car window, and exhaled a plume of smoke. After a moment of thought, he asked, what are your plans from here on out? I haven't decided yet, Jiang Linchuan replied after a brief pause. Taking another deep drag of his cigarette, Yang Hong gazed into the distance. It's been over 100 years since the great upheaval of heaven and earth. Humanity has been fighting those monsters ever since. Every portal to the otherworld is stained with the blood of our predecessors. It's their sacrifice, their flesh and blood, that secured this relatively safe home for the generations to come. Still, up until now, no one knows where those monsters truly come from, Yang Hong said, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Especially in recent years, the frequency of spatial rifts appearing has increased. You should understand what that implies. He gave a self-deprecating smile and turned to Jiang Linchuan. I don't have much talent. Even after working myself to the bone training, my progress has been slow. After all these years, I'm still just a team captain. As he spoke, he gave Jiang Linchuan a meaningful glance. But you're different. I've read your file. You're a genius. Always top of your class, kind to everyone, and admired by both teachers and peers. Whatever you do, it's flawless, far beyond what someone your age should be capable of. Jiang Linchuan listened quietly, not responding. He understood all too well the meaning behind those words, though the person who had taught him these lessons had paid an unbearably heavy price. Yang Hong was about to continue when Jiang Linchuan suddenly interrupted him. I'm here. Thank you for bringing me back. As the car came to a stop, Yang Hong hesitated, wanting to say more, but in the end, he simply waved weakly in farewell. Watching Jiang Linchuan's figure disappear into the distance, he extinguished his cigarette and murmured to himself, I'm being too hasty. He's still young. He needs time to grow. As soon as he entered the classroom, Mao Yuan rushed over eagerly. Are you okay? Nothing serious. Just had to register some personal information. Mao Yuan threw an arm around Jiang Linchuan's shoulders and grinned. Man, I'm really happy for you. You've got to look out for me from now on. Sure. You should also get ready for your awakening in 2 days. Hopefully, we'll end up at the same academy. Ah, well, we'll see about that, Mao Yuan replied, his expression a little awkward. Fortunately, Jiang Linchuan didn't seem to notice. After school in the afternoon, Dai Yang didn't come looking for Jiang Linchuan. Instead, he sent word through someone else that everything was fine and told him to go home early. Jiang Linchuan guessed that the city authorities had issued a gag order, but he didn't dwell on it. He rode home on the back of Mao Yuan's bicycle, confident that someone would approach him in the next couple of days. When he arrived home, his mother, Wang Xueqing, had already prepared dinner. She came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes in hand, wiping her hands on her apron as she smiled. You're back, son. Was school tiring today? Not really, I'm fine, Jiang Linchuan replied, setting down his backpack and taking out bowls and chopsticks to place on the wooden table. Is Dad not back yet? They'll give him a call to remind him. Just then, the sound of the door unlocking interrupted him. Zhang Yandong stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. The 43-year-old welder, dressed in a worn work uniform, had a face marked by peeling skin from years of exposure to high heat, giving him a somewhat intimidating appearance. Noticing her husband had been drinking again, Wang Xueqing frowned deeply. Zhang Yandong quickly explained that he had been handling some business, trying to secure an easy job for their son at the construction site. This immediately sparked an argument between the couple, one insisting their son should continue his studies, the other arguing it would be better for him to start working early. Caught in the middle, Jiang Linchuan awkwardly held the bowls and chopsticks, trying to interject. Dad, Mom, stay out of this. They both snapped in unison. No, I just wanted to say I've already awakened. I knew it. My son is the best. How could he possibly fail to awaken? Wang Xueqing beamed with happiness as she spoke, placing 2 pieces of spare ribs into Jiang Linchuan's bowl. Of course, it's because he inherited my superior genes, Zhang Yandong said with excitement, rubbing his hands together, his eyes filled with pride. "The." Wang Shueqing rolled her eyes at him, though her smile betrayed her amusement. Jiang Yandong's eyes darted around as he cautiously began, "So, honey, with Xiaochuan's awakening being such a big deal." Before he could finish, Wang Shueqing saw through his intentions. "Look at you. Fine, go ahead. Grab 2 glasses." With her approval, Jiang Yandong eagerly dashed off to fetch some alcohol. After a long day of hard work at the construction site, he'd been looking forward to a drink. "Mom, can I have some too?" Jiang Linjuhan asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Alcohol damages the brain. Don't even think about it. It's your mother who wants a drink," Wang Shueqing replied bluntly, dashing his hopes. Jiang Linjuhan could only watch longingly as his parents raised their glasses. It was June 17th, year 147 of the Dragon calendar, under a clear blue sky. This marked not only the day of high school graduation, but also the annual awakening ceremony. Although Jiang Linjuhan had already awakened, he still needed to go through the formal process to qualify for academy admissions. As planned, he was supposed to meet Mao Yuan at the gymnasium. The family of 3 took a taxi to the area near the gym, where they were greeted by a bustling crowd. Apart from the students awaiting their awakening and their accompanying parents, armed special forces soldiers were stationed to maintain order. Amid the crowd, Jiang Linjuhan caught a snippet of a hushed conversation. "Did you hear? This year, the military and the top academies sent elite instructors here. Why? Isn't it usually just regular teachers?" "It's because our city produced 2 self-awakened geniuses. They're here to recruit them." "Wow, self-awakened? That's like a direct ticket to the top." 2. Jiang Linjuan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he wasn't the only lucky one this year. After passing through security, they entered the gymnasium. In the northeast corner, Mao Yuan was waving at him. "Xiaochuan, over here." When Mao Yuan saw Jiang Linjuan's parents, he quickly stood up to greet them. Noticing that Mao Yuan was alone, Wang Shueqing frowned and asked, "Xiao Mao, your parents didn't come? This is such an important occasion." "They're too busy," Mao Yuan replied with a smile before pointing to the front row on the south side of the gym. "Look over there. A pair of 13-year-old twins, also self-awakened. Their ancestors must be smiling down from heaven." His tone carried a hint of envy. Only then did Jiang Linjuan realize that the twins were the ones being talked about outside. At the same time, in a room on the second floor of the gymnasium, a group of people was observing the twins through one-way glass. An elderly man with silver hair, dressed in traditional Tang attire, sighed in admiration. "There aren't many good candidates this year, but this small city has produced 3. Truly remarkable. Not surprising for a place of ancient significance," commented a burly middle-aged man in a sleeveless vest. The representative from Magic City Shanglong Academia, stunning woman dressed in professional attire, a pencil skirt, and black stockings, leaned lazily against her chair and said, "I must say, everyone, it's been ages since Shanglong Academy has recruited any promising talents. Why not let us have this opportunity?" Despite her curvaceous figure, no one cast their gaze her way. "Huh, Shanglong hasn't recruited good talents? If anyone hasn't, it's us at North River Shuiyun Academy," scoffed a middle-aged man in a floral shirt and flip-flops, retorting with a cold laugh. The room erupted in a cacophony of voices. "Featherwind Academy from Luoqing hasn't received any either. Neither has Linen Jialan. We at Pingqing Bashi have something to say about this too." Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic tapping sound silenced the heated discussion. It was coming from a man dressed in a dark green military uniform, bearing the rank insignia of a senior colonel, who was tapping on the table. Beside him sat a refined and scholarly-looking man, quietly observing the commotion without showing any reaction. "Everyone, settle down." The senior colonel finally spoke. "We're here to recruit students, not to argue. Let skill speak for itself." His words immediately diffused the tense atmosphere, and everyone quietly returned to their seats. The refined man opened his eyes and tentatively remarked, "Dechun, I didn't expect you to come in person. Looks like the military is determined this time." "No choice. Everyone knows what an SS-level talent represents," Ren Xingchun replied with a smile. Wayne Yin walked to the window, exuding confidence as he said, "Then let's compete based on strength. We at Imperial Tianwu have never been afraid of anyone." His words instantly provoked outrage. "Old Wei, that's going too far. You guys at Tianwu already recruited an SS-level talent last year. Don't be greedy," Ren Xingchun said indignantly. Though they were longtime friends, they were rivals in this moment. Wayne Yin simply smiled and said no more. The room fell silent once again as everyone began calculating their strategies. Meanwhile, in the center of the gymnasium, a row of guides dressed in blue uniforms was assisting students in awakening their abilities. By channeling spiritual energy, they helped the candidates connect with the spiritual forces of the world. In this realm, abilities were categorized into 5 main types: elemental, artifact, beast transformation, psychic, and plant. The first group of students was already in position, their faces tense with anticipation. The guides instructed them to relax and close their eyes, then gently placed their hands on the students' heads, channeling a stream of spiritual energy. Look, something's happening. A sudden exclamation from the stands drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the man who had spoken, who quickly buried his face in his knees in embarrassment. A radiant white light appeared behind one of the students, gradually coalescing into the shape of a white longbow. The guide immediately directed the student Wang Xiaoji to undergo a talent assessment. Flushed with excitement, Wang Xiaoga eagerly pressed his hand against the testing device. The indicator light shifted from white to black before finally settling on red. The recorder swiftly logged the result into the database. Wang Xiaoga, artifact type ability, cloud bow, talent level, D. At the awakening ceremony, the guide announced the students' awakening results one by one. Lu Ming, plant type ability, silverleaf grass, talent level. Liang Sun, elemental ability, flame demon, talent level, C. Tian Lingling, plant type ability, celestial heart flower, talent level, B. In the audience, Zhang Linjuhan watched as students who failed to awaken clung to their parents, crying bitterly. A trace of melancholy flickered in his heart. The world was just this unforgiving, never halting for anyone. Xiaochuan, I'm feeling a bit nervous, said Mao Yuan, standing beside him, his legs trembling as he wiped his sweaty palms on his pants repeatedly. Zhang Linjuhan patted his friend's shoulder. What's there to be nervous about? Keep your mindset in check. Don't let it mess with your awakening. You're up next. The pat nearly made Mao Yuan lose control on the spot. Forcing a smile, he replied, All right, Xiaochuan, if I can't awaken, don't comfort me. Just let me cry for a month, okay? Look at you. Where's that boldness you had when you stood up to the little witch back in the day? Zhang Linjuan joked. The moment the words little witch were mentioned, Mao Yuan's face turned ghostly pale. Hunched over, he dashed out. I need to use the restroom. Be right back. Is this guy seriously about to wet himself? Zhang Linjuan chuckled. Is Xiaomao okay? Wang Shueqing asked worriedly. He's fine, just off to the restroom. Soon, it was Mao Yuan's turn. He returned in a hurry, and Zhang Linjuan instinctively took a step back, handing him a tissue. Damn it, this time I really didn't get any on my hands. Mao Yuan muttered under his breath, taking the tissue and vigorously wiping his hands. The sharp-eared guide noticed the dampness on Mao Yuan's hands and discreetly stepped back half a pace. I'm so embarrassed. Mao Yuan wished he could disappear into a hole, but the tension he felt earlier quietly dissipated amidst the awkwardness. Go get him. Zhang Linjuan called out. Go Xiaomao. Wang Shueqing and Zhang Yandong also cheered him on. Clenching his fists, Mao Yuan said, Thanks, Auntie and Uncle. I'm going up. As the guide infused a wisp of spiritual energy, a shimmering blue light burst forth behind Mao Yuan. A majestic lion wreathed in thunder appeared, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Thunderstorm Lion. A short-haired, muscular man in the corner exclaimed in excitement. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the dean. Dean, it's by Hao. Don't rush, just listen. I just spotted a promising talent who awakened the Thunderstorm Lion ability. Yes, I understand. Whatever it takes, we have to recruit him. Got it if we fail. I'll hand you my head to use as a chamber pot. Hanging up, Bai Hao stared at Mao Yuan with shining eyes, as if gazing at a priceless treasure. All thoughts of other geniuses were long forgotten. For Thunderstorm Academy, the Thunderstorm Lion held extraordinary significance. Mao Yuan, Beast-type ability, Thunderstorm Lion, talent level, S, the guide announced. I did it. Mao Yuan exclaimed, gripping the guide's hand tightly. Thank you. Thank you so much. With his face sprayed with spit, the guide wiped his expressionless face, forcefully shook Mao Yuan's hand off, and pulled a wet wipe from his pocket to clean his hands. Thinking about how the boy had just gotten urine on his hands, Mao Yuan scrubbed his hands even harder, his calloused palms turning red from the friction. He awkwardly turned his head toward Zhang Linjuan, his toes curling uneasily inside his shoes. From the second floor of the gymnasium and the various corners of the stands, many eyes were fixed on Mao Yuan's class talent was indeed a rare and promising find. After the competition ended, Mao Yuan and Zhang Linjuan shared a brief hug and began talking about their plans for the future. I'm planning to go to the Tianwu Academy in the imperial capital, Zhang Linjuan stated firmly. The threat from that anonymous letter felt like a thorn in his side, but he believed that if he went to the imperial capital, the person behind it would eventually reveal themselves. While he wasn't someone who enjoyed violence, he wouldn't hesitate to act if anyone threatened the people he cared about. You're going to the imperial capital? Mao Yuan froze for a moment, then nearly jumped up in excitement. He had been thinking about how to convince Zhang Linjuan to go to the imperial capital, but it turned out the decision had already been made. The little witch will definitely be thrilled to hear this way. She won't keep tormenting me anymore. Mao Yuan was secretly delighted. So much so that he almost gave Zhang Linjuan a big kiss. What's wrong? Is there something off? Zhang Linjuhan asked, puzzled by Mao Yuan's strange smile. Haha, nothing at all. Tianwu really is the best academy in Longhua, Mao Yuan said, quickly straightening his expression. It's just that I won't be able to go to the imperial capital with you. Why not? Zhang Linjuan frowned. In this unfamiliar world, Mao Yuan and the little witch were among the few friends he had. The thought of parting ways unsettled him. Mao Yuan responded with a cheeky grin. You know the saying, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. You're so handsome. How am I supposed to stand out if I follow you around? Besides, the little witch is in the imperial capital. If I go, she'll probably torment me to death. I still want to live a few more years. Zhang Linjuan noticed the evasive look in Mao Yuan's eyes and knew he was lying, but he chose not to press the matter. By the way, Mao Yuan nudged Zhang Linjuan with his elbow. Be honest, do you miss the little witch? I'd be lying if I said I didn't. Zhang Linjuan admitted, absent-mindedly touching the worn, slightly yellowed black hair tie on his left wrist. His thoughts began to churn. I just haven't seen her in years. I wonder how she's doing now. Suddenly, Mao Yuan tugged at Zhang Linjuan's sleeve in alarm. Xiao Chuan, look at that muscular guy in the gray long-sleeve shirt. He's been staring at me and smiling. Do you think he's into me? Zhang Linjuan snapped out of his thoughts and looked in the direction Mao Yuan indicated. The muscular man was leaning on the second-floor railing, glancing back and forth between the two of them with a conflicted expression, as if he were struggling to make a decision. The sight sent a shiver down Zhang Linjuan's spine. Could it really be for that reason? Are we good brothers or not? Zhang Linjuan patted Mao Yuan's shoulder and asked quietly. Of course, closer than real brothers, Mao Yuan replied, thumping his chest in assurance. And brothers would do anything for each other, right? Absolutely. All right then, good brother. I'll leave that muscular guy to you. I'll even buy you a bottle of laxative. Sure, wait, what? Mao Yuan's brain caught up, and he quickly changed his tune. Xiao Chuan, you can't do this to me. Look at my small frame, how could I handle that? If it really comes to that, my first time has to be with you. Zhang Linjuan nearly gagged at the deliberate suggestiveness in Mao Yuan's eyes. Making me deal with a guy? Let's see if I don't gross you out to death. Mao Yuan muttered inwardly with a smug snort. Time flew by swiftly, and the gymnasium fell into complete silence. The students who failed to awaken hung their heads low and trudged away with heavy steps, ready to face the harsh realities of society. Mao Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the sight, while Zhang Linjuan remained expressionless, as if he had long accepted the cruel whims of fate. Candidates with talents below level may leave and await further notice. The rest, stay behind, a stern-faced guide announced. The departing students glanced back repeatedly, their eyes filled with complex emotions, admiration mixed with an undeniable tinge of envy. Soon, the vast gymnasium was left with only about 100 people, most of whom were accompanying parents. Among the students, only around 30 had awakened with talents above level. A dozen admissions officers entered shortly after, offering enticing benefits as they fiercely competed to recruit these exceptionally talented individuals. Zhang Linjuan, Mao Yuan, and the twin siblings waited quietly, knowing that it wasn't yet their time to step forward. Mao Yuan's parents, upon learning of their son's successful awakening, immediately dropped everything and rushed over, their tired faces brimming with joy. As lunchtime approached, the 30 or so level awakeners gradually selected their preferred academies and departed. The once crowded venue was now left with just Zhang Linjuan and his group, while the admissions officer's smiles grew even more eager. Wang Yan adjusted his jacket, rose to his feet, and said, I'm sure everyone must be hungry by now. I've already reserved a hotel, how about we chat over lunch? Zhang Linjuan and Mao Yuan exchanged a knowing smile, a glint of excitement in their eyes, as if they could already see a lavish feast awaiting them. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at a 5-star hotel reserved by Wang Yan. Noticing the ravenous looks in the two young men's eyes, Wang Yan discreetly touched his nearly empty wallet and let out a bitter smile. He calculated in his mind, if I manage to recruit that SS-level genius, I can get reimbursed by the dean. If I fail, I might not live to see another day. Wow, a 5-star hotel. Brother Wei, you're so generous. Tianwu Academy really knows how to treat people. The muscular by how exclaimed with a thumbs up. Ren Qingchun glanced at his old friend, well aware of his struggles as a henpecked husband, but chose not to comment. Instead, he chuckled and said, thanks to Brother Wei, we're in for a treat today. Under the guidance of a server, the group entered a luxurious private room capable of accommodating over 30 people. Bai Hao immediately grabbed the menu and laughed heartily. Since Brother Wei is treating us, I won't hold back. Waiter, bring another menu. Zhang Linjuan and Mao Yuan were taken aback, marveling at the audacity of it all. They thought to themselves, so this is how it's done. Wei Nian's face turned visibly pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Brother Wei, are you feeling unwell? You're sweating, did I overdo it? How about I cover the bill this time? Bai Hao said nonchalantly. Heh, no worries. Since I offered to treat, it's on me to take care of everything, Wanyan replied, forcing a smile. After all, a man's pride must not falter. Bai Hao's playful remarks livened up the atmosphere in the private room. After the waiter left, Zhang Linjuhan glanced around. Representatives from the nation's 7 most prestigious academies were gathered here, undoubtedly prepared to offer terms far beyond his expectations. Although he had already made up his mind, more resources would mean faster growth and strength. A dozen teachers enthusiastically chatted with Jiang Linchuan's parents, showering them with praises. From the conversation, Jiang Yandong and Wang Xueqing were still a bit incredulous to learn that their son possessed such top-tier talent, but their faces radiated joy. Jiang Linchuan and Mao Yuan sat obediently, waiting for the food to be served at the moment. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes was their greatest temptation. Even the occasional glimpse of teacher Su Mai's long legs and black stockings, paired with her graceful figure, couldn't distract the 2 hungry young men. Half an hour later, waitresses and slit chong sams entered one after another, pushing food carts. The rich aroma made Jiang Linchuan involuntarily swallow. When the dishes were finally placed on the table, the visual and olfactory impact gave him a deeper appreciation for the perks of wealth. Everyone, help yourselves and dig in, Wanyan said, his words a welcome relief. Jiang Linchuan politely thanked him and immediately served his parents a few crab legs as thick as a baby's arm. Mao Yuan, on the other hand, showed no restraint, grabbing a piece of golden, crispy roast suckling pig and stuffing it into his mouth. The twin siblings nearby couldn't help but gulp at the sight, while Ren Xingchun thoughtfully served them some food, earning their admiration. The group toasted with tea instead of alcohol, exchanging pleasantries. 2 hours later, Jiang Linchuan and Mao Yuan had nearly devoured the entire table of food. Mao Yuan licked his fingers in satisfaction, while Jiang Linchuan elegantly wiped his hands with a wet napkin. Looks like everyone's full. Now, let's get down to business, Wanyan said. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the recruitment teachers straightened their backs, their demeanor instantly shifting. Bai Hao was the first to speak. Jiang Linchuan, would you like to join our Basher Academy? Name your terms and we'll meet them. Su Mei leaned forward slightly, her graceful curves faintly visible. Jiang Linchuan, come to our Xianglong Academy. Name your terms and we'll fulfill them. Also, my strength is Platinum 9-star, so I can personally mentor you unknown. With the allure of food gone, Mao Yuan was immediately captivated by the scene, unable to look away. Jiang Linchuan struggled to tear his gaze away from the enticing sight, inwardly marveling at how no man could easily resist such temptation. Su Mei, what kind of behavior is this? We still have the students' parents here. Wang Wenchong, his hair completely white, reprimanded harshly. He then turned to Jiang Linchuan with a wide smile, saying, come to our Jialan Academy. We'll offer you the best conditions. Whatever you need, just let us know. Yu Qing, dressed in a floral shirt and flip-flops, cleared his throat and jumped in. Our Shuiyun Academy might not be the strongest, but the northern Jiang region is the richest in spiritual pearls. If you join us, the Academy will tailor the best spiritual skill combinations for you, and we're open to discussing any other requirements. Jiang Linchuan chuckled inwardly, not particularly interested in spiritual skills. After all, the ones rewarded by the system were of much higher quality, and he could only learn new ones after leveling up. Chen Tianyang puffed out his broad chest. Jiang Linchuan, at Feiyu Academy, we specialize in physical training and combat techniques. As a physical type ability user, you need a strong physique to excel in close combat. We have unique secret methods that can multiply your strength several times over. This offer didn't appeal to Jiang Linchuan either. He could directly use enhancement points to boost his physique without spending time on training. Our Qiyang Military Academy may not have the deep foundations of other schools. Run Xingchun cut straight to the point, but as long as you meet the strength requirements, we can grant you military command. What the? Mao Yuan exclaimed in shock. His words left everyone silent. Even the other teachers had to admit that the allure of military command was almost impossible to resist. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Linchuan's eyes, Ren Xingchun explained, this is a decision from the higher-ups. Considering that both your grandfather and great-grandfather were military officers, Xiaochuan, just say yes already. Military command. Do you even need to think about it? Mao Yuan urged anxiously, completely forgetting the little witch's warnings. Though tempted, Jiang Linchuan shifted his gaze to Wanyan, wanting to hear what Tianwu Academy had to offer before making a decision. He knew he wasn't ready to bear the responsibility of military command just yet. Wanyan calmly put away his phone and stood up with confidence. We at Tianwu Academy are offering 4th-grade spiritual artifacts, a weapon, a piece of armor, an accessory to enhance spiritual energy absorption, and a storage item. You Tianwu folks are absolutely loaded. Filthy rich, the other teachers exclaimed. Wanyan raised a hand to quiet them. And that's not all. You'll have unrestricted access to the battle tower. The vice principal will take you as a personal disciple, and your parents can move to the imperial capital. The academy will provide housing and easy jobs for them. At this, everyone in the room, including Rin Chun, slumped back into their chairs in defeat, utterly losing the will to compete. Teacher Wei, what is the 100 Battles Tower? Zhang Linjuhan asked, blinking his curious eyes. Wei Nian set down his teacup and explained earnestly, the 100 Battles Tower is an exceptionally unique ancient relic. It consists of 8 levels, each corresponding to a different stage of cultivation. Inside the tower, there are countless fierce beasts. Upon successfully passing a level, the tower spirit grants rewards based on your performance. The most remarkable feature is that even if you suffer severe injuries inside, you won't truly die. From long-term research, we believe this tower was specifically designed by the ancients as a training ground to cultivate elite disciples. He paused for a moment before adding, however, due to the special energy structure inside the tower, the number of people allowed to enter at the same time is strictly limited. If the limit is exceeded, the tower will automatically seal itself. The fact that you've obtained a spot to enter is truly a rare opportunity. Zhang Linjuan's eyes lit up, excitement building in his heart. A place where he could fight freely without fearing for his life was the perfect environment to hone his combat skills. He pondered silently, wondering if defeating the beasts inside might grant him some enhancement points. Wei Nian took another sip of water and continued. There's something else I need to tell you about the vice principal of Tianwu Academy, Qin. He possesses an S-grade talent, a weapon-based ability called the Singing Feather Blade. His strength has already reached the peak of the Moon Soul stage. Among his generation, he's known as the Blade Maniac. If you can receive his guidance, the benefits are beyond words. The peak of Moon Soul. Zhang Linjuan's heart trembled. In this world's cultivation hierarchy, the levels from lowest to highest are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, Moon Soul, and Sun Crown. The vice principal's strength was already nearing the pinnacle of cultivation. What excited Zhang Linjuan even more was that Qin was also highly skilled in blade techniques. Zhang Linjuan knew that systematic training in blade skills was what he currently lacked the most. With Qin Cheng's guidance, his combat prowess would surely see a tremendous boost. Moreover, given his current strength and background, having such a powerful figure as an ally was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. I choose Tianwu Academy, Zhang Linjuan declared resolutely. Though the other recruitment teachers were reluctant, they had no grounds to argue. Wei Nian, while expecting that no one could refuse such an offer, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon hearing Zhang Linjuan's decision firsthand. As Zhang Linjuan and his parents were about to hail a taxi home, Wei Nian hurriedly stopped them. His expression was unusually serious as he insisted, "You must stay at a hotel tonight. I need to ensure your safety. Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you home to collect your belongings, and we'll head straight to Tianwu Academy." Huh? Zhang Linjuan looked puzzled. Isn't there still some time before the semester starts? Don't worry, Mr. Wei. I'm not planning to run away. Wei Nian's gaze grew even more solemn. You are now a student of Tianwu Academy. Ensuring your safety is my responsibility. In this world, the most terrifying thing isn't the ferocious beast, it's the human heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Linjuan nodded. All right, I'll do as you say, Mr. Wei. He promptly took out his identification and handed it to Wei Nian, along with his parents' documents. The Mao family was also arranged to stay in the same hotel, significantly bolstering the security there. By evening, Chang'an, the mayor of Dongyue City, quietly arrived, bringing with him a $1 million check and the deed to a property in Qizhou Bay City. The emergence of a genius with an SS-level talent in his jurisdiction had brought him widespread recognition, and his superiors had already hinted at his upcoming promotion to deputy mayor of Qizhou Bay City. Shortly after the mayor left, the principal of Zhang's high school and his homeroom teacher, Dai Yang, arrived with some classmates to offer their congratulations. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that Zhang Linjuan finally managed to return to his room. He downed an entire bottle of mineral water and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, muttering to himself, socializing is so draining. Rather be fighting ferocious beasts. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. You've got to be kidding me again? Zhang Linjuan groaned in despair. It's me, Xiaochuan, came Mao Yuan's voice from the other side. Zhang opened the door to find Mao Yuan standing there with beer and snacks in hand. We're about to part ways soon. Let's have a drink and see each other off. The two avoided the topic of separation, instead chatting about family and everyday life. After 2 bottles of beer, Mao Yuan's face was flushed red. Suddenly he said, Xiaochuan, I'm sorry. Zhang Linjuan assumed Mao Yuan was apologizing for not being able to join him at Tianwu Academy and quickly waved it off. Everyone has their own path. No matter what you decide, I'll always support you, bro. Mao Yuan hesitated, then finally said, Xiaochuan, you need to take care of yourself. He stopped short of mentioning the little witch at Tianwu, instead silently praying in his heart. Meanwhile, the ruins outside Dongyue City were eerily silent. The desolate structures cast ominous shadows under the night sky. Suddenly, Several dark figures streaked across the air, skillfully weaving through the rubble before gathering on the rooftop of a relatively intact high-rise. In the moonlight, they were cloaked in black robes, each wearing a clown mask of varying colors. Reporting to the Protector, everything is ready. The man in black, wearing a red clown mask, shook his cloak and fixed his gaze through the darkness on the towering city wall, nearly 10 meters high and 3 kilometers away. His voice carried a twisted excitement. This will be a wonderful night. I love hearing the desperate screams of people. Tonight's target is that SS-ranked talent kid. The usual rule applies: if we can't take him, eliminate him on the spot. If we can't have him, no one else will. Yes, sir. The followers responded in unison. In an instant, a massive spatial rift tore open across the desolate plains, and countless towering figures poured out, charging toward the brightly lit city. Meanwhile, in a tavern somewhere within the city, Xiaochuan, I really can't bear to part ways with you. If it weren't for... Mao Yuan slurred drunkenly, barely able to form his words. For what? Jiang Linjuhan asked with a teasing grin, tossing peanuts into his mouth. Mao monkey, you're not hiding something from your buddy, are you? Mao Yuan shuddered, his drunken haze clearing slightly. He laughed awkwardly and said, Nothing. We grew up wearing the same pair of pants. What could I possibly hide from you? Come on, drink up. Just then, a warning echoed in Jiang Linjuan's mind from his system. Warning. Intense spatial fluctuations detected outside Dongyue Garrison City. Host is advised to take immediate evasive action. The repeated warnings made Jiang Linjuan's expression change drastically. For the system to urge him to flee, the situation had to be dire. The next second, orange beams of light rose simultaneously from the eastern, southern, western, and northern corners of Dongyue Garrison City, painting the night sky in a fiery glow. A piercing air raid siren blared across the city, followed by deafening beastly roars. Orange alert. It's a beast tide. Jiang Linjuan leapt to his feet. Mao monkey, wake up your uncle and aunt and head to the shelter. With that, he bolted toward his parents' room like an arrow. Mao Yuan, now completely sober, stumbled toward his own parents' room. In this world, everyone was trained from a young age to recognize emergency signals and locate the nearest shelters. An orange alert signified a beast tide, with at least a diamond-ranked beast among Thema harbinger of catastrophe. On the city walls, high-voltage electric grids activated, and station soldiers unleashed a torrent of ammunition toward the beast tide. Gunfire pierced the night, while panicked residents fled through the streets. By the time Jiang Linjuan reached his parents' door, Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing had already stepped out, their faces etched with fear. Forcing himself to remain calm, he reassured them, Mom, Dad, don't worry. I'm here. Let's head to the shelter first. Xiaochuan, you take this and go ahead. Your father and I can't move as quickly, Wang Xueqing said, handing her son a tightly clutched cloth pouch. Mom, don't say such nonsense. The soldiers are guarding the city perimeter. The beasts won't get in. Without another word, Jiang Linjuan hoisted his mother onto his back and sprinted toward the emergency passage. At the end of the corridor, they encountered two young men. Jiang, Jr., Mr. Wei, and the others have gone to support the city's defenses. They sent us to escort you to the shelter. Thank you, seniors. Let's move quickly. Dongyue Garrison City had 5 shelters distributed across the east, south, west, north, and center. The nearest one was located beneath the central plaza, 3 kilometers away. After reuniting with Mao Yuan and his parents, the group moved swiftly. The streets were filled with panicked pedestrians, while soldiers from the city defense force maintained order and assisted the elderly and infirm. Gunfire and beastly roars echoed incessantly from a distance. Just as they were 2 kilometers away from the shelter, the wide asphalt road suddenly cracked open, revealing a massive black void. From it, countless dark figures began to surge forth. It's the gold-eating rats. Guo Yulong's exclamation pierced the air. As Jiang Linjuan's bodyguard, he immediately recognized the horde of ferocious beasts surging out from underground. Information about the gold-eating rats flashed through Jiang Linjuan's mind. Silver-class beasts, known for their strong tendency to live in groups. Though not highly aggressive, their exceptional burrowing ability made them one of the most troublesome creatures. Their sharp claws could easily tear through human flesh and skin. Bang, bang, bang. The city defense soldiers opened fire in an attempt to suppress the onslaught, but the sheer number of gold-eating rats was overwhelming as they poured out from the burrows endlessly. To make matters worse, other types of beasts began to appear as well. Move quickly. Senior Gu Cheng's hands suddenly glowed with a yellowish-brown light. Quicksand technique. The solid ground instantly turned to flowing sand, swallowing a group of lunging gold-eating rats. Screeches of the beasts echoed one after another, and within seconds, the golden sand was stained with blood. At least 4 rats met their end in the shifting sands. Guo Yulong sprang into action. He rushed to a car, his right fist radiating immense power. Shockwave. Bam. The car was smashed into the large hole in the ground with a single punch. He continued, using several vehicles to temporarily block the burrow from which the beasts emerged. It won't hold for long. Move. Guo Yulong shouted. Senior is incredible. Mao Yuan exclaimed in awe while helping his mother quicken their pace to escape. Jiang Linjuhan noticed the bloodstains on the ground. A flash of red light glimmered in his eyes before he hoisted his mother onto his back and sped up. Along the way, they encountered several more beasts, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Gu Cheng and Guo Yulong. However, many others fell victim to the beasts' fangs, their blood soaking the streets. Fortunately, the city defense forces responded quickly, dispatching elite squads to hunt down the creatures emerging from the underground tunnels. Xiaochuan, we're almost at the shelter. Put me down. I can walk, Wang Xueqing said with concern. It's fine, I'm not tired, Jiang Linjuan replied, just as he was about to reassure his mother. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous aura spreading around them. Several powerful energy fluctuations made him tense up. Whoever it was, their strength far exceeded his. He chose to remain still for the moment, waiting for the right opportunity. My, what a touching scene, a chilling voice echoed from above. Looking up, they saw a group of figures in black robes and clown masks standing atop a 4-story building. A diamond-class fighter and 6 platinum-class elites. This lineup was far beyond anything Jiang Linjuan, a mere gold 3-star, could contend with. He quickly assessed the situation and decided to observe whether they were aware of his true capabilities. Who are you people? Guo Yulong roared. The black-robed figures ignored his question, leaping gracefully to the ground in front of them. The leader, wearing a red clown mask, locked his gaze on Jiang Linjuan. Kid, come with us. Jiang Linjuan's heart sank. They were after him. Could they be connected to the sender of that letter? He slowly put his mother down, pretending to stretch his arms. Gu Cheng stepped in front of Jiang Linjuan. Who are you, and what do you want? Time is running out, the red-masked figure said impatiently. Either you come with us willingly, or I'll kill everyone here and take you anyway. If you want to take my brother, you'll have to go through me first. Mao Yuan shouted, his voice trembling but resolute. Foolish pest. The red-masked man raised his palm, energy gathering ominously in his hand. Stop. I'll go with you, Jiang Linjuan said firmly. Jiang Linjuan stepped forward, using his own body to shield Mao Yuan, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the men in black before him. Xiaochuan. Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing cried out in unison. Jiang Linjuan turned his head and gave them a reassuring smile. Dad, Mom, don't worry. These guys are so powerful if they really want to take me. No one can stop them. Xinglei nodded in satisfaction. Smart kid. At least you understand the situation. Mao Ho, take my parents to the shelter quickly. I'll go with these gentlemen, Jiang Linjuan instructed solemnly. Xiaochuan I. Mao Yuan's eyes shimmered with tears, but the words caught in his throat. Go. Jiang Linjuan waved without looking back, leaving behind a confident and carefree silhouette. Wang Xueqing could no longer hold herself together, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed down her face. Zhang Yandong's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly, but he was powerless to change the situation. Hey, kid, what are you doing? One of the men in black snapped as he angrily pushed Jiang Linjuan off his back. Jiang Linjuan blinked his innocent eyes. Big brother, I just ran so far and I'm completely out of strength. Do you expect me to keep up on my own? I can't run that fast. Carry him. We're leaving, Xinglei commanded. Though reluctant, the man in black bent down and hoisted Jiang Linjuan onto his back. With that, the group leapt into the air, weaving through the buildings before vanishing from sight. Mao Yuan wiped his tears and helped Wang Xueqing to her feet. Aunt Wang, Xiaochuan will be fine. Those people value his talent, they won't hurt him. Let's head to the shelter first. Meanwhile, he silently vowed that if anything happened to his brother, he would make those men pay dearly. The news soon reached Wayne Yin, who was locked in battle with ferocious beasts. Enraged, he struck down a golden tier beast with a single palm before immediately contacting Principal Qin. At the same time, an astonishing blade aura erupted from the depths of Tianwu Academy, piercing the skies and racing toward Dongguan City. In the girls' dormitory of Tianwu Academy, Shen Xintong had just finished showering when she heard the news of the beast tide in Dongguan City. Her face turned pale as a sheet, and the towel in her hand slipped silently to the floor. Linjuan, he'll definitely be okay. I have to go find him, she said urgently, grabbing her roommate Tang Xiaonan's arm. Xintong, calm down. That area is under military control now. No one can get in except the authorities. The vice principal is already on his way. Everything will be fine. Just take a deep breath, Tang Xiaonan reassured her. The man in black was moving swiftly, and they were now only 5 kilometers away from the edge of the city. Jiang Linjuan lay on the broad back of the man in black, wearing an innocent smile on his face. Big brother. What's your name? Where are we headed? He asked casually. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Lu Quan replied impatiently. Come on, big brother. No need to be so distant. We're practically family now. I'll be tagging along with you from now on, Jiang Linjuhan said shamelessly. He had already pieced together most of the situation in his mind. These men in black had likely taken him because of his talent. However, he couldn't quite figure out who had leaked the information. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to know that he had already reached a golden 3-star level. While his strength was still relatively weak, he knew that if given the chance, he could use the devouring ability of the Gale Blade to turn the tables. Lu Quan fell silent for a moment, considering. The kid had a point. Someone with such extraordinary talent would undoubtedly be a key focus for the organization. As for the idea of him tagging along, Lu Quan suspected that in the future, he might end up relying on this young man instead. With that thought, the expression hidden beneath his mask softened slightly. My name is Lu Quan. You'll know where we're headed when we get there. Sensing the shift in Lu Quan's tone, Jiang Linjuhan pressed on. Lu, big brother. We really hit it off right away. By the way, what's your current rank? How long have you been training? I just awakened recently. Could I come to you for advice if I have questions? Platinum 4-star. Took me 15 years. My talent isn't great, Lu Quan replied without any suspicion. To him, Jiang Linjuhan was just a talented kid, harmless and no threat. Platinum? Huh? That's really impressive. Jiang Linjuhan praised enthusiastically. Was that the leader speaking earlier? Honestly, I don't think he's as strong as you are. Don't talk nonsense. The Protector is at Diamond 5-star level. I can't even compare, Lu Quan said bitterly. No way. Jiang Linjuhan exclaimed dramatically, giving Lu Quan's arm a playful squeeze. Lu, big brother. Look at how strong and sturdy you are. You're clearly a powerhouse. That Protector looks as skinny as a monkey. Women definitely prefer men like you who exude a sense of security. Beneath his mask, Lu Quan's face flushed slightly as he felt a surge of pride. Little brother, my ability is from the beast transformation system Iron-Horned Rhino. That's why I'm built like this, he explained. Iron-Horned Rhino? Huh? No wonder, Jiang Linjuhan said, patting Lu Quan's back. He then slyly asked, so, big brother, with a build like yours, can you block a knife? Haha, forget knives, even bullets can't get through, Huff. Lu Quan's words trailed off in disbelief as he looked down at the blade suddenly protruding from his chest. The blade shimmered with blue and red hues. He tried to fight back, but his spiritual energy was draining away like a receding tide, leaving him too weak to even speak. His body began to wither at a visible rate. Using the last of his strength, Lu Quan turned his head and met a pair of blood-red eyes filled with unprecedented coldness, depth, savagery, and killing intent. Congratulations, host, on killing a Platinum 4-star ability user. Reward, 200 enhancement points. Jiang Linjuhan coldly withdrew the Gale Blade. The Platinum-level spiritual energy he had just absorbed surged into his body, but the overwhelming power caused cracks to appear on his skin. His current physique was still incapable of fully handling energy of this level. System, allocate 150 points to physique, 100 to agility, he commanded. As a faint glow enveloped him, Jiang Linjuhan's body stopped cracking, and his injuries healed rapidly. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire body. Jiang Linjuhan's figure transformed into a streak of lightning under the cover of night, his movements so swift they were nearly impossible to track. Before the black-clad enemies could react, he had already appeared behind one of them. Watch out! Xinglei shouted sharply, sensing the sudden danger, but it was too late. The blade slashed through the air, leaving a cold glint in its wake. Blood sprayed as one of the black-clad men fell to the ground, severed in half. You brat, you've got a death wish. Xinglei's aura flared intensely, but he quickly regained his composure. He had to admit that both he and his organization had been deceived by this young man's opponent was no novice who had just awakened his powers. Was this a trap? Xinglei scanned his surroundings, but found no signs of an ambush. The remaining 4 black-clad men swiftly closed in, cutting off Jiang Linjuhan's escape routes. Standing with his blade in hand, Jiang Linjuhan's blood-red eyes glimmered coldly beneath his bangs. Those deathly eyes sent a chill through the black-clad men, and fear began to creep into their hearts. Altogether, use everything you've got and kill him. Xinglei growled, his figure surrounded by the shadowy form of a massive brown bear, a manifestation of his beast-type ability, Glacial Bear. The other black-clad men also unleashed their abilities. Jiang Linjuhan cast a cold glance at them, lowered his stance slightly, and in an instant, broke through their encirclement. Despite possessing platinum-level spiritual energy, both of his spirit techniques were supportive in nature, making direct combat challenging, especially against a diamond-level opponent like Xinglei. His earlier kills had relied on the system concealing his true strength and the enemy's underestimation of him. Chase him. Don't let that brat get away. Xinglei led the remaining men in relentless pursuit. Linjuhan darted nimbly between buildings, deliberately slowing his pace. He had made up his mind to eliminate these threats entirely to protect those he cared about. In his Shura blood-eye state, he remained as calm as a machine, pushing aside any thoughts about the weight of taking lives. As the chase continued, unease began to spread among the black-clad men. Protector, could he be leading us into a trap? Furious, Xinglei slammed his palm into a nearby SUV, crushing it into a twisted heap of metal. For a diamond-level powerhouse to be unable to catch a mere platinum-level opponent was infuriating beyond measure. Retreat, Xinglei finally ordered. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for us. Just as they turned to withdraw, a blinding slash of light erupted from the ground, slicing through another black-clad man. Blood and entrails splattered across the scene as Linjuhan disappeared back into the shadows. Xinglei erupted in rage, his hands glowing with destructive energy as he shattered the surrounding buildings. You go ahead. They'll cover the rear. Faced with this assassin lurking in the darkness like the embodiment of death, the remaining black-clad men were consumed by terror, desperate to escape this death trap as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, the battle ended in a decisive victory for Linjuhan. 3 platinum-level black-clad opponents fell one after another under his precise ambushes, leaving only Xinglei struggling to hold his ground. Come out. Get out here. Xinglei roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury. Despite his superior strength, he couldn't catch a glimpse of his elusive opponent, which only made him more agitated. His gaze swept across the streets, rooftops, and dark alleys, yet he found nothing. Not coming out, huh? Xinglei sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Fine, then I'll head to the shelter and kill your parents. After all, the city's strong fighters are all tied up dealing with those beasts. Hiding in the shadows of a narrow alley, Linjuhan remained calm, his expression unchanged as he heard the threat. Xinglei sprinted toward the shelter, carefully observing his surroundings with every step. Even when he was just a kilometer away, Linjuhan still didn't appear. Doubt crept into Xinglei's mind. Could it be that kid realized he couldn't beat me and ran off already? Doesn't matter, Xinglei muttered to himself. He killed so many of my men he has to pay the price. As the entrance to the shelter came into view, Xinglei removed his mask, revealing a vicious scar near the corner of his left eye. A cruel smile tugged at his lips. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a bottle shattering echoed from a nearby alley. Finally losing your patience? Xinglei's right hand was instantly enveloped in a brown glow as he charged toward the source of the sound. A shadowy figure darted away in panic, the sound of hurried footsteps ringing clearly. Kid, you're dead. In a flash, Xinglei caught up with his target and struck out with a powerful palm. The figure abruptly stopped and turned around, clasping their hands together. Spare me, please. At that moment, the moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the figure's delicate face and neatly parted hair. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Xinglei's mind, but it was already too late. Spirit technique flowing light. A sharp blade of light flashed, and Xinglei's head fell to the ground. In his final moments, he saw his headless body kicked mercilessly against a wall. Maoho, turn around. Don't look. Linjuhan commanded sternly. Maoyuan quickly turned his back, trembling all over. I almost died. Get back to the shelter and keep tonight's events a secret for me, Linjuhan said, his face emotionless as he crushed Xinglei's head underfoot. The Gale Blade in his hand absorbed all the spiritual energy from the Diamond 5-star ability user. A system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for defeating a Diamond 5-star ability user. Reward: 400 enhancement points. Xiaochuan, aren't you coming back with me? Aunt Wang and the others are really worried about you, Maoyuan asked cautiously, marveling at his friend's sudden display of strength. I need to help defend the city. Go back quickly, Linjuhan replied, leaping gracefully into the air and speeding toward the city gates. His parents, friends, and all his memories were tied to this small city. With only half an hour to spare, he resolved to take down as many of the invaders as possible. The west gate of Dongyue Fortress had turned into a battlefield wasteland. The towering city walls, once standing over 10 meters high, were now in ruins, half of them collapsed. The high-voltage electric grid was destroyed, occasionally sparking with blue arcs of electricity. The ground was soaked with blood, and piles of ferocious beasts' carcasses and human remains formed gruesome mounds. The city defense soldiers had run out of ammunition and supplies, their lines severed by the beasts within the city. They were left with no choice but to wield bayonets in hand-to-hand combat, using their own flesh and blood to hold the line. Bai Hao, Su Mei, and other teachers from the admissions office were working together to battle a diamond-tier salamander lizard. Each of them bore injuries, yet none retreated. They understood all too well that falling back would mean certain death for the civilians behind them. Watch out, Bai Hao shouted as he lunged to push Su Mei out of the way of a claw swipe. In doing so, he took 3 deep gashes across his back from the salamander lizard, the wounds cutting down to the bone. Blood instantly soaked through his gray long-sleeved shirt. Sume clasped her hands together, green light emanating from her fingertips and forming into a glowing sphere that floated toward Baihao's back. Grade's healing technique Xiangyue. The shimmering green light enveloped the wounds, and the torn flesh began to heal rapidly. "Oh Bai, are you okay?" Sume asked with concern. Baihao tore off his blood-soaked sleeve, revealing his muscular arm. "They'll live, though I've lost quite a bit of blood. Where's the support from Chizhou? The fastest they can get here is an hour." "It's only been 30 minutes, Sume replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Then we hold on for another 30 minutes. Baihao activated his beast transformation ability, Swift Gale Leopard. A golden leopard shadow materialized behind him. In a flash, he sped toward the salamander lizard like lightning, his spectral claws slashing viciously at the creature's leg joints. A metallic clang rang out as his claws got caught in the lizard's scales. The beast shrieked, swinging its tail like a steel whip toward Baihao's chest. Despite his comrades' efforts to attack with their abilities, all their strikes were deflected by the creature's formidable defenses. Baihao let out a bitter laugh and shut his eyes, preparing for the worst. Yet, in the split second before impact, a dark figure streaked across the battlefield like a shadow. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in shock at the mysterious newcomer. He was clad in a black trench coat, his face obscured by a black mask, and in his hand was a long blade wreathed in black mist. Under the moonlight, the gleam of the blade was especially chilling. Baihao glanced at the severed tail still twitching on the ground and swallowed hard. "Thank you. Are you the reinforcements from Chizhou?" "Yes. If you're fine, get some rest," the mysterious man replied in a hoarse, emotionless voice. "Then I'll leave it to you." Baihao began to rise but froze as he caught sight of the man's blood-red eyes. He collapsed back to the ground in terror. Those eyes reminded him of the emissaries of hell, as if death itself had descended upon the battlefield. The fire salamander let out a piercing screech, baring its massive, razor-sharp fangs as it lunged toward the two of them. Each jagged tooth gleamed with a chilling light. Linjuhan reacted swiftly, grabbing Baihao's arm and hurling him backward. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot, propelling himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. The gale blade in his hand traced a sharp arc, aiming directly for the fire salamander's head. Sensing the imminent danger, the beast raised its right claw to shield its vital point. The glint of the blade flashed, and with a clean, precise cut, the fire salamander's right claw fell to the ground. The excruciating pain of losing its claw enraged the beast further. It threw its head back and spat out a fireball the size of a basketball. The searing heat instantly evaporated the moisture in the surrounding air. Linjuhan's figure blurred as he appeared behind the fire salamander, his movements so fast they were almost impossible to track. The fireball crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater about 40 meters in diameter on the concrete surface. Su Mei and the others, safely observing from a distance, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. A moment's hesitation, and they might have been reduced to ashes. "Baihao, don't you think that figure looks familiar?" Sume stared intently at the figure, her intuition as a woman stirring a strange sense of familiarity. Baihao scratched his buzz-cut head, puzzled. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit familiar. It really looks like that kid, Linjuhan," Sume said hesitantly. "Impossible." Baihao immediately dismissed the idea. "That kid just awakened his abilities. There's no way he could take on a diamond-grade beast Hedon. Besides, those eyes those aren't human." "Hey, big guy!" Baihao shouted at the mysterious figure. "This fire salamander has regenerative abilities. Unless you take off its head, its severed limbs will just grow back." Sure enough, the fire salamander's severed parts began to writhe, and its tail and right claw quickly regenerated, good as new. Linjuhan was already aware of this characteristic, but landing a blow on the head was no easy task. This diamond-grade beast, with intelligence rivaling that of humans, was extremely cautious. Every time his blade neared its vital point, it would block with another part of its body, relying on its regenerative ability to recover. System: allocate 200 points to strength and 100 points to agility. Linjuhan commanded decisively, wasting no time. The points he had just earned from defeating 7 enemies were immediately put to use. Without combat techniques or attack skills, he could only rely on his raw physical attributes. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Linjuhan gripped the gale blade tightly and began circling the fire salamander with even greater speed. The beast's small eyes darted warily, its tail lashing out in counterattacks, but each strike hit nothing but air. The incredible speed left a series of afterimages in the air, completely disorienting the fire salamander lizard. It instinctively chased the illusory shadows, spinning around in confusion. Meanwhile, the situation on the city defense line grew even more dire. Severely understaffed, the city defense forces were forced to retreat and tighten their ranks, while a horde of vicious beasts relentlessly assaulted a section of the wall. At that moment, a soldier named Lure, his body strapped with black explosive bricks, charged out from the defensive line without hesitation. Brothers, tell my daughter I won't be there to watch her grow up. Lure, come back, his comrades screamed desperately, as several soldiers who tried to chase after him were held back by others. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted into the sky. The powerful shockwave, mixed with soil, blood, and flesh, spread in all directions. When the thick smoke cleared, a vacuum zone appeared among the beast horde. Over 20 low-level beasts were killed on the spot, while several golden-tier beasts were gravely injured, barely clinging to life. Lure! Lure! His comrades cried out in anguish, their trembling hands seemingly trying to grasp his presence back from the void. Pull yourselves together, the captain roared. As long as we're still alive, not a single beast will break through this line. A young soldier shrieked as he stuffed TNT into his backpack, only to have it snatched away by an older soldier. Rookie, the veterans aren't all dead yet. It's not your turn. What are you staring at? I've got 2 Sansto, you have any? Stop bawling like a child and hold back those tears. With that, the older soldier grabbed the explosives and strode toward the beast horde with resolute steps. Squad leader. The young soldier collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Forward, forward, forward. A resounding song echoed across the wilderness. Our team marches toward the sun, with our feet on the land of our nation, carrying the hopes of our people. We are an invincible force. The young soldier looked at the squad leader's steel-like figure standing tall and wept bitterly. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out, carving out another vacuum zone in the beast horde. The surviving soldiers silently rummaged through their packs, loading them with explosives. Those with siblings go first, then those with kids. The rest will follow last. Any objections? None, came the unified response, as all eyes firmly locked onto the beast horde. Witnessing this, Linjuhan finally spotted a flaw in the fire salamander lizard's movements. He swiftly retracted his gale blade and grabbed hold of the lizard's swinging tail. The force was like being struck by a speeding train, something no ordinary body could withstand. But at this moment, having witnessed the heroic sacrifices of the city defense soldiers, the fury in his heart had reached its boiling point. Get up! Veins bulged on Linjuhan's arms as he lifted the 20-meter-long, 3-ton fire salamander lizard into the air. Holy crap! Bai Hao, who had been observing the battle, was dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? He's like a humanoid beast. Sume gasped, her lips trembling as her wide eyes filled with astonishment. Her chest heaved with emotion. It was the feeling of her heart racing, sparked by an overwhelming sense of security. Everyone move aside, Linjuhan bellowed, slamming the fire salamander lizard into the ground with immense force. The city defense soldiers, who had been prepared to face death, stood frozen in shock at the sight. The ground shook violently, splitting open into a massive fissure stretching tens of meters. The fire salamander lizard was slammed heavily onto the ground by Linjuhan, its vision spinning with stars. Before it had a chance to let out a scream, he seized its tail and lifted it high into the air once more. Like wielding a colossal hammer, he smashed the enormous beast into the ground 7 or 8 times until it temporarily lost its ability to resist. Seizing the opportunity, Linjuhan grabbed hold of the fire salamander lizard's tail and wielded the 20-meter-long beast as a weapon against the horde of ferocious creatures. With each swing, a swath of monsters was reduced to pulp, creating a shocking scene. Sume and the others wanted to step forward to assist, but Linjuhan's ferocity in combat made it impossible to get close. They could only stay behind him, collecting spiritual beads to replenish their energy. Bai Hao, clutching a spiritual bead to recover his strength, stared in disbelief at the figure ahead, swinging the fire salamander lizard like a weapon. I've never heard of someone like this in Chizhou. This is beyond fierce. Some people prefer to keep a low profile. It's normal we haven't heard of him, Sume said, her beautiful eyes glittering with admiration. Linjuhan single-handedly swept through the horde of beasts at the western city gate, feeling a mix of exhilaration and fear. The immense power granted by his devouring ability thrilled him, but the thought of his parents' and friends' safety within the city kept him from letting his guard down for even a moment. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and he could distinctly feel the energy within him rapidly depleting. The fire salamander lizard was not as powerful as the black-clad figure he had faced earlier, so he couldn't use the devouring skill again. Moreover, there were no stronger targets near the western gate. His original plan to exploit a loophole had failed, and Linjuhan sighed inwardly, resolving that even if he perished, he would die protecting his family. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, swiftly appearing above Dongyue Guardian City. A powerful aura swept across the battlefield, commanding everyone's attention. Instinctively, all eyes turned skyward as Bai Hao shouted excitedly, "It's Blade Maniac Qin Cheng! We're saved! The vice principal of Tianwu Academy is here." Zhang Linjuhan sheathed his gale blade and retrieved the fire salamander lizard's spiritual bead. He looked up at the sky and witnessed a sight he would never forget. A peerless blade light erupted, transforming into countless dazzling, razor-sharp arcs that descended from the heavens like a blossoming lotus, illuminating the entire void. "The blade sweeps the plains," Sume exclaimed. "That's Senior Qin Cheng's signature move. He once used it to slay 100,000 beasts in the southern frontier." The overwhelming blade arcs cascaded downward, precisely reaping the lives of ferocious creatures without harming a single human or building. The astonishing precision left Zhang Linjuhan in awe, further solidifying his determination to one day become Qin Cheng's disciple. 3 white flares ascended into the sky above Dongyue Guardian City, signaling the complete lifting of the orange alert. Cheers erupted throughout the city as survivors embraced one another in tears of relief. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the city defense division silently began clearing the battlefield, searching for the remains of their fallen comrades. Peace is never a given in any era. There will always be those who make sacrifices. Almost met my end here. I really owe it to. Bai Hao glanced around, searching for the figure of his savior, only to find that the person had vanished without a trace. "He's gone," Sume said, looking in the direction where the figure disappeared. Her voice carried a hint of undeniable disappointment. Bai Hao leaned closer to her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Oh, our great beauty Su has finally fallen for someone? Just ask the Lingwu Association in Qizhou, and you'll find out." Meanwhile, Zhang Linjuhan was hurrying toward the shelter. The communication systems in the western part of the city were largely destroyed, and his phone had no signal. Worry for his parents' safety weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, the system issued a sudden warning. "Forgot to mention, host, there are side effects from the Shura blazing wind blade absorbing excessive spiritual energy." "What side effects? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Linjuhan asked hastily. But before he could finish his sentence, his heart began to pound violently, as if it would burst out of his chest. A sharp, excruciating headache followed, and his entire body felt as though it was being pierced by thousands of needles and gnawed by ants. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony before finally passing out. Elsewhere in the city, Chao Zhan was expressing his gratitude to Qin Cheng. "Thank you, Senior Qin, for helping us defend Dongyue Guard City. On behalf of all the citizens, I extend our deepest thanks. Ferocious beasts are the sworn enemies of humanity, and the people of Longhua are my compatriots." "There's no need for thanks," Qin Cheng replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the devastation before him. "Mayor Chao, you should focus on calming the citizens first." After Chao Zhan left, Wei Yan stood before Qin Cheng, his face filled with guilt. Qin Cheng did not reprimand him, but instead asked him to explain the situation in detail. The Dark Knight Marauders used berserk potions to agitate the beasts and launch the attack. It was a diversionary tactic. Their true objective was to abduct Zhang Linjuhan, Wei Yan reported succinctly. A cold glint flashed in Qin Cheng's eyes. "Those rats lurking in the shadows are stirring again. Last time's tragedy should have been a lesson. We cannot let history repeat itself. I must eradicate these pests hiding in the darkness. I only hope that young man, who's yet to truly begin his journey, is safe and sound." 7 days later, at the central hospital of Dongyue Guard City, Wang Xueqing, looking haggard and with a few new strands of gray in her hair, anxiously asked the doctor about Zhang Linjuan's condition. The doctor finished his examination and noted in the medical chart, "The patient's vital signs are stable, and he should regain consciousness soon." After the doctor left, Wang Xueqing carefully wiped her son's body with a warm towel and used a cotton swab to moisten his chapped lips. Silent tears streamed down her face. Standing nearby, Jiang Yandong tilted his head back and took a deep breath, trying to suppress the ache in his heart, his mind heavy with guilt. "Yandong, you should get some rest. You haven't slept in days," Wang Xueqing said as she picked up a thermos and prepared to head to the cafeteria. "Xiao Chuan will be hungry when he wakes up." Jiang Yandong walked to the window, pulling a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He held it under his nose, taking in the scent of tobacco, his gaze unfocused as he stared out at the world beyond. "Where am I? Is anyone there?" Zhang Linjuan's voice echoed through the dark void, but there was no response. The emptiness surrounded him, and even the system that had always been with him was nowhere to be found. He had wandered aimlessly in this darkness for what felt like an eternity, yet he could find no way out. "Damn it, could that side effect have sent me straight to hell?" Zhang Linjuan muttered through gritted teeth. It's true what they say, great power always comes at a price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Even so, he felt no regret. If he could go back in time, he would make the same choice again. Leaving his fate in someone else's hands was never his style. Live or die, he had chosen to survive. The memory of that bloody battlefield still made his stomach churn. If not for his extreme composure at the time, this novice, who had taken a life for the first time, might have crumbled completely. On a whim, he tried summoning the Gale Blade, and to his surprise, it worked. The cold touch of the hilt against his palm sharpened his focus. Just then, a light pierced through the darkness. Let's see who's playing tricks on me, Linjuhan muttered, gripping the Gale Blade tightly as he sprinted toward the source of the light. As the distance closed, the light grew brighter and larger, until it revealed a massive, glowing portal. The Gate of Heaven? Or the Gate of Hell? Whatever it was, Linjuhan stepped forward with resolve and crossed through the glowing portal. The sight before him was breathtaking. A grand hall, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, stood towering and majestic. 16 colossal pillars stretched skyward, each so wide it would take 5 people to encircle one. Mysterious runes adorned their surfaces, and the ceiling soared so high it seemed to touch the heavens, as though he had entered the realm of giants. At the far end of the hall stood a gargantuan black throne, etched with intricate depictions of humans and beasts in various forms. As Linjuhan took in his surroundings, a sigh echoed from the direction of the throne. He immediately raised his guard, holding the Gale Blade diagonally in front of him as he warily looked up. The once empty throne now held a massive shadow, though he hadn't noticed it appear. Who's there? Linjuhan demanded sharply. The shadow shifted slightly, and 2 glowing orbs, like lanterns, lit up where its eyes would be, scrutinizing the small figure of the human before it. When those eyes fell upon the Gale Blade, they suddenly burned with an intense crimson light. A suffocating aura, ancient and beast-like, filled the hall, pressing down on Linjuhan until he could barely breathe. Our kin is not extinct. Not extinct, the shadow roared with fury. The betrayers shall perish, and our kind will reclaim the throne. The deafening roar sent Linjuhan reeling, his vision darkening as he was forcibly ejected from the hall. When he opened his eyes again, the sight of a hospital's stark white ceiling greeted him. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled his nose. He tried to move but found his body weak and unresponsive. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw his parents sitting nearby, eating their meal in small bites. Their faces bore lines of weariness and age he hadn't noticed before. Seeing their devoted vigil, tears welled up in Linjuhan's eyes. In a hoarse whisper, he asked, "What are you eating? It smells so good." "Xiaochuan, our son is awake." In the hospital room, Zhang Yandong and Wang Shueqing immediately put down their chopsticks and hurried to the bedside. Wang Shueqing tightly held Linjuhan's hand, her voice trembling slightly. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? You nearly scared me to death." Linjuhan managed a weak smile. "I'm fine, just feeling weak, probably from hunger. I'll get you something to eat right now," Wang Shueqing said as she walked to the small table in the room. She poured some warm porridge from a thermos and continued, "You just woke up, so you can only have something light for now." "Mom, I want some meat," Linjuhan said in a faint voice. "No way." Wang Shueqing's face immediately turned stern. "You haven't eaten for 7 days. You can't have anything hard to digest right now." "But I'm awakened now. My body is different. Eating meat will help me regain my strength," Linjuhan said, turning to his father with a pleading look. "Dad, say something to your wife. You cheeky brat." Zhang Yandong chuckled, getting up. "All right, Dad will go buy some for you." "Can he really eat it?" Wang Shueqing asked skeptically. "Yes, I can." A glimmer of craving for meat flashed in Linjuhan's eyes. What happened next left Mao Yuan, along with Linjuhan's parents, utterly stunned. 8 pork knuckles, 6 roasted chickens, and 10 roast ducks. Linjuhan devoured them like an insatiable food god. "Xiaochuan, you don't look like a patient at all," Mao Yuan exclaimed, torn between envy and relief. "With this appetite, you definitely win a competitive eating contest." Linjuhan licked his fingers and grinned. "I'm only half full. Bring on another round." He could clearly feel his strength gradually returning as he consumed the meat. Wang Yin, Chao Zhan, and others arrived shortly after and couldn't help swallowing hard at the sight. Off to the side, Mao Yuan clutched a pork trotter, wolfing it down in a corner. Hadn't eaten well in days either. "Want some?" Linjuhan offered, holding up a glistening piece of pork knuckle skin, feeling a bit embarrassed by all the eyes on him. No, you go ahead," everyone quickly declined, waving their hands. Taking advantage of the moment, Chao Zhan asked, "My men found 7 corpses in black clothing in the city. How did you escape from them?" Linjuhan wiped his hands and took the wet wipe his mother handed him. Calmly, he replied, "I was rescued by someone wearing a mask. Then the black-clad men knocked me unconscious, so I don't remember much after that." Of course, he wouldn't admit to killing those men himself. If word got out, stronger enemies would come next time. 7 days of unconsciousness had been risky enough. If it hadn't been in the city, he might not have survived. So it was him. The expressions of sudden realization on the faces of the people in the room caught Jiang Linchuan's attention. He tentatively asked, Mr. Wei, do you know that person? I really want to personally thank him for saving me. Jiang Linchuan's parents nodded repeatedly beside him, expressing their determination to properly thank the person who had saved their son. We don't know him. Wei Nian shook his head vigorously, forcing a laugh as he explained, that person's identity is still a mystery for now. He might be a reclusive master. Thanks to him, we managed to hold out during the city defense battle until Vice Dean Qin arrived with reinforcements. My master came? Jiang Linchuan asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, he did. Wei Nian's eyes gleamed with fervor as he raised a finger, exclaiming excitedly, Vice Dean Qin took down all the invading beasts with just one strike. Wow, my master is incredible. Jiang Linchuan recalled the scene from that day and praised him sincerely. Of course. Seeing this, the others took their leave one after another. Only Su Mei lingered for a moment, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Linchuan, as if trying to glean something from his expression. However, apart from noticing the depth and maturity in his gaze, she found nothing unusual. Jiang Linchuan, sensing Su Mei's scrutiny, felt a pang of unease, fearing she might discover something amiss. He quickly grabbed a chicken drumstick and began gnawing on it, trying to mask his nervousness. Seeing no peculiarities, Su Mei smiled and nodded politely at Jiang's parents before leaving as well. Kid, we should get going too, Bai Hao said, patting Mao Yuan's shoulder as the latter was busy devouring his food. The pat caused Mao Yuan's half-eaten pork trotter to fall to the ground. He looked up at Bai Hao with a resentful expression. Bai Hao awkwardly scratched the ground with his toe. Once we get to Pingcheng, I promise you'll eat your fill with the best food. Mao Yuan pouted, but walked over to Jiang Linchuan, giving him a hug. Xiao Chuan, I'm heading out. Don't make it sound like we're parting forever, Jiang Linchuan said with a smile, though he felt reluctant to see him go. Work hard over there. Call me if you need anything, and don't forget our promise. After everyone had left, Wei Nian finally brought up the main topic. He detailed the origins of the Dark Knight Marauders. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, this group, calling themselves the envoys of the Dark Knight, sought to reshape the world order, advocating the supremacy of the strong. Not only were they incredibly powerful, but they also had the ability to control fierce beasts. Although they suffered heavy losses under the combined assault of allied forces from various nations, they had not been completely eradicated. Instead, they went into hiding, persistently seeking out and luring talented individuals to join their ranks. That battle, known as the Calamity of Nations, claimed the lives of many renowned warriors. The organizational structure of the Dark Knight Assassins has always been a mystery. Despite numerous undercover attempts by various nations, every single agent sent to infiltrate them has met a tragic end. The organization is highly hierarchical, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to blend in. Wei Nian was busy preparing Jiang Linchuan's discharge paperwork, while cautioning him to stay vigilant. Those people won't give up easily, he warned. He planned to take Jiang Linchuan back to the imperial capital, where the security measures were far stronger, ensuring his safety. Jiang Linchuan was recovering quickly. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he lounged on the hospital bed, peeling a banana as he opened his system panel. Level: Gold 3-star. Mental: 152 Constitution, 484 Agility, 528 Strength, 476 Charisma, 88. Talent: SSS. Abilities: Shura, Fierce Wind Blade. Godir Shura Blood Eyes SS Level, LV1. Flowing Light S Level, LV1. Intermediate Combat, LV3. Enhancement Points, 2146. Current Mission: Eliminate 500 Bronze Level Beasts 468500. The recent battle with 7 Dark Knight Assassins and the beasts had earned him a substantial number of enhancement points. He decided to upgrade his abilities. Shura Blood Eyes upgraded to SS level LV2 cost 1000 points. Activating it puts the mind into an absolute calm state. Within a 100-meter radius, all creatures' speed decreases by 15, and it reveals attack weaknesses of enemies up to 2 levels higher. Flowing Light upgraded to S level LV2 cost 1000 points. Allows instant teleportation to any position within 40 meters, and grants 5 seconds of control immunity. Although the cost was significant, this unique opportunity for improvement made the investment worthwhile. The next morning, at the high-speed rail station, Zhang Yandong and Wang Xueqing arrived with their luggage to meet Wei Nian. Not seeing Jiang Linchuan, Wei Nian appeared uneasy. Wang Xueqing explained. Xiao Chuan said he wanted to meet an old acquaintance. Wei Nian motioned for Gu Cheng and Gui Yulong to help with the luggage and decided to wait for him. At that moment, Jiang Linchuan was walking through the East Yu Garrison Cemetery, holding white flowers as he searched for Yu Hai's grave. The cemetery had grown with many new tombstones, most of them cenotaphs for soldiers of the city defense force. As he passed row after row of graves, looking at the young faces in the photographs, he muttered to himself, if Yu Hai hadn't saved me, I might have an empty grave here too, maybe even listed as a missing person. When he finally reached Yu Hai's grave deep in the cemetery, he was surprised to see a familiar figure standing there. He couldn't help but think to himself, what is he doing here? Captain Yang, what brings you here? As Yang Hong turned around, Jiang Linjuhan noticed a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers. I came to visit my younger brother. Yu Hai is your brother? Jiang Linjuhan took another look at the siblings. Yang Hong was tall and broad-shouldered, while Yu Hai, as he appeared in the photograph, was lean and sunny, completely unlike what one might expect from the same bloodline. Yang Hong stubbed out the cigarette. My half-brother. Same mother, different fathers. It seems you knew him? Yes. Jiang Linjuan's voice grew heavy. He saved my life. And lost his because of me. Staring at the gravestone and Yu Hai's radiant smile frozen in time, Jiang Linjuan began recounting events from 5 years ago. He was 13 then, just discovering his newfound abilities. Brimming with youthful arrogance, he had rushed to hunt ferocious beasts, only to find himself paralyzed by fear when he faced the massive creatures. His hands trembled so badly that he could barely hold his weapon. Yu Hai, who had been patrolling nearby, came to his rescue just in time. Though Yu Hai's strength wasn't top tier, he held his ground against 3 silver-ranked beasts. If he hadn't had to shield Jiang Linjuan, he might have survived. By the time Jiang Linjuan snapped out of his terror, the 3 beasts lay lifeless, drenched in their own blood. But Yu Hai's chest had been torn open, a gaping wound that left him beyond saving. Even in his final moments, Yu Hai smiled and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Yang Hong lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. It's the duty of a soldier. What were Xiao Hai's last words? He said he was finally able to protect his home like his brother, but he regretted that he wouldn't get the chance to play basketball with you again. Yang Hong's hand trembled violently, ash falling to the ground. He fought back tears. Xiao Hai did well. And thank you for protecting Dongyue Garrison City these past 5 years. Jiang Linjuan's expression shifted slightly but soon softened. Yang Hong quickly added, don't worry, only I know. If I hadn't found you unconscious in the city that day, I wouldn't have realized it was you safeguarding Dongyue. I don't know why you've chosen to keep your identity hidden, but I'll keep your secret. Just remember, your life carries Xiao Hai's share as well. With those words, Yang Hong strode out of the cemetery. Jiang Linjuan knelt to place a bouquet in front of the grave, gently brushing the dust off the headstone. I'll be leaving for a while, perhaps a long time before I can visit you again. But I'll carry your mission with me, protecting these mountains and rivers. The train streaked toward the capital at over 300 kilometers per hour. Through the window, Jiang Linjuan gazed at the mountains and tunnels rushing past. The once prosperous scenery had been replaced by scenes of devastation and ruin. His heart remained restless for a long time. A few hours later, the train slowly pulled into the northern station of the capital. The awakened individuals responsible for high-speed rail security silently breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the train arrive safely. What? I still can't go to school? Then where am I supposed to go? Jiang Linjuan asked in astonishment, standing at the station exit. You'll find out when you get there, Wayne Yin replied with a mysterious smile. There's still some time before school starts. During this period, someone will provide you with special training. I'll also make proper arrangements for your parents, so don't worry. With that, he left with Jiang Linjuan's parents. Still filled with questions, Jiang Linjuan got into another black sedan. The driver, wearing sunglasses and an expressionless face, ignored his attempts at conversation. This feels just like something out of a spy movie, Jiang Linjuan muttered to himself, eventually deciding to stay quiet and enjoy the view of the capital streets through the window. About an hour and a half later, the car stopped in front of an ancient-looking courtyard residence. Get out, the driver, wearing white gloves, finally spoke in a cold tone. Thank you, Jiang Linjuan said as he got out, carrying his backpack. He curiously examined the courtyard, which seemed exceptionally valuable in such a densely populated city. Just as he was wondering if this could be his master's residence, the driver honked the horn and drove away. The courtyard gate creaked open, and out stepped a handsome young man dressed in white martial arts attire. He wore a warm smile, his eyes clear and bright, as if he had walked straight out of a comic book. Hey, you must be the new junior disciple, the young man greeted enthusiastically, waving. I'm Ye Qingyan, rank 3rd. You can call me 3rd senior brother or Yanga. Hello, senior brother, Jiang Linjuan replied, shaking his hand. Ye Qingyan was secretly pleased by the junior's politeness. Finally, he wouldn't be the youngest anymore and wouldn't have to endure the whims of the 1st and 2nd senior brothers. Come on in, Ye Qingyan said, draping an arm around Jiang Linjuan's shoulder as they walked inside. Master overexerted himself a few days ago and needs rest to recover. For now, I'll be the one guiding you. Passing through the ornate gate, a spacious courtyard unfolded before them. 2 large trees of pomegranate, and a walnut spread their branches in the center. The stone slabs on the ground were etched with crisscrossing knife marks, evidence of their training ground. Surrounding the courtyard were the kitchen, bathroom, dining hall, and living quarters. This is a 3-section courtyard, but usually, it's just the two of us living here, Chang'an explained. This is Master's place. He doesn't stay here often. First and second senior brothers occasionally come by for a few days. This is essentially our sect's main base. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, you can cook, right? Seeing Jiang Linjuhan nod, Chang'an clapped his hands with a smile. Great. Starting tomorrow, cooking will be your responsibility. Good luck. This left Jiang Linjuhan utterly speechless. He had come here to learn sword techniques, but to his surprise, the first lesson turned out to be in the kitchen. Ha ha ha, junior brother, don't make that face, Chang'an said, noticing Jiang Linjuhan's frustration. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as he added, cooking is also part of cultivation. When I first arrived, I was just like you. But after getting disciplined by the eldest and second senior brothers, I learned my lesson. You don't want to try that, do you? No, I have no objections. Cooking is great, Jiang Linjuhan replied with an awkward laugh, thinking to himself that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chang'an led him to a spacious guest room. The room was fully furnished, complete with a private bathroom, a large bed, and various high-tech gadgets, making it quite comfortable. Jiang Linjuhan quickly unpacked his belongings, took a hot shower, and changed into fresh clothes. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed a new figure in the courtyard. By the stone table under the shade of a parasol, a long-haired girl in a blackened uniform was sitting with her back to him. The uniform looked familiar. It reminded him of the staff he had seen at the Tianwu testing center in Dongwei Guard City. It was a military uniform. She must be senior brother's girlfriend, he guessed silently. Sensing his gaze, the girl turned around. Her bangs were impeccably neat, her features sharp and defined, her skin fair, and her eyes piercing like cold stars. What stood out even more was her strikingly confident and charismatic demeanor. What a cool and elegant woman, Jiang Linjuhan thought to himself. The girl gave him a once-over, tilted her head slightly, and smiled faintly. You must be the junior brother. Come, have a seat. Jiang Linjuhan scratched his head as he walked over, hesitated for a moment, and then greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Linjuhan raised an eyebrow with an amused smile. Then, how about sister? Jiang Linjuhan quickly corrected himself. Do I look that old? Linjuhan narrowed her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of danger. Just as Jiang Linjuhan began to panic internally, Linjuhan leaned in and lowered her voice. Actually, I'm just pretending to be Qingjian's girlfriend. It's all for show. To be honest, he likes men. And you're quite good-looking, so you'd better watch out. Hearing this, Jiang Linjuhan instinctively moved to shield his backside, a wave of dread washing over him. At that moment, it was just the two of them in the courtyard. How he wished the monkey was here with him. Seeing his terrified expression, Linjuhan struggled to suppress her laughter. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Just endure it, it'll pass. As Jiang Linjuhan's face turned pale, Qingjian emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron adorned with cartoon prints. Huh, second sister. When did you get back? What, do you have a problem with that? Linjuhan playfully waved her fist before affectionately pinching Jiang Linjuhan's cheek. Junior brother just arrived today. As his senior sister, of course, I had to come and check on him. He's just too adorable. A woman dressed in black stepped into the courtyard and softly introduced herself to Jiang Linjuhan. I'm Linjuhan, your eldest senior sister. Second senior sister. Actually, a voice from the side promptly corrected. Linjuhan shot the speaker an annoyed glare. Hello, senior sister. Jiang Linjuhan responded obediently. Now that everyone's here, the eldest senior brother should be arriving soon. I'll head to the kitchen and whip up a couple more dishes. It's rare for our sect to gather like this, Qingjian said as he turned and walked toward the kitchen. At that moment, a piercing sound tore through the sky. Jiang Linjuhan looked up to see a streak of light cutting across the heavens, leaving a long trail behind a fighter jet. Moments later, a black speck plummeted straight down from the sky, its target unmistakably the courtyard. Jiang Linjuhan tensed instantly, stepping in front of Linjuhan protectively. His fists clenched tightly, and a faint crimson flickered in his eyes. Linjuhan, gazing at the tall figure shielding her, felt a wave of emotion and couldn't help but smile softly. Relax, it's just the eldest senior brother making his grand entrance. Qingjian called out with a laugh, poking his head out of the kitchen. He just loves showing off. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the dark figure was already nearing the ground. At a height of about 1,000 meters, the man struck downward several times midair, using the force to slow his descent before landing steadily in the courtyard. Only then did Jiang Linjuhan get a clear look at the man, a tall figure in his late 20s, wearing a deep blue uniform. His short, spiky hair and chiseled features exuded a commanding aura, and the massive Tumperlong Zanbato strapped to his back added to his imposing presence. Eldest senior brother, are you hurt? Ling Shuang asked, noticing the bloodstains on Yin Hui's clothes. Concern flickered in her eyes, though it was accompanied by a hint of mischief. It's nothing. Just got back from a mission, Yin Hui replied, unstrapping the Zanbato and leaning it against one of the corridor's pillars. His gaze shifted thoughtfully to Jiang Linjuhan. During his descent, he had sensed a chilling, killing intent, fleeting yet unmistakable. Sensing the need to ease the tension, Ling Shuang quickly introduced, "This is Jiang Linjuhan, the master's newest disciple. Nice to meet you, senior brother," Jiang Linjuhan said with a polite smile, his eyes briefly lingering on the Zanbato. Yin Hui nodded in acknowledgement before asking, "Interested in my weapon?" "No, just curious," Jiang Linjuhan replied hastily, waving his hands in denial. "Give it a try," Yin Hui said, his sharp eyes fixed on him. "You may be talented, but not just anyone gets to join our sect." Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Ling Shuang quickly interjected, "Don't take it the wrong way, junior brother. Eldest senior brother didn't mean it like that. Besides, this blade weighs over 2,000 pounds of only just awakened." "Fine, I'll try," Jiang Linjuan interrupted, rolling his shoulders and cracking his knuckles. Under their watchful eyes, he effortlessly lifted the massive Zanbato, casually tossing it into the air and catching it with ease. "Feels a bit light," he remarked nonchalantly. Yin Hui's expression stiffened as he watched his weapon being effortlessly played with like a toy in the hands of the new junior disciple. For a moment, he was dazed. Ling Shuang's delicate eyes flashed with astonishment, clearly aware of the extraordinary nature of their new junior brother. At that moment, Nie Qingyin walked out of the kitchen carrying a stainless steel bowl, still stirring with chopsticks inside it. Seeing the scene before him, he froze in place, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "Senior brother's blade is impressive," Jiang Linjuan said as he placed the horse-cutting saber back in its place, lightly clapping his hands. Yin Hui's intense gaze fixated on him, as if appraising a rare treasure. Ling Shuang found it amusing to see her senior brother showing such an unusual expression. She walked over to Jiang Linjuan and said with a smile, "If I didn't already know that you're in the artifact manipulation division, junior brother, I would have thought you were from the beast transformation division. This strength is even more remarkable than that of typical strength-based ability users. Born with divine strength," Yin Hui concluded after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Linjuan merely smiled, silently acknowledging the statement. "Dinner's ready." Nie Qingyin broke the tension in the room by tapping the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks, producing a crisp sound. Moments later, the four of them sat around the square table, facing a spread of dishes. Jiang Linjuan noticed how evenly all the ingredients were cut and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Nie, do you have OCD or something?" "This is part of training," Nie Qingyin explained with a smile. "From now on, the kitchen is your responsibility. Your cooking skills can be average, but the cuts must be precise. When you can slice vegetables as thin as a strand of hair, you'll be qualified." "Tastes awful," Ling Shuang grimaced after taking a bite of the shredded potatoes. "Your cooking isn't any better," Nie Qingyin retorted with a roll of his eyes before turning to Jiang Linjuan. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, "Junior brother, can you show us your ability?" Yin Hui, who had been focused on his meal, immediately looked up, his gaze intense as it locked onto Jiang Linjuan. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Jiang Linjuan shrugged and conjured a sheathed, ancient tang blade out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Instantly, a chilling aura of killing intent filled the room, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. "All right, junior brother, put that away. It's freezing in here," Nie Qingyin exclaimed, rubbing his arms as his breath turned into white mist in the cold air. Jiang Linjuan dismissed the gale blade, and the oppressive killing intent dissipated with it. Yin Hui, being the strongest among them, remained silent, deeply impressed by the overwhelming aura that far surpassed his own. Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of fear, her curiosity about this seemingly sunny junior brother growing stronger. Nie Qingyin reached for his tea to warm himself, only to find that the liquid in his cup felt as if it had turned to ice, sending another shiver through him. "Junior brother, your ability is really something. Free iced cola in the summer, how nice." As soon as the words left his mouth, the chopsticks in Ling Shuang's hand came down hard on Nie Qingyin's head. "Are you a pig? Iced cola? I think freezing you entirely would be better, might even keep you young forever." "Ow!" Nie Qingyin yelped, clutching his carefully styled hair with both hands in protest. "How many times have I told you? Don't hit my head. I can lose my head, I can bleed, but my hairstyle must stay intact." Ling Shuang's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Want me to shave your head bald? I guarantee it'll keep you cool." Nie Qingyin immediately caved, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. "Mercy, oh great heroine, I surrender." He glanced at the dishes on the table and seized the perfect excuse. "The food's gone cold. I'll go heat it up." With that, he grabbed the plates and made a hasty retreat to the kitchen. Linjuhan watched the scene unfold and shook his head silently. Poor guy. It seems he's suffered quite a bit under this senior sister's tyranny. Her demeanor really is reminiscent of a little devil. Taking advantage of the moment, Linjuhan began to give Linjuhan a detailed introduction to their sect. The eldest brother, Yin Hui, 29 years old, had reached a diamond 3-star level of strength with strength talent. His object-based ability, Starfire in the Cold Night, though not the most supreme in grade, was extremely rare. Paired with his Zanbato sword, it created a unique armor-penetrating effect, often bypassing opponents' defenses entirely. Second senior sister Linjuhan herself, age 26, held a platinum 8-star rank with an even rarer S-rank talent. Her object-based ability, Crescent Blade, was distinctive for its versatility, allowing her to switch seamlessly between 3 forms: twin blades, a small dagger, and a large sword. This adaptability made her suited for various combat scenarios, prompting Qin City to design 3 customized blade techniques just for her. Hearing this, Linjuhan couldn't help but marvel. An ability that can transform at will, truly ingenious. Third senior brother Qingyan, 24 years old, was a platinum 6-star with strength talent as well. His elegantly named ability, Snow Across 1,000 Mountains, was in reality a deadly weapon. Invisible flying knives, almost imperceptible, could silently claim lives. Even more terrifying was his ability to establish a mental link with the blades, allowing him to control them remotely, achieving the feat of taking a head from 1,000 miles away. Linjuhan clicked his tongue in awe. This seemingly harmless senior brother possesses such a fearsome ability. It gave him a new understanding. This world is never short of geniuses, but even with extraordinary talent, success requires relentless, day-by-day training. Only through hard work can one survive in this chaotic world. Yin Hui and Linjuhan's uniforms were from 2 of Lungwa's most secretive military corps, Destruction and Vigilance. Though many had heard of these 2 corps as an ordinary civilian, Linjuhan had never encountered them before, and information about them was scarce in the media. The Destruction Corps was Lungwa's most formidable combat force, gathering numerous elites and specializing in exploring and handling dimensional portals. Whenever a new portal appeared, they would be the first to respond. If the portal posed a threat to public safety, it would be forcibly destroyed. If it was in a remote area, it would be preserved. As Lungwa's sharpest blade, the Destruction Corps undertook the most dangerous missions, resulting in a high casualty rate. These unsung heroes silently sacrificed their lives to protect the nation. The Vigilance Corps, on the other hand, was like an indestructible shield, tasked with guarding the dimensional portals and fending off invading beasts. Their presence allowed ordinary citizens to live in peace. Their casualty rate was comparable to that of the Destruction Corps, as they too used their blood and lives to build an iron wall of protection for the people. The relative peace and stability Longwa enjoys today are owed entirely to the sacrifices of these nameless heroes. After dinner, something unexpected happened. Yin Hui, who was usually reserved, was the first to speak. He extended an invitation to Linjuhan to join Cui Cheng. Sitting nearby, Linjuhan's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness, and she immediately extended her own olive branch to Linjuhan. People really can't be compared. Qingyan complained with a pout. Why didn't anyone invite me back then? Linjuhan propped her chin up, a teasing smile playing on her lips. You're the only heir of the Nye family. With your family refusing to let you go, who would dare accept you, young master? Linjuhan, who had been drowsy moments ago, suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming as he glanced at Qingyan. Oh, is there something juicy? Qingyan's expression darkened, and he waved his hand with a bitter smile. Don't ask. I still have my pride. Disappointed by the lack of gossip, Linjuhan's face fell. He didn't give an immediate response to the 2 invitations. Instead, after some serious thought, he said, It's not the right time yet. I've only just awakened. Give me some time. If there's a place where I can be of use, I don't think I'll refuse. All right, I'll wait for you, Yin Hui said as he stood up. He pulled a small black pouch from his robe and placed it on the table, the sound of crisp clinks emanating from within. I have another task to attend to. I'm off. Linjuhan followed suit, taking out a pouch of her own. I didn't expect senior brother to prepare a gift for you as well. Junior brother, this is something I prepared just for you. I hope you'll grow stronger soon. That's so unfair. Qingyan protested indignantly, his voice dripping with jealousy. Why didn't I get anything back then? This is favoritism. I object. Linjuhan blew a playful kiss toward Linjuhan. Good luck, junior brother. I'll come check on you in a couple of days. With that, she swayed her slender waist and left the room. Just as Linjuhan saw Linjuhan off, Yin Hui unexpectedly returned, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. There's something classified I need to warn you about. Don't tell anyone. The beast tide in Dongyue Guard City was orchestrated. When our team arrived after receiving the intel, We found no trace of a foreign portal. Jiang Linjuhan's expression turned serious, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. We've preliminarily concluded that the Night Raiders have mastered the method to create temporary foreign portals. This would spell an even greater disaster for humanity. Without concrete evidence, the higher-ups are keeping it under wraps to prevent panic. Be cautious of the Night Raiders, they won't give up so easily. With that, Yin Hui left in haste. Jiang Linjuhan fell into deep thought. Just to capture him, the Night Raiders had orchestrated this entire scheme, causing countless deaths. He had witnessed young soldiers sacrificing themselves bravely and the terror of ordinary people facing the beasts. He had nearly said a final farewell to his parents. Ahem, so, junior brother. Nie Qingyan broke the silence, placing a sleek and stylish car key in front of Jiang Linjuhan. Senior brother didn't prepare a fancy gift for you. So this car is yours? Jiang Linjuhan gently pushed the car key back, an apologetic look on his face. Shixiang, you've prepared such a lavish meal, and I didn't bring any gift. Besides, I don't even have a driver's license. Giving me this car would be such a waste. Nie Qingyan didn't even glance at the key. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips. That's easy to fix. Just sign up at the driving school and use my name. You'll have your license in 3 days. Jiang Linjuhan had already guessed the contents of the black bag, but when he opened it, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was filled with spirit beads of varying grades. The lowest tier was silver, most were gold, and there were even a few platinum-grade ones scattered among them. The monetary value of these beads was enough to live extravagantly for a lifetime. A warm feeling rose in his chest. Apart from his parents, Mao Yuan, and the little witch, this was the first time someone had been so generous to him. Nie Qingyan patted him on the shoulder. Stop spacing out and get ready. It's your first time in the capital, so we'll show you some fun. But after today, don't expect to have it this easy again. Fun? What kind of fun? Jiang Linjuhan, who had remained inexperienced in both lives, blushed furiously and scrambled to his feet. I'll go wash the dishes first. An hour later, Nie Qingyan, driving a sleek and flashy sports car, brought Jiang Linjuhan to a towering skyscraper. Tossing the keys casually to the security guard at the entrance, Nie Qingyan adjusted his mask and baseball cap, looking every bit like someone up to no good. Jiang Linjuhan followed behind, his gaze occasionally drifting to the short-skirted women passing by, further solidifying a certain suspicion in his mind. However, when Nie Qingyan led him into the Tycoon arcade, the atmosphere took an abrupt turn. Nie Qingyan bought 2 baskets of game tokens, pushed one towards Jiang Linjuhan, and said enthusiastically, "Let's go. Time to catch some plush toys." Catch plush toys. Jiang Linjuhan almost dropped his jaw in disbelief, forcing a laugh. Shixiang, you're really young at heart. At a row of claw machines, Nie Qingyan was already fully immersed in the game. Jiang Linjuhan awkwardly stood to the side, regretting not wearing a mask before going out. The sight of 2 grown men catching plush toys was simply too much for him to handle. Damn it, missed again. Nie Qingyan muttered in frustration, slapping the button. Seeing Jiang Linjuhan still standing idly, he urged, "Why aren't you playing?" "On it. Just wanted to learn from your technique first." Jiang Linjuhan wished he could disappear into the floor. 10 minutes later, the scene was astonishing. A pile of plush toys had accumulated at Jiang Linjuhan's feet, while Nie Qingyan had only managed to catch a few sad ones. Even more baffling, Jiang Linjuhan seemed to succeed with every single attempt, as if he were cheating. Nie Qingyan looked at his junior brother with a pitiful expression. "Can you teach me?" "I swear I'm just grabbing randomly," Jiang Linjuhan said helplessly. "Maybe the machine is broken. Then why can't I catch anything?" Nie Qingyan sighed dejectedly. Jiang Linjuhan fell silent, wondering if this was just the fate of the chosen one. In the early hours, Nie Qingyan finally let Jiang Linjuhan go. The two handed out the plush toys they had won throughout the night to the children present, played through all the arcade games, and spent every last token they had. Stepping out of the building, Nie Qingyan removed his baseball cap and stood quietly in the center of the plaza, gazing at the deep, starry sky. His eyes carried an indescribable loneliness. Jiang Linjuhan stood silently nearby, sensing the moment. Every adult has their own story and way of releasing emotions, yet they often choose to bury everything deep inside, fearing their vulnerability might become fodder for gossip. 10 minutes later, Nie Qingyan lowered his head, shook his hair slightly, and said softly, "Thank you, little junior. No need to thank me. I had a great time today," Jiang Linjuhan replied with a smile. The two walked back to the courtyard in silence. Exhausted, Jiang Linjuhan collapsed into bed as soon as he entered his room and fell asleep. However, only a few hours later, at 6 in the morning, he was startled awake by Nie Qingyan knocking on his door. "Get up, little junior. Time for training." "Coming." Jiang Linjuhan called out as he stepped out of his room. "Not bad. You're up early?" Nie Qingyan remarked, gesturing toward the weapon rack in the courtyard with a serious expression. "Take each weapon and perform thrusting, stabbing, slashing, chopping, sweeping, flicking, cutting, and pushing 1000 times each. I'll demonstrate first. He picked up a wooden sword, and his demeanor changed instantly. The 8 moves flowed seamlessly, executed with precision. After finishing, he handed the wooden sword to Linjuhan. Senior, how long will it take to practice with all these weapons? And what's the significance of these drills? Linjuhan asked, eyeing the array of weapons with a reluctant expression. Start with the lightest wooden sword and work your way up to the heaviest blade. The goal is to understand the principle of wielding heavy objects as if they were light, and light objects as if they were heavy. No more questions, get started. Linjuhan mimicked the demonstration once through. Senior, are my movements correct? Qingyin was secretly impressed. Despite it being Linjuhan's first attempt, his form and essence were already on point, though slightly unrefined. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Qingyin replied, passable. Keep going. The entire morning, Linjuhan moved like a tireless machine, relentlessly repeating each move with unwavering determination. Qingyin sat under a parasol, watching his remarkably disciplined junior complete 8,000 swings per weapon. He couldn't help but marvel at Linjuhan's almost supernatural talent, strength, and perseverance. Little junior, your senior is hungry. It's time to make lunch, 4 dishes and a soup, please. Got it, I'll get started. Linjuhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, downed a cup of tea in one gulp, and headed off to prepare the meal. Linjuhan quickly completed the task of preparing 4 dishes and a soup. Qingyin carefully inspected the dishes on the table, using his chopsticks to poke at the unevenly cut carrot strips. He frowned and said, your knife skills need improvement. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, but the taste is decent. Let's eat for now. He added, after the meal, you'll have a half-hour break. In the afternoon, we'll focus on physical training. Only with a strong body can you store more spiritual energy, ensuring you won't hit a bottleneck during breakthroughs. Understood, senior brother. Linjuhan replied respectfully. Since he had come here to learn, he was determined to persevere no matter how tough or exhausting it got. By the afternoon, in the mountainous region near the imperial capital, 2 figures were sprinting along a winding road. Under the blazing sun, the roadside plants drooped lifelessly in the heat. Junior brother, wait up, Qingyin called out, panting heavily as he struggled to keep up. Who's supposed to be the platinum level here? This makes no sense. How can someone who's just awakened run faster than a rabbit? 3 hours later, Qingjin's forehead was covered in sweat, and his breathing was labored. Meanwhile, Linjuhan's pace remained steady, his speed unchanged, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. Hearing his senior brother's shout, he slowed down, pulled out a water bottle from his backpack, drank most of it, and poured the rest over his head. Qingyin leaned on Linjuhan's shoulder, gasping for air, and half-jokingly said, you're a freak. Is an SS-level talent really this incredible? We should send you to a research institute. Maybe the experts can study you and benefit humanity. Linjuhan handed him a bottle of water with a smile, silently calculating. Nearly 100 kilometers in 3 hours, and that was just at a normal pace. If I went all out, I might actually be able to run all the way back home. Tomorrow, we're increasing the training intensity. Qingyin gritted his teeth. What he had thought would be an easy mentorship turned out to be a humbling experience. He couldn't help but imagine, when junior brother grows stronger, he'll definitely shock everyone. By then, as his senior, he'll also gain some fame. Let's see if the old lady at home still dares to restrict my freedom. Senior brother, stop dreaming. You're smiling way too creepily. If you're too tired, just take a cab back. Linjuhan teased. Don't underestimate me. Qingyin quickly chased after him. For once, he was the senior brother and couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum. By the time Linjuhan returned to the courtyard, the sky had darkened, and Qingyin was nowhere to be seen. A mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, prompting him to drop his backpack and rush into the dining room. The table was laden with covered dishes, and he eagerly uncovered them one by one. The array of meat dishes instantly ignited his appetite. Ever since his last fainting episode, he had developed a particular craving for meat. Senior brother is so considerate, Linjuhan thought as he quickly washed his hands and began devouring the food. After the first bite, he was nearly moved to tears. This flavor, this satisfaction, it surpassed anything he had ever tasted. More importantly, the food's energy was transforming into gentle spiritual power within his body. This is beast meat, he suddenly realized. I've wasted so much by not eating the beasts I've hunted before. If not for the need to conceal his identity, he wouldn't have missed out on such a delicacy. Suddenly, he felt a faint sign of breaking through his current level. Motivated, he ate even more voraciously. Before long, he had cleared the entire table. Just as he licked the oil off his fingers and let out a satisfied burp, a voice filled with grievance came from the doorway. Junior brother, did you seriously not leave a single bite for me? Jiang Linchuan scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of guilt flashing across his face. This stuff was just too delicious, I couldn't stop myself. Senior brother, don't be mad. How about I make you something else to eat? Forget it. I'll just make do with instant noodles. Take care of yourself. Nie Qingyan muttered as he dragged his weary steps back to his room, sighing inwardly. Of course, it's delicious. That was expensive beast meat, and now there's none left for me. I could cry, but since it's my junior brother, they'll let it slide. Feeling remorseful, Jiang Linchuan cleaned up the table littered with scraps and then returned to his room to take a hot shower. Afterward, he sat cross-legged on his bed, took out a few golden-tier spirit orbs from his system space, and resolved to break through to a 4-star golden level in one go. Meanwhile, Nie Qingyan stood by his window, holding a cup of instant noodles, his gaze resting on Jiang Linchuan's door. With a fork in his mouth, he muttered softly, "Serves you right for not saving me any food. Consider this a tiny punishment." In truth, the beast meat contained violent energy that could enhance human physique, but overeating it wasn't necessarily a good thing. What Nie Qingyan didn't realize, however, was that with Jiang Linchuan's current physique, it posed no problem at all. The next morning, Jiang Linchuan stepped out of his room looking energized, having successfully broken through to 4-star golden level. It was all thanks to last night's meal. To make up for his actions, he prepared a hearty breakfast for Nie Qingyan. By the time Nie Qingyan woke up, Jiang Linchuan had already swung his blade 2,000 times in the courtyard. "Good morning, senior brother. Breakfast is ready for you," Jiang Linchuan greeted. "Not bad. Keep it up," Nie Qingyan replied lazily, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled toward the dining room. Around lunchtime, a group of burly men in black suits entered the courtyard one after another, each carrying a food box. They headed straight into the dining room and left quickly, completely ignoring Jiang Linchuan. This only deepened Jiang Linchuan's curiosity about his senior brother's identity, though he wasn't one to pry. "Junior brother, come eat," Nie Qingyan called out. The table was laden with beast meat brimming with spiritual energy. Jiang Linchuan immediately realized this was something Nie Qingyan had specially prepared for him. "It's nothing. We're brothers. No need to be so formal. Eat up. The intensity of your future training won't be easy," Nie Qingyan said with a wink and a meaningful smile. A month later, the sound of clashing weapons echoed through the courtyard. Nie Qingyan staggered back several steps before finally steadying himself. Tossing aside his battered steel blade, he groaned, "Enough! Enough! You monster!" Jiang Linchuan also dropped his broken blade and cupped his hands respectfully. "Thank you for the match, senior brother." His bare upper body revealed well-defined muscles and a strong, upright figure that exuded masculine energy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he poured tea for both of them. The past month had been fruitful and intense for Jiang Linchuan. Under the system's training, his combat abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. His relentless daily practice had left his hands calloused, and he had mastered the entry-level blade techniques taught by Nie Qingyan. With the nourishment of 2 meals of beast meat a day, combined with the spirit orbs gifted by Lingshuang and Yan Hui, he had successfully advanced to a 5-star golden level. Such rapid progress only fueled Jiang Linchuan's yearning for power. Although he occasionally kept in touch with his parents and Mao Yuan, these interactions were merely small reprieves from his otherwise uneventful life. Ever since Wayne Yin arranged for someone to cure his parents' chronic illnesses, their spirits had noticeably lifted. Without the burden of life's pressures, and with their son's successful awakening, the elderly couple found peace in recuperating, now simply looking forward to the day they could hold a grandchild. "Tomorrow marks the start of your semester. There's not much more I can teach you," Nie Qingyan said, looking intently at Jiang Linchuan, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Over the past month of spending nearly every moment together, the two had formed a deep bond of brotherhood. For someone as solitary as Nie Qingyan, such companionship was rare and precious. Moreover, their sparring sessions had significantly honed his own abilities. Jiang Linchuan raised his teacup and clinked it gently against Nie Qingyan's. "Thank you, senior brother, for your patient guidance over the past month. I'm deeply grateful. If you ever need anything, one call is all it takes. Even if it's the underworld, I'll walk through it with you." "All right, enough with the dramatics. Work hard," Nie Qingyan replied, downing his tea in one gulp, using the moment to hide the slight dampness in his eyes. "Bah, it's me who should be working harder." "Well then, senior brother, you'd better step up your game, or I might just catch up to you," Jiang Linchuan teased, patting his shoulder before heading to the kitchen to prepare a farewell meal for the brother who had been so devoted in teaching him. As the night deepened, the two unknowingly drank more than expected. With his low alcohol tolerance, Nie Qingyan soon passed out, leaving Jiang Linchuan to carry him back to his room. When Jiang Linchuan returned to his own room, he noticed a black suitcase that hadn't been there before. Opening it, he found an assortment of expensive clothing and watches. "This senior brother of mine," Jiang Linchuan sighed softly. While the world often speaks of the complexities of human nature, Nye Qingjian's sincerity was undeniable. Silently, Jiang Linjuhan made a vow in his heart. In this lifetime, he would protect him at all costs. On the first day of school, Jiang Linjuhan got ready early, carrying the black suitcase as he stepped out of his room. A groggy Nye Qingjian, still nursing his hangover, emerged, rubbing his temples. He joked. The clothes fit, right? Not bad. You're almost as dashing as your senior brother now. At Tianwu Academy, you'll definitely charm a whole crowd of junior girls. The legend I left behind will be yours to carry on. They're very comfortable. Thank you, senior brother, Jiang Linjuan replied, his demeanor now exuding a sharper, more confident aura. Let's go. I'll drive you to the academy. Are you sure you're up for it in your current state? Don't get caught for drunk driving. You drive. Nye Qingjian retorted. Thanks to Nye Qingjian's insistence, Jiang Linjuan had managed to obtain his driver's license within just 3 days. The luxury sports car, worth tens of millions, had already been transferred to his name. A swift and decisive arrangement by Nye Qingjian that left no room for refusal. Yet, Jiang Linjuan felt no attachment to such material possessions. In a world where strength dictated status, one could easily amass immense wealth by hunting a few high-level beasts. Compared to that, a few spiritual pearls held far greater value. But above all, what was most priceless was this bond of brotherhood, a sentiment even more precious than life itself. Tianwu Academy is located in the northern part of the imperial capital, sprawling across an enormous area with complete and advanced facilities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a self-sufficient city. Every corner of the campus reflects the dedication and effort of predecessors in cultivating talent for Longhua and helping the nation establish its footing in a turbulent world. At this moment, 36 dragon-carved pillars towered into the sky, encircling the entrance plaza, which was bustling with people. New students gazed up at the two characters, Tianwu, etched into the stone wall, their eyes gleaming with hope and ambition. For them, stepping through this gateway symbolized a leap into a brighter future, full of promise. Luxury cars passed one after another in front of the campus gates. As Jiang Linjuan and Nye Qingjian stepped out of one, they immediately drew the attention of a group of female students. Senior, you should head back. I can handle this myself, Jiang Linjuan said. Nye Qingjian frowned slightly as he set down the suitcase for him. Are you sure you want to stay in the dorms? I have an apartment nearby. No need, Jiang Linjuan replied with a smile, taking the suitcase. I'm here to train, not to enjoy life. What if I lose my focus and get carried away in comfort? Those things aren't mutually exclusive, Nye Qingjian sighed. Fine, if you're set on this. Just remember, call me if you run into any trouble. There's nothing in the imperial capital I can't handle. Don't start trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. I hardly know anyone here. What trouble could I possibly get into? See you. Jiang Linjuan waved goodbye, dragging his suitcase toward the campus gates. Nye Qingjian stood there for a while, watching Jiang Linjuan's figure disappear into the crowd. After politely declining a group of young women asking for his contact information, he got back into his car and merged into the traffic, vanishing in moments. Jiang Linjuan weaved through the crowd, the youthful faces around him stirring memories of his own youthful days. Ignoring the friendly glances sent his way, he straightened his posture and searched for the registration area. Thanks to his tall stature, he quickly spotted a bright red sign with his name on it. What is this? Did Mr. Wayne Yin arrange this? He muttered to himself, rolling his eyes. Well, I guess I'm famous now. At the registration desk sat a slender girl with a sweet, delicate face. The male students ahead of Jiang Linjuan were all blushing, clearly brainstorming ways to strike up a conversation with this beautiful senior. Chang'an was feeling increasingly irritable. The oppressive heat of the crowded area only made things worse. She forced herself to remain composed, using a gentle tone to assist the overly eager freshmen with their registration. If not for a promise to her best friend and roommate, she would have been in her dorm, enjoying the air conditioning and binge-watching her favorite shows. After rejecting yet another clumsy attempt at small talk, Chang'an fanned herself with a piece of A4 paper, longing for some fresh air. Suddenly, a tall and elegant figure appeared before her, catching her attention. Her eyes lit up. This long shift wasn't a waste after all. Meeting such a high-quality junior made it worthwhile. If he made a move to chat, she definitely wouldn't turn him down. Hello, senior. Here are my documents, Jiang Linjuan said, handing over his credentials. Chang'an accepted them with both hands, a smile forming on her lips. But as she glanced at the name on the documents, her expression froze. You're Jiang Linjuan? Yes, senior. Is there a problem? He asked calmly. Sure, let me register you, Chang'an said, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. She silently regretted agreeing to help at the registration desk. When she handed the registered documents back to Jiang Linjuan, Chang'an quickly stepped out from behind the desk. Wait, Jiang Linjuan. Do you know where to collect your daily necessities? No, could you show me, senior? Jiang Linjuhan looked at the overly enthusiastic senior with a puzzled expression. 1-1. Can you cover for me? Tang Xiaonan hastily passed her work to the girl beside her and pulled Jiang Linjuhan away from the crowd. As soon as they were out, she let go of his hand, worried her best friend might misunderstand. Along the way, Tang Xiaonan enthusiastically introduced the layout of Tianwu Academy. The campus was picturesque, with unique architectural styles and fresh air imbued with a rich spiritual energy that left one feeling refreshed and at ease. As they walked, Jiang Linjuan noticed how quiet it was around them. Senior, isn't this path a bit off the main route? It should be bustling with activity on the first day of school. This is a shortcut, Tang Xiaonan said, putting her hands on her hips and trying to appear nonchalant. What, are you afraid I'll kidnap you? No, just curious. Jiang Linjuan replied with a sheepish smile. After walking a bit further, Tang Xiaonan suddenly stopped. Wait here. I'll go grab your daily necessities for you. Before Jiang Linjuan could object, she hurried off. While waiting alone, Jiang Linjuan took in his surroundings. In front of him was a crystal-clear artificial lake, where colorful ornamental fish swam leisurely. The lake was bordered by weeping willows, their green branches brushing the water's surface, and beneath them, benches were scattered for people to rest. Hey, could you help me tie my hair? A melodious voice broke the silence. Jiang Linjuan turned around and was momentarily stunned. Sitting on a bench was a girl dressed in sporty casual wear, radiating youthful charm. She was curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, her chin resting lightly on them. Her cascading hair shimmered like a waterfall, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled like crystals. Her breathtaking appearance made Jiang Linjuan feel as though he had stepped into a dream. The girl looked up at him, her alluring red lips pouting slightly, her gaze soft and imploring. Far away in Pengcheng, Mao Yuan sneezed and instinctively adjusted the collar of his short-sleeved shirt. He glanced up at the scorching sky, yet inexplicably felt a chill. How can it feel cold on such a hot day? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a mischievous grin spread across his face. By now, Xiao Chuan and the little witch should have met, right? Haha, I hope Xiao Chuan can handle her that way. She won't come and torment me anymore. Sacrificing for a brother, after all. His peculiar laughter caused people around him to avoid him like the plague. A parent, holding her daughter's hand, quickly walked away with a look of disdain. No matter how prestigious Bashir Academy is, how can they even admit lunatics? Stay away from people like that, my dear, she warned her daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuan was forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace as he faced Shen Xintong. What are you doing here in Tianwu? Mao Ho didn't even tell me. If Mao Ho had told you, would you have come to Tianwu? Shen Xintong shot back. Of course not. The words slipped out before Jiang Linjuan could stop himself, and he instantly regretted it, wishing he could slap himself twice. He groaned inwardly, great, just great. Now who knows how the little witch is going to torment me? It's all that troublemaker Mao Ho's fault. Is it too late to drop out of school? Shen Xintong's expression darkened, her voice tinged with a hint of hurt. Do you really hate seeing me that much? Seeing her pitiful look, Jiang Linjuan felt a pang in his heart. He reached out to gently tousle her soft hair. How could I not want to see you? I was just joking. It's been so many years I've dreamed of seeing you again. The familiar gesture stirred up the longing Shen Xintong had suppressed for so long. She threw herself into Jiang Linjuan's arms, holding tightly to the boy she had missed day and night. His familiar scent and stronger frame than she remembered made her feel intoxicated. Ever since hearing about the beast tide in Dongwei Guard City, she had been unable to eat or sleep. Later, when she learned from Mao Ho that Jiang Linjuan had fallen unconscious, she had desperately wanted to rush to his side but feared it might be their final meeting. Only after confirming he was safe and sound did she finally relax, sleeping for 2 days and nights straight to recover. I'm just glad you're okay. You have no idea how worried I was, she whispered softly. The warmth and fragrance of the girl in his arms stirred something inside Jiang Linjuan. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, he reassured her gently, see? I'm standing right here in front of you, perfectly fine. Shen Xintong's lips curved into a faint smile as she quietly savored the rare moment of reunion. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuan's mind drifted back to a memory from 8 years ago. He had been just 8 years old then, newly arrived in this world and filled with fear of the unknown. A little Shen Xintong had handed him a delicately wrapped gift box. Brother Linjuan, this is your birthday present for me. Open it when you get home, okay? The gift had brought a rare warmth to Jiang Linjuan's heart. Sneaking back to his room, he opened the box, only to be startled by a lifelike toy snake inside. He almost threw the box away in shock. Once he recovered, he couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is so mischievous. But the fact that she thought of giving me a gift is already pretty sweet. Good thing I don't have a heart condition otherwise. I might have been scared to death. Just as he was about to discard the box, he heard the sound of something rattling inside. Oh, so the real gift is hidden underneath. What a clever little trickster. With great excitement, Linjuhan unwrapped the second layer of the gift. But suddenly, a dark shadow darted out. A real snake bit his lips abruptly. His vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. When he woke up in the hospital, he saw Shintong sitting by his bedside, her eyes red from crying. Instead of blaming her, he spent a long time comforting her. Thankfully, the snake was non-venomous. When he was 9, even though he had become more cautious, Linjuhan was still fooled by Shintong's innocent and adorable appearance. She had carefully disguised a dry well, and Linjuhan accidentally fell in. It wasn't until late at night that the residents of the apartment complex found and rescued him. Although the well wasn't very deep and he only suffered minor scrapes, he didn't report Shintong. He simply said he had fallen in while playing carelessly. He understood that Shintong's actions stemmed from her loneliness. Her parents were always busy with work and had little time for her. Besides, he didn't want to argue with a child. At the age of 10, the Shin family prospered and moved to a better base city, Chizhou. Before leaving, Shintong tearfully gave Linjuhan a pink piggy bank as an early birthday gift. Right in front of her, Linjuhan shook it vigorously and heard the pleasant clinking of coins inside, thinking she had finally turned over a new leaf. However, when he smashed it open, along with the coins, a swarm of cockroaches scurried out, instantly infesting the entire room. While he wasn't terrified, the disgusting sight left a deep psychological scar on him. Linjuhan wasn't the only victim of her pranks. Mao Yuan, for instance, suffered a peculiar aftereffect from one of the little troublemaker's antics. Although they lost contact after Shintong moved away, she never failed to send special gifts for their birthdays, forcing the two boys to stick together in mutual support, trembling under her shadow. Of course, she occasionally sent normal gifts, like a hair tie, though she insisted Linjuhan always keep it on him, saying it might come in handy someday. Should I set up a video call with Mao Yuan and let him see what the little troublemaker looks like now? I wonder if he'd faint in the bathroom from sheer terror. Linjuhan thought to himself, plotting revenge on Mao Yuan while still holding Shintong in his arms. About 10 minutes later, Shintong wriggled and playfully complained. Let go already, it's so hot. You were the one who hugged me first. Linjuhan reluctantly released her. As the warmth and softness slipped away, he suddenly realized, oh no, I actually hugged the little troublemaker. Am I asking for trouble? Shintong straightened her wrinkled clothes, her face slightly flushed. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her shirt, and said, help me tie my hair. Sure. Linjuhan walked behind her, took the hair tie off his wrist, and gently gathered her smooth, silky hair into a high ponytail. It was a habit they had shared since childhood, only interrupted when the Shin family moved away. After so many years, the familiar action felt like it had just happened yesterday. Shintong shook her head, pulled out her phone to check her reflection, and complained. Your hair tying skills are still awful. Ahem. As long as you look pretty, who cares? Linjuhan quickly flattered her, afraid of angering the little troublemaker. Shintong chuckled lightly and patted his shoulder. Smart answer. Come on. Senior sister will treat you to some food. Is it actual food? Linjuhan asked nervously, still haunted by memories of her treats. Shintong glared at him with puffed cheeks before turning to leave. Hey, don't go. I haven't picked up my essentials yet. Linjuhan hurried after her. Humph. Nan will deliver them to your dorm, Shintong replied without looking back. Tang Xiaonan carried a large bag in each hand, her sweet face clouded with frost. She strode across the campus with determined steps, brushing off anyone who tried to strike up a conversation with her, snapping back without hesitation. Some best friend she is stitching me for a guy is bad enough, but making me her porter on top of that. She fumed silently as she walked. She headed straight for the boys' dormitory, and without a word, she barged into Linjuhan's room. She dropped the heavy bags onto the floor with a loud thud, and even stomped on them angrily for good measure. Her dramatic entrance left the two boys in the room completely dumbfounded. One was a tall, slender, scholarly-looking guy engrossed in a book. The other was a short, flamboyant emo type, sporting a leather jacket covered in studs. A line of shiny earrings adorned his ear as he fussed with his signature hairstyle in front of the mirror. The emo boy, noticing the unexpected visit from a pretty girl, immediately flicked his bangs aside, put on what he thought was a charming smile, and pulled out his phone. Hey gorgeous, mind adding me on WeChat? He asked as he stepped forward. Tang Xiaonan, still fuming, whipped around and snapped, add your sister. Get lost. With that, she turned on her heel and walked out, leaving the emo boy scratching his head in confusion before turning back to the mirror to continue fixing his hair. Just then, Tang Xiaonan's phone rang. Seeing that it was her best friend Shintong calling, she almost declined the call but hesitated. After all, her friend was thinking about her even while on a date. Maybe her anger should subside. Nan, come to the cafeteria for a meal me treat. Shin Shintong's cheerful voice came through. Wait for me. I'll make sure to eat my fill and then some. Tang Xiaonan instantly reverted to her usual sweet and gentle self, smiling as she replied. Meanwhile, Zhang Linchuan and Shun Shintong were walking side by side down the path. It had been years since their last meeting, and though there was much they wanted to say, neither spoke. Shin Shintong occasionally stole glances at Jiang Linchuan's profile, her heart stirring with unspoken emotions. She wished this moment could last forever. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Jiang Linchuan asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze. How would you know I'm looking at you unless you're looking at me? Shin Shintong retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly. The little girl from back then has grown into quite the beauty. It's only natural to take a few extra glances. By the way, when did you awaken? Jiang Linchuan smoothly changed the subject. At the mention of this, Shin Shintong immediately perked up. I awakened 2 years ago. I trained with my elders for a year, and have been at Tianwu Academy for another year. Let me show you my ability. She clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture, and specks of golden light began to flow from within her, gathering in front of her chest to form an ornate longbow. A commanding aura radiated from it. This golden bow was engraved with intricate runes, its grip wrapped in soft, pristine white animal hide. Each end of the bow was adorned with a pair of translucent wings, and the limbs were embellished with sharp blades. Shin Shintong introduced with a smile, artifact-based ability, the Elf Queen's Kiss. Golden 3-star. Jiang Linchuan was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but quickly came to terms with it. After all, the Shin family was incredibly wealthy, and resources for cultivation would naturally be abundant. So, it turns out the person with the SSS talent recruited by Tianwu last year was you? How did Brother Linchuan know that? Shin Shintong blinked in confusion. Not many people were aware of this information. I guessed, Jiang Linchuan said casually. A beautiful girl like you is bound to have extraordinary talent. Hee. At the cafeteria entrance, Tang Xiaonan approached and joined the two of them. She cast a teasing glance at them, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Shin Shintong, trying to hide her embarrassment, lightly scratched her, and the two girls walked into the cafeteria arm in arm. The Tianwu cafeteria was massive, 5 stories tall, with each floor offering an array of delectable dishes. As the trio stepped through the entrance, they caused a stir. Shin Shintong, being such a stunning beauty, instantly drew countless greedy gazes. Some people were so entranced they didn't even notice when their food ended up in their noses. Shin Shintong, long accustomed to such attention, remained composed, chatting with Tang Xiaonan about today's menu. Jiang Linchuan quietly followed behind, playing the role of a bodyguard, feeling inexplicably annoyed by the lustful stares directed at her. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Overjoyed, Jiang Linchuan dashed forward and appeared in front of the person in an instant, calling out sweetly, Mom! Shin Shintong and Tang Xiaonan barely registered his sudden movement before Jiang Linchuan vanished from sight. When they located him again, they exchanged shocked glances. Shintong, are you sure your boyfriend just awakened his abilities? Tang Xiaonan asked incredulously. He did. And stop, it's not my boyfriend yet. Shin Shintong's cheeks flushed crimson, making her even more captivating. Come on. Let's go see what could make him leave such a beauty behind. Tang Xiaonan pulled her along toward Jiang Linchuan. You rascal. It's only been a month, and I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Xueqing teased with a laugh, her eyes brimming with joy. Mom, I almost didn't recognize you either. If we went out together now, people would think we were siblings, Jiang Linchuan said, his eyes misting with emotion. His mother's appearance had changed significantly. Her once gray hair had turned jet black, and her rough skin had become smooth and radiant, making her look like she was in her early 30s. Stop with the flattery. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Anything you make, I love. Where's Dad? He's helping out at the campus maintenance department. He just finished eating and went back. Hello, Aunt Qing. Shin Shintong greeted nervously as she approached Jiang Linchuan, feeling as if she were meeting her future mother-in-law for the first time. Wang Xueqing, who was serving food, looked up and froze for a moment before regaining her composure. Oh my, whose daughter is this? She's so beautiful. Mom, this is Shintong, Jiang Linchuan explained with a smile. Which Shintong? Wang Xueqing looked even more puzzled. The Shin families. Wang Xueqing suddenly understood, hurriedly stepping out from behind the counter to warmly take Shin Shintong's hand. No wonder you looked familiar. It's been so many years, and Shintong has grown up so beautifully. Shin Shintong let her hold her hand, responding sweetly, I've missed you so much, and I've missed your cooking too. Her words were heartfelt. Back in the day, she often enjoyed meals at Jiang Linchuan's house, and Wang Xueqing always saved the best for her. It was a taste she would never forget. Yes, it'll be ready in just a moment. Wang Xueqing replied promptly, turning back toward the cafeteria kitchen. She quickly and skillfully piled food onto the plate until it was heaping. Mom, that's not fair. I was here first. Jiang Linjuhan stood to the side, his tone tinged with jealousy. Shin Shintong watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile, a warm feeling blooming in her heart. Is that enough? Wang Xueqing asked as she continued adding food to the plate. It's more than enough. I can't eat all this. Shin Shintong threw a pleading glance at Jiang Linjuhan, only to find him watching with an amused grin. If you can't finish, this rascal can help. Wang Xueqing laughed, then suddenly added, oh, and you're all grown up now. You can't share one bowl of food like you did as kids. Shin Shintong's cheeks flushed at the comment, and she stole a glance at Jiang Linjuhan. Seeing his lack of reaction, she felt a flicker of irritation. Mom, girls care about their figure these days. Just serve me. I'm starving. Is there a big bowl? Bring me a big bowl. Jiang Linjuhan interjected. A big bowl? Wang Xueqing pointed a ladle at her son. If you can't finish it, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. After several reassurances from Jiang Linjuhan, Wang Xueqing finally brought out a large metal bowl to serve his meal. It couldn't be helped ever since he'd gotten used to eating ferocious beast meat. Regular food barely satisfied his body's needs, so he had to rely on sheer quantity. The cafeteria began to fill up with more students, and Wang Xueqing hurried her son to find a table. Carrying the oversized bowl of food, Jiang Linjuhan ignored the curious stares and sat down at a table. Not long after, Chang'an returned with a bowl of vermicelli soup. She glanced at Jiang Linjuan's massive bowl, then at her own modest serving, momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Shin Shintong burst into laughter, unable to straighten up. Jiang Linjuhan, with a deadpan expression, said, What are you laughing at? Eat. Half an hour later. Linjuhan, you're famous. Shin Shintong handed her phone to him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Jiang Linjuhan glanced up to see a trending post on the campus forum titled, Shocking. The king of eating emerges in the cafeteria. Shun the campus bell overshadowed. The accompanying photo showed him engrossed in his meal. Chang'an quickly slipped away, relieved she hadn't been captured in the shot. After the meal, Shin Shintong showed Jiang Linjuhan around the campus. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that she walked him to his dorm building. From the upper floors, a chorus of howls erupted as the new students witnessed the scene. Blushing, Shin Shintong gave Jiang Linjuhan a quick hug before running off. Upstairs, teasing voices rang out, Bro, you're a legend. Just arrived and already won over the campus bell. Which room are you in? Teach us your ways sometime. Jiang Linjuhan ignored the racket and followed the signs to find his dorm room. Before Jiang Linjuhan even reached the door to the dormitory, the deafening sound of heavy metal music echoed through the hallway. He noticed his fellow students in the corridor glaring angrily at the door of room 301, their brows tightly furrowed. The moment he pushed open the door, the scene inside left him stunned. It was as if a bizarre silent film was playing out before his eyes. A flamboyant guy with multicolored dyed hair and a leather jacket was twisting his body in an exaggerated manner, writhing on a chair like a fish out of water. On the nearby bed sat a hulking man nearly 2 meters tall, snapping his fingers and tapping his foot to the beat, his head shaking wildly like a bobblehead doll. The strangest sight of all was a bespectacled, scholarly-looking guy sitting quietly at the desk, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. Without a word, Jiang Linjuhan walked over and switched off the stereo. The music abruptly stopped, and both the flamboyant guy and the large man froze mid-motion. Hey, who said you could turn off the music? The flamboyant guy protested, reaching out to turn it back on. But before he could, Jiang Linjuhan grabbed his wrist in an iron grip. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. You're pretty bold, huh? Big guy, teach him a lesson. The flamboyant guy snarled through gritted teeth, still trying to act tough despite the pain. The hulking man stood up upon hearing this, ready to act. But Jiang Linjuhan moved like lightning, clamping a hand around his throat. With astonishing ease, he lifted the more than 200-pound man off the ground, as if he were holding a mere chick. The flamboyant guy was instantly dumbfounded, though he tried to maintain a defiant front. At that moment, the bespectacled student finally closed his book and stood up to mediate. We're all roommates here. Let's not get physical, he said calmly. Jiang Linjuhan cast him a cold glance. It might not bother you, but that noise disrupts my rest. He had no intention of letting anyone walk all over him on his first day. The hulking man's face was turning a deep shade of purple as he desperately pounded on Jiang Linjuan's arm, to no avail. Seeing that he was on the verge of passing out, the bespectacled student urgently pleaded, Let him go. You'll kill him. Do you yield? Jiang Linjuhan directed his piercing gaze at the flamboyant guy, a chilling red glint flashing in his eyes. I yield, stammered the flamboyant guy, trembling uncontrollably under Jiang Linjuan's terrifying stare, nearly losing control of himself. Only then did Jiang Linjuhan release his grip. The hulking man collapsed to the ground, gasping and retching. Turning to see that his bed had already been neatly made, Jiang Linchuan nodded in thanks to the bespectacled student. It was nothing, the student replied with a polite smile. You have 5 minutes to clean yourself up, Jiang Linchuan said to the flamboyant guy, who was still clutching his sore wrist. Whether we get along from now on depends on your choices. Without another word, the flamboyant guy grabbed a small bag from the cabinet and bolted into the bathroom. In the spacious four-person dorm room, Jiang Linchuan lay back on his bed and closed his eyes to rest, while the bespectacled student resumed reading, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the hulking man, still curled up on the floor, stared at Jiang Linchuan in sheer terror, his mind consumed by a single thought. I just want to go home. 5 minutes later, a completely transformed young man emerged from the restroom. The heavy smoky makeup was gone, revealing his delicate features, and the signature flashy leather jacket had disappeared as well. He cautiously approached Jiang Linchuan's bedside, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. Does this look okay to you? Jiang Linchuan opened his eyes and scrutinized him, his gaze lingering on the messy hairstyle with a slight frown. Noticing this, the young man quickly explained, it's so late that all the barbershops are closed. I promise, they'll get it cut tomorrow. Does anyone have a knife? Jiang Linchuan suddenly asked. The young man turned pale instantly and stumbled back a couple of steps, stammering, what are you going to do? I swear I've realized my mistake. The burly man, catching Jiang Linchuan's gaze, frantically shook his head. However, the scholarly-looking man calmly retrieved a fruit knife from the cabinet. Before he could say a word, the blade was already in Jiang Linchuan's hand. Don't move. Jiang Linchuan skillfully twirled the knife between his fingers. Close your eyes and stay still. If you move, I can't promise you won't lose something important. The young man shut his eyes in despair. Moments later, he felt a cool sensation on his head, accompanied by the sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air. After a short while, Jiang Linchuan put the knife away and clapped his hands in satisfaction. All right, now we can have a proper conversation. Realizing he was unharmed, the young man burst into tears of relief. He touched his head. His flamboyant, unconventional hairstyle had been transformed into a neat buzz cut. The scholarly man was the first to pull up a chair and sit down, followed by the others. The burly man, however, made sure to keep his distance from Jiang Linchuan, while the freshly buzzed young man still appeared visibly shaken. Why don't we properly introduce ourselves? The scholarly man smiled, breaking the silence. I'll go first. My name is Tianwu, 18 years old, from Jiangxing in Beijing province. My ability is a mental-type power mind's eye. My family runs a herbal medicine business, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. Jiang Linchuan gave him a second, more thoughtful glance. The mind's eye ability not only allowed control over others' mental states, but also provided foresight into one's own future. Those with such abilities were often referred to as seers among the awakened. Dinji, the burly man spoke next. From Beimagang County, Wuzhezhang Province. I'm a member of a minority group. My ability is a beastification type power black-toothed bear. As he spoke, he pulled some yak jerky out of his bag and handed it around, adding, my family runs a livestock farm with plenty of cattle and sheep. Finally, it was the freshly buzzed young man's turn. Yu Xiaowen, from Linan City. My ability is a plant-based power moon orchid condensation. My family's in international trade. His rebellious demeanor, it seemed, stemmed not only from being spoiled by his family, but also from the nature of his ability. Yu Xiaowen had always fantasized about awakening a powerful ability. When he finally did, he indeed acquired a formidable power healing. This plunged him into deep distress. The thought of a grown man delicately healing others, like holding a pink orchid, was too much for him to bear. He couldn't even look at himself, and decided to give in to self-pity. Jiang Linchuan, chewing on a piece of yak jerky, introduced himself simply, Jiang Linchuan, from Dongyue Guard City. My ability is a blade. Our dorm's got a solid setup, Tianwu said with a grin, analyzing, tank, DPS, support, healer, we've got it all. Call me a healer one more time, Yu Xiaowen said with a resentful tone, sounding like a bitter woman from an old drama. Jiang Linchuan teased, what's wrong with being a healer? Besides, it's your ability. If you don't want to be a pure healer, why not be a poisonous one? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Yu Xiaowen's eyes lit up as if had found a new purpose in life. Who says healers have to obediently heal? I refuse. By the way, sorry about earlier, Jiang Linchuan apologized. No worries, sometimes you only get to know someone after a fight, Yu Xiaowen and Dingji quickly replied. Everyone should get some rest, Jiang Linchuan reminded them. Tomorrow, military training starts, and it's not your typical training. He had heard from Ye Qingyan that the training content changed every year, was extremely rigorous, and even carried the risk of death. Those who failed would be expelled from Tianwu. Wait a second, Yu Xiaowen interrupted. We haven't chosen a dorm leader yet. No need, Jiang Linchuan said decisively. In terms of strength and age, I'm the oldest born in March. In January, Ding Ji mumbled softly. Speak up, I didn't catch that, Jiang Linjuhan said, pretending to clear his ear. Ding Ji broke out in a cold sweat and quickly held up 2 fingers. I misspoke. In November. November. That's more like it, Jiang Linjuhan said. Then it's settled. I'm the eldest, Tao Ru is second, Yu Xiaowen is third, and you're the youngest. With that, he grabbed his toiletries and went into the bathroom. Yu Xiaowen ran his hand over his buzz cut, looking dejected. Great, no more stylish hair. How am I supposed to attract girls now? Tao Ru handed him a mirror. I think you're even more charming like this. It's because I'm so handsome, Yu Xiaowen said smugly, admiring himself in the mirror. Suddenly, he remembered earlier. But that guy's blade skills were terrifying. I thought I was going to be sliced into pieces. Ding Ji nodded furiously in agreement. Enough talk. Get ready for bed, Tao Ru said, gesturing toward the bathroom before lying on his bed with a book. Bored, Yu Xiaowen climbed to the top bunk and put on his headphones to listen to music. When Jiang Linjuhan came out of the bathroom, his phone buzzed. The message was from someone with a cartoon angel avatar, a witch using an angel icon. What a joke, he muttered, reading the message. Good night, Linjuhan, followed by a playful emoji. He replied with a simple good night, before bombarding Mao Yuan with messages to demand an explanation. Mao Yuan, however, promptly blocked him. Just you wait, Mao Monkey, Jiang Linjuhan said with an amused smirk. If you knew how stunning the little witch has become, you'd regret it so much. Picturing her radiant smile, he felt momentarily lost in thought. Little witch, what am I going to do with you? Then, he suddenly remembered the threatening letter. Knowing her personality, she would never play such a prank. That left only one possibility, it was from one of her admirers. The next morning, Jiang Linjuhan woke up abruptly from a dream. His forehead damp with cold sweat, had dreamed of the little witch. What's all the noise about? It's so early, Yu Xiaowen mumbled groggily as he turned over, likely still thinking he was at home. On the other side of the bed, Ding Ji was sound asleep, his blanket kicked down onto the desk below. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of snoring. Had a nightmare? Tao Ru asked with concern, sitting up on his bed. Sorry for disturbing your rest. You can go back to sleep, Jiang Linjuhan apologized. It's fine. I usually wake up around this time anyway. I'm used to it, Tao Ru replied as he neatly folded his blanket. Jiang Linjuhan glanced at the faint light outside the window and felt no desire to go back to sleep. After a quick wash, he changed into the custom-made military training uniform of Tianwu Academy. Let's go together, Tao Ru said after finishing his preparations. The two quietly left the dormitory. The campus was already bustling with students engaging in morning exercises. This was exactly the atmosphere Jiang Linjuhan had anticipated at Tianwu Academy here. Talent was merely the foundation. The real competition lay in who worked harder. Those who slacked off would inevitably be left behind. Want a race? Tao Ru suggested while stretching. Sure. Loser treats breakfast, Jiang Linjuhan agreed with a grin. The two took their positions at the starting line on the track. As the countdown ended, Tao Ru shot off like an arrow. But Jiang Linjuhan, starting a beat later, effortlessly caught up within moments. He maintained a steady pace alongside Tao Ru, seemingly testing how far his opponent could push himself. Tao Ru tried to accelerate several times, but couldn't shake off Jiang Linjuhan. This only fueled his competitive spirit. Their race quickly drew the attention of onlookers. Wow, the freshmen this year are on another level. Their speed is insane. They're reaching this pace with pure stamina? I'm a gold rank, and even I can't keep up with them. Relax, they can't possibly keep this up for long. 50 laps, and that meant they had already run a full 20 kilometers, all at a sprinting pace. Tao Ru's stamina was clearly dwindling, but seeing Jiang Linjuhan still running with ease, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. In the distance, Tang Xiaonan was munching on a meat bun, astonished. Tong, your boyfriend is incredible. He's nothing like the weak and sickly kid you described. Xintong, dressed in a light blue tracksuit with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, elegantly sipped her soy milk. A bit of the drink clung to her rosy lips, making her look particularly endearing. I'm not sure either. Maybe it's just natural talent. Ugh, Tang Xiaonan rolled her eyes, puffing her cheeks as she continued to munch on her meat bun indignantly. After completing 50 laps, Tao Ru had reached his limit. His vision was blurred, his breathing erratic, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. He was pushing forward purely on willpower. Let's call it a tie, Jiang Linjuhan suggested, noticing Tao Ru's condition and coming to a stop. I lost, Tao Ru admitted, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. It took him a while before he could squeeze out the words. Then thank you in advance for treating me to breakfast, Jiang Linjuhan said, stretching leisurely. Just then, he noticed Xintong waving at him from not far away, so he walked over. Linjuhan, you're amazing. Xintong beamed, her smile radiant. You're all grown up, yet you still eat so carelessly. Jiang Linjuhan casually wiped the soy milk off the corner of her mouth. This affectionate gesture left the surrounding onlookers frozen in shock. What the heck? He actually dared to touch Shan the priestess. They'll bet a silver-grade spirit pearl his hand is about to get broken. The last guy who gave her flowers hid in a trash can all night. The murmurs of astonishment grew louder around them. Shan the priestess? Jiang Linjuhan looked at her with an amused expression. How many people have you terrorized this time? It's not my fault. They started it. I'm not that bad, Shen Xintong pouted in protest. At that moment, Tao Ru walked over, momentarily stunned by Shen Xintong's celestial beauty before asking, Xiao Chuan, is she your girlfriend? No, she's my little sister. Jiang Linjuhan ruffled Shen Xintong's hair. This is my roommate, Tao Ru. Upon hearing this, Shen Xintong stomped hard on Jiang Linjuan's foot before spinning around and leaving. Tang Xiaonan shook her head with a sigh and quickly followed after her. Your girlfriend's upset. Aren't you going to go smooth things over? Tao Ru teased. What for? Breakfast is more important. Just then, a convoy of military camouflage trucks rolled through the gates of Tianwu Academy. The icy aura carried by the vehicles sent chills down the spines of everyone nearby, and even the leaves on the roadside trees seemed to frost over. On the eastern field, most of the freshmen were lounging around, chatting idly about the beautiful girls in their class. Only Jiang Linjuhan and Tao Ru stood upright under the sunlight, while Ding Ji and Yu Xiaowen were devouring the breakfast Tao Ru had brought. They're here, Jiang Linjuhan said, turning his gaze toward the entrance of the field. A heavy, oppressive killing intent was drawing near. The rhythmic sound of military boots hitting the ground echoed like a war drum. A team of soldiers in deep blue uniforms came into view, led by none other than Yan Hui, a senior martial brother Jiang Linjuhan had encountered before. The strongest special ops unit in Longwuth City Crushers. What are they doing here? Tao Ru murmured in shock. Gather up. The deafening command shattered the tranquility of the early morning. The freshmen quickly formed ranks, their eyes betraying a mixture of fear and unease. At the front of the formation stood Yan Hui, a figure as imposing as a battle-hardened war god, emanating a suffocating aura of hostility. Without any preamble, he unleashed his pent-up killing intent, which instantly engulfed the entire training ground. Thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed one after another. These so-called prodigies crumbled like leaves, leaving only a handful standing. Among them were Jiang Linjuhan, Tao Ru, and 3 other boys alongside 2 girls, who stood tall and unyielding like steadfast pines. Out of nearly 1,000 freshmen, the vast majority failed to endure even a second. Get up. Jiang Linjuhan barked at Ding Ji and Yu Xiaowen, who had collapsed nearby. My legs. They won't move. Yu Xiaowen's face was as pale as a sheet. Beside him, Ding Ji was in an even worse state, barely clinging to consciousness. Tao Ru's gaze swept over them as he shouted, Ding Ji, think of your village. Think of your parents. If you fall, who will protect them? I have to protect my parents. Ding Ji's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. Jiang Linjuhan cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaowen, his eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. The memory of last night sent a shiver down Yu Xiaowen's spine compared to Yan Hu's killing intent. He feared Jiang Linjuhan even more. Even the big guy got up. He muttered to himself, forcing himself to stand despite trembling legs. Inspired by their examples, others began to rise one by one. Yan Hu's eyes glimmered with approval as he pointed at Jiang Linjuhan and Tao Ru. You two, step out of line. Violating formation discipline. The 2 stepped forward, and Yan Hui immediately turned to Wang Xian and Liang, who stood at his side. Teach them a lesson. Captain, but... Wang Xian hesitated. Follow orders. Don't underestimate them, Yan Hui commanded sharply. Yes, sir. The 2 soldiers moved to face the freshmen. Though they couldn't discern what was special about these 2, they didn't dare take them lightly. You can choose any weapon. If you can withstand 20 moves against us, you win, Wang Xian announced. Reporting to the instructor no weapon needed, Tao Ru replied, rolling his wrists. Give me a blade, Jiang Linjuhan said curtly. A soldier tossed him a wooden sword, which he caught with ease. The crowd quickly dispersed, creating ample space for the standoff. Tao Ru assumed a distinctive stance, catching Yan Hu's attention. But Jiquan? Yan Hui muttered, surprised. This seemingly scholarly youth was versed in such a powerful martial art. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuhan casually rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, his calm and composed demeanor immediately drawing the admiration of many female onlookers. Wang Xian held 2 short sticks in his hands, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed on Jiang Linjuhan. He bent his knees slightly, assuming a defensive stance. Jiang Linjuhan gave his wooden sword a light flick with his right hand, its tip pointing downward, and in an instant, his entire figure transformed into a dark blur, shooting forward like a bolt. So fast, Wang Xian was startled, instinctively raising one stick to guard his chest while sweeping the other horizontally. However, The stick struck only an afterimage. Jiang Linjuan's wooden sword was already pressed against his throat. Instructor, you've lost. Jiang Linjuan withdrew his wooden sword with clean, precise movements. On the sidelines, a group of girls erupted into cheers. That was so cool. Wang Xian walked dejectedly over to Yan Hui. As a Platinum 3-star instructor, losing to a newly awakened student despite not using spiritual energy was far beyond his expectations, given the speed Jiang Linjuan had displayed. Silently, Yan Hui picked up a wooden sword from the weapon rack and stepped toward Jiang Linjuan. Seeing Yan Hui himself stepping into the fray, Jiang Linjuan felt a headache coming on. Instructor, you're taking me on personally? If I'd known, I would have gone easy earlier. Just a few moves, Yan Hui said curtly. Meanwhile, a loud crash came from another part of the field. Tianwu was sent flying by the sudden burst of spiritual energy from Liang stabilizing himself. Tianwu bowed and said, Instructor, I concede. Liang, with a dark expression, returned to the lineup, clearly upset at having been forced to activate his spiritual energy shield against a freshman. Wang Xin noticed and nudged him teasingly. What a coincidence you lost too. Liang's face darkened further, ignoring the remark. What's going on? Tianwu, now back in formation, looked toward the field where Yan Hui and Jiang Linjuan were squaring off, puzzled. Yu Xiaowen immediately launched into an animated retelling of Jiang Linjuan's impressive performance earlier. Tianwu simply nodded after listening, but the interest in his eyes toward Jiang Linjuan was unmistakable. On the field, the duel between Yan Hui and Jiang Linjuan grew increasingly intense. Both used the most basic entry-level sword techniques, yet their styles were vastly different. Yan Hui's strikes were powerful and domineering, full of wide, sweeping motions, while Jiang Linjuan's attacks were sharp and precise, every move lethal, yet calculated and controlled. Yan Hui pondered silently. The killing intent in this little junior's moves is so heavy. He's nothing like the well-behaved, exemplary student described in his file. He feels more like a seasoned assassin. This junior must have an extraordinary background. With a sharp crack, Jiang Linjuan's wooden sword shattered, leaving only the bare hilt in his hand. He stepped back 2 paces and bowed, calm and composed. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Yan Hui glanced at the wooden sword, now riddled with cracks, and for once, a faint smile appeared on his usually stern face. Well done. Fall back into formation. Prepare for training. Yan Hui turned to the lineup. Qi Rue, set up the gravity field. A soldier with a wooden expression stepped forward, his hands emitting a faint yellow glow that spread across the entire training ground. The freshmen immediately felt a weight pressed down on them, as if they were carrying heavy stones. Ready. Start running. Under the watchful eyes of the instructors, the freshmen struggled to move their feet. Qi Rue, focus extra pressure on those 2, Yan Hui instructed specifically. Qi Rue nodded and increased the gravity on Jiang Linjuan and Tianwu. Tianwu quickly began to show signs of strain, while Jiang Linjuan remained composed. This prompted Yan Hui to escalate Jiang Linjuan's gravity to 50 times normal. Captain, I can't keep this up for long, Qi Rue muttered in frustration. Without a word, Yan Hui tossed him a pouch of spirit stones. As evening fell, Jiang Linjuan dragged his weary body back to the dormitory, bringing along the equally exhausted Yu Xiaowen and Ding Ji. They were considered lucky looking around the training ground. Many other trainees were still struggling to make their way toward the dorms. Just one day of training had left these once-proud elites in a completely disheveled state. Pushing open the door to room 301, Jiang Linjuan froze. 4 large wooden tubs had appeared in the previously empty dorm room. What's this? He asked, puzzled. Tianwu smiled and explained. I had these prepared. I've been soaking in medicinal baths since I was a kid. They're great for improving blood circulation, reducing bruises, and relieving fatigue. Jiang Linjuan suddenly understood and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder Tianwu's physical condition was so remarkable. Coming from a well-off family really gave him a head start in life. Xiaochuan, could you help fetch some hot water? I'm completely out of strength, Tianwu asked. No problem. Jiang Linjuan quickly filled the 4 tubs with water heated to around 40 degrees Celsius. Tianwu gently stroked his wrist, and in an instant, 4 large bags of medicinal herbs appeared. This caught Jiang Linjuan's attention. Storage equipment. Tianwu casually showed off the plain bracelet on his wrist. It's a family heirloom. Not much capacity, just 20 cubic meters. Jiang Linjuan wasn't envious. After all, he had his system space, and besides, one of the 4 spiritual artifacts Wayne Yin had promised him included a storage artifact. What's next? He asked. Help them undress, just leave their underpants on, Tianwu said while placing the herbs into the tubs and adding a few drops of liquid from a small bottle. Instantly, a peculiar fragrance filled the room. Tianwu couldn't wait to immerse himself in one of the tubs, a look of pure bliss on his face. Jiang Linjuan started by undressing the unconscious Ding Ji and placing him into a tub. When it was Yu Xiaowen's turn, The latter suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Jiang Linjuhan in terror and gripping his pants tightly. What are you doing? He stammered, then adopted a resigned expression like he was facing his doom. Please, just be gentle. Jiang Linjuhan couldn't help but laugh. With a few swift movements, he stripped Yu Xiaowen and put him into the tub. Yu Xiaowen immediately let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Keep it down, learn from Ding Ji, Jiang Linjuhan said. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that Ding Ji's entire head had slipped underwater. He quickly pulled him up, muttering, "This guy's way too relaxed," which made Tianwu burst into laughter. Jiang Linjuhan also undressed and stepped into a tub. The exhaustion from a day of intense training gradually melted away in the warm medicinal bath, and it felt so soothing that he couldn't help but hum softly. How does it feel? Tianwu asked with a smile. Absolutely amazing. Jiang Linjuhan gave him a thumbs up. By this time, Yu Xiaowen had also quieted down and fallen into a deep sleep again. An hour later, Jiang Linjuhan stepped out of the now clear medicinal bath, feeling completely refreshed. His phone suddenly rang, and he absent-mindedly answered the video call. Shen Sinyu's angelic face appeared on the screen. Brother Linjuhan. Ah, she exclaimed, noticing his bare torso. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but left a small gap to sneak a peek at his perfectly sculpted muscles. Not wearing a shirt? Let me see. Tang Xiaonan popped into the frame. No naughty thoughts now. Go away. Don't look. Shen Shintong pushed Tang Xiaonan away with her shoulder, shielding her phone screen like a squirrel protecting its food. Tang Xiaonan glanced at the tightly covered screen and walked off begrudgingly. What's going on? Jiang Linjuhan, on the other end of the video call, had just put on a white shirt. Aunt Qing said you skipped dinner. I figured you might be too tired, so I brought you something to eat. Come down and get it, Shen Shintong said, eyeing the shirt that obscured his figure and silently regretting reminding him to put it on earlier. All right, I'll head down now. Jiang Linjuhan ended the video call. He was indeed hungry. Under the moonlight, Shen Shintong stood outside the dormitory building with a large bag in hand, her radiant smile momentarily leaving Jiang Linjuhan dazed. What are you staring at? Hey, erase your food, she said, stepping closer and handing him the package. Just as Jiang Linjuhan was about to thank her, Shan Xintong's fingers lightly touched his chest. Your buttons are undone, she murmured, quickly withdrawing her hand as her cheeks flushed red. What smells so nice? Linjuang, did you put on cologne? She asked curiously. No, I just soaked in a medicinal bath, Jiang Linjuhan replied, his gaze lingering on her rosy, apple-like cheeks. All right, I'm leaving now. They'll come watch your training tomorrow, Shen Shintong said shyly, waving as she hurried away. Suddenly, loud hoots echoed from upstairs. Jiang Linjuhan looked up to see his dormmates poking their heads out, teasing him. He raised the bag in his hand threateningly. Keep it up, and there'll be nothing left for you to eat. Back in the dormitory, Yu Xiaowen eagerly opened the food package. Whoa, beast meat. And it's all premium cuts. We're just lucky to be hanging around Shaochuan, Taoru said with a grin, while Dingji stood by, swallowing hard. As they shared the feast, Taoru pulled out a century-old medicinal wine as if by magic. Though the wine was potent, they each poured only a small cup, and soon the three of them returned to their beds to refine their spiritual energy. Jiang Linjuhan finished off the remaining beast meat by himself, but soon felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Shen Xintong's smiling face kept flashing in his mind. Just then, his phone lit up. It was a video call from her. He intended to decline, but accidentally hit the accept button. In an instant, her delicate, fresh-out-of-water face appeared on the screen. Shen Shintong had just finished her bath, her fair skin radiating a rosy glow, and her delicate, sensual red lips looking irresistibly soft. The sight left Jiang Linjuhan parched, with a surging heat coursing through his body. Brother Linjuhan, why is your face so red? Shen Shintong asked curiously while using a towel to dry her damp hair. I just had a little bit of wine. Jiang Linjuhan forced himself to look away from his phone screen. Drinking? If Aunt Qing finds out you've been sneaking drinks. Shen Shintong gave a mischievous smile. You better bribe me quickly. Tang Xiaonan, who was watching a drama nearby, rolled her eyes. Too much PD can kill, you know? Shen Shintong threw her towel at Tang Xiaonan in mock annoyance. The movement caused her bath towel to shift slightly, revealing glimpses of her curvaceous figure. Jiang Linjuhan caught the scene at just the right or wrong moment, and a sudden nosebleed ensued. Flustered, he hurriedly ended the video call. But the vivid image lingered in his mind, intensifying the heat in his body. From now on, I won't call her a little witch, a little enchantress, he muttered, quickly activating his Shura blood eyes to suppress the surging energy within him. It's all your fault. Brother Linjuhan hung up on me. Shen Shintong pouted indignantly. My fault? Tang Xiaonan gave her a knowing look and gestured with her chin. Girl, your towel was about to fall off. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to handle it either. Shin Shintong glanced down, quickly adjusting her bath towel. Her cheeks turned crimson. Do you think Brother Linjuhan saw? How embarrassing. Tang Xiaonan looked at her long, slender legs with envy. With a figure like yours, it's such a waste to keep hiding it under sportswear every day. If I had your body, I'd be rocking JK uniforms with black stockings daily guaranteed to make the junior boys drool. Oomph. None of your business. I'm only for Brother Linjuhan. Shin Shintong shot her a glare but then leaned closer and whispered, Xiaonan, do those JK black stockings really work? Tang Xiaonan chuckled and gave her smooth, long legs a playful pat. Even immortals wouldn't stand a chance. And that's not all. There's white stockings, gym uniforms, pencil skirts. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Finally, you're seeing the light. The next morning, the new students stood in neat rows on the playground. Although some still looked fatigued, they forced themselves to stay alert, knowing the instructors had warned that latecomers would face double the training intensity. Jiang Linjuhan and his three companions, however, appeared relaxed and composed. Besides him, Tao Ru and the others had all advanced to Bronze 2-star rank and exceptionally fast-paced compared to the average student. Curious about their secret to recovery, some students privately inquired about their method. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Linjuhan and the others began promoting Tao Ru's family herbal baths. Each bath cost 100,000, with an option to pay later using spirit beads as collateral. Though the deferred payment came at a higher price, the promise of enhanced strength and the ability to repay through hunting fierce beasts made the offer appealing to many. As the assembly time arrived, the Yin Hui squad appeared punctually. Instructor Wang Xian scanned the group of little lambs with a chilling grin. Today, we're going to try something different. New. The little lambs trembled as they looked at this big bad wolf, every cell in their bodies screaming in protest. Lei Gong, Qilian, show them what true thunder and fire are. A commanding voice rang out. At the order, two soldiers stepped forward. One unleashed crackling lightning from his palm, while the other summoned blazing flames in his hands. Jiang Linjuhan immediately sensed danger and shouted, "Spread out, quick!" Before his words fully landed, dark clouds gathered over the training ground, with thunder roaring through the sky. Simultaneously, a fiery wall erupted, encircling the field and distorting the air with its searing heat. With a sharp crack, an arc of electricity struck the ground right in front of Yu Xiaowen, leaving a small smoking crater. Oh my gosh, this is deadly! Yu Xiaowen screamed in terror. Chaos erupted as some people failed to dodge in time, getting struck by lightning, leaving them looking charred and frazzled. As the primary target, Jiang Linjuhan found himself pursued by dozens of writhing lightning serpents and over 20 fireballs, creating a spectacularly dangerous scene. Run. Only in desperation can one unlock their true potential, Wang Xian remarked with a sinister smirk. Longzhong, keep an eye out, make sure no one actually dies. The soldier codenamed Longzhong released a series of glowing green healing orbs, which floated toward the injured, automatically treating their wounds. Qi Rue, use gravity to slow that kid down, Yin Hui ordered with a frown, noticing Jiang Linjuhan still evading with ease. Instantly, Jiang felt a heavy pressure weigh down on him. Glancing at Yin Hui's mischievous grin, he silently cursed his senior brother's deviousness. An hour and a half later, Lei Gong and Qilian, pale from exhaustion, were forced to cease their assault. The ground was littered with scorched and battered newcomers, lying in disarray. Jiang Linjuhan, though still standing, had several burnt holes in his clothes. Shuegue, cool these kids down, Wang Xian commanded. With a snap of Shuegue's fingers, massive water spheres formed in the air before bursting, drenching the field and filling the air with steam. At that moment, Tang Xiaonan and Shin Shintong entered the field, carrying bags filled with watermelons. They froze, stunned by the scene of devastation cratered ground, and a chorus of groaning, charcoal figures sprawled across the field. Shin Shintong quickly handed Jiang Linjuhan a slice of watermelon, her small hand unconsciously brushing her ear. Noticing the familiar gesture, Jiang immediately grew alert. This little troublemaker was up to no good again. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged forward, snatching the watermelon from Jiang's hand and devouring it ravenously. Moments later, an ear-piercing scream echoed across the field, lingering in the air for a long time. Water, water, water. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Yu Xiaowen cried out, tears and snot streaming down his face as he flailed about in utter misery. Jiang Linjuhan bent down to pick up the watermelon that had fallen to the ground. He sniffed it lightly and immediately caught the sharp scent of wasabi. Looking up, he saw Shin Shintong pretending to be innocent, gazing at the sky. How much did you put in? He asked. Not much, just one whole tube of wasabi, Shin Shintong replied, biting her finger with a pitiful expression. Jiang Linjuhan glanced at Yu Xiaowen, who was now a tearful mess, and shook his head. Poor guy. He hadn't done anything wrong but was suffering an undeserved disaster. Yu Xiaowen continued to fan the air desperately, trying to alleviate the burning sensation. You made this mess, so you fix it, Jiang Linchuan said sternly, glaring at Shin Shintong. Well, he shouldn't have tried to snatch it from me. Shin Shintong huffed, pulling a bottle of water from her pocket and tossing it to Yu Xiaowen. Her tone was full of indignation. Then, she handed a piece of watermelon to Jiang Linchuan. I'm not thirsty, Jiang Linchuan said, though he instinctively licked his dry lips. Come on, it's fine. Look, I'll eat it first if you don't believe me. Shin Shintong took a bite and smiled sweetly. It's so sweet. Half convinced, Jiang Linchuan accepted the watermelon and accidentally bit into the same spot Shin Shintong had just bitten. It is pretty sweet, he admitted. Shin Shintong's cheeks turned slightly red as she stared at his lips, secretly wondering if this counted as an indirect kiss. After finishing the watermelon, Jiang Linchuan called over Ding Ji and Tao Ru to share some with them. I'm heading out, Shin Shintong announced. Let's have dinner together tonight, just the two of us. If you don't show up, I'll tell Aunt Qing you've been sneaking drinks. With that, she left with a triumphant grin. What is that girl up to now? Jiang Linchuan muttered, shaking his head. Turning around, he noticed Ding Ji and Tao Ru giving him knowing looks. What are you staring at? Just eat your watermelon, he snapped. We are eating watermelon, Tao Ru said, holding up a slice as evidence. By nightfall, Jiang Linchuan dragged Yu Xiaowen and Ding Ji back to the dormitory like a pair of lifeless sacks. The three of them were battered, their clothes tattered and blood-stained, resembling a group of refugees fleeing disaster. After enduring grueling rounds of training thunder and fire, flying sand and rolling stones, water dousing, and earth burial, they were utterly spent. Jiang Linchuan stripped off his shredded military training uniform, revealing a white tank top stained red. Even the usually good-natured Tao Ru couldn't help but grumble. These instructors are seriously ruthless. Better than losing your life on the battlefield, Jiang Linchuan replied casually. He had to admit, as brutal as the training was, it was undeniably effective. He could feel his foundation growing stronger, his body adapting seamlessly to the system's enhancements. It was far more efficient than his previous self-guided efforts. Fair point, Tao Ru said with a strained smile, wincing as the movement pulled at his wounds. As the dorm leader and the one in the best condition, Jiang Linchuan took it upon himself to fetch water for the group. After filling 4 large wooden barrels, Tao Ru pulled out a small gourd and sprinkled some powder into the water. This will help the wounds heal faster and prevent scarring, but it might sting a bit, Tao Ru explained. You'll need to help hold them down later. Got it. You really live up to your reputation as a member of a medical family, Jiang Linchuan said with genuine admiration. Tao Ru climbed into one of the barrels first, his face contorting in pain, clearly indicating that a bit of stinging was a gross understatement. Without hesitation, Jiang Linchuan shoved Yu Xiaowen and Ding Ji into their respective barrels. The moment they hit the water, their piercing screams filled the room as they struggled to climb out. But Jiang Linchuan held them down firmly, showing no mercy. Ugh, glub glub. Jiang Linchuan looked embarrassed. Tao Ru couldn't bear it anymore and suggested, why don't you just knock them out? Without hesitation, Jiang Linchuan delivered a swift strike with the heel of his palm, and the two fell to the ground instantly. Hurry up and soak. Don't forget you have an appointment later, Tao Ru reminded him. Jiang Linchuan suddenly remembered and quickly jumped into the wooden tub. The icy coldness shot straight from the top of his head to his spine. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, so refreshing. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Nan, do you think this is too revealing? Shin Shintong stood in front of the mirror, nervously tugging at her neckline. It's just showing a bit of your collarbone, and you're already this anxious? Tang Xiaonan shook her head helplessly. If the dress were any longer, you might as well hide your feet too. Seeing that Shin Shintong was about to argue, Tang Xiaonan pushed her down onto a chair. Stop talking. Let me handle this. An hour later, Tang Xiaonan finally put down the makeup brush, admiring her work with satisfaction. Shin Shintong spun in front of the mirror, her cheeks turning red as she gazed at the unfamiliar yet stunning reflection. Whether it looks good or not doesn't matter. What's important is your boyfriend's reaction, Tang Xiaonan said. Even she was amazed by the fairy-like beauty before her. Shin Shintong grabbed her long coat and prepared to leave, but Tang Xiaonan suddenly called her back. Wait, bring your ID. Why do I need my ID? For an overnight stay at the internet cafe. Tang Xiaonan's forehead throbbed with frustration. This girl was way too naive. Don't be mad. I'll bring you some late-night snacks when I get back, Shin Shintong said appeasingly. Forget it, just don't come back tonight, Tang Xiaonan said, pushing her out the door. Finally, some peace and quiet. The night was deep, and stars dotted the lakeside sky. Jiang Linchuan's tall figure stood by the lake, blending seamlessly with the night. Brother Linchuan, I'm here. A crisp voice called from behind. Jiang Linchuan turned and froze in place. Before him stood Shin Shintong, ethereal like a lotus emerging from water, pure and graceful. Her light makeup highlighted her delicate features and lively eyes, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing him in a daze, Shen Shintong gently leaned into his arms. Jiang Linjuhan instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Their eyes met briefly before both shyly looked away, their cheeks flushing pink. What do you feel like eating? Jiang Linjuhan asked softly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Shen Shintong nestled closer into his arms and whispered, I know a place we used to go to when we were kids. Still remember? You ate so much that time the owner nearly made me work there to pay off the debt. I'll never forget those days. Shen Shintong smiled faintly, looking up. It was Mao Ho who ran off first. At the mention of Mao Ho, Jiang Linjuan's expression darkened. Where's your phone? Shen Shintong handed him her phone, and Jiang Linjuan paused for a moment when he saw the lock screen a childhood photo of the two of them. I'll unlock it myself. She quickly took the phone back, carefully entered the password, and handed it to him again. Call Mao Ho on video. That rascal blocked me, Jiang Linjuan said with a scowl. Ha, that sounds just like him. As soon as the video connected, an anxious voice came through. Oh my god, what now? Hey, beautiful. My name's Mao Yuan, I'm 18, and I've been single since birth, Mao Yuan said, flipping his bangs and flashing what he thought was his most charming smile. Wow, you're so handsome, Shen Shintong said sweetly, her smile instantly making Mao Yuan feel like he was floating on air. Of course. Mao Yuan tilted his chin up proudly, ready to turn on more charm. Suddenly, Jiang Linjuan's figure appeared on the screen, his tone sharp. Mao Monkey, care to explain why you blocked me? Ah, Xiao Chuan. Mao Yuan froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. What theshes the little witch? Since when did the little witch get this gorgeous? Shen Shintong dropped her sweet demeanor, revealing her true self. Mao Monkey, should I send you 2 fist-sized spiders again? It really is the little witch. That's it, I'm going to the capital right now. Mao Yuan stomped his feet in panic. Before he could finish, a cold snort came from the phone. Try leaving, and it'll break your legs. The screen shifted to show Bai Hao's face, and in an instant, Mao Yuan was pinned to the ground. Xiao Chuan, long time no see. Your friend Haray's a bit too lively. Let me help him calm down. Gotta go, Bai Hao said before abruptly ending the video call. Jiang Linjuan and Shen Shintong exchanged a smile. Poor Mao Monkey. The two walked out of the campus side by side. Shen Shintong swung her hand slightly, hesitating as she tried to hold Jiang Linjuan's. Internally, she cursed herself. What a blockhead. By the roadside, a lone food cart stood under the dim glow of a street lamp. A few simple tables with small stools surrounded it. A woman in her 40s was carefully tending to the steaming pot. This place is nice and quiet, Jiang Linjuan remarked, glancing around. Of course, I booked the whole place, Shen Shintong said with a confident wave of her hand. Shintong, you're here. Come, have a seat. The vendor, Mu Ying, greeted warmly. Aunt Mu, the usual, but add 2 more servings and make it spicy, Shen Shintong replied sweetly, her demeanor instantly becoming more docile. Got it. Coming right up. Your boyfriend is so handsome, Mu Ying said as she skillfully added ingredients to the pot. Shen Shintong just smiled without responding. She took off her long trench coat, draped it over a stool, and fanned herself. It's so hot, she said, sneaking a glance at Jiang Linjuan. Sure enough, he stood frozen, his gaze fixed on her. A white short-sleeved blouse with a blue bow, a black striped JK skirt, and long legs wrapped in black stockings, she exuded a perfect blend of youthfulness and allure. Do I look good? Shen Shintong twirled, her skirt fluttering lightly. Flowers in bloom and the moon above pale in comparison to you, Jiang Linjuan said, straightforward in his admiration. Shen Shintong beamed. Hee, Nan was right. Linjuanjij really does like it. Watching the warm scene unfold, Mu Ying smiled with tears in her eyes. She excused herself to fetch some water, leaving the two some private time. Shen Shintong picked up a braised tendon and held it out to Jiang Linjuan. Try this, it's your favorite. It's delicious. Tastes just like it did when we were kids. It's rare to find this kind of hometown flavor in the capital, Jiang Linjuan said earnestly after taking a bite. Actually, Aunt Mu is from our hometown, Shen Shintong said, her usual spark dimming as a hint of melancholy appeared in her eyes. Noticing her change in mood, Jiang Linjuan gently took her hand and said softly, Tell me about it. Shen Shintong gazed in the direction of Tianwu Academy, her expression growing solemn. Mui's husband, Teacher Yu, worked at the academy. Her son also enrolled last year and was in the same class as me, she said softly. During a trial, they encountered a beast tide. Teacher Yu gave his life to protect the students. The most heartbreaking part was that, in the critical moment of life and death, he chose to save another girl instead of his own son. When Mui found out, she merely smiled and said, I never misjudged this man. She then declined the academy's compensation and set up a small stall here to honor the memory of her husband and son. A sharp glint of anger flashed in Jiang Linjuan's eyes as he recalled Yu Hai's tragedy. The world was filled with too many stories of families torn apart by vicious beasts. Shin Shintong gently leaned into Jiang Linjuhan's arms, speaking in a coquettish tone. Feed me, won't you? Faced with her sudden intimacy, Jiang Linjuhan initially wanted to refuse, but found himself instinctively complying with her request. The two sat together, close and comfortable, as the night deepened. Their dinner stretched on in a warm, quiet atmosphere. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Mu Inkai arrived, carrying a water bucket. Aunt Mu, we're finished eating, and we've already paid. You should rest early, Shin Shintong said playfully, winking as she bid farewell. Walking back to the academy, Shin Shintong glanced at her phone and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh no, it's so late. The dormitory must be locked by now." Tianwu Academy locks its dormitories? Jiang Linjuhan frowned. We could go. Shin Shintong murmured softly, clutching her ID card tightly. Without another word, Jiang Linjuhan scooped her up and, with a few swift movements, arrived beneath the girl's dormitory. Which one is your room? That one, Shin Shintong said reluctantly, pointing. With a leap, Jiang Linjuhan brought her to the window before disappearing into the night. Tang Xiaonan, munching on snacks, watched as Shin Shintong climbed in from the balcony. Seeing her clutching her ID card with a look of frustration, Tang Xiaonan spat out her tea in laughter, causing the emergency lights in the hallway to flicker on. Shin Shintong, embarrassed and furious, threw her jacket at her. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuhan returned to the boys' dormitory. You're back? Tianwu asked, puzzled. Of course, to sleep. What? Should I sleep on the field? Jiang Linjuhan retorted irritably. Impressive. Staying composed in front of such a beauty. Truly a role model for all of us. Yu Xiaowen gave him a thumbs up while pounding his pillow in exaggerated admiration. Only then did Jiang Linjuhan realize she mentioned bringing her ID card? That little troublemaker. Was she planning? No, she must have been teasing me again. Falling for it would be humiliating. Those who know, know. Right, Dingji? Yu Xiaowen laughed loudly. Yep, Dingji nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chuan, if there's something you're struggling with, just tell me. I know a bit of medicine and can help you out, Tianwu said with mock seriousness. Get lost. Wang Xian stood at the front of the lineup, his gaze sweeping over the spirited and energetic freshman before him, a hint of surprise in his expression. As a seasoned veteran, he quickly realized that today presented a rare opportunity. Since everyone seems so full of energy today, let's get down to business, Wang Xian said, gesturing towards the sidelines. Butcher, bring it in. With a rumbling noise, a semi-truck covered in camouflage netting slowly rolled onto the field. A burly man with a face full of scars known as butcheragely leapt onto the truck's roof and yanked off the camouflage covering with a swift motion. A massive creature covered in crimson scales was revealed to the crowd. The fire salamander. Jiang Linjuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the creature's strength. It was weaker than the fire salamander he had encountered in Dongyue City, roughly at the platinum 5-star level. However, even at this strength, a single swing of its tail could cause significant casualties among the bronze-level freshmen present. This is a fire salamander, Butcher explained as he herded the ferocious beast off the truck. Its unique regenerative abilities make it an ideal specimen for experiments. Capturing it alive was no easy feat. The fire salamander let out a piercing screech, but Butcher silenced it with a heavy punch to its head. Turning to the instinctively retreating freshman, he grinned menacingly. Don't be scared. However, his intimidating expression only caused the freshman to back away even further. Today, we'll use this to learn about the weaknesses and vital points of ferocious beasts, Butcher announced as a flash of light gleamed from his waist. In an instant, a sharp blade was plunged into the fire salamander's abdomen. As the blade cut through, blood and organs spilled out in a grotesque display. This is the heart, stomach, gallbladder, spleen, Butcher continued, pointing with the tip of his knife and even pulling out organs to display them more clearly. Most of the freshmen immediately vomited, while only Ding Ji leaned in with interest to observe. Aren't you supposed to be the most timid one? Tianwu asked in surprise. I grew up helping my dad slaughter sheep and yaks. This is nothing, Ding Ji replied with a smile. Does that make me the weakest in our dorm? Yu Xiaowen muttered, his face pale. Took you long enough to figure that out, the other three chimed in unison. No love for me, Yu Xiaowen lamented, covering his face. Surprisingly, Butcher's explanation was remarkably detailed, thoroughly outlining the characteristics of common ferocious beasts. Despite their discomfort, the freshmen forced themselves to listen attentively. After all, this knowledge was crucial for their survival. By the end, Butcher had completely dismembered the fire salamander, claiming he would demonstrate its muscle fiber structure. What shocked everyone further was when he casually grabbed a chunk of meat and began chewing on it unhurriedly. Your turn, Butcher said, swallowing the meat and scanning the crowd. Everyone takes a piece, and you have to eat it. If anyone throws up, tomorrow's training load will be 10 times heavier. With a sly grin, he added. If you're late, you'll be stuck with the ovaries, ureters, or intestines, and I can't guarantee the intestines are clean. The crowd instantly descended into chaos as everyone rushed madly forward to grab chunks of meat. Zhang Linjuhan and Tianwu were the quickest to react, managing to snatch relatively high-quality leg meat. Although Yu Xiaowen wasn't slow either, he still found time to ingratiatingly ask the butcher, "Instructor, could I have some seasoning? Cumin, chili powder, or maybe soy sauce and garlic paste?" The butcher glared at him fiercely. "Get lost. What do you think this is, a picnic? Want to try my fist the size of a casserole dish?" Yu Xiaowen retreated dejectedly to his roommates, looking crestfallen. Tianwu patted him on the shoulder in consolation. "Just eat. When you're training at the interdimensional portals, you'll encounter worse. This is already a luxury." With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed the raw meat whole. Nearby, Dingji was devouring a piece of intestine with great relish, even offering his opinion. "Now this has some real kick." Zhang Linjuan couldn't help but chuckle and began chewing his own piece carefully. While it wasn't delicious, it was at least bearable. In the crowd, a fire element awakened individual tried to cook their meat, only to have it extinguished by a water spirit's splash of water, making the meat fall onto the ground. The water spirit coldly commanded, "Pick it up and eat it with the dirt, or you're out of here." The person's eyes burned with anger as they picked up the meat, shoved it into their mouth with a roar, and glared at the water spirit with such hatred it seemed they wanted to tear him apart. "Now that's the spirit of a man," the water spirit remarked, completely unfazed by the hostility. He knew that those who lacked toughness wouldn't survive long. Eventually, these people would understand the tough love behind their methods. By lunchtime in the cafeteria, Wang Shueqing curiously asked her son, "Xiaochuan, is my cooking not good? Why are so few people coming to eat today?" "Mom, you're overthinking it. They just ate too much this morning," Zhang Linjuan quickly reassured her. Wang Shueqing suddenly waved her large iron ladle and questioned, "By the way, did you upset Tong Tong?" "How could I? Think about it. Would I even dare?" Zhang Linjuan replied, looking aggrieved. "That's true," Wang Shueqing mused, recalling the troublemaking antics of the little devil when she was younger, who even the adults in the housing complex feared. "She's a girl, so you should be more accommodating. If you dare bully her, I won't let you off." Yes, yes, yes. "Honestly, who's your real child here?" Zhang Linjuan said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Over the next 20 days, this group of little lambs underwent a dramatic transformation under the grueling training of their devilish instructors, becoming a spirited and determined unit. Even the notoriously critical Yin Hui had to admit that this batch of recruits had solid potential. However, in his eyes, only the crucible of blood and fire could earn true recognition. "In this time, you've indeed made significant progress and learned a lot," Wang Xian said, looking over the group. "But practice is the only test of truth. Tomorrow, all of you will enter Yunkuan Mountain for a week-long survival training. The assessment task is simple: stay alive. I don't care how you do it, but you are to survive in there for 7 full days and come out alive. Of course, you can choose to quit, but that means giving up on becoming strong forever and losing your chance to study at Tianwu. Your records will be branded with the words deserter, coward, and failure. In the future, your children will ask why their parents weren't heroes but spineless weaklings. Now, is anyone giving up?" "No," the freshmen roared in unison, without a single person backing down. "Good. That's the spirit." Wang Xian gave a thumbs up. "Excuse me, instructor, we're girls, not men," one of the girls protested. Wang Xian's face flushed red as he scratched the back of his head, causing the entire training ground to erupt in laughter. The silver moon hung high like a plate, with stars scattered across the sky. By the lakeside, Shen Shintong leaned against Zhang Linjuan's shoulder, her beautiful eyes gazing at the shimmering lake surface, her brows furrowed with worry. "Don't worry, it's just a trial," Zhang Linjuan said softly to comfort her. Shen Shintong didn't respond, glaring at him fiercely before burying her face in his chest. "I promise, they'll come back safe and sound," Zhang Linjuan said, helpless against this little troublemaker. "That's more like it." Shen Xintong's arms tightened around his waist. Even though the feral beasts on Yunkuan Mountain aren't particularly strong overall, there are still some at the gold and platinum levels. The mention of feral beasts immediately lit up Zhang Linjuan's spirits, and he couldn't help but swallow. To him, feral beast meat was an irresistible delicacy, but his family's circumstances didn't allow for such luxuries. After moving to the capital, opportunities to hunt feral beasts became even rarer. Only by entering the otherworldly portals could he truly unleash himself and gather resources. "Are you even listening to me?" Shen Shintong snapped, biting down on his shoulder. "Ow, ow, ow. Let go." Zhang Linjuan protested, feeling his supposedly robust physique crumble under her teeth. "If you don't let go, they'll hit you," he threatened weakly. Shen Shintong ignored him completely and bit down even harder. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Yushin Shintong stared at Jiang Linchuan in disbelief, her face flushed red. Accident, it was an accident. Jiang Linchuan retracted his hand, which had landed on her shapely backside, still lost in the sensation of its softness. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted to do it again, but quickly realized that poking a tiger's rear was a terrible idea. Sure enough, Shin Shintong, both embarrassed and furious, sank her teeth into his neck this time. Jiang Linchuan could only endure the pain, not daring to move. After a while, Shin Shintong finally let go, licking her blood-stained lips in a way that was both seductive and heart-stopping. Don't forget your promise. There'll be a reward when you return, she said, walking away. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but take a few deep breaths to calm himself. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Linchuan approached Tianwu, who was packing his gear. Carefully lifting his shirt, he asked for help. Bro, can you put some ointment on me? Tianwu whistled at the bloody bite marks on Jiang Linchuan's shoulder and neck. You two play pretty rough. Huh? Yu Xiaowen also came over, grinning. Were you too rough with her? You've got to be gentle with girls, you know? Get lost. Jiang Linchuan snapped impatiently. Are the supplies ready? He knew Yu Xiaowen was always the first to watch the drama, but the last to be useful. All set. Yu Xiaowen pointed to the towering backpack on the balcony. Full package, no discounts. Stop joking around. They'll transfer the money to you later. No need to talk money among dorm mates. Just make sure to watch my back in Yunkuren Mountain, Yu Xiaowen said with a wave of his hand. As expected of someone from a business family, he was sharp as ever. The four of them finished packing and went straight to bed, knowing that a peaceful night's sleep in the coming week was far from guaranteed. That night, some tossed and turned with anxiety, while others, like the carefree Ding Ji, snored away without a care. The next morning, the sports field was lined with over 30 buses. The Yin Hui squad was busy inspecting the students to ensure no contraband was being smuggled. Water and food were provided in fixed proportions, just enough for a day. Wang Xian held a tray in his hand, wearing a meaningful smile. If you have any storage equipment, hand it over now. It won't look good if we find it during a search. The freshmen, well aware of the instructor's strictness, obediently handed over their contraband. Jiang Linchuan stood aside, silently taking note, surprised to find that as many as 50 people had storage equipment. This number made him view Tianwu Academy in a whole new light. Tianwu was no exception. While turning in his bracelet, he cautiously kept some emergency medicine aside. As a frequent visitor to the alien portal, he knew the area was rich in medicinal herbs, which gave him confidence. When it was Jiang Linchuan's turn, Wang Xian's eyes were immediately drawn to his towering backpack. Don't you know you're not allowed to bring so much stuff? He asked with a frown. Reporting to the instructor, everything here is within the permitted range. Jiang Linchuan replied with a calm and composed demeanor. Wang Xian unzipped the backpack, and what he saw left him speechless. A barbecue grill, solid alcohol, skewers, brushes, a military shovel, and even cumin, chili powder, and an oil can. Kid, are you going camping? He couldn't help but laugh, giving a thumbs up. All right, you're something else. After the inspection, the group began boarding the buses. Shin Shintong quietly appeared in a corner of the training ground, waving at the departing convoy. You have to come back safely. You promised you'd protect me for a lifetime. The convoy of buses, like a long dragon, entered the dense forest at the entrance of Yunkuan Mountain. Nestled in a valley of the Yinshan mountain range, the area's complex karst terrain exuded an air of mystery. As they approached their destination, unease began to spread among the group. Even the usually composed Tianwu couldn't stop wiping the cold sweat from his palms. What's wrong? Jiang Linchuan noticed his unusual behavior. Tianwu lowered his voice. I used my mind's eye to foresee great danger, but my ability is limited. I couldn't see the specifics. Entering the alien portal is always fraught with danger. Stay close. Jiang Linchuan reassured him while pondering whether the threat came from humans or beasts. The shadow of the nocturnal killers and the mastermind behind the anonymous threatening letter still loomed, like venomous snakes ready to strike. At the end of the road stood a small fortress, imposing and steadfast. Soldiers of the Watchman Army, dressed in black and red uniforms, stood straight atop the walls. Their upright figures and the fluttering red flags inspired a profound sense of security. As the buses came to a halt, the freshmen, filled with respect, saluted the Watchman Army in unison. Every aspiring youth harbored dreams of becoming a general, yearning to wield a weapon, ride into battle, and achieve greatness. The Watchman soldiers stood tall, returning the salute with precision and shouting in unison, "May the mountains and rivers remain unscathed." Inside the fortress, everyone was orderly receiving their equipment. Standing at the front, Wang Xian watched the students carefully selecting their weapons with a gentle gaze. He even offered a forgiving smile to the boy who accidentally touched the Type 40 flamethrower. This rare patience perhaps stemmed from the possibility that this might be his last meeting with some of these students. Jiang Linchuan held a long blade in each hand, the steel gleaming coldly under the light. As an experienced awakener, he understood the importance of conserving spiritual energy in the foreign domain. Tianwu opted for a spear, knowing that even support-type awakeners needed to have means of self-defense. Dingji carried a towering 2-meter shield, and with his burly frame, he resembled a moving fortress. Yu Xiaowen, on the other hand, appeared particularly cautious, strapping 2 daggers to his legs while quipping with a self-deprecating grin. A healer like me can't go swinging weapons around like those brutes. Move out. With Wang Xian's command, the watchman stood atop the city walls, watching as the group of young people set off. Zhang Linjuhan was the first to step through the entrance of Yunkuan Mountain. After a momentary sensation of weightlessness, a whole new world unfolded before his eyes. Rolling mountains, lush green forests, cascading waterfalls, and an air thick with vibrant spiritual energy. If not for the occasional beastly roars echoing in the distance, this place could easily be mistaken for a vacation paradise. Looks like it's time to leave the safe zone. If we keep dawdling, the instructor's going to lose his temper again, Tianwu noted, glancing at the tents near the entrance. Big guy, lead the way. Yu Xiaowen called out loudly. Dingji raised his shield and charged forward, with Yu Xiaowen close behind, shouting, "Wait for me. Healers are fragile, you know?" Zhang Linjuhan and Tianwu exchanged a smirk and followed the group, with the others soon joining in. However, just as they reached the open area beyond the safety zone, a thin figure blocked their path. It was Xingyu, the guy who always enjoyed flaunting his status as a local from the imperial capital. "Classmates, please hear me out." And Xingyu cleared his throat. "We just need to survive this week to complete the mission. Instead of splitting up and taking risks, why not stick together? With so many of us, why should we fear a few ferocious beasts? Solo ventures are too dangerous. Let's team up and make it through these 7 days with ease." His words sparked a wave of murmurs, with many nodding in agreement, thinking he made a convincing point. During the discussion at the camp, someone raised concerns about the food supply, and Xingyu seized the opportunity and said in an exaggerated tone, "If each of us spits once, we could drown a ferocious beast. Why worry about food?" His words resonated with many in the group. Tianwu watched coldly and sneered. "That's overly optimistic." Zhang Linjuhan nodded in agreement. As someone experienced, he knew all too well that this group of newcomers was far from being a cohesive unit. If they encountered a ferocious beast, even one person panicking could lead to complete disaster. Seeing that the atmosphere had been stirred up, and Xingyu took his chance and said slowly, "As the saying goes, a group of dragons cannot go without a leader. Without organization, there's no discipline. We need someone to lead us." With that, he gave a knowing glance to his roommate. "I think Xingyu is perfect for the role." His roommate immediately chimed in, but a girl quickly stood up and said, "I think Zhang Linjuhan is more suitable. His training scores have always been the highest. With him leading, this assessment would definitely be a lot easier." Her suggestion quickly gained more support from the group, and Xingyu's expression darkened instantly, but he had to suppress his anger and shifted his gaze to Zhang Linjuhan. "Thank you for the vote of confidence, but I'm not interested." Zhang Linjuhan declined without hesitation. Managing everyone's food, water, and other needs was not something he was willing to bother with. To each their own. No need to force it. And Xingyu said, secretly relieved. His biggest concern was Zhang Linjuhan stepping in to challenge him. Zhang Linjuhan gave Tianwu and the other two a glance before leading them away. "Smart move," and Xingyu muttered coldly as he watched them disappear into the distance. In the dense jungle, Zhang Linjuhan wielded a long blade, cutting a path as they moved forward. The forest was even harder to navigate than he'd anticipated, especially with 3 deadweights tagging along. Still, he understood that going solo wasn't a sustainable option, especially considering the severe side effects of the devouring attribute of his Gale Blade. Having teammates around provided an extra layer of security. "These thorns are so annoying," Yu Xiaowen grumbled, slashing at them with a dagger. "My handsome face is about to get scratched up." "Don't worry, even if you end up disfigured, I can fix you," Tianwu joked. After over an hour of trekking, they hadn't uncovered anything except for the distant roars of beasts. Suddenly, Tianwu shouted, "Watch out on your left, Yu Xiaowen." Startled, Yu Xiaowen leapt onto Dingji's back, wrapping his arms tightly around his neck. "What is it? Handle it now." "Relax, it's just a pile of beast dung," Tianwu said helplessly. "I was just trying to keep you from stepping in it." "Let go of Dingji. He's about to suffocate," Zhang Linjuhan reminded him while bending down to pick up a branch. Only then did Yu Xiaowen release his grip and jump down, leaving Dingji gasping for air, his face purple. Zhang Linjuan used the branch to inspect the fresh beast dung. "It was left here less than an hour ago," he remarked. Tianwu took the branch for a closer look and added, "It's from a herbivorous ferocious beast." Following the traces, Zhang Linjuan noticed several trees with bark that had been gnawed on. Based on these signs, he quickly concluded, it should be a Banlong deer, a bronze-level ferocious beast. perfect for some practice. To confirm the direction, Linjuhan swiftly climbed up a tall tree. Tarzan of the apes! Yu Xiaowen exclaimed in awe. Found the target. Linjuhan's voice called out from the treetop. Are we holding everyone back? Yu Xiaowen asked, his gaze following Linjuhan's agile movements as he leapt effortlessly from branch to branch. A trace of envy flickered in his eyes. Don't say that, Tianwu replied, his eyes igniting with determination. Xiao Chuan has worked far harder than most to achieve his current strength. We need to double our efforts too. As a descendant of a prestigious family of healers, Tianwu had always been held to high expectations. Before meeting Linjuhan, he had been considered exceptional among his peers. But now, this young man from humble beginnings had taught him the humbling truth that there is always someone better. Rather than feeling jealous, he saw Linjuhan as a goal to strive toward. Yeah, I get it. Yu Xiaowen's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. At that moment, Linjuhan landed lightly on the ground and unsheathed his long blade. 1 o'clock direction, 50 meters out. 3 Banlong deer. One is a bronze 5-star, the other 2 are 4-star. I'll take the 5-star. I'll take one, Tianwu said as he twirled his spear, creating a dazzling flourish. We'll handle one together, Yu Xiaowen declared, stepping beside Ding Ji with his dual daggers crossed over his chest. Let's move. The 4 of them charged toward their targets like unleashed tigers. The Banlong deer, which had been nibbling on tree bark, immediately sensed the danger and let out sharp cries. The deer bleat softly, feeding on wild artemisia, Tianwu quipped, referencing the ancient poetry of the Book of Songs. Turns out it was true. Watch out for their neck whips and flying kicks. Linjuhan warned as he dashed forward like a whirlwind, skillfully separating the 3 deer. Tianwu followed closely, his spear thrusting with precision and ferocity. Big guy, you're up? Yu Xiaowen called, gripping his daggers eagerly. Why don't you go first? Ding Ji shot him a skeptical glance. I'm the healer. You're the tank. Obviously, you go first, Yu Xiaowen replied matter-of-factly. Ding Ji tightened his grip on his shield, hesitating. For the sake of your mom and dad, charge. Yu Xiaowen suddenly shouted, his voice full of mock urgency. The words seemed to flip a switch in Ding Ji. He transformed instantly, raising his shield as he charged at the remaining Banlong deer with unrelenting force. Wow, it's like he went berserk, Yu Xiaowen muttered, calmly observing the battlefield. As the group's healer, he knew his role was to oversee the entire situation. Linjuhan's high-grade stainless steel blade effortlessly cut through the soft hide of the Banlong deer. Within seconds, the bronze 5-star deer was riddled with wounds, its blood blooming on the grass like crimson roses. With his skill level, Linjuhan could have dispatched all 3 beasts in a single strike. However, he deliberately held back to give his teammates the chance to gain combat experience. He toyed with the deer while keeping an eye on the battle. Meanwhile, Tianwu's spear moved with the force of a storm, leaving trails of blood on the Banlong deer. An inch longer, an inch stronger, he muttered under his breath, his strikes precise and unrelenting. Endless longing, endless yearning. Brief longing, yet boundless in its reach. Yu Xiaowen stood at the edge of the battlefield, reciting passionately. First shot, yearning. His dramatic performance caused Tianwu, who was in the midst of fighting, to stumble slightly. One night of yearning holds so much, yet the distance between heaven and earth is still not far, Yu Xiaowen continued, his voice brimming with emotion. Second shot, heartbreak. Enough. This isn't some kind of 13 deadly shots performance. Tianwu snapped, his frustration evident as his face darkened. Nearby, others were locked in fierce combat with the ferocious beasts, while this guy was strolling around, not only refusing to help but also stealing the spotlight. In the center of the battlefield, Ding Ji was locked in a power struggle with a Banlong deer. His shield pressed hard against the creature as sweat poured down his face. Yu Xiaowen clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "Ah, these cursed artistic urges of mine." Finally, he picked up his dagger and joined the fray. Seizing the perfect moment, he thrust his dagger into the Banlong deer's hindquarters. The beast let out a pained screech, its right hind leg lashing out in a dangerous kick. Instinctively, Yu Xiaowen rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Though he escaped unscathed, the close call left him drenched in cold sweat. Rising to his feet, he gripped another dagger tightly and charged at the creature once more. The battle drew to a close quickly. Linjuhan's long blade slashed the throat of one Banlong deer, and amidst the spray of blood, the beast collapsed, convulsed a few times and died. On the other side, Tianwu's spear pierced through another Banlong deer's mouth, driving straight into its skull. The final Banlong deer fell under Ding Ji's shield bash and Yu Xiaowen's finishing strike, its expression hauntingly pitiful in death. Finally done, Yu Xiaowen dusted off hoof prints from his clothes as he watched Linjuhan hoist the prey. The group discussed finding a water source to rest and enjoy the hard-earned feast. Before long, they set up camp by a small stream. The crystal-clear water flowed like a jade ribbon from the mountains, winding its way through the forest. Yu Xiaowen eagerly dashed to the stream, cupping water in his hands and gulping it down. "Ah, so sweet," he exclaimed, wiping his mouth in satisfaction. Zhang Linjuhan cast him a cold glance, while Tianwu shook his head, pulling out a portable water filter to lecture on the dangers of drinking untreated water in the wild. Hearing about the potential presence of beast eggs and parasites, Yu Xiaowen's face turned pale, and he bent over, gagging. Zhang Linjuan stopped Tianwu from continuing. "Let him learn the hard way," he said, turning his attention to skillfully carving the prey. Meanwhile, Dingji had already set up the grill and started a fire. Tianwu handed Yu Xiaowen a bottle of filtered water before joining in the food preparation. Yu Xiaowen held the water bottle, watching his busy companions. For the first time, he seriously reflected on his role. Was his only contribution to bribe beasts with money? Years of privileged complacency were beginning to crumble. "Finish your water and come help," Zhang Linjuan said coolly. "Food tastes better when you've worked for it." "On it." Yu Xiaowen patted the dust off his clothes and stood up, a rare look of determination crossing his delicate features. It was time for a change. Tianwu took a bite of the roasted meat, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, old third. Your cooking skills are something else." Ding Ji gave a simple, honest smile as he skillfully sliced through the golden, crispy meat with his hunting knife. "I always thought, if I couldn't awaken my powers, I'd open a barbecue shop." Zhang Linjuan silently chewed his portion, nodding in agreement. He had been planning to do the cooking himself, but Ding Ji's skills had exceeded his expectations. As he enjoyed the meal, his thoughts drifted to Shan Xintong, mischievous little troublemaker who always brought laughter wherever she went. He made a mental note to let her taste this delicious barbecue someday. "Here, have some more," Dingji said, handing Zhang Linjuan a freshly roasted piece of venison. Just then, a rustling noise came from nearby. Zhang Linjuan's expression instantly darkened, and a sharp killing intent filled the air. He hated being interrupted while eating. In a flash, he stood up, his long blade unsheathing with a crisp, resonant ring. Before the others could react, Zhang Linjuan had already returned, his blade stained with blood and 2 silver spirit orbs in his hand. "2 hunting demon spiders not tasty," he remarked casually before resuming his meal, tearing into the venison as if nothing had happened. The 3 others exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Hunting demon spiders of the silver rank defeated with a single strike? None of them dared ask about Zhang Linjuan's true strength. Some things were better left unknown, either to preserve their self-esteem or to avoid unnecessary complications. 2 hours later, the meat from 2 half-grown dragon deer was nearly all gone, most of it devoured by Zhang Linjuan. Only a small portion was set aside as reserves. Ding Ji, exhausted from cooking so much, was left panting heavily. "Sigh." Zhang Linjuan exhaled. "What's wrong? Still hungry?" Tianwu asked. "Not exactly," Zhang Linjuan replied, wiping his mouth with a hint of disappointment. "The spirit energy in this dragon deer meat is too weak." Ever since his body had undergone changes following his last coma caused by residual effects, the beast meat he consumed would immediately transform into gentle spirit energy. Hearing this, the 3 were left utterly speechless. It had taken them over an hour just to digest the small amount of spirit energy in their portions. The gap between them was truly disheartening. Zhang Linjuan took a swig of water and began packing up. "Let's scout the surrounding area first." Yu Xiaowen silently began gathering his belongings. His uncharacteristic quietness caught the attention of Zhang Linjuan and Tianwu. Tianwu pulled Zhang Linjuan aside and whispered, "What's up with Xiaowen? He seems a bit off." "Don't worry," Zhang Linjuan said knowingly, his experience allowing him to see through the situation at a glance. "Everyone goes through a transformation sooner or later. He's just transitioning from a boy to a man. It's a good thing. Doesn't it take a woman to turn a boy into a man?" Tianwu teased, flashing a sly grin. "You've really let yourself go lately. For someone who acts all refined, I didn't expect you to be so shameless," Zhang Linjuan retorted, rolling his eyes. "Not at all, not at all. I'm merely stating the facts. Get lost." Once they had finished packing and replenishing their water supply, the group of 4 continued their journey along the stream. Most living creatures cannot survive without a water source. As long as you stay near one, there's no need to worry about the lack of prey. Meanwhile, on a vast open plain, a large group of several hundred people was resting in disarray. Many bore injuries, their clothes tattered, faces covered in dirt. The chaotic skirmish earlier had left everyone shaken. Despite the relatively weak bronze-level beasts they faced, the panic and stampede among the group had caused a disaster. Most of the injuries were inflicted by their own comrades. And Xingyu stood atop a protruding boulder, his face dark with anger. He was furiously berating his subordinates for their incompetence, spitting as he cursed. Some couldn't bear the humiliation any longer and quietly packed their belongings to leave the group. Calm down, brother you. Here are the spoils from earlier. His trusted aide, Su Kuan, approached quickly and respectfully handed him a few blood-stained bronze spirit beads. And Xingyu carelessly stuffed the beads into his pocket, letting out a cold snort. A bunch of useless fools. So many of you, and you struggle against a few beasts. He conveniently ignored the fact that during the battle, he had been hiding at the back of the group. Exactly, brother you, Su Kuan flattered him eagerly. What about those who left? Should we go after them? Go after them? Let them die if they want it. Saves us the trouble of dealing with their corpses. And Xingyu snapped furiously. Hearing this, the expressions of those nearby changed, but no one dared to leave. If a group of hundreds struggled to fend off the beasts, going solo was no different from courting death. They could only remain silent, enduring the grim situation. At the same time, Tianwu was carefully digging in front of a bush. With a small spade in hand, he meticulously cleared the soil around a small purple flower. Linjuhan stood nearby, gripping his blade tightly, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings for any threats. Meanwhile, Ding Ji and Yushuan curiously leaned in to watch Tianwu. Soon, a lump of dark, black material emerged from the soil. What is this? Did you just dig up a yak egg? Ding Ji scratched his head in confusion. Nonsense. Yaks are mammals. They don't lay eggs. Yushuan immediately retorted. In my hometown, we call potatoes yak eggs, Ding Ji explained, feeling wronged. Yushuan stuck out her tongue apologetically. Sorry, I didn't know. Tianwu wiped the dirt off the object carefully and held it up for everyone to see. This is called lianxianggao. When ground into powder, it can mask our scent. If sprinkled in a circle around our camp at night, it significantly reduces the chances of being detected by beasts. It's easy to identify. Look at the 4 purple petals and the white crescent-shaped markings. The larger the markings, the older it is. Ding Ji picked up the purple flower on the ground to examine it closely. Drop it now, Tianwu quickly warned. Ding Ji flung the flower away as if it were electrified. Is it poisonous? It's not poisonous. Smell your right hand, Tianwu said calmly. Ugh, Ding Ji nearly gagged after sniffing his hand. This is horrible. It stinks so bad. It's worse than geraniums, Titan arums, or night-blooming orchids. The flower itself has no odor, but once it comes into contact with human skin, it releases a terrible stench. And the worst part, Tianwu paused for dramatic effect, it doesn't wash off. Ding Ji collapsed onto the ground, utterly dejected. It's over. Meiduo is definitely going to avoid me now. Who's Meiduo? The 3 of them asked in unison, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ding Ji rubbed his fingers together, his voice brimming with barely concealed happiness. Meiduo is the most beautiful girl in our village, like a fairy. Though his dark skin didn't show a blush, the sparkle in his eyes betrayed his emotions. Childhood sweethearts, innocent playmates, betrothed by family arrangement. Yushuan blurted out a string of outdated phrases after racking his brain. Linjuhan and Tianwu exchanged a knowing side-eye, as if silently saying, what era are you living in? Suddenly, Ding Ji sniffed his hands again, and his whole demeanor changed. He squatted down on the ground like a sulking giant. But I stink. If it's that bad, we can chop it off, Yushuan said, feigning heartbreak as he drew a dagger. We'll get you a steampunk mechanical hand when we're back. Super cool. Linjuhan tried to stifle his laughter. Just rub it with some dirt from Tianwu's lianxiangdan. That should do the trick. Huh. Tianwu turned to Linjuhan in surprise. Just happened to notice. Linjuhan shrugged. You're the expert, and just an amateur. This one's on you. Ding Ji quickly gathered dirt from the ground and began rubbing his hands vigorously, half doubting but desperate. He scrubbed so hard his palms turned red. It really doesn't smell anymore, he exclaimed in delight. Next time, be more careful. Don't touch things you shouldn't, Yushuan said, patting Ding Ji on the shoulder with an air of exaggerated maturity. Tianwu tucked the lianxiangdan back into his bag. Let's move. It's getting late. We should hunt some game and find a place to camp. This is the first night we're spending in the portal's realm. It's worth remembering. Sleeping under the sky, lying on the ground, with ferocious beasts as neighbors definitely memorable, Yushuan said with a sigh. He had never imagined life after awakening would be this thrilling, and this was only the beginning. Watching the 3 ahead of him stride confidently forward, he smiled faintly. Being the team's caretaker isn't so bad. He'll work hard to catch up and move forward with them. The sky over Yunkuan Mountain was gradually cloaked in gray, devoid of the vibrant sunsets seen in the outside world. The low-hanging clouds concealed the mountain peaks, creating a hazy and oppressive atmosphere. Before nightfall, they found an ideal camp site, a protruding rock platform halfway up a barren hill. Smooth cliff walls flanked its sides, providing safety and proximity to a water pool below. With his pack on his back, Linjuhan effortlessly used the cliff walls to propel himself upward. leaping several times until he reached the platform dozens of meters high. After confirming it was safe, he pressed climbing anchors into the rock with his bare hands, tied a loop knot, and tossed the rope down. Then, gripping the rope in one hand and holding a knife in the other, he gracefully descended. That was so cool. If I were a girl, I'd like Xiaochuan too, Yushuan said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. I can help with that, Taoru replied with a mischievous grin. Come on, give me a break. The little witch would tear me apart alive. Yushuan shuddered. At Tianwu Academy, there was an unspoken rule everyone knew by heart: better to face a starshine beast alone than to mess with the school's beauty, Shenwu knew. She was the perfect blend of angel and demon, with an endless arsenal of tricks to torment others. Watch out. Zhang Linjuhan's warning shattered the silence. In midair, he swung his long blade, sending it hurtling toward a massive snake head that had suddenly emerged from the pond. Clang! Sparks flew as the heightened-style stainless steel blade shattered into several pieces in an instant. Hiss! The giant serpent opened its blood-red maw, releasing a tide of black venomous mist that surged toward Zhang Linjuhan. The stench was overwhelming. Holding his breath, Zhang Linjuhan waved his hand, and a pitch-black tang blade materialized out of thin air. With a resonant, dragon-like hum, the blade was drawn. Wind! At Zhang Linjuan's soft command, the blade's tip unleashed a powerful gust, dispersing the toxic mist into the nearby forest. Leaves touched by the venom withered and rotted instantly, as if corroded by acid. Zhang Linjuan landed steadily, his blade aimed directly at the serpent. By now, the massive creature had fully risen from the water. Its green-scaled armor gleamed coldly under the moonlight, and beads of water on its sharp scales reflected a chilling light. Its tree-trunk-thick body stretched over 20 meters long, and its lantern-sized yellow eyes glowed with a menacing gleam. Between flickers of its forked tongue, for razor-sharp fangs glinted ominously. Qingming python, Zhang Linjuan calmly identified the beast. No wonder he hadn't sensed it earlier. This 6-star golden-ranked beast not only boasted nearly impenetrable scale armor and lethal venom, but was also a master of stealth, especially underwater, where it was nearly undetectable. Its two deadliest attacks: constriction with its hardened scales and corrosive venomous water arrows. What do we do now? Taoru gripped his spear tightly as he moved closer to Zhang Linjuan, the bulging veins on his hand betraying his tension. Ding Ji and Yu Xiaowen were already huddled together in fear, cowering behind Zhang Linjuan. What level is this snake? The pressure is overwhelming. Are the four of us even enough to be a snack for it? Yu Xiaowen stammered, trembling. Snake stew tonight. Zhang Linjuan grinned darkly. Finally, a golden-ranked beast. Looks like we'll feast well. Stop joking. If anything, it's going to feast on us. Yu Xiaowen took a deep breath and shakily stepped forward. All distracted. You guys run as far as you can. Zhang Linjuan yanked him back. Cut the tragic hero act. His eyes flared with a blood-red hue, the Shura blood eyes. The murderous intent in his gaze pierced through the Qingming python's yellow eyes like a blade. The giant serpent writhed uneasily, its massive tail sweeping across the ground and snapping several tree trunks as thick as bowls. A primal fear took hold of it, and it started retreating, flicking its tongue as it tried to slip back into the pond. But Zhang Linjuan wasn't about to let this rare delicacy escape. With a powerful stomp, he left a deep crater in the ground and shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. The tang blade in his hand traced a mysterious arc in the air. The three of them, Taoru, Yu Xiaowen, and Ding Ji, felt their vision blur as a flurry of blade shadows flashed through the air, vanishing in an instant. The massive serpent's head was severed cleanly, flying off as crimson blood gushed out like a fountain. The headless python's body crashed heavily onto the edge of the pool, sending blood droplets splashing into the water, where they blossomed into vivid red patterns. Zhang Linjuan landed steadily on the opposite bank. With a casual flick of his hand, the blood on his blade scattered cleanly away. Yu Xiaowen stood dumbfounded, pointing alternately between the severed Qingming python on the ground and his own gaping mouth, unable to produce anything but a series of incoherent ah sounds. Beside him, Ding Ji, catching on to the sight, let out an astonished exclamation as well. Ignore him. He's just regressing to his primal roots, Taoru said, rubbing his face before patting Ding Ji on the arm. Clean up. We're having snake stew tonight. Zhang Linjuan strolled over nonchalantly, entirely indifferent to his earlier breathtaking display. He knew his strength would be revealed sooner or later, so there was no point in continuing to hide it. Better to face it head-on. For now, his thoughts were solely on the prospect of a good meal. Yu Xiaowen suddenly clutched his jaw, accidentally biting his tongue in the process. I know what you want to say, Zhang Linjuan said calmly. It's just that my ability happens to be exceptionally sharp. As he spoke, he picked up a broken piece of the blade from the ground and lightly slid it across a piece of stainless steel. The once solid metal was effortlessly sliced into delicate, thin sheets, as though it were nothing more than fish meat. Holy crap! This is the legendary cutting through steel like mud. Yu Xiaowen exclaimed in shock. Ding Ji instinctively glanced at himself, then at the gleaming Tang blade, as though calculating how many pieces he could be sliced into. Xiao Chuan, this Qingming python looks like it just laid eggs, Taoru suddenly remarked. Zhang Linchuan's eyes lit up as he quickly asked how Taoru could tell. Taoru pointed to the snake's tail. Look at its cloacal opening, it's noticeably swollen, with remnants of ruptured egg membranes still visible. You're so gross, studying that kind of thing, Yu Xiaowen teased. Taoru couldn't be bothered to respond. You guys deal with the body. I'll go look for the eggs, Zhang Linchuan said before leaping into the pool. Is this guy reincarnated from a starving ghost? What if there's danger down there? Yu Xiaowen muttered, though his tone carried a trace of concern. Not much of a problem, Taoru replied. Qingming pythons don't protect their eggs. Even if there's another one, it'll just mean more for the menu. Got it. Yu Xiaowen unsheathed his dagger, then turned to see Ding Ji standing frozen, looking conflicted. Hey, big guy, what's up with you? Ding Ji frowned. I was planning to invite you all to my house over the winter break, but I'm starting to think the 3,000 yaks we have at home might not be enough to feed everyone. 3,000 yaks? Yu Xiaowen exclaimed, stunned. He had never imagined that the usually modestly dressed Ding Ji was actually from a wealthy family. Don't worry about it. Xiao Chuan probably only cares about exotic beast meat, Tao Ru said with a smile, carefully attending to the Qingming python's body, meticulously handling every detail. Tao Ru looked at the ground covered with valuable items and couldn't help but feel his heart ache as if it were bleeding. If only he still had his storage equipment, these precious materials could have been collected. Snake oil could be turned into premium skincare products, powdered snake bones could strengthen the body, and the priceless snake skin and scales were treasures beyond compare. He recalled how his family had spent a fortune on an 8-meter-long Qingming python last time, and now, here was a 20-meter-long Oni, an absolute rarity that was priceless. Ding Ji swiftly climbed onto the stone platform, retrieved Zhang Linchuan's backpack, and slid back down. He sighed. I thought tonight would be a bit easier, but it looks like we've got a lot on our hands. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowen was busy gathering firewood nearby, as the charcoal they had brought had been used up after a single meal. Ding Ji made use of the materials at hand, assembling a makeshift stove with a few stones and setting a pot on top, grateful that someone had prepared and brought all the necessary tools. Suddenly, the sound of bubbling water came from the pool. The three immediately tensed, raising their weapons and aiming them at the water's surface. Moments later, a white object the size of a basketball floated up, followed by 3 more. Summoning his courage, Tao Ru moved closer and exclaimed, Snake eggs? Xiaochuan really hit the jackpot. Before his words fully landed, there was a loud splash as Zhang Linchuan leaped out of the water. Squeezing water from his clothes, he explained, There's a complex underground river down there. I almost got lost, but I managed to find these 4 snake eggs. In truth, he had found 5, but had set one aside for the little witch to try later. 4 snake eggs? Yu Xiaowen gasped in astonishment. If the beast tamers find out about this, they'd fight each other tooth and nail for them. He went on to explain that beast tamers were a special kind of awakened individuals. Although they had low affinity for talent and spiritual energy, they were naturally compatible with fierce beasts. They gave up cultivation to focus entirely on training these beasts as spirit pets, and beast eggs were the easiest to bond with. Unfortunately, none of us are beast tamers, so these are just food for us, Zhang Linchuan said decisively. Xiaochuan, come over here. Tao Ru called out. There's something good waiting for you, a snake gallbladder. Zhang Linchuan approached the middle section of the python, drew his knife, and sliced into it, retrieving a gallbladder the size of a fist. The emerald green gallbladder glowed faintly like high-quality jade. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The 3 of them collectively swallowed nervously, not out of envy, but out of concern for how difficult it must be to swallow. As the gallbladder entered Zhang Linchuan's stomach, it transformed into a surge of spiritual energy that spread warmth throughout his body. Suddenly, there was a soft pop. Sound from within him had successfully broken through to Golden Star Level 6. That feels great, Zhang Linchuan said, stretching lazily. Tao Ru then removed the python's fangs and handed one to each of them. Here, take one for self-defense. Be careful, theory, highly venomous. Yu Xiaowen excitedly brandished his fang. With this, I can go anywhere unchallenged. Whoever I stab is done for. Try not to use it, Zhang Linchuan advised. Why not? Ding Ji explained. Because it would ruin the meat? Good point. Yu Xiaowen suddenly realized. That's a perfect answer. How could I have overlooked that? Under the dim, gloomy night sky, a flickering red flame danced. Sparks occasionally burst from the campfire, resembling fleeting shooting stars. In the pot, a creamy white broth bubbled vigorously, with tender pieces of snake meat rising and sinking in the heat, filling the air with an enticing aroma as wisps of fragrant steam curled upward. Tianwu stirred the snake soup with focus, occasionally adding herbs he had gathered during the day. Beside him, Linjuhan and the other two each clutched a roasted snake egg the size of a basketball, devouring it ravenously. Ji, in particular, was so exaggeratedly engrossed that his entire head nearly disappeared into the eggshell, emitting pig-like sounds as he ate. Burp. That was delicious, Yu Xiaowen exclaimed, patting his round, full stomach with a satisfied expression. So good. Linjuhan licked his lips, still savoring the taste, and playfully placed the empty eggshell on Yu Xiaowen's head. Who turned off the lights? Yu Xiaowen immediately played along, pretending to act confused. Tianwu chuckled at their antics and scooped up a piece of the soup. All right, give this a try. Linjuhan eagerly grabbed a piece of snake meat, ignoring the heat as he took a big bite. The tender, silky meat, infused with a unique herbal aroma, slid down his throat, prompting him to grab 2 more pieces in quick succession. The warm, nourishing energy from the meal coursed through his body, leaving a faint glow of vitality within his internal organs. Second brother, get me a piece too. I want to try it, Yu Xiaowen said ingratiatingly. Oh, now you remember to call me second brother. Tianwu smiled as he scooped a small piece for him. Second brother, I want some too. Ji quickly chimed in, not wanting to miss out. As everyone was enjoying their feast, Linjuhan suddenly became alert and fixed his gaze on the depths of the forest. Who's there? He demanded. Wait, don't be nervous, it's just classmates, a girl's voice called out from the shadows. Moments later, 2 boys and 2 girls staggered out of the woods, their clothes tattered and their appearance disheveled. The girl's eyes lingered on the steaming pot, and she unconsciously swallowed hard. Yu Xiaowen instinctively covered the pot with both hands, guarding it protectively as he eyed the unexpected visitors with suspicion. Could we rest here for a while? Please, we're completely exhausted, the girl pleaded. Tianwu glanced at Linjuhan for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, he gestured for them to sit. Come over, but keep quiet, he said. Thank you, the girl said gratefully. The 4 newcomers sat around the campfire, their eyes hungrily fixed on the food but maintaining a respectful silence. Noticing this, Linjuhan signaled to Tianwu. They couldn't possibly finish an entire azure python themselves, so why not take the opportunity to build some goodwill? Tianwu understood and scooped a few pieces of meat into a metal container. Here, share this among yourselves, but don't eat too much, it might not be good for your bodies, he advised. Thank you. My name is Luo Chang'an, the girl said as she introduced her companions. This is Luo Hu, Gao Ran and Su Rong. The 4 eagerly divided the food, eating with desperation yet maintaining a sense of decorum. Curious, Tianwu asked, didn't you stay with the larger group? Ugh, don't even mention it. The burly Luo Hu slammed his fist onto the ground, speaking angrily. That coward in Xingyu hid behind the crowd, doing nothing, and even had the nerve to insult us, he said through gritted teeth. Before he could finish, Luo Chang'an jumped in, her eyes glistening with tears. Never in my life have I been humiliated like this. Luo Hu then recounted the events in detail. Ha, that guy looks like trouble from the start, Yu Xiaowen sneered coldly. All right, that's enough gossiping. Tianwu waved his hand dismissively. What's done is done. Talking about it won't change anything. I'm going to wash up. Rong, come with me, Luo Chang'an said as she stood up. Tianwu turned to Luo Hu and Gao Ran. You two should go with them as well. Watch your step, Yu Xiaowen reminded them sternly. Although Luo Hu and Gao Ran were a bit confused, they followed along anyway. Suddenly, Yu Xiaowen covered his ears and kicked Ji. Big guy, cover your ears. You're such a sneaky troublemaker. Linjuhan shot him a sideways glance. Ah! For piercing screams shattered the night. Don't be scared, Tianwu called out from a distance. It's already dead. You even ate its meat earlier. When the 4 returned, their faces were pale. Gao Ran, trembling, rested his hands on his knees. That snake was huge. How did you guys kill it? With unity and teamwork, Tianwu replied. By standing together, Linjuhan added. Through combined effort, Yu Xiaowen chimed in. To achieve greatness? Ji suddenly interjected. Shut it, you fool. Yu Xiaowen groaned, covering his face in exasperation. Are you really not afraid? Su Rong asked softly. Linjuhan answered calmly. Fear is instinctive, but it's useless. Instead of being afraid, pick up a weapon and destroy what scares you. His words seemed to carry a strange power. Luo Chang'an, after thanking him, resolutely headed toward the water's edge, with the others following close behind. Who knew you were such a philosopher? Yu Xiaowen said with a grin, slinging an arm around Linjuhan's shoulder. Linjuhan brushed him off. Go slice some more meat. I'm still hungry. Got it. Yu Xiaowen grabbed a knife and got to work. A short while later, Luo Qianqian and the others returned, their appearances tidied. As they approached, Yu Xiaowen eagerly offered, "Ladies, care for some more meat? It's delicious." "Thanks, but no. We're still digesting the spiritual energy from before," Luo Qianqian replied with a smile. Just then, beams of flashlight flickered in the distance, moving closer. "Looks like this pot of meat is attracting quite the crowd," Tianwu said, adjusting his clothes lightly. Over the next 2 hours, more and more people arrived, eventually forming a group of over 300. They were all individuals who had left in Xingyu's team out of dissatisfaction. Tianwu treated the injured with his family's medical skills and shared the snake meat, earning everyone's gratitude. Many even broke through their cultivation levels after eating the Qingming python meat, making the act of sharing all the more significant. Meanwhile, Zhang Linjuhan silently continued eating. Ding Ji had already fallen asleep, and Yu Xiaowen was enthusiastically bragging about his battle prowess to a group of women. After finishing the last piece of meat, Zhang Linjuhan wiped his mouth contentedly, grabbed his long blade, and leapt onto a nearby tree branch. "I'll stand watch tonight. Everyone, get some rest. He's so cool." The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yu Xiaowen glanced around, then let out a long sigh. "Looks like good looks really are everything. You fickle women." At the break of dawn, a red flare pierced through the silent sky, rising steadily. Zhang Linjuan and his 3 roommates, fully geared, waved goodbye to their still drowsy classmates. "We're heading out first. Good luck, everyone," Zhang said. The rest of the students, snapping out of their grogginess, hurriedly grabbed their backpacks and chased after them as if their lives depended on it. 3 minutes later, 2 dark figures approached swiftly. Wang Xian's face was grim. "Who fired the flare?" Reporting to the instructor, it was Zhang Linjuan. One of the students who had stayed behind answered. "And where is he now?" Wang Xian scanned the area but found no trace of Zhang Linjuan. "They left something near the pond, a big snake," the student said, pointing toward the water's edge. Wang Xian and Butcher cautiously approached the pond. On the ground lay an intact snakeskin, with neatly arranged greenish scales beside it. A Qingming python. Butcher's scarred face twitched. Freshman actually managed to kill a Qingming python. One of the students who had caught up explained, reporting to the instructor, the snake was killed by Zhang Linjuan and his roommates together. "We even got a share of the snake meat." Wang Xian motioned for the students to continue with their trial. Once the crowd dispersed, Butcher carefully inspected the scene and found the shriveled snake head hidden beneath the scales. He examined the snakeskin closely. There's only one incision, very clean. It was killed in a single strike. The snake is about 20 meters long, and the thickness of its scales. This is at least a 5-star gold-level beast. Wang Xian was incredulous. How could a freshman kill a gold-level Qingming python with one strike? It must have been Zhang Linjuan. He was carrying 2 long blades. But ordinary steel blades couldn't possibly cut through scales this easily, Butcher said, puzzled. At that moment, Wang Xian noticed something glinting on the ground. He picked up a comb-shaped fragment of a broken blade. Suddenly, it dawned on him. His ability is a blade. He must be hiding his true strength. He's nothing like a newly awakened freshman's, a shark in a pond of fish. The 2 of them immediately returned to report to Yin Hui. After a long silence, Yin Hui ordered them to keep the matter confidential. Wang Xian accepted the command and left. Yin Hui gazed into the depths of Yunkuan Mountain, a stiff smile forming on his face. "Little junior brother, for now, I'll keep this secret for you. Otherwise, that girl Lingshuang might drag you off to Sentinel. You're destined to be a blade that raises cities." The captain actually smiled. Shui Gue exclaimed in shock. "My God, this is terrifying." "Drop that ridiculous translator tone," Qi Lian exclaimed dramatically, clutching her chest. Without a word, Lei Gong launched a swift kick. Deep in the dense forest, Tao Ru, Yu Xiaowen, and Ding Ji were crouched on the ground, drawing circles in the dirt. Behind them, a large group of exhausted newcomers lay sprawled out in disarray. Ah, was it really necessary? Yu Xiaowen sighed as he chewed on a grass root. "This was the first time I've ever been chased by so many beautiful women." Tao Ru, holding a stick, was focused on scribbling in the dirt as he analyzed. Human nature tends to admire strength. Fear stems from an innate sense of insecurity. When people can't pinpoint the source of their fear, they instinctively seek protection, like from us. Honestly, we're no different from them. We're all just a bunch of cowardly mice, Yu Xiaowen remarked, lying on his back and gazing at the sky. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ding Ji asked, looking puzzled. It's psychological stuff. I'll explain it to you properly when we get back," Taoru replied. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Chuan's back. Zhang Linjuan emerged gracefully from the forest, leaping nimbly between the trees before landing with a flip. He grabbed a water bottle and took a few hearty gulps. "Any discoveries?" Taoru asked. "A herd of horned antelopes, about 100 of them. Around a dozen are at the silver level, Zhang Linjuhan reported succinctly. 100. Tao Ru frowned deeply. That's too many. After a moment of thought, he asked, what's your plan? Let's go big, Zhang Linjuhan said with a sly grin. Although he could handle the herd on his own, considering the large number of followers and the yet-emerged danger Tao Ru had warned about, he decided to conserve his strength. I love stirring things up, Yu Xiaowen said, cracking his knuckles. Me too, Ding Ji quickly chimed in. Yeah, right? Like you two have the guts, Tao Ru sneered, giving them a disdainful glance before turning back to Zhang Linjuhan. You must already have a plan, right? Zhang Linjuhan pulled 2 military shovels from his backpack and tossed them to the pair. You two are in charge of digging pits. Make them as big and as deep as possible. Pit trap tactic. Tao Ru's eyes lit up. Not just that, Zhang Linjuhan replied with a meaningful smile, his gaze shifting toward the group of followers nearby. Instead of letting them trail behind us aimlessly, why not help them conquer their fear? Let them see some blood. 300 people against 100 horned antelopes. Our chances are pretty good. Tao Ru nodded in agreement. This is definitely a good opportunity. Without delay, Zhang Linjuhan approached the newcomers. All right, everyone. Let's review the trap setting lessons from the instructors. Raise your hand if you want to participate. I'm in. Luo Qianqian was the first to jump up excitedly. Great. You'll be the leader of the first group, Zhang Linjuhan confirmed with a nod. Awesome. Luo Qianqian cheered, flashing a victory sign. Before long, the 300 people were divided into 15 groups of 20, each with clear responsibilities. Everyone threw themselves into the work with enthusiasm. Some dug pits, some stripped tree bark to make ropes, and others sharpened branches into stakes. They exchanged ideas and grew more animated with their discussions. Even Zhang Linjuhan couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive listening to their wild creativity. Human imagination truly knows no bounds. Beyond the dense forest lay an expanse of lush green grass. A herd of yellow wand-white horned antelopes grazed leisurely on tender grass and leaves, occasionally raising their heads to scan the surroundings warily, alert to the possibility of predators. A few young antelopes nursed from their mothers, creating a scene of harmony and peace. Suddenly, a figure darted out like a phantom, snatching up a lamb and bolting at full speed. Bah! Bah! The lamb's piercing cries immediately alarmed the entire herd. The mother, realizing her child was taken, sprang into action. As the leader of the herd, she charged after the figure with all her might. The rest of the herd surged forward like a tidal wave, their thundering hooves shaking the ground and raising clouds of dust. Zhang Linjuhan sprinted while vigorously slapping the lamb's flank, provoking it to cry out even more desperately. Ahead, the entrance to the forest loomed like a giant trap, but the horned antelopes had no inkling of the deadly bait set before them. Hiding within the forest, Tao Ru kept his gaze fixed on the scene, his palms sweating as he hastily wiped them on his pants. The thunderous rumble of the herd's charge pounded like a drum in the hearts of the ambushers, adrenaline surging through every vein. They're here. Tao Ru's eyes sharpened, and he raised his arm high. As Zhang Linjuhan leapt forward, Tao Ru swung his arm down sharply, shouting, Team 3. Instantly, 3 thick vines as wide as a thumb sprang from the ground, forming a tripwire. The lead antelope let out a sharp cry, leaping over the vines with its powerful legs, and the rest of the herd followed suit. But as the lead antelope landed, the ground gave way with a deafening crash, revealing a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, its bottom lined with thick wooden spikes. The herd tumbled into the pit like beads from a broken string, impaled by the spikes. Blood quickly soaked the soil, staining it a dark red. Teams 14 and 15, encircle them, Tao Ru commanded again. Burly beast morph awakeners armed with massive shields blocked the herd's escape routes. Then, for large nets made from tree bark descended from above, while countless wooden spears and arrows shot out from the forest on both sides, pinning down more of the antelopes. The rest of you, engage in close combat, Tao Ru shouted, raising his spear as he charged forward, leading the team in the final assault. Zhang Linjuhan weaved through the herd like a butterfly, each strike aimed directly at the throat. As the last horned antelope fell, a system notification sounded. Cumulative kill count, 500 bronze tier beasts. Reward unlocked. Movement skill, feather step on snow. Feather step on snow LV1. As light as a feather, leaving no trace on snow. As elusive as a phantom, as agile as a dragon. Greatly enhances burst speed and allows brief suspension in midair. A torrent of data surged into Zhang Linjuan's mind, causing a sharp, splitting pain in his head. New tasks followed immediately. Accumulate 300 kills of silver tier beasts 1300, and 80 kills of platinum tier beasts 080. Movement techniques? Zhang Linjuan smirked. All survival skills. This system really doesn't want me to die. Well, at least they don't take up skill slots, so that's something. On the battlefield, The 300-person hunt was nearing its conclusion. The ground was littered with the corpses of horned antelopes, their bodies sprawled in disarray. Only a few that had fallen into traps continued to struggle in their final moments. Cheers erupted from the crowd, one after another. For many, this was their first time personally slaying a beast, and their initial fear had been entirely replaced by uncontainable excitement. Turns out these beasts aren't so scary after all, Yu Xiaowen exclaimed, waving his blood-stained daggers enthusiastically. Ding Ji, meanwhile, leaned against a tree with a simple smile, meticulously wiping the blood and flesh off his shield. What's next? Tianwu asked. Zhang Linjuhan pondered briefly. The scent of blood might attract more beasts. We need to move quickly. Pair up and transport the prey back to yesterday's campsite. This food should last us for the remaining days. Tianwu immediately began delegating tasks. Zhang Linjuhan, on the other hand, jumped into the pit, using his extraordinary strength to finish off the struggling horned antelopes before tossing their bodies out. It didn't take long for him to reach the bottom of the pit. The silver-deer leader of the herd had already perished, its neck pierced through and crushed under the weight of the others. The surrounding soil was stained a deep, purplish-black from the blood. Zhang Linjuhan climbed out of the pit, shaking the bloodied mud from his shoes. Tianwu had already marked the area to warn others of the traps. Back at the campsite, the snakeskin and scales of the Qingming python were nowhere to be seen. Will the instructor give us back the snake scales and skin? Tianwu asked reluctantly, fidgeting with his fingers. Hard to say, but we still have the snake bones, so it's not a total loss. Zhang Linjuhan didn't seem particularly concerned, his focus more on the meat. The massive, 20-meter-long snake skeleton had already been divided into hundreds of pieces and packed into the freshmen's backpacks. The captain and vice-captain are back. Thunderous applause erupted as Zhang Linjuhan and Tianwu were ushered to the edge of the waterhole. Yu Xiaowen and Ding Ji were crouching over a pile of gleaming spirit beads, practically drooling. These spirit beads are blindingly bright, Tianwu muttered, rubbing his temples. Though those two drooling idiots kind of ruined the scene, Luo Qianqian, ever the diligent secretary, reported, a total of 103 beads, all accounted for. All yours, I'm going to rest. Zhang Linjuhan walked off without hesitation, leaving the difficult task of distribution to Tianwu. After a moment of thought, Tianwu announced, priority goes to those on the verge of a breakthrough. Qianqian will handle the record keeping. If you don't get one this time, you'll have a chance next time. These are our shared spoils, and there will be plenty more in the future. Gradually, more and more students joined the group. Passing freshmen, drawn by the commotion, stopped to ask what was happening. Gao Ran enthusiastically recounted the events in vivid detail, leaving the newcomers wide-eyed and speechless. I want to join, they declared with fervent expressions, their faces alight with a devotion akin to that of devout believers. Thick smoke billowed high into the sky. In front of the fire pit, golden-hued horned antelopes were roasting over the flames, their pure white fat dripping into the fire with a tempting sizzle. Hundreds of people sat around scattered bonfires, holding refreshing filtered water in their hands, their faces beaming with joy. In the center of the crowd, a few graceful young women danced, their movements mesmerizing. The surrounding crowd clapped in rhythm, laughter and cheerful voices echoing endlessly. Zhang Linjuhan sat alone on a high stone platform, his legs dangling over the edge, casually playing with a crispy roasted lamb leg in his hand. The lively scene stood in stark contrast to his usual solitary life. For years, he had been a lone wanderer, battling fierce beasts in the darkness. Every mission carried the possibility of being his last. He had even left a farewell letter in his family's bookshelf back home, recounting his story with Yu Hai, awaiting the day his parents might find it. As someone who had been wearing a mask since middle school, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Back then, he was the model student in his teacher's eyes and the academic star in his classmates' hearts, polite and gentle on the surface, yet cold as ice within. Throughout his school years, only Mao Yuan and the mischievous Xiao Mawei had been his true friends. He was like a misfit foreigner, living cautiously in this world, hiding behind a mask and shackled by invisible chains. He feared that if the mole lurking in the shadows were ever exposed to sunlight, he would vanish in an instant. But everything had begun to change quietly since he arrived in the imperial capital. He met people like Nie Qingyan, who was equally lonely but optimistic and sunny, his spirited and gallant senior sister, the cold and commanding senior brother, the quirky Xiao Mawei, the humble and courteous Tianwu, the sharp-tongued yet loyal Yu Xiaowen, and the honest and simple Ding Ji. Spending time with them day after day, the chains around his heart unknowingly loosened. Fighting alongside others turned out to be an unexpectedly delightful experience. Suddenly, a furious shout shattered the cheerful atmosphere. What are you doing? Zhang Linjuhan looked down, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Below, Anxi had barged in with over 20 people, rudely shoving aside a group of freshmen who had been enjoying their meal. We're starving. Let us have some food. Su Kuan flattered Xingyu with a fawning smile. Brother Yu, take a seat. And Xingyu nodded and sat down, while Su Kuan reached out to grab some roasted meat. A girl nearby glared at them with tearful eyes. This is our food. What's the big deal? Let us eat. You can go mooch somewhere else, Su Kuan said impatiently. Smack. A crisp sound rang out as a bone fragment struck Su Kuan's outstretched hand with precision. He yelped in pain, a red swelling instantly appearing on his hand. And Xingyu lifted his head, glaring angrily at the figure on the stone platform. What's your problem? Leave, came the icy, bone-chilling reply, laden with murderous intent. At that moment, Tianwu approached slowly, a faint smile on his lips but sharpness in his eyes. You're not welcome here. Leave, the freshmen shouted in unison, their emotions ignited. Why should the food they had worked so hard to obtain be taken by force? They were all classmates. Scorned this have been resolved with a few polite words? Why resort to such arrogance? And Xingyu's face darkened instantly, and his underlings behind him exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to do. Just as Linjuhan slowly drew the long blade from his back, Tianwu acted quickly, immediately leading his men to drive Xingyu and his group out the door, fearing that even a moment's delay would lead to bloodshed. We're leaving. And Xingyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Truly an eye-opener. Yu Xiaoan spat in Xingyu's direction. Just an overgrown child who thinks the world owes him something. All right, let's not ruin everyone's mood. Let's continue eating. Tianwu interjected to ease the tension. In just 2 days, Xingyu's once large group had dwindled to barely over 20 people, a clear testament to his lack of leadership. In stark contrast, Linjuhan's team had grown to over 800 members. This was far beyond his expectations. He hadn't intended to take on so much responsibility, but with people following him wherever he went, he had no choice but to step up, establishing the camp as a temporary base. The well-fed newcomers busied themselves chopping wood to craft weapons and set traps, while the nimblest were sent out to scout the movements of dangerous beasts. Linjuhan oversaw the camp from its center, flanked by his protectors Yu Xiaoan and Ding Ji, while Luo Qianqian coordinated the flow of information. A detailed map of Yunkuan Mountain gradually took shape, marking the strength, range, and numbers of various beasts. However, the deeper regions of Yunkuan Mountain remained an uncharted mystery due to the limits of their abilities. Whenever a suitable target was identified, Linjuhan carefully devised plans and led the team on expeditions, leaving only support-type awakened individuals to guard the camp. They moved like a band of fearless raiders, winning every battle they engaged in. What began as a trial mission had transformed into a sweeping campaign. The newcomers grew more courageous with each victory, eventually daring to challenge even groups of gold-tier beasts. Their sights set on a small pack of gold-tier scarlet-tailed foxes, their first encounter nearly ended in a complete disaster. If not for Linjuhan covering their retreat, the losses would have been catastrophic. Yet, this failure only steeled their resolve. After 3 grueling days of relentless combat, the nearly 900-strong group finally managed to eliminate over 40 scarlet-tailed foxes. It was a hard-fought and unforgettable victory. On the final day of waiting, the group's adrenaline began to subside. Meanwhile, in the safety zone of Yunkuan Mountain, Wang Xian and the butcher were playing chess under the dim glow of a flickering incandescent lamp. As the night watchman, they discussed the unusual absence of any signal flares over the past 6 days. Suddenly, a piercing red light shot up from the distant gray sky. Moments later, countless red flares followed, painting the entire sky a blood-red hue. Staring at the ominous sight, Wang Xian felt his scalp tingle and his nerves tighten. Everyone, assemble immediately. Yin Hui's commanding voice echoed throughout the safety zone. Linjuhan, get out here right now. And Xingyu's furious roar echoed at the gate of the camp, surrounded by a wooden fence. The flames of the bonfires on either side of the gate flickered wildly, scattering sparks into the night, while dim light from animal fat candles seeped through the wooden cabins. What are you barking about? Get lost. Luo who shouted back angrily, standing at the entrance. One by one, lights ignited in the wooden cabins as drowsy students emerged, gathering toward the camp gate. Linjuhan's figure suddenly leapt down from a stone platform in midair, landing steadily atop the camp gate. He cast a cold gaze at Xingyu, his left thumb already resting on the hilt of his blade, ready to draw it at any moment. So, you finally showed up, and Xingyu sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. He turned toward the pitch-black forest and called out, "Seniors, he's here." Linjuhan's pupils contracted sharply as 8 figures emerged in unison from the forest. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes devoid of life, yet a chilling murderous intent gleamed in their pupils, making them appear like walking corpses. Death warriors. The term exploded in Linjuhan's mind. Unable to gauge their strength, His instinct screamed for retreat. With a powerful burst, his feet shattered the wooden gate beneath him, and his figure disappeared into the dense forest like lightning. 7 of the figures immediately gave chase, leaving one standing silently at the gate. Hidden in the crowd, Yu Xiaowen was just about to raise a signal gun when the lone figure moved. A violent gust of wind sent the people in front flying. From beneath the figure's sleeve emerged a pale, deathly hand, striking directly at Yu Xiaowen's vital point. At the critical moment, Tianwu threw himself in front of Yu Xiaowen. With a deafening crash, both were sent flying, slamming into a wooden cabin. The entire structure collapsed under the massive impact. Tianwu spat a mouthful of blood but managed to force down a pill, struggling to say, "Fire! Fire the signal." Yu Xiaowen's signal gun fired, and a red flare shot into the sky. The black-clad assailant retracted his hand, noticing a small black on his palm. Without hesitation, he brought his fingers together like a blade and severed his own right hand. It's useless. Tianwu managed a faint, triumphant smile. With my poison, not even a god can save you. His confidence in his toxin was absolutely a venom extracted from the fangs of the Qingming python, combined with 36 other deadly poisons. The black-clad figure's skin rapidly darkened, his body collapsing with a heavy thud. Fire all the signals. Tie up in Xingyu. Yu Xiaowen commanded, coughing up blood as he cradled Tianwu. How are you holding up? I'll live, Tianwu replied weakly, lifting his shirt to reveal a thin, shattered inner armor that resembled cicada wings. The fragments were embedded in his skin. Ding Ji, his eyes red with fury, lunged at Xingyu, who was paralyzed with fear, pinning him to the ground. By now, signal flares soared into the sky one after another, their red light illuminating the dark night. I didn't know they were going to kill anyone. I didn't know. And Xingyu screamed in panic. You didn't know? Yu Xiaowen limped forward, his injured leg dragging behind him. You'd better pray that Xiao Chuan's alive, or it'll make sure your entire family pays. He drew a snake fang dagger, pulling out its wooden sheath. In Nzingius' widening eyes, Yu Xiaowen plunged the dagger into his throat. The venom swiftly extinguished all life within Xingyu's body, leaving his pupils dull and lifeless. The freshmen stood frozen in place, an oppressive silence hanging over them, with only one thought in mind: someone was dead. Gaoran and Luo, who were the first to step out from the crowd. Swiftly, they grabbed Xingyu's legs and dragged the lifeless body toward a pre-prepared trap deep in the forest. Moments later, a few other students tossed the corpse into the pit, concealing it beneath layers of debris. A bucket of grease was poured in, and with the click of a lighter, flames roared to life, black smoke spiraling into the sky. Luo Qianqian toyed with the lighter in her hand, her tone casual yet laced with menace. Well, now we're all accomplices. I trust no one here will say a word, right? Over 900 heads nodded in unison. This secret would be buried deep within their hearts. Linjuhan was their savior, and someone who colluded with outsiders to harm their benefactor deserved no better fate. In this brutal survival game, they had long grown accustomed to bloodshed and death. The weight of life no longer carried the same gravity as it once did. Suddenly, a dozen figures darted onto the scene like arrows loosed from a bow. Luo Qianqian immediately dropped her nonchalant demeanor, adopting a serious tone as she reported, "Instructor, unknown assailants have infiltrated." Zhang Linjuhan led them away, 7 of them heading in that direction. She pointed quickly into the distance. Lang Zhong, Qilian, stay behind to escort the students back to the safe zone. The rest of you, follow me. Yin Hui barked the order, and 11 fully armed instructors vanished into the night. Yu Xiaowen tugged on Lang Zhong's sleeve. Instructor, Tianwu is injured. Please help treat him. Lang Zhong examined Tianwu briefly, his brows furrowing. He placed a palm against Tianwu's chest. This might hurt a bit. With a deft motion, he extracted a fragment of inner armor lodged within the body. Activating a healing technique, the external wounds closed rapidly. His internal organs are slightly displaced. He needs rest. Meanwhile, Qilian noticed the flames flickering deep within the forest. The freshman's heart skipped a beat, but thankfully, Luo Qianqian cleverly redirected her attention to the corpse of a black-clad intruder on the ground. Elsewhere, deep within Yunkuan Mountain, Zhang Linjuhan darted through the treetops like a leaf caught in the wind, utilizing his feathered step skill to traverse the branches. 7 black-clad pursuers were hot on his heels, but just then, the space ahead of him warped and cracked open. A group of figures clad in black robes and wearing clown masks emerged from the rift. Damn it! Zhang Linjuhan cursed under his breath. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, he found himself in dire straits. His radiant glide skill consumed too much energy, and feathered step could only last 8 seconds. These pursuers didn't seem like the usual nocturnal predators. Could it be that the mastermind behind the threatening letter had finally revealed themselves? The Dark Night Marauders who had just emerged from the dimensional rift were completely stunned. The scene before them was entirely unexpected. Their target was not only within arm's reach, but was also charging directly at them, wielding a gleaming long blade. "Damn it! We've been set up. There must be a traitor in the organization," shouted the man wearing a purple jester mask, stomping his feet in fury. "How hoofa, what should we do now? The people outside won't open the dimensional rift again for another day." Gritting his teeth, Yunchi growled, "Use your pig brain. Do you really think they'll open the rift for us again? We've been exposed. We're nothing more than abandoned pawns now. I've been waiting for you all." Jiang Linchuan's calm voice rang out as his long blade sliced through the air. Shura blood eyes. Glimmer. In an instant, his figure flashed behind one of the marauders, and his tang blade silently pierced the man's back. Without hesitation, Jiang Linchuan activated a special skill with severe side effects: Devour. A surge of platinum 5-star spiritual energy flooded into his body. Glimmer. He vanished again, retreating to a low-lying area. Quickly, he pulled a small beast skin pouch from his pocket and spread the powdered essence of Liangxiangdan over himself. At that moment, 7 black-clad figures collided head-on with 8 of the Dark Knight Marauders. These death warriors, driven solely by the orders of their master, regarded anyone in their way as an enemy. Detecting Jiang Linchuan's aura vanish behind the crowd, they mistook the Marauders for his allies. Similarly, the Marauders assumed the black-clad figures were Jiang Linchuan's reinforcements. An unexpected melee broke out. Spiritual techniques lit up the night sky as violent spiritual energy tore through the earth, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Jiang Linchuan remained hidden, his blood-red eyes fixed on the battlefield. To his surprise, among the 7 death warriors, 2 were diamond-level powerhouses. This lineup made him worry for the safety of his parents and Mao Yuan, though the presence of strong guardians at the 2 major academies offered some reassurance. He despised this relentless pursuit, the feeling of being hunted without cause. In a world where strength ruled, he had no choice but to kill to survive, to counter violence with violence. The battle quickly tilted in one direction. The Dark Knight Marauders had only one diamond-level protector, who struggled against the suppression of the 2 diamond-level warriors. Once again, they had underestimated their opponent. Jiang Linchuan decided to lend a hand, quietly approaching under the cover of darkness. With his gale blade sheathed at his waist and the snake fang dagger in his left hand, he stood ready to deliver a lethal strike. "Hoofa! Save me!" One marauder screamed in despair before being torn in half by razor-sharp claws of light and shadow. Yunchi, overwhelmed, had no strength left to save anyone. The black-clad figures fought like mindless killing machines, their eyes filled only with bloodthirsty frenzy. Within 5 short minutes, the Dark Knight Marauders had already lost 2 members, with 3 others injured. Meanwhile, the black-clad figures had only suffered 1 casualty and 2 minor injuries. The tide of the battle had clearly turned in favor of one side. At that moment, a dazzling blade light, as brilliant as a lightning strike, swept into the battlefield with an unstoppable force. The instant the blade light collided with the 2 combatants, a blood-red radiance erupted. The sharp edge of the blade pierced through their bodies, followed by searing flames that engulfed them both. The number of combatants on the field instantly shifted to a 5v5 standoff. Jiang Linchuan, having succeeded with his strike, leaped gracefully into the air, his form flipping elegantly mid-flight. His weapon unfurled like a peacock spreading its feathers, scattering hundreds of radiant blade arcs that wove into an impenetrable web of light, blanketing the entire battlefield. Everyone, whether loyal death warriors or sinister night marauders, was forced to halt their attacks and shift to a defensive stance. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Linchuan concealed himself within the dazzling blade arcs, targeting a diamond-tier death warrior. The warrior, expressionless, raised a hand as the shadow of a time tiger claw materialized in his palm, radiating a terrifying energy as it struck forward. The air compressed instantly, creating a brief vacuum. Jiang Linchuan felt the razor-sharp wind from the claw rushing toward him, as if it would tear him apart. In that split second, his eyes gleamed with a blood-red light. When the time tiger claw struck his body, the diamond-tier fighter froze in shock. Jiang Linchuan's figure dissolved like a mirage. The real Jiang Linchuan had already closed in behind him, simultaneously thrusting his snake fang dagger and gale blade. The diamond-tier warrior's body stiffened, the murderous intent in his eyes fading to lifeless gray as his vitality drained away. He tried to glance back, but Jiang Linchuan kicked him into a fissure in the earth. Another diamond-tier fighter had fallen. Yunchi, his eyes burning with anger behind his mask, glared furiously at Jiang Linchuan, frustrated at having fallen into the young man's trap. On the battlefield, only 9 combatants remained. 2 diamond-tier fighters were injured, while the 7 platinum-tier fighters were even more severely wounded. Jiang Linchuan weighed his options for a moment, then slowly retreated before abruptly turning and sprinting toward the entrance of Yunkuan Mountain. The death warriors had no choice but to pursue. With only 4 of them left on Jiang Linchuan's side, The chase would not end until their target was eliminated. After him, Yunchi growled through clenched teeth. It was their only path to survival. Amid the vast, desolate mountain range, the world was silent, save for the sound of the wind slicing through the air, disturbing the resting beasts. They roared in fury but quickly retreated, sensing the overwhelming aura of destruction. Some nocturnal predators, drawn by the scent of blood, followed in hopes of feasting after the battle. By a stream cutting through Yunkuan Mountain, Linjuhan came to a stop. He tore off the blood-soaked bandages around his waist, revealing 3 deep wounds that exposed bone, with fresh blood still seeping from them. His body bore additional injuries on his back, arms, and legs less severe than those on his abdomen, but still dangerous. Facing a true diamond-tier fighter had pushed him to his limits. Even with his temporary boost from devouring abilities, he was still no match for them. Time was running out for him. Linjuhan reached out and picked up the fierce wind blade embedded in the ground. Instantly, a searing flame ignited along the blade's edge. Without hesitation, he pressed the scorching blade against his wound. With a sharp sizzle, the intense heat cauterized the flesh. Amid the acrid stench of burnt flesh, his crimson eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and tended to the remaining 2 wounds. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, arms, and back. Suddenly, several icy spikes whistled through the air toward him. Yunchi appeared on the left, wielding a sword forged of pure ice, unleashing a barrage of frost spikes. The temperature plummeted sharply, and tiny ice crystals began to form in the air. Linjuhan had no choice but to leap upward, even though it made him a perfect target. As expected, the ground beneath him collapsed the moment he left it, and countless earthen serpents surged skyward. The largest among them carried a shadowy figure atop its head. Trapped between enemies on all sides, there was no room to maneuver. But Linjuhan was ready. The fierce wind blade danced swiftly in his hands, weaving an impenetrable barrier of steel. The sharp ice spikes were neatly sliced apart, their surfaces polished smooth as mirrors, a result of relentless daily training. Swinging his blade 8,000 times and honing his precision to the finest detail, a massive earthen serpent lunged at him, its gaping maw wide open. Though the creature, formed entirely of earth elements, lacked venomous fangs, its 5,000 kilogram bite force could crush a person into pulp. Timing his move perfectly, Linjuhan drove his blade into the serpent's gaping mouth, silently chanting, "Wind." A violent gust of air surged into the serpent's belly, spinning rapidly and expanding. With a deafening explosion, the serpent's body burst apart once it reached its breaking point, sending a cloud of dirt into the air and obscuring the battlefield. But for Linjuhan, with his blood-red Shura eyes, such interference was insignificant. His gaze locked onto the final diamond-tier Assassina warrior, too fanatical to extract any useful intelligence from, and hence a priority target. Though the assassin's vision was obstructed, his heightened senses alerted him to the approaching danger. The sharp wind from Linjuhan's blade sent shivers down his spine. Wall of stone. In desperation, the assassin conjured a thick layer of rock armor around himself. This defense, compressed from earth elements, was far tougher than diamond. However, he underestimated the fierce wind blade's sharpness. The blade sliced effortlessly through the 80-centimeter thick rock armor as if cutting through tofu, though it slowed significantly after. Seizing the moment, the assassin clamped down on Linjuhan's wrists with all his might, veins bulging as his grip tightened enough to make Linjuhan's bones creak ominously. Yet Linjuhan's expression remained emotionless. He stepped forward and suddenly jerked his head upward, slamming it into the assassin's face. Bang! The clash of their iron-hard skulls left the assassin momentarily stunned by the pain. That fleeting instant was all Linjuhan needed. He lowered his head as if to press his lips to the assassin's neck, then abruptly jerked his head sideways. A flash of cold steel sliced across the assassin's throat, severing the jugular and carotid arteries. Blood and air surged into the assassin's lungs as black tendrils of death spread across his face. His pupils dilated, blood vessels bursting as he lost all strength to hold Linjuhan's wrists. The earth serpents, losing their spiritual energy, disintegrated rapidly in the air. Linjuhan withdrew his hands and landed steadily, casually removing the serpent fang dagger clenched between his teeth. Fear had completely consumed Yunchi. In a panic, he raised several towering ice walls and turned to flee. Linjuhan moved like a ghost, phasing through the ice walls. The serpent fang dagger in his hand turned into a streak of white light, aiming directly at Yunchi's back. In desperation, Yunchi hastily conjured a 10-layered ice shield, barely managing to block the dagger. At that moment, Yunchi felt his body lighten, and the acrid scent of burning flesh filled his nostrils. Looking down, he saw his right leg severed, lying lifeless on the ground. Pain surged through him, and he collapsed heavily. Before he could even cry out, a foot stomped down hard on his back. The immense pressure shifted his internal organs, choking back any scream he might have made. I ask, you answer. Zhang Linjuhan's voice was cold as winter. Your organization's personnel list and safe houses in the capital. I want a. A piercing scream shattered the night as Hao Yunqi's left leg was severed as well. This time, Zhang Linjuhan made no effort to stop the bleeding. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly soaking the earth beneath. Hao Yunqi's face turned as pale as paper. His hands clawed desperately at the ground, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Trembling, he stammered incoherent syllables. My patience is limited. Zhang Linjuhan pressed his foot onto Hao Yunqi's left wrist, his blade poised against the man's pinky. Crimson droplets fell onto Hao Yunqi's hand. You devil. I don't like wasting words. The blade fell, severing the finger. Ill talk. I only have one contact, code name Night Sparrow, staying in room 417 at Hiku Hotel. Hao Yunqi screamed in despair. Where? Another finger fell. Hiku Hotel, room 417. Seeing no sign of deceit, Zhang Linjuhan continued. Where's your headquarters? In the Lighthouse Nation. Be specific. The middle finger was severed in an instant. Hao Yunqi's pupils suddenly dilated. His face contorted, and within seconds, his eyes went blank. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he fell into a vegetative state. A mental shackle. Zhang Linjuhan drove his blade through Hao Yunqi's heart. This was the work of a psychic awakener method to destroy the brain's memory center when critical information was on the verge of being exposed. As he deactivated his azure blood eyes, exhaustion washed over Zhang Linjuhan. The battle had been perilous, and the side effects of his abilities were beginning to take hold. Without a signal flare to call for help, he could only hope that his senior brother would find him in time. As if heaven had shown mercy, a dark figure tore through the sky, the compressed air screeching in its wake. Zhang Linjuhan rubbed his eyes. It was Yin Hui. Senior brother. He staggered a few steps before collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Yin Hui stomped the ground forcefully, launching himself forward like a cannonball to catch him. Senior brother. Your pecs. They're way too hard. Zhang Linjuhan muttered weakly. Still have the strength to joke? Looks like you'll live. Yin Hui was about to ask for more details about Hiku Hotel, room 417, when he noticed that his junior brother had already passed out. Glancing at the purple clown mask and mutilated corpse not far away, a murderous aura surged skyward. Dark Night Marauders. Is this how you take care of our junior brother? He almost died. Nie Qingyin grabbed Yin Hui by the collar, roaring furiously. His handsome face was twisted with anger, and behind him, a transparent flying dagger hovered, its sharp blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Yin Hui remained expressionless, letting Nie Qingyin clutch his collar without a word. Enough. Ling Shuang kicked Nie Qingyin aside. Will anger solve anything? The most important thing now is to find the culprit. She turned to Yin Hui, her tone softening. Boss, don't stoop to his level. Have you discovered anything? Nie Qingyin knelt on the ground, pounding the stone tiles in frustration. His flying dagger, Feishue Qianshan, rampaged uncontrollably through the courtyard. The stone table shattered instantly, while the branches, leaves, and fruits of the pomegranate and walnut trees were ground into powder. Ling Shuang sighed and pulled him over to sit on a stone bench. She retrieved a medical kit from her storage bracelet and began tending to his wounds. Yin Hui collected his thoughts and said, based on the DNA analysis of the blood, 17 individuals were involved in the ambush. 8 of them belong to the same organization, but there's no record of them in the database of theory, likely death warriors cultivated by certain families. Death warriors? Ling Shuang paused in her movements. Our junior brother has a clean background. How could he possibly be entangled with such forces? We're still investigating, Yin Hui replied, his gaze falling on Nie Qingyin's bloodied hands. But this junior brother of ours is not as simple as he seems. He single-handedly killed 13 of them, including 3 diamond-level experts. The rest were all platinum level. What? Ling Shuang was incredulous. Didn't he just awaken his abilities? He was hiding his strength. Yin Hui continued. The remaining 9 attackers belonged to the Dark Knight Assassins. This was their second operation. We managed to capture a member codenamed Night Sparrow, but he was just a pawn. Fortunately, we've identified the informant teacher from Tianwu Academy. He sold the information about our junior brother's SS-level talent for $1 million in exchange. As he spoke, Yin Hui instinctively reached for a teacup, only to grab at empty air. The stone table had been split in half, and the tea set was shattered. People like that deserve to be drowned in a pig cage. Nie Qingyin growled through gritted teeth. Hey, that's a punishment for adultery. Not this, Ling Shuang retorted. Whatever. I'm going to check if our junior brother has woken up. Nie Qingyin stood up, ready to leave. Ling Shuang grabbed him by the arm. Where are you going? To be a third wheel? Our junior brother has that Shin family girl taking care of him. What's the point of you joining in, you single dog? And you have the nerve to mock me? As if anyone wants you either. Nye Qingyin sneered, turning to leave. I'm heading back to my room. That brat. Ling Shuang ruffled her hair in frustration. Plenty of people are lining up to pursue me, okay? Yet you still can't shake off the title of blind date queen, Yin Hui suddenly quipped. Ling Shuang rolled her eyes dramatically and said in a low, sarcastic tone, you think you're funny, don't you? I'm leaving. Yin Hui quickly waved goodbye. Any longer, and their hot-tempered senior sister might just explode. The scene shifted to the medical ward of Tianwu Academy. Jiang Linchuan lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages, leaving only his pale face visible. Looked just like a mummy. Xin Shintong was bustling around the bedside in a fluster, her slender fingers adorned with several band-aids, evidence of her clumsiness while caring for the patient. Tang Xiaonan sat on a nearby chair, covering her face in exasperation. She had just counted. This clumsy best friend of hers had bumped into the foot of the bed 3 times, the headboard 4 times, spilled 2 glasses of water, cut 3 fingers while peeling an apple, and even fallen onto Jiang Linchuan twice. As she finally lowered her hands, she caught sight of Shun Shintong holding a cup of water, ready to help Jiang Linchuan drink. She immediately shouted, wait, are you seriously going to feed him like that? What's wrong with it? Shin Shintong turned around, confusion written all over her face. Stop. Stop right now. Tang Xiaonan pointed at the cup in horror. You're pouring it into his nose. Oh. Shin Shintong panicked, quickly pulling her hand back and clumsily wiping the water off Jiang Linchuan's face. Are you trying to choke him to death? Tang Xiaonan said helplessly. Just let him be for now. Let him choke, for all I care. He's the one who doesn't keep his word. Shin Shintong pouted defiantly, though her eyes betrayed her worry. When she first heard about Jiang Linchuan's injury, she had nearly fainted. The sight of the blood-soaked, tattered clothes the doctor handed her barely better than rags had been seared into her memory. To avoid alarming Jiang Linchuan's parents, she had followed his wishes and only told them he was training in the mountains. Unwilling to leave the patient in the care of a few rough men, she had taken a week off to stay by his side. If he dies, someone might just end up a widow. Tang Xiaonan teased. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Shintong stomped her foot in frustration. Just tell me how to give him water. Obviously, you need to do it mouth to mouth. Tang Xiaonan said with a straight face, trying to trick her. That's how it's done in all the dramas. The male lead is unconscious. The female lead gazes at him tenderly while feeding him water, and then he wakes up, all moved and emotional. It's the perfect chance for a kiss. Shin Shintong glanced at Jiang Linchuan's cracked lips, her face flushing. She mumbled. Is there really no other way? Unless you want to go back to almost choking him? Trust me, this is foolproof. Tang Xiaonan patted her chest, feigning sincerity. Still looking doubtful, Shun Shintong nodded hesitantly. Something about the suggestion felt off, but she couldn't think of a better alternative. I'll step out for now. Watching people kiss might give me a sty, Tang Xiaonan said, slipping out of the room. Once outside, she hid behind the door, stifling her laughter. I'm such a genius. Shin Shintong held the glass of water, hesitating for a moment. She had originally planned to save her first kiss for the most romantic moment, but the current situation left her no room for further contemplation. As the glass trembled slightly in her hand, she made up her mind in secret. Consider this an early reward for you. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and gulped down more than half the glass of water in one go. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, a sight so comical that Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but burst into laughter at her friend's silly demeanor. Shin Shintong cautiously leaned closer to Jiang Linchuan, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, her cheeks growing even hotter. As she gazed at the serene face of the man she loved, her heart raced. Closing her eyes gently, she pressed her lips against his. The instant they touched, a tingling sensation she'd never experienced before surged through her body, leaving her mind completely blank. The feeling of her first kiss left her both nervous and bewildered. What was she supposed to do next? She tried to transfer the water into his mouth, but it kept leaking from the corners. After several failed attempts, her stubborn nature wouldn't let her give up. I refuse to believe I can't do this, she thought to herself determinedly. She tentatively extended the tip of her tongue, trying to part Jiang Linchuan's teeth. Perhaps driven by instinct, she quickly found the right method and finally managed to pass the water into his mouth. Feeling triumphant, Shun Shintong lifted her head, only to realize that the water hadn't been swallowed. Instead, it trickled out from the corners of Jiang Linchuan's mouth. Panicking, she gently pinched his chin and anxiously exclaimed, "Swallow it quickly. I worked so hard to feed you this." As she muttered, "Swallow it," repeatedly, she mechanically moved Jiang Linchuan's jaw up and down. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaonan, leaning against the doorframe, had slid down to the floor, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She thought to herself, this might just be the end of him. At that moment, Tianwu wheeled himself out of the neighboring hospital room and spotted Tang Xiaonan sitting on the floor. "Why are you sitting there?" he asked, puzzled. Tang Xiaonan pointed to the room and said, "You'd better go in. Your roommate's about to meet his end." "What?" Tianwu was startled. He had used the best medicine his family could provide and had thoroughly checked Linjuhan's condition. Although the cause of his coma was unclear, his health should have been stable. When Tianwu entered the room, pushed in by Tang Xiaonan, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" he asked. Shin Shintong looked at him blankly and replied, "Feeding him water. Look at his lips, they're so dry. Get that water out of him immediately." Tianwu said urgently. Feeding water like this could go into his windpipe, block his airway, and cause suffocation. It was only then that Shin Shintong realized the gravity of the situation. She quickly turned Linjuhan's head to the side, letting the water flow out. Tianwu patiently explained, "Doctors will rehydrate Xiaochuan through intravenous fluids. All you need to do is use a cotton swab dipped in water to keep his lips moist." "Thank you," Shin Shintong said, embarrassed. She turned around to glare at Tang Xiaonan. What kind of terrible idea was that? I just remembered I have something to do. I need to go." Tang Xiaonan bolted out of the room. "You stop right there," Shin Shintong yelled, chasing after her. Tianwu shook his head helplessly as he looked at Linjuhan, who was wrapped up like a mummy. He put away the silver needle case strapped to his wrist. The tight bandages, which Shin Shintong had specifically requested the medical staff apply, made it impossible for him to perform acupuncture to relax Linjuhan's muscles. Left with no other option, Tianwu checked Linjuhan's pulse. However, he was puzzled. His life force is clearly so strong, why hasn't he woken up? It seemed he would have to consult his medical texts when he returned. Little did they know, Linjuhan's consciousness had once again plunged into that mysterious, dark void. Linjuhan stepped effortlessly through the glowing, towering gateway. Inside the grand and enigmatic palace, the massive throne still stood tall. Even though this was his second visit, the sheer magnificence of the place made him hold his breath in awe. As he looked around, countless questions swirled in his mind. Where exactly was this hall built? Who had constructed it? Why did his consciousness always seem to be drawn here after losing consciousness? The mysterious shadow he had encountered last time was nowhere to be seen, leaving his questions unanswered. Driven by curiosity, Linjuhan moved forward, reaching out to touch one of the strange symbols etched on a nearby pillar. Instantly, the pillar began to tremble, as though infused with life. The symbols detached from the surface, floating and dancing in the air. One after another, all 16 pillars lit up with soft azure light. Symbols intertwined and whirled through the air before converging into two horizontal rods. The rods extended outward, unfurling a translucent white screen. On the screen, countless stars sparkled, and the image zoomed in rapidly to reveal the vastness of the universe. Stars, planets, moons, comets, and even all-consuming black holes were vividly displayed. "Is this some kind of high-tech cinema?" Linjuhan muttered under his breath. "If you're going to show me the origin of the universe, at least provide a chair and an ice-cold soda." The projection played for over 10 minutes before abruptly vanishing. Just as he thought the show was over, a shadowy figure appeared against the cosmic backdrop. To his astonishment, a voice in fluent Chinese accompanied the scene. "Thank heavens!" Linjuhan almost felt moved to tears. The voice declared, "I have roamed the star fields for hundreds of thousands of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations and empires, the birth and extinction of innumerable species. I am both a creator and a destroyer. Greatness leads to decline. This is the law of the universe, rooted in the most primal desires of all living beings. Though I resist, I cannot escape this fate. Yet, all things are cyclical. From ruin comes rebirth. Destruction heralds new beginnings." The scenes on the screen highlighted the immense power of the shadowy figure. To Linjuhan, such destructive force seemed fitting only for a deity. He saw carvings of alien races kneeling in worship before the throne, only for these same races to later unite and vanquish the shadowy figure. The aftermath was catastrophic: corpses piled high like mountains, rivers of blood flowing endlessly, with the accumulated bodies forming walls as tall as the Great Wall itself. During my travels, I devised the 12 techniques of the Azura combat art. The first technique, parting the waters of 3,000 worlds. As the voice echoed through the hall, a thunderous roar filled the space, like the galloping of 1,000 armies. On the screen, the shadowy figure wielded a tang blade identical to Linjuhan's. With a single, dazzling slash, the blade unleashed a surge that transformed into an ocean in the starry void. Wherever the waves reached, planets shattered, life ceased, and even the fastest interstellar fleets were obliterated. Linjuhan stared in stunned silence at the overwhelming spectacle. These were no mere small celestial bodies, but colossal planetary masses. If the first technique was already this powerful, The subsequent techniques must be unimaginable. Yet, the screen continued to loop the display of the first technique. Did it glitch? He murmured. I made some food. Is junior brother still not awake? Nie Qingyan walked into the hospital room and gently placed the insulated lunchbox on the table. Not yet. He's sleeping like a log. If I didn't know there were similar cases before, I would have thought he had become a vegetable. Shin Shintong's voice was tinged with worry. The past few days of torment had taken a toll on her. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face pale, and her once shiny hair was tied up messily in a bun. She looked nothing like the radiant, lively girl she used to be. I asked Master about it. He said it might be because junior brother's abilities are somewhat unusual. Don't worry too much. Why don't you go get some rest? I'll stay here and watch over him. Nie Qingyan looked at her condition and couldn't bear to let her keep pushing herself. Thanks, but no. I'll stay here with him. He still owes me a promise. Shin Shintong was firm. Over the past few days, many girls had come to visit, especially that Luo Qianqian, who kept emphasizing their shared brushes with death and childhood friendship, even boldly claiming that she was destined to be the mistress of the Jiang family. This left Shin Shintong feeling deeply uneasy. All right then, but take care of yourself. Junior brother would feel bad seeing you like this. Call me if you need anything, Nie Qingyan said, giving her a gesture before leaving. Shin Shintong held Jiang Linjuhan's hand and pressed it gently against her face, whispering, why are you still not waking up? I've gotten so skinny and not pretty anymore. Taking care of someone is so exhausting. You must have been so tired taking care of me before. As she spoke, her exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep just like that. Meanwhile, in a mysterious grand hall, Jiang Linjuhan was fully immersed in practicing his blade techniques. He swung the blade repeatedly, analyzing and revisiting each move, yet he still felt that his 3,000 strikes on water was missing something. Despite his usual confidence in his intelligence, the seemingly simple move concealed complexities that eluded his understanding. After much contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. It's the momentum, the emotion. He had been too focused on the technique itself, neglecting the fact that the wielder of the blade was the true essence. A tang blade, still sheathed, appeared in his left hand. Gripping the hilt slowly with his right, he began to reinterpret the essence of the blade. A blade is a weapon, the courage of all arms, an instrument of killing. The wielder's intent to kill is the foundation. Only with a resolute will to strike can the blade unleash its true power. As he delved into this revelation, an inexplicable force quietly gathered within the tang blade. Yet Jiang Linjuhan, with his consciousness still hazy, remained completely unaware of it. The power within him continued to build, nearing its limit. The tang blade in his hand began to quiver slightly. Jiang Linjuhan opened his eyes, a crimson glow flickering in his pupils, and an intense force demanded release. The moment the blade left its sheath, a deafening roar echoed through the grand hall. Strike the waters of 3,000 rivers. Hear the tide at the shore. The blade severs the surging waves. I did it, Jiang Linjuhan exclaimed in joy, but before he could savor the moment, a wave of exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal surge. Hey, no way. He felt his vision go black as his consciousness was forcibly ejected from the mysterious space. Faintly, he thought he heard a light chuckle of relief echoing in his ears. The scorching summer day was filled with the incessant chirping of cicadas. Sunlight streamed through the half-open window, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting a warm glow on the face of a sleeping girl. Shin Shintong's brows were tightly furrowed, as if trapped in a nightmare, her petite nose twitching slightly. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Jiang Linjuhan's hand. The familiar scent and the warmth of the sunlight seemed to dispel the nightmare, and her tense expression gradually eased. Jiang Linjuhan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Shin Shintong's delicate yet slightly weary face. His heart gave a sudden jolt. He wanted to reach out and touch her cheek, but his body felt weak and unresponsive. All he could do was quietly gaze at her. After all these years, she still had the habit of holding onto his arm while sleeping, though she no longer drooled like she did as a child. I still like the way you look when you're asleep, Jiang Linjuhan murmured softly. Shin Shintong's sleeping face always carried an innocent and pure expression, so unlike the mischievous troublemaker she became when awake. Do you like me? Shin Shintong murmured dreamily, her eyes still closed. Jiang Linjuhan hesitated for a moment before replying in a low, firm voice, I do. I've liked you for a long time. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Shin Shintong's lips as she slept. Only in moments like these did he dare to reveal his true feelings. The matter with Yu Hai weighed heavily on his heart, and with the constant threats of being hunted, he couldn't bear to drag her into danger. He had vowed to protect her for a lifetime, and it was a promise he could never break. Suddenly, Shin Shintong's eyes flew open, her clear gaze locking onto his. Do you have another woman out there? She demanded abruptly. The unexpected question left Jiang Linjuhan utterly stunned. He had imagined a tender and heartfelt reunion, but instead, she opened with an accusation. Your silence says it all. You're guilty, Shin Shintong said, her eyes welling with tears. I get it. Once you're better, I'll leave. I won't bother you anymore. I don't. Jiang Linjuhan protested, breaking into a nervous sweat. Then swear it. Swear you'll never have another woman, Shin Shintong sobbed. All right, I swear. I'll never have another woman, Jiang Linjuhan blurted out in his panic. A sly smile curled at the corners of Shin Shintong's lips. Victory achieved. By the time Jiang Linjuhan realized what was happening, it was too late. Staring at Shin Shintong's mischievous smile, he realized he had fallen into her trap. How childish. Have you been watching too many dramas? Jiang Linjuhan said irritably. Shin Shintong stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Hee hee, well, you've already made the vow. I said woman, not girl, okay? Jiang Linjuhan blinked, trying to find a loophole. You're cheating. Shin Shintong huffed, raising her hand as if to slap him, but slowed down midway and gently placed it on his cheek instead. Her tone softened. As long as you're okay. You've been through a lot lately. Jiang Linjuhan was gazing into her eyes when suddenly, a mockingly exaggerated voice interrupted. You've been through a lot lately. Oh, no big deal. Come here and let me give you a hug. Someone nearby immediately chimed in, playing along. Shin Shintong recoiled as if shocked, her face flushing bright red. When did you two start teaming up? Jiang Linjuhan asked coldly, glaring at the instigator. Tianwu quickly released Yu Xiaowen and explained hurriedly, hey man, I was just playing along. I'm not into guys. Yu Xiaowen dropped his flamboyant hand gesture and said seriously, you're finally awake. Where's Dingji? Jiang Linjuhan asked. Dingji's attending class like a good student, Tianwu teased, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Xiaowen. Unlike someone who pretends to be sick just to hang around the nurses, what nonsense are you spouting? An injury like this takes time to heal. I'm not staying here for some nurse, Yu Xiaowen retorted immediately. Jiang Linjuhan frowned. You got injured? Who did it? It's fine. We're almost fully recovered. Tianwu waved it off, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Yu Xiaowen pulled up a chair and sat by the hospital bed, recounting the entire incident in detail. You killed Anxi? Jiang Linjuhan asked in a low, shocked voice. If the academy found out, Yu Xiaowen would not only be expelled but also face severe legal consequences. Linhua was notoriously strict on awakened individuals. Sure. Keep your voice down, Yu Xiaowen whispered. That guy deserved it. The freshman had our backs and didn't rat me out. But Su Kuan, that little punk, claimed you were the one who killed him and stirred up trouble within Xingyu's family at the academy. Luckily, we had over 900 witnesses on our side, so we won hands down. The academy even issued compensation, and Su Kuan got expelled for slandering a fellow student. He added through gritted teeth. Too bad that punk wasn't nearby at the time, or I would have taken care of him too. Thanks. Jiang Linjuhan didn't know what else to say. He understood that if Yu Xiaowen had been even slightly delayed in sending the signal, Jiang might not have held on long enough for his senior brother to Aravi would have been devoured by the ferocious beast. Come on, no need to be so formal between brothers. You've had our backs all along. It's about time we returned the favor, Yu Xiaowen said with a grin. All right, enough of this messy stuff. Let's talk about it later, Tianwu interjected, cutting off the conversation. Xiao Chuan, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? My stomach's empty. I want meat. Got it. Leave it to us. Tianwu grabbed Yu Xiaowen, and they headed for the door. Use my meal card. Shin Shintong pulled a card from her pocket and tossed it over. After the two left, the hospital room fell into an awkward silence. Shin Shintong sat on a chair without saying a word, her face tense. She absent-mindedly twirled a strand of her hair, lost in thought. Jiang Linjuhan stared at the ceiling, wondering what this little troublemaker was scheming now. The silence in the hospital room was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. He couldn't help but glance at Shin Shintong, who sat nearby with a blank expression, looking as emotionless as a robot. You didn't tell my parents, did you? He asked tentatively. No. Her curt reply made the atmosphere even heavier. I'm a little thirsty. Jiang Linjuhan tried again to break the awkward tension. Drink water, Shin Shintong replied mechanically. Do you think I can drink by myself like this? He said helplessly, gesturing to his heavily bandaged hands. Only then did Shin Shintong react. She picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip, and suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing red. Watching her reaction, Jiang Linjuhan gave her a knowing look. Just then, Shin Shintong said abruptly, my parents want to invite you over for dinner. The words nearly made Jiang Linjuhan jump out of bed. Uncle Sean wants to invite me to dinner? Yeah, they've been saying it for a while. You've just been too busy with training. I already talked to Uncle Jiang and Aunt Qing. Now it's just up to you to find the time. Honestly, I should have been the one to visit Uncle Shen first, Jiang Linjuhan said with a sigh of relief. It's all the same, Shin Shintong replied casually, then suddenly changed her tone. So, do you realize you were wrong? Wrong about what? Jiang Linjuhan almost twisted his back in confusion. Shin Shintong stood up, pointing at his injuries. Do you know how many wounds you have on your body? Here, here, and here. You saw all of them? Jiang Linjuhan was mortified. If I hadn't been taking care of you these past few days, you'd have rotted away by now, she huffed. Don't act like you've lost all dignity. I'll take responsibility. Later that night, after eating a large amount of beast meat, Jiang Linjuhan felt his strength fully restored, even stronger than before. However, Shen Shintong insisted he stay under observation and refused his request to be discharged. With only one bed in the hospital room, the atmosphere grew awkward. How about you sleep on the bed, and I'll take the couch? Jiang Linjuhan suggested softly. You're the patient. Don't worry about me. As soon as she said it, Shen Shintong squeezed onto the bed beside him. So this is your idea of finding your own spot? With you wrapped up like a mummy, what could you possibly do? Good night. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Moonlight spilled through the window, and the room was filled with the sound of soft breathing. Are you asleep? Yeah, I'm asleep. That's nice. I'm asleep too. Before long, Shen Shintong really did fall asleep. Under the moonlight, she looked as ethereal as a fairy. Jiang Linjuhan resisted the urge to pinch her nose, carefully unwrapped the bandage from his left hand, and tucked the blanket around her. Good night. On a summer morning, the rising sun was already radiating its scorching light. A sparrow landed gracefully on the branch outside the window, pecking off the last drop of dew from a leaf. Tilting its head, its gem-like eyes peered through the window, observing the two people inside. Inside the hospital room, the white blanket lay messily crumpled on the floor. Shin Shintong clung tightly to Jiang Linjuhan like an octopus. Her long legs, faintly visible under her shorts, were smooth and fair as porcelain. Jiang Linjuhan had been awake for over an hour, lying motionless, and had even counted the petals of the plaster flowers on the ceiling multiple times. The girl in his arms snuggled closer into the crook of his neck, her warm breath tickling him unbearably. Jelly, there's jelly? She murmured dreamily. Jiang Linjuhan was just about to laugh at her for thinking about food even in her dreams when he froze in place the next moment a soft, warm, and wet sensation landed on his throat. Shin Shintong had evidently mistaken his Adam's apple for jelly and was earnestly sucking on it. Jiang Linjuhan gripped the bedsheet tightly with his left hand, his feet stretched taut. Before he could push her away, there was a knock at the door. Shin Shintong's eyes flew open, and as their gazes met, both froze in shock. Good morning, Jiang Linjuhan greeted awkwardly. Shin Shintong caught sight of the marks on his neck and immediately blushed crimson. She grabbed the jacket draped over the chair and buried her head under it, her long legs fidgeting nervously. Jiang Linjuhan quickly got up, ignoring the bandages tearing on his body. He threw the blanket over her and hastily put on his clothes before opening the door. Junior brother, you're awake? Nie Qingyan exclaimed in delight from the doorway. A passing nurse, ready to scold him for being so loud in the hospital, blushed and threw him a flirtatious glance when she saw his face. Nie Qingyan shivered and quickly slipped into the room. Perfect timing. I brought breakfast. Thank you, senior brother, Jiang Linjuhan said, taking the food hurriedly. Hey, what happened to your neck? I didn't notice that last time, Nie Qingyan asked in surprise. Before he could finish his sentence, the blanket on the bed suddenly lifted, and a figure darted out of the room at lightning speed. Nie Qingyan stood there dumbfounded for a moment, before flashing a knowing grin. Ah, I see, I see. Terrible timing on my part. Senior brother, please stop talking, Jiang Linjuhan said, covering his face. What's there to be embarrassed about? Anyway, since you're awake, I have something to discuss with you. Nie Qingyan's expression turned serious. Let's talk while you eat. Junior brother, do you have any enemies? No. Did you find anything? Jiang Linjuhan asked. Nie Qingyan shook his head. The only clue is that those 8 men in black were death warriors secretly trained by a certain family. Someone tore through the space of Yunkuan Mountain to send them there. Tore through space? Doesn't that mean they're connected to the Dark Knight Marauders? Jiang Linjuhan asked, puzzled. Tearing through space and opening a portal are two different things. The Dark Knight Marauders use a method to create temporary gateways that can be both opened and closed. The phenomenon of tearing through space is indeed extraordinary. Nie Qingyan explained. It requires an extremely high level of power, and the space itself is highly unstable. Even the slightest misstep can result in being torn apart by violent forces. Those assassins came fully prepared to die from the very beginning. He sighed. Unfortunately, the other side has been too cautious, erasing every single trace. How many people in the imperial capital could achieve something like this? Jiang Linjuhan asked. It's hard to give an exact number, Nie Qingyan replied. As a land of hidden dragons, the imperial capital has no shortage of powerful individuals. Many ancient families have deep foundations, and there are quite a few experts capable of tearing through space. Zhang Linjuhan felt a twinge of frustration. I can't be of any help at all. That's to be expected, Nie Qingyin reassured him. The other side is well prepared and won't leave any vulnerabilities easily. Though Zhang Linjuhan might currently seem like a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to attack at any moment, he was far from someone who could be easily manipulated. Oh, by the way, your master asked for you to see him as soon as you woke up. My master has recovered? Zhang Linjuan's eyes lit up at this news. Since enrolling, he had yet to meet his master in person. Looks like it. He's at Tianwu. Let's head straight there. Tianwu Academy was divided into 5 regions. To the east were the academic buildings and library, to the north was the cafeteria, to the west was the dormitory complex, and to the south were the sports field and the campus hospital. At the center was a massive gymnasium. Surrounding it were training rooms, and at the very heart was the renowned Four Corners Arena, a famous site for students to spar and compete. Taking the quiet path between the cafeteria and library towards the northeast corner, a secluded mountain trail led to the back valley. This area housed the residences of the Academy's principal and key professors, a place of great honor. It was rumored that Tianwu Academy's treasure vault was hidden within these mountains. As they stepped into the valley, a refreshing floral fragrance greeted them. Nie Qingyin teased. This is the perfect place to escape the summer heat. Want to ask your master if you can move here? The dorms are better, more lively, Zhang Linjuhan replied, already used to the cheerful chaos of his roommates. Don't be too surprised by what you see, Nie Qingyin warned. Powerful people often have their quirks. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion shook the air, and a black mushroom cloud shot skyward. A shadowy figure flew out of the smoke, landing heavily and leaving a human-shaped crater in the ground. The figure was pitch black, their clothes tattered, resembling a coal miner. Old Lu is experimenting again, Nie Qingyin said, crouching by the crater to greet the figure. Ah, it's the Nie family kid. Help this old man up, will you? The figure grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Nie Qingyin helped him up and patted the dust off his clothes. The man muttered to himself, where did it go wrong? It shouldn't have failed. I need to increase the dosage. This is Lu Kuansheng, old Lu, Nie Qingyin whispered, introducing him. A star-rank fire element awakener. He's been researching compressed fire elements, trying to invent the ultimate elemental bomb. What a madman, Zhang Linjuhan commented. Suddenly, a piercing shout echoed through the valley. Lu, are you insane? Did you get your head smashed in a door or something? You're ruining everything. My chickens won't even lay eggs anymore. Ahem. Nie Qingyin cleared his throat lightly and began explaining the commotion before them. The woman scolding someone was Granny Yang, the widow of a deceased teacher from Tianwu Academy. Once a powerful Xingyao warrior, her progress had halted due to the grief of losing her husband. According to my master, she was supposed to be the fastest genius to ascend to the level of Yuepa. Zhang Linjuhan glanced at the elderly woman before him, her silver hair neatly tied back and her plain clothes exuding simplicity. It was hard to associate her with the prodigy she once was. At this moment, Granny Yang appeared like any ordinary old lady, hands on her hips, scolding Lu Lao with spittle flying. The latter, like a child caught misbehaving, stood there silently, head bowed. Was clearly in the wrong. As they turned a corner, Zhang Linjuhan finally understood the earlier warning from Nie Qingyin. The valley's architecture was astonishing. Upside-down houses, teapot-shaped dwellings, tree houses resembling bird nests, all uniquely designed, leaving one dazzled. Well, it's no secret. That cottage ahead is where my master lives, Nie Qingyin said as they continued forward. From within the cottage came the crisp sound of metal being forged. My master is busy. Don't speak once we go inside, stay quiet. Nie Qingyin gestured for silence before carefully pushing the door open. A wave of searing heat hit them immediately. Zhang Linjuhan saw flames dancing within the forge and a hammer moving rhythmically. Qin Cheng, his upper body bare, stood with his muscular, steel-like back glistening. On the anvil, a blade was slowly taking shape, with the occasional drop of sweat sizzling into white steam as it fell. The two quietly stepped inside and closed the door, sealing the intense heat within the courtyard. Qin Cheng didn't appear particularly old, though the edges of his hair were slightly grayed from years of working near fire and smoke. His hammering movements carried an innate rhythm, and the sound of each strike was like a natural melody. Zhang Linjuhan was entranced, as if he himself had become the blade being forged and refined. 2 hours later, Qin Cheng quenched the blade in a water pool, producing a sharp hissing sound as white steam rose into the air. After wiping his hands and applying hand cream, Qin Cheng turned around slowly. His face, etched with deep, weathered lines, and his sharp, piercing eyes gave him the aura of an ancient, unsheathed sword, formidable and commanding. Qin Cheng smiled faintly, his wrinkles easing as he nodded at Zhang Linjuhan. At last we meet. Disciple pays his respects to master. Jiang Linjuhan said respectfully, bowing. No need to be so formal, Qingcheng said, waving his hand dismissively. Then he turned and called out, Qingyan. Yet Qingyan promptly emerged from inside, carrying a bowl of tea, which he handed to Jiang Linjuhan. Understanding the gesture, Jiang Linjuhan respectfully offered the tea to Qingcheng. Master, please have some tea. Qingcheng took the tea and drank it in one go, his rough hand brushing over his messy beard. You are now my student. In the future, if anything comes up, don't hesitate to come to me. Just now, you seem to have some thoughts, feel free to share them. Nie Qingyan made a discreet gesture to Jiang Linjuhan and quietly left the thatched hut. As the senior disciple, he understood well that this was the master's first lesson for the new junior disciple. In this simple sect, aside from this essential lesson, there were no other formalities. Jiang Linjuhan pondered for a moment before carefully choosing his words. Just now, I felt as though I had become a blade in master's hand, experiencing the impurities being stripped away bit by bit. The sound of master's hammering was like a beautiful melody. A glimmer of interest flickered in Qingcheng's eyes. He reached into his robe, pulled out a Rubik's Cube, and tossed it to Jiang Linjuhan. Solve this as quickly as you can. Yes. Though unsure of the purpose, Jiang Linjuhan obediently complied. His fingers moved nimbly across the cube, almost too fast to follow. In less than 5 seconds, he handed it back, fully solved. Not bad, Qingcheng said with a satisfied smile, his eyes appreciating Jiang Linjuan's dexterous hands. An excellent blacksmith, or a skilled swordsman, needs not only a pair of skillful hands but also sharp eyes. Only then can you select the finest materials and spot the flaws in your enemies. He pointed to the blade Jiang Linjuhan had mentioned earlier. You said you were like that blade. But you must understand, before you came, it was just an ordinary piece of iron. Only through repeated forging did it become what it is now. Seeing Jiang Linjuhan nod thoughtfully, Qingcheng continued, you are like that piece of iron, and the world is the furnace. Every person you encounter is a hammer, each trying to shape you into what they envision. He spoke slowly. Think about your childhood. At first, your parents treated you as a piece of iron that needed protection because they hadn't yet decided what they wanted you to become. But iron's value is limited. As you grew older, they hoped you could be as precious as gold, silver, or jade. With increased value, you could no longer remain among the iron. They wanted you to leave those circles and seek others of equal worth. Just as teachers separate good students from the bad ones, these circles then divide into finer layers. If you want to climb higher, you must continuously increase your value, leaving behind your original circles. But when you finally struggle to the top, you may realize that in trying to please others, you've lost your most essential qualities, leaving only impurities behind. Qingcheng picked up a handful of iron filings from the anvil, rubbed them between his palms, and scattered them lightly. That blade became a blade because I, and only I, forged it. I wanted it to be a blade, and so it could only be a blade. Noticing Jiang Linjuhan was deeply reflecting on his words, Qingcheng spoke earnestly, so, my disciple, you must learn to become a hammer yourself and discern what is truly an impurity. Remember, your master is merely a piece of coal in the furnace here to aid you, not to dictate your shape. After Jiang Linjuhan thanked his master, he attentively listened to the first lesson of his initiation. Qingcheng's words were firm and resolute. One must stay true to their heart and never be swayed by external temptations. Just like those sinister night marauders who abduct gifted individuals, trying to turn them into tools for their own use, those who refuse are killed. Such is the reality of this ruthless, survival-of-thefitist world. Tell me about your ability. It must be something extraordinary, Qingcheng remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Linjuhan. Prepared for this moment, Jiang Linjuhan answered truthfully, I can absorb others' spiritual energy and use it for myself, but only for a short time. Can you absorb energy from any level? Qingcheng probed further. No, my body can't handle it, Jiang Linjuhan replied with a shake of his head. The stronger the ability, the greater the limitations. Qingcheng nodded in understanding. If you can withstand diamond-level power, you must have awakened quite early. Yes, I awakened at 13, Jiang Linjuhan said softly. I don't mean anything by it, Qingcheng reassured, patting his apprentice on the shoulder. Teaching should cater to the individual's talents. It seems I've taken on an exceptional student. You're very bright. Noticing the puzzled look on Jiang Linjuhan's face, Qingcheng turned away. His voice suddenly became hoarse as he said, if I had been as smart as you back then, I wouldn't have caused such a tragedy. Tears shimmered in his eyes. I awakened at 14. My talent test results were excellent. Back then, I was full of pride, thinking I was unique, showing off everywhere, Qingcheng admitted, his voice tinged with regret. I was intoxicated by the admiration of others, basking in the feeling of being held in high regard. But I was wrong. A genius who hasn't matured is nothing more than a joke. In the eyes of those people, we were like ants they could crush at will. Qingcheng continued, the night marauders came for me, promising wealth and power. as if they had opened Pandora's box. In a moment of folly, I agreed. At this point, Qin Cheng's body trembled violently, and countless blades of energy radiated from him, tearing the space around him into fissures that revealed an endless darkness beyond. Once he calmed down, Qin Cheng resumed his story, recounting that dark chapter of his life. They killed my parents and locked me and other gifted children in a cellar. They forced us to eat rotting meat crawling with maggots, claiming it was to train our willpower. His voice grew heavier. I watched as those children, just as talented as I was, died one by one. I could do nothing but witness flies laying eggs on their bodies, maggots devouring their flesh, until all that remained were piles of white bones. Later, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mole within the Dark Knight assassin's Yan Hui's father rescued me. Risking his own life, he escorted me to the safety department, where I received proper protection and abundant resources for my training. Gradually, I emerged from the nightmare. It was then that I made a vow in my heart to completely eradicate the Dark Knight assassins. With the intelligence provided by Yan Hui's father, nations launched a joint operation. Following the end of the Sorrow of Nations, I naively believed the Dark Knight assassins were annihilated. But I was wrong. As long as greed and desire exist within human nature, the Dark Knight assassins will persist, like grass that regrows after being cut. Soon, they launched a frenzied retaliation against Yan Hui's father. By the time I arrived, I found only his lifeless body and his newborn son, Yan Hui. I adopted the infant as my own, dedicating myself to teaching him everything I knew, determined to seek vengeance together. At this point, Qin Cheng looked up at the sky. It was this deep-seated hatred that had kept him going all these years. The Dark Knight assassins had not only taken everything from him, but also forced him to confront the harshness of the world. The blade in his hand had never been set down would either kill every last enemy or be killed by them. Zhang Linjuhan remained silent for a long time before bowing deeply to Qin Cheng's back. Now there's one more, he said, continuing. Although your current strength means you don't need those classes anymore, I heard about your performance at Yunkuan Mountain. Sometimes, being forged in the crucible isn't a bad thing. All I can teach you is the art of killing. So why not let the crucible continue refining you? Go back for now, but come to me for 2 hours every day from now on. Qin Cheng simply waved his hand lightly. Understood, master. As Zhang Linjuhan left the thatched hut, the sound of metal striking metal echoed once again in the courtyard. The valley was now devoid of Nie Qingyan's presence, with his phone message indicating he had left early due to other matters. When Zhang Linjuhan arrived at the cafeteria, he saw Shen Xintong chatting with Wang Xueqing. Scratching his head, he walked over, only to be greeted by his mother wielding a ladle and launching into an audio attack. You little rascal. You still remember you have a mother, huh? Shen Xintong shyly lowered her head. It's the start of the semester, lots of things going on. It'll calm down later, Zhang Linjuhan explained. What happened to your neck? Wang Xueqing noticed the bandage on his neck. Nothing, just a mosquito bite ouch. Before he could finish, Zhang Linjuhan jumped to Shen Xintong, sneakily kicked him under the table. She then gave him a mischievous smile and walked away. I'm warning you, don't bully Tong Tong, Wang Xueqing said, her tone carrying a hint of suspicion but no direct accusation. Injustice. I'm the one being bullied here, Zhang Linjuhan exclaimed, feeling more wrong than ever. Wang Xueqing changed the subject, mentioning his father. You students are so restless, always causing trouble. Your dad and the maintenance department are spinning like tops, fixing this and patching up that. You better behave yourself. What she didn't mention was how girls had been finding excuses to approach Hima's situation that had persisted since his middle school days. Got it, got it. I'm heading out, Zhang Linjuhan said, turning to leave. Don't forget to visit Tongtong's house this weekend, his mother's voice called out from behind him. Night had fallen, and room 301 was alive with the clinking of glasses and laughter. Cheers. Here's to Xiaochuan for taking the top spot on the freshman leaderboard. For glasses met midair with a crisp clink, and the group downed their drinks in one go, leaving not a single drop behind. The trial mission at Yunkuan Mountain had once again propelled Zhang Linjuhan into the spotlight. It was the first time in the Academy's history that someone participating in a trial mission had nearly wiped out all the ferocious beasts within the foreign portal, or more accurately, devoured them all. When the teachers saw the bulging sacks of beast pelts being hauled out of Yunkuan Mountain, their eyes widened in shock. The sacks were brimming with rare materials and spirit pearls, as if the entire mountain had been thoroughly plundered. The results of this trial were so extraordinary that the Academy decided to document it in the textbooks as a classic example to inspire future students, proof that when people work together, no obstacle is insurmountable. By the way, this is what we saved for you, Tianwu said, pulling out an exquisite little pouch from his bracelet. Zhang Linjuhan opened it to find it filled with golden spirit pearls, all contributed by those red-tailed foxes. Aside from the spirit pearls, I took the liberty of exchanging the other items with the Academy for points and distributed them among everyone. Your share has already been credited to your student ID, Tianwu said with a hint of apology. That's fine. Linjuhan waved it off, clearly indifferent to such trivial matters. He casually pushed the pouch of spirit pearls toward the others. Take some for yourselves. The three of them shook their heads in unison, like synchronized pendulums. We've already gotten more than enough, Tianwu replied. Exactly. These past few days have given us stories to brag about for a lifetime. Yu Xiaowen chimed in. Both turned to look at Ding Ji, who blinked for a moment before clasping his hands together and declaring loudly, same here. All right, if you ever need more, just let me know. Linjuhan put the spirit pearls away, then suddenly turned serious. Guys, I have a question. What kind of gift should I prepare when visiting someone's elders? Ha ha ha, meeting the parents already? Yu Xiaowen burst into laughter, eyeing the unmistakable love marks on Linjuhan's neck. An engagement on the horizon? They'll be waiting for the wedding banquet, Ding Ji said enviously. It was Tianwu who offered practical advice. It depends on what they like. Choosing the right gift can leave a great impression. I'm not too sure, Linjuhan admitted, looking troubled. It's been a long time since we were neighbors. The Shin family is pretty well off now, so their preferences have probably changed. Leave this small matter to me. Now, let's keep drinking tonight. We're not stopping until we're drunk. Tianwu enthusiastically took on the task. After a few more rounds, the group became even more carefree. Having faced life and death trials together on Yunkuan Mountain, their camaraderie had grown deeper than ever. After the third round of drinks, the bulliest of them, Ding Ji, was the first to pass out, slumping over the table. Yu Xiaowen was the next to succumb, and Linjuhan carried him to bed. Surprisingly, Tianwu held his liquor remarkably well, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he began tidying up the table. Is Xiaowen all right? Linjuhan asked, his sharp instincts picking up on something unusual about Yu Xiaowen that evening. Tianwu glanced at Yu Xiaowen, who was tightly clutching his blanket, and lowered his voice. He's fine. He's just been a bit anxious these past few days. I gave him some calming medicine. It's his first time taking a life. This kind of reaction is normal. Should we find someone to provide psychological counseling for him? Linjuhan glanced at the sleeping Tianwu, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. He knew all too well how the psychological trauma of taking a life could linger: fear, nausea, regret, and even an instinctive aversion to the smell of blood. These were all severe wounds to the soul. Don't worry, he's asleep. Tianwu lay on the bed, deeply asleep without even taking off his clothes. Though his alcohol tolerance wasn't great, his exceptional self-control allowed him to stay relatively clear-headed. After Linjuhan turned off the lights, the room was engulfed in darkness. Listening to Tianwu's steady breathing, a faint smile played on Linjuhan's lips. The next morning, Linjuhan headed straight to the office and found Wei Nian. Mr. Wei, it's been a while, he greeted warmly. Well, if it isn't our star student. Wei Nian beamed, proudly showing him off to the other teachers. Everyone, take a look, this is the student I recruited. The surrounding teachers gave polite nods and smiles to Linjuhan before rolling their eyes at Wei Nian. How many times do we have to hear this? With the perks you offered, who wouldn't have come? Ignoring his colleagues' complaints, Wei Nian turned to Linjuhan. So, what's up? They? The spiritual artifacts, Linjuhan said, rubbing his hands together. What spiritual artifacts? Wei Nian looked puzzled. Linjuhan felt a bit awkward. The 4th-grade spiritual artifacts you promised Mayo can't back out on that. Oh. Wei Nian smacked his forehead in realization. That's something you'll need to talk to the dean about. Then I'll go find the dean. The dean's in Linen City attending a comic convention. He won't be back for a week, Wei Nian said with a knowing wink. But you could always talk to the deputy dean. You get what I mean, right? Thanks, Mr. Wei. Linjuhan gave him an okay gesture, thinking to himself that the deputy dean was none other than his mentor. That would make things much easier. He headed straight to the small valley to find his teacher. A familiar scene unfolded once again: a deafening explosion, a towering black mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and a figure crashing precisely into the same humanoid-shaped pit as the day before, landing in exactly the same position. Kid, lend this old man a hand, Old Lu said, baring his white teeth as he shakily extended his hand. Linjuhan stifled his laughter and helped him up. Brushing the dust off his clothes, Old Lu asked, You look unfamiliar. Are you new here? A freshman. My teacher is Qin Cheng, Linjuhan replied respectfully. Old Lu squinted at him. Old Qin took in another disciple? Well, I have to test you. How do you compress fire elements to their limit? You're a fire element awakener, and you don't know? Why are you asking me? Linjuhan looked at the inquisitive old man, and then countered with a question of his own. Do you know what fire elements are? Fire elements are fire elements. What kind of nonsense question is that? Old Lu grumbled, raising his hand to conjure a fireball. That's not quite right, Linjuhan said, feigning profundity, though his real motive was to help his teacher deal with this explosion-prone troublemaker. Fire elements aren't just fire elements. Oh? Explain, old Lu said, toying with the fireball in his hand. Linjuhan improvised, look, there's magma fire, woodbending fire, lightning fire, waterborne fire, ice fire, and so on. These aren't just simple fire elements, are they? Old Lu crushed the fireball in his hand, falling into deep thought. Your research approach has been wrong from the start, Linjuhan continued, recalling a novel he'd read in his past life. You should be focusing on how to imbue them with attributes, and how to merge fires with different attributes. Old Lu froze. While he wasn't thrilled about someone questioning his research, Linjuhan's words sparked a glimmer of inspiration. He stood there, unmoving, lost in thought. Seeing this, Linjuhan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and silently took his leave. Where did you hear all that from? Qin Sheng asked, staring at the unmoving old man standing at the mouth of the valley, his tone tinged with curiosity. I made it up, master, Linjuhan replied candidly. The corner of Qin Sheng's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at his clever apprentice, lost in thought. Sometimes the speaker says it casually, but the listener takes it seriously. Who knows, old Lu might actually figure something out from it. Let's go. I'll take you to pick something. The treasure vault of Tianwu Academy was built within the mountain itself, the entire mountain hollowed out. Inside, layers of protection were in place. 3 meters of thick concrete, followed by several dozen centimeters of ultra-high-strength armored steel plates, zirconium alloy panels, and enchanted demon stones. Its security level rivaled that of a military fortress. After Qin Sheng completed the iris and fingerprint verification, the heavy protective door slid open soundlessly. Linjuhan followed closely behind, looking around like a curious child. A vault this big must have tons of treasures, right? Do you think there's some mysterious guardian protecting it? Rows of floodlights lit up one by one, illuminating the space in bright white light. The shelves extended as far as the eye could see, filled with all sorts of items. Weapons, armor, ancient books, bamboo slips, musical instruments, and even intricately carved stone coffins. So many treasures. Linjuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are just miscellaneous items, the private collection of the headmaster, Qin Sheng said without turning back, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. That old guy has the weirdest taste. Follow me. Linjuhan was secretly in awe. Just the vault used to store the headmaster's collection was this extravagant. It was truly an impressive display of resources. Qin Sheng led Linjuhan to a hidden corner, placing his palm against the wall. The wall split open, revealing a 2-meter-tall metal door covered in intricate patterns. Qin Sheng took out a brass key and unlocked the door, causing the patterns to rearrange into an incomplete puzzle. That old guy switched the puzzle again, Qin Sheng muttered, veins bulging on his forehead. It's a sliding block puzzle, Linjuhan said softly. Then you try. Qin Sheng stepped aside. Linjuhan solved the puzzle in just 10 seconds, instantly improving Qin Sheng's mood. After passing through a 100-meter-long spiral passage, they arrived at another metal door. Beyond it was an oval-shaped chamber. Transparent display cases showcased various spiritual artifacts, each exuding an ancient and timeless aura. These are all spiritual artifacts discovered in ancient ruins. Take your pick, Qin Sheng said, finding a spot to sit down and dozing off. Master, can I skip choosing a weapon and take a defensive artifact instead? Linjuhan asked, recalling Tianwu's lost inner armor. Although Tianwu hadn't said much about it, Linjuhan couldn't shake his concern. Besides, with the legendary Gale Blade in his possession, ordinary weapons held little meaning for him. Sure. Thank you, Master. Linjuhan approached the display cases and picked up a necklace, carefully reading its description. Twilight Bird Chain increases spiritual energy absorption rate by 20. Linjuhan nodded, satisfied as he examined the auxiliary equipment in his hands. Trash. The system suddenly spoke up. System, why are you insulting me? Linjuhan froze for a moment. I'm talking about that lousy necklace you're holding. It's trash, the system explained. Linjuhan immediately put the necklace down and picked up a ring-shaped spiritual artifact instead. The Cloud Sky Ringgit can store up to 20 cubic meters of items. That was a decent capacity. Although he had the system's storage space, he still needed an item to cover up its existence. Trash, the system commented again. Following the system's guidance, Linjuhan walked over to a dusty pile of junk in the corner. Qin Sheng frowned at the sight. Those were miscellaneous items with unknown functions that had been left untouched for ages. You never know, there might be a hidden treasure here, Linjuhan said with a smile and began searching earnestly. With the system's help, he eventually selected 3 peculiar items: an old wristwatch, a circular metal piece, and a blurry coin. He also casually grabbed a storage ring before excitedly running over to Qin Sheng. Master, I've made my choices, he said. Qin Sheng examined the items in Linjuhan's hands, then after a moment of silence, said, pick 3 more. Is that really okay? Linjuhan hesitated. Those things are just sitting there gathering dust. Consider it as you helping with the cleanup, Qin Sheng replied calmly. With permission granted, Jiang Linjuhan happily selected 2 more storage rings and a defensive spiritual artifact. After leaving the treasure vault, he alternated between putting the items into the storage rings and taking them out to fiddle with, acting like a child with new toys. Now that you're here, let's start today's training, Qin said, pushing open the wooden door of the grass hut. The courtyard now featured a newly added forging platform, making the space feel a bit cramped. He pointed to the weapon rack leaning against the wall. Use those blades to demonstrate what Qingyan taught you. Jiang Linjuhan picked up a wooden sword and skillfully performed the techniques he had practiced countless times in the courtyard. In the eyes of ordinary people, you're already quite impressive. But to me, it's riddled with flaws. Your coordination is terrible, Qin Cheng said sternly. Jiang Linjuhan pressed his lips together, silently accepting the criticism. Qin Cheng tossed him a hammer. Starting today, you'll learn how to forge swords with me. Don't rely on brute force. No matter how strong you are, it won't help if you don't use technique. Qin Cheng's voice echoed through the straw hut. Your force is misplaced, and your muscles are too tense. You need to use your waist for power. You're a blacksmith, not made of iron yourself. If you keep hammering like this, you'll exhaust yourself in no time. After 2 hours of grueling blacksmith training, Jiang Linjuhan staggered out of the hut, his body drained of energy. His head felt heavy, his legs unsteady, and his mind buzzed. It was only now that he realized blacksmithing was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. As he approached the mouth of the valley, a dark figure squatting on the ground startled him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was old Lu, who hadn't left yet. The old man sat cross-legged, muttering to himself, his hair a tangled mess from his own grasping. Jiang Linjuhan held his breath and tiptoed around him, careful not to disturb the man who he suspected he might have unwittingly driven to madness. Checking the time, he saw it was still early for lunch. Jiang Linjuhan headed straight back to his dormitory to examine the junk he'd picked up earlier. After a quick shower, he carefully drew the curtains, locked the door, and laid out the 3 cleaned items on the table before him. All right, system, it's your turn now, Jiang Linjuhan said as he summoned the gale blade, attempting to slice through the coin. To his surprise, the blade renowned for its sharpness didn't leave so much as a scratch. This was the first time he'd encountered something the gale blade couldn't cut. Changing tactics, Jiang Linjuhan stood the coin upright on the table, raised a tang sword high above his head, and brought it down with all his strength. The blade vibrated violently from the impact, sending a numbing shock through his arm. The table shattered instantly, turning to dust. When he retrieved the coin from the debris, he was astonished to find a small crack on its surface. A faint cracking sound followed as the coin's surface became covered in intricate fractures. A stunning azure light seeped through the cracks, a color so pure it surpassed the brilliance of any sapphire, indescribably beautiful. With a gentle squeeze, the hardened shell crumbled into fragments, revealing the true treasure inside, a translucent, azure crystal shard with tiny perforations. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed into his palm, its speed utterly breathtaking. The system explained, the outer layer is a rare divine metal known as Hylon gold. Inside is an even more precious material, Hylon crystal. Hylon crystal has an extraordinary affinity for all forms of energy, making it the perfect medium. Jiang Linjuhan checked the system interface and discovered that this was an auxiliary artifact called the Heart of Hylon. It not only enhanced spiritual energy absorption, but also came with a built-in alchemical spirit gathering field. Such a treasure truly outshone everything else. Without hesitation, he threaded a black cord through it and hung it around his neck. The brilliant azure glow gradually faded as the Heart of Hylon transformed into an ordinary-looking pendant, concealing all traces of its divine nature. Next one, system. Jiang Linjuhan picked up the Hylon gold artifact, frowning as he pondered. Simply cutting it with a blade clearly won't work. The melting point and hardness of this interstellar metal far exceed earthly materials. Even the gale blade would struggle to break through it. He examined the metallic artifact in his hand. What a pity it's so small. If it were bigger, it could be used as armor. Such high-quality material being left unused is such a waste. Next, Jiang Linjuhan urged the system. The system interface rapidly flashed a series of data. Data terminal decrypting, data inaccessible, forcing erasure, erasure complete, establishing new data connection, connection established, energy system conversion and modification in progress, conversion and modification complete. This is a second-generation all-weather combat alloy armor from a certain interstellar civilization, the system explained. I've modified its energy system to be compatible with both solar energy and spiritual energy. In addition to its superior defensive capabilities, it also has flight functionality. An alien artifact. Jiang Linjuhan inhaled sharply, struggling to calm the shock in his heart. Although he was aware of the existence of alien civilizations, witnessing alien technology firsthand still stirred an instinctive sense of fear. This suggested that extraterrestrials had long visited Earth and could even be tied to early human civilizations. For all he knew, there might already be aliens hiding within human society. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Zhang Linjuhan said, "I'll leave matters like this for the government to worry about. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to use this armor." Following the system's instructions, Zhang Linjuhan infused spiritual energy into the disc. The surface of the disc cracked open, revealing a lightweight, dark golden small disc. He pressed the disc against his chest and continued channeling spiritual energy. A dark golden glow instantly spread across his body, forming a perfectly fitting, streamlined suit of armor. Standing before the mirror, Zhang Linjuan was stunned by his own appearance. The armor's surface emitted a subtle metallic sheen, as elegant as a piece of art. He tried moving around a bit. It felt completely natural, but one careless step left a dent in the marble floor. "I need to get used to this lightness first. As for the flight function, I'd better test it somewhere safe, can't risk damaging this place." He retracted the armor back into the system's storage space and turned his attention to the final item. "Your terminal?" Zhang Linjuan asked, puzzled. Although he had read countless novels in his previous life, he had never heard of a system having a terminal. "Yes, I'm just a small part that has been separated," the system explained. "My mission is to find and protect the inheritor. That's why the skills I've given you are all about survival." Zhang Linjuan nodded thoughtfully, recalling the mysterious palace. What exactly was the inheritance? Was it merely combat techniques? Was the powerful figure who had been betrayed hoping for revenge through him? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he quickly pushed it aside. "So, where's your main body?" "I don't know, but you must keep this terminal safe. It's the key to activating the main body." Zhang Linjuan carefully stored the system terminal away. With two treasures in his possession, he felt more than satisfied. Picking up his phone, he dialed his father's number. "Dad, can you bring a desk to my dorm? And bring some tools to fix the floor while you're at it." "No big deal, I just accidentally made a dent in it. Deduct it from your paycheck if you want." After hanging up, he pulled open the curtains. The blazing sunlight bathed him, dispelling the lingering chill from earlier. The world seemed increasingly mysterious in his eyes. Not long after, Zhang Yandong arrived with a colleague, carrying the new desk. Neither of them looked particularly pleased. Zhang Linjuan rolled his eyes at his father. "Come on, it's not worth getting so upset over a bit of money." Once the colleague had left, Zhang Yandong whispered, "After I get paid, you better explain this to your mom. Don't let her think I'm hiding money from her." Got it, Zhang Linjuan replied, massaging his father's shoulders. "Thanks for your hard work, Dad. I've got more work to do, so I'm heading out." Zhang Yandong shook off his son's hands, grabbed his tool bag, and left. Watching his father's retreating figure, Zhang Linjuan silently vowed to give his parents a comfortable life as soon as possible. Though he now had the ability to support his family, until all the dangers were eliminated, Tianwu Academy was undoubtedly the safest haven. A cold glint flashed in his eye. She needed to find the mastermind behind everything and put an end to them once and for all. Around lunchtime, Yuxiuan returned from the cafeteria with a large haul of beast meat. Influenced by Zhang Linjuan, everyone in their group had picked up this habit. "Thanks for the treat, boss you," Taoru teased. "No big deal, I could do this every day," Yuxiuan said smugly, tilting his chin up. "Your family must own a bank or something," Zhang Linjuan joked. "What are you talking about? My family does own banks," Yuxiuan retorted dismissively. "All right, I'm impressed, young master you," Taoru said, mimicking a Beijing accent. Zhang Linjuan then took out items from the treasure pavilion stored in his ring. He handed the inner armor to Taoru and gave rings to Yuxiuan and Dingji. The others in their group either were SS rank students or came from wealthy families, so they didn't need these items. The three looked at him in astonishment. Zhang Linjuan waved his own ring. "One for each of you. Don't overthink it. Anyone who refuses is an idiot." "You need this inner armor more than I do," Taoru said, pushing the armor back to him, deciding to be the so-called idiot. "So what if I'm an idiot? My brother's life is more important," Zhang Linjuan insisted. "I can protect myself. Whether I have inner armor or not doesn't really matter. Do you think I'll always be on the run, being hunted down?" Zhang Linjuan said with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the group. "No, that's not what I meant." "All right, I'll accept it then," Taoru responded with a grin. Dingji was just about to speak when he caught Zhang Linjuan's warning glance. He swallowed his words and kept silent. Guilt weighed on his mind after all. Taoru and Yuxiuan had risked their lives for Zhang Linjuan, so accepting the inner armor was well-deserved. He, on the other hand, had done nothing of that sort. But then he remembered he had helped hold down Xingyu back then, making him a kind of accomplice. With that thought, Dingji accepted the gift as well, even going so far as to text his family to raise more cattle and sheep, fearing there might not be enough food in the future. The four of them ate and chatted, taking a short break before Zhang Linjuan began gathering his things to head to class. Since arriving at Tianwu Academy, he hadn't met a single teacher. At this rate, even a top student like him might end up failing, and Wang Shueqing would definitely be hard to explain things to. Theoretical courses at Tianwu Academy were relatively few and not divided by grade levels. All students attended the same lecture in a large tiered classroom. Practical courses, however, were categorized by disciplines such as close combat, elemental, beast shapeshifting, mental, and healing, as each focused on different areas of training. With a shoulder bag slung over him, Zhang Linjuhan walked into the classroom alongside Tianwu and the others. Many familiar faces were already seated inside. When they saw him enter, there was a moment of stunned silence before an eruption of cheers and applause. The crowd surged toward him. "Stop pushing. My shoe fell off," Yu Xiaowen cried out, squeezed out of the classroom with a distressed look. "Jiang, it's so good to see you safe. Boss, let us know if you're feeling unwell." "Who were those people, anyway? Did you get the flowers we sent?" Heartthrob? Zhang Linjuan guessed that Shen Xintong had probably disposed of the flowers, but his bigger concern now was the hands groping everywhere. "Hey, stop touching me," he barked, clutching his belt tightly as a last line of defense. Thankfully, Luo Qianqian stepped in at the right moment. "All right, everyone, give him some space," she said, dispersing the crowd. Zhang Linjuan shot her a grateful look. Any later, and he might have lost his pants. "Welcome back, safe and sound," Luo Qianqian said with a warm smile, spreading her arms as if to offer a hug. Zhang Linjuan simply muttered a curt thanks and walked past her. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly composed herself. Zhang Linjuan and his three friends found seats and sat down. He pulled out a notebook, ready for class. A few girls in the front row were whispering about his abs, stealing glances at him now and then. He regretted it deeply. Someone must have copped a feel during the commotion. The class was taught by an elderly professor with kind eyes. His hair was graying and thinning, and he wore thick bifocals. Dressed in a light blue short-sleeved shirt and dress pants, he exuded a gentle demeanor. The lecture covered Beast Encyclopedia illustrations, and his teaching style was lively and engaging. He supplemented the material with additional knowledge not found in the textbook. As it turned out, he was one of the primary authors of the latest edition of the encyclopedia. His captivating teaching made it impossible not to pay attention. After all, these were crucial details about dealing with beasts. Knowing their fatal weaknesses could mean the difference between life and death. This was the last class of the week, and the students in the classroom had already started packing up, eagerly anticipating the upcoming weekend. Zhang Linjuan had just closed his notebook when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of classmates. Some invited him to dinner, others wanted to take him on a tour of the capital, and there were even a few who asked him to visit their homes to watch movies together. "How about some barbecue and draft beer?" someone suggested enthusiastically, but Zhang Linjuan could only wave his hands repeatedly in polite refusal. At that moment, he deeply regretted not maintaining his usual introverted demeanor. It might have saved him from being swarmed like this. "Brother Linjuan," a crisp voice called out from the entrance of the lecture hall. Zhang Linjuan turned toward the sound and felt a surge of relief. "Little witch, you're my savior," he thought. Not only him, but everyone in the classroom turned their attention to the figure at the doorway. Shen Xintong had completely changed her usual style today. She wore her hair in a bun, paired with a plain white short-sleeved shirt underneath a black spaghetti strap pleated dress. A pair of non-prescription glasses rested on her nose, and she held a few books in her arms, exuding the charm of the girl next door. Even without makeup, her beauty radiated effortlessly. Her gentle smile revealed her pearly white teeth, and her exposed arms and legs were as fair as jade. "I'm heading out." Zhang Linjuan quickly packed his things and said a brief goodbye to his three friends. "Go ahead, we won't wait up for you tonight," Yu Xiaowen teased with a wink, reminding Zhang Linjuan of an awkward incident from last time, nearly making him stumble. As he approached Shen Xintong, Zhang Linjuan looked directly into her crystal-clear eyes. "What brings you here?" Without hesitation, Shen Xintong naturally linked her arm with his, her voice sweet as honey. "I came to pick you up for dinner." She then glanced around the classroom, her triumphant look directed at the other girls. This subtle yet provocative action left them both annoyed and helpless. After all, Shen Xintong's beauty was simply unmatched. "What's for dinner tonight?" Zhang Linjuan asked as they strolled through the campus. "All you ever think about is food." Shen Xintong pouted her rosy lips. "Let's go to Aunt Mew's place." "All right." Zhang Linjuan pulled out his phone to send a quick text to his mother, Wang Shueqing, to let her know so she wouldn't worry. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the man-made lake, creating sparkling ripples as fish occasionally broke through the water. Under the drooping willow trees by the lake, small groups of people could be seen either practicing their skills, reading, or couples whispering to each other behind the trees. The serene scene made Zhang Linjuan stop in his tracks. "What are you looking at?" Shen Xintong asked curiously, following his gaze. Her bangs fluttered slightly in the wind. Zhang Linjuan gently tucked her bangs behind her ear, his movements filled with care. "Not bad, little brother." You're getting pretty smooth. Dinner's on me tonight. Shin Shintong teased, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled brightly. I'll cover it. You've been working hard these past few weeks. It's my way of thanking you. Jiang Linjuhan's heart ached as he recalled how exhausted she had looked not long ago. I already gave you your reward. Shin Shintong suddenly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. Oh no. Shin Shintong suddenly realized she had let something slip. The word reward reminded her of the promise she made to Jiang Linjuhan while he was unconscious, a secret that only her best friend knew. What reward? What did you give me? Jiang Linjuhan asked, looking puzzled. Shin Shintong hesitated for a moment, torn between conflicting emotions, but finally decided to come clean. After all, there were too many people coveting Jiang Linjuhan, and she needed him to understand the unique bond they shared. She blinked, took a deep breath, and whispered so softly it was almost inaudible, I gave you my first kiss. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson, the redness spreading to her ears and neck. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. What? Jiang Linjuhan froze, instinctively pointing to the faint mark on his neck. You mean this? No, not that, Shin Shintong replied, turning her head to avoid his gaze. Is it from that time you bit my neck? Not that either. Then when was it? Jiang Linjuan's voice grew louder as he anxiously tried to recall every moment they had spent together. Shin Shintong jabbed her finger against his chest, her tone sharp. What do you mean by that? That was my first kiss. And you act like you don't care. If it weren't for the fact that I felt sorry for you. Taking care of you day and night, feeding you water, changing your medicine, wiping your body, changing your clothes. Her voice trailed off, becoming quieter and quieter as she realized she was saying too much. Embarrassed, she wished she could disappear into the ground. My bad, my bad. Jiang Linjuhan quickly raised his hands in surrender. Humph. Shin Shintong pouted, her face still stern. How about a pack of lychee-flavored jelly? Jiang Linjuhan offered, pulling out his trump card. It was their childhood's secret weapon. Back when both their families were struggling financially and pocket money was scarce, Jiang Linjuhan always found a way to get a little extra to buy Shin Shintong her favorite lychee jelly. They would sneak off to the small hill behind the communal housing and watch her savor the rare treat. Sure enough, at the mention of jelly, Shin Shintong's face lit up with a smile. All right, I forgive you. Even though she no longer lacked money or people willing to buy her jelly, that memory and the person in it remained irreplaceable in her heart. Not mad anymore? Jiang Linjuhan teased, gently tapping her nose. Shin Shintong reached out and ran her hand over his abs. Good thing there's no scar left. Otherwise, it would have been so ugly. Tao Rujia's medicine is always top-notch. Jiang Linjuhan replied with a grin. Shin Shintong rolled her eyes at him before skipping ahead, her skirt fluttering in the breeze. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, tilted her head, and called back. Hey, you haven't gone to the 100 Battles Tower yet, have you? Jiang Linjuhan recalled the terms Wayne Yin had offered, which indeed included the privilege of freely entering the 100 Battles Tower. Although he knew little about it, he was aware that it was akin to a portal to another realm, filled with countless fierce beasts and abundant rewards. As he looked around Tianwu, Jiang failed to spot any tower-like structures. Shin Shintong noticed his confusion and covered her mouth with a chuckle. Stop looking. The 100 Battles Tower is underground. I see, Jiang replied, withdrawing his gaze. Walking alongside the little witch, he began to ask about the details of the 100 Battles Tower. Shin Shintong's bright eyes sparkled as a mischievous expression appeared on her delicate face. Let me put it this way. It's kind of like a dungeon in an online game. You have to clear one level at a time, and each level has a mini-boss and a main boss. The beasts inside are very unique. They seem virtual, but also oddly real. When you strike them, they bleed, and they can inflict real damage on you. But they don't have spirit pearls, and their bodies disappear after a while, almost like a respawn mechanism in games. The most fascinating part is that you can't die in the ring no matter how badly you're injured. You'll only be gravely wounded and then revived, just like a game character. Hearing that the beasts' corpses would vanish, Jiang Linjuan's interest waned. He thought to himself that he might as well visit Yunkuan Mountain or other dimensional portals, where at least he could hunt some tangible prey. Don't underestimate it, Shin Shintong quickly added. The rewards from the tower spirit are customized and incredibly valuable. For instance, spirit techniques above the golden level are exceptionally powerful and practical. Let me show you one. Before finishing her sentence, she snapped her fingers, and 2 pairs of translucent butterfly wings instantly appeared on her back. Jiang was captivated. The wings made her already stunning appearance even more ethereal, like a sacred fairy. Shin Shintong flashed a playful smile as her wings gently flapped, lifting her petite figure of 175 centimeters gracefully into the air. No way. A flying spirit technique? Jiang exclaimed in amazement, then suddenly remembered she was wearing a skirt today. Just as he was about to warn her, he noticed she had safety shorts on, so he swallowed his words, worried about revealing his accidental observation. Around them, a chorus of gasps erupted. An angel, someone exclaimed. A more informed onlooker quickly corrected. That's the witch Shan. Don't stare too much, or she'll put an arrow through your kidneys. She really would. Hovering 30 meters above the ground, Shan Shintong stopped midair and summoned her ability, Queen's Kiss. She mimed drawing an invisible bowstring, aiming it at Jiang Linjuhan, and parted her lips with a playful bayu. Jiang exaggeratedly acted as though he had been struck by an arrow, causing the little witch to burst out laughing. Catch me! I'm going to fall! She suddenly cried out, as her translucent wings vanished in an instant. Jiang leaped forward and caught her securely as she descended. Shin Shintong grinned at him, her long legs wrapping around his waist while her arms tightened around his neck. The two of them spun gracefully as they descended from midair, their elegant movements instantly electrifying the crowd. Exclamations of awe rippled through the audience, and several girls began tugging at their boyfriend's arms, whining, "I want to do that too." One guy glanced at his girlfriend, whose weight was well over 100 kilos, and wisely turned his head away. "You lied to me again." Jiang Linjuhan glared at Shin Shintong, who was still wrapped around his waist. "I didn't." Shin Shintong blinked her big, innocent eyes. "The wings of the sprite only let me hover briefly. I can only fly that high, and it lasts for no more than 20 seconds. Jiang Linjuhan raised an eyebrow at her explanation. So it wasn't a flight skill, but for a long-range shooter, this kind of ability was practically god-tier. His interest in the tower spirit suddenly spiked. "Besides, it's a growth-type skill," Shin Shintong added softly. "I don't even know if ITLL let me fly in the future." That statement made Jiang Linjuan's expression shift. In this world, skill levels couldn't be improved except for his own. Growth-type skills were incredibly rare. Once things settled here, he was determined to visit the battle tower. Coincidentally, he still had one skill slot left. He just hoped the tower spirit wouldn't be like the system, always giving him life-preserving abilities. "What are you thinking about?" Shin Shintong pinched his cheek lightly. "Thinking about when you'll get off me," Jiang Linjuan replied calmly. "Everyone's watching." Shin Shintong pouted, but reluctantly loosened her long legs and let go. By the street, the familiar snack cart was still there, with a few simple tables and stools, and a pot wafting rich, meaty aromas. Today, the line of customers was especially long. Mu-Ying was busy, her forehead glistening with sweat, but the waiting customers were all polite. No one complained. Some even used wind-based abilities to send her a refreshing breeze. Jiang Linjuan quickly understood most of these people were likely the students and parents her late husband had once saved. Since Mu-Ying had declined any direct help, they found this way to express their gratitude. "Go help out," Shin Shintong commanded. Hands on her hips. Jiang Linjuan nodded and walked over to the snack cart. "Aunt Mu, take a break. I'll handle this." "Oh, it's you. Xintong's here too, isn't she?" Mu-Ying smiled warmly. "Right here. Aunt Mu, come chat with me." Shin Shintong waved enthusiastically. Mu-Ying wiped her sweat and handed Jiang Linjuan a spare apron. Making braised skewers wasn't complicated. The key was the pot of braising liquid. You just had to cook the skewers, then season them according to the customer's preferences. At the front of the line stood a slightly chubby boy wearing glasses. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "Hey buddy." Jiang Linjuan leaned closer to listen. "Any skewer will do. Just pack me some sticks." "You get me," the boy whispered even more quietly. Jiang Linjuan understood immediately. He grabbed a handful of skewers, pretended to brush them with sauce and sprinkled chili powder, then packed them up and handed them over. At the same time, he displayed the payment QR code. "Here you go." The boy scanned the code, made the payment, and gave an OK gesture. As he walked away, he licked the skewers, muttering, "Man, this is delicious." Jiang Linjuan glanced at Mu-Ying's phone resting on the cash box. The screen lit up with a notification. XX received 2,000 Chinese yuan. Jiang Linjuan acted cautiously, making sure not to tamper with all the ingredients. Completely avoiding the use of ingredients would raise suspicion, and the consumption ratio of the marinade could reveal issues. He adopted a compromise. Half the skewers were properly prepared with ingredients, while the other half were empty sticks. Everyone quietly cooperated with this unspoken understanding. The transaction records on his phone fluctuated, and Jiang Linjuan discreetly cleared the notification bar. Shin Shintong had already told him that Mu-Ying didn't really care about the payments. Scanning codes and making transactions were meaningless to her. She only picked up her phone to check the time, or to hope for a call that might never come. The skewered ingredients quickly ran out, and Jiang Linjuan had to step in to prepare more. Under the flashing knife, neatly cut pieces of ingredients barely touched the cutting board before he swiftly skewered them onto bamboo sticks. Shin Shintong stayed by Mu-Ying's side, chatting casually. Whenever a female customer came by, she would specifically remind them, no adding WeChat, no sharing phone numbers. Her guard was up. "Whoa, kid, you've got some skills. An older man with a beer belly exclaimed in admiration. Thank you, Zhang Linjuhan replied with a polite smile. With such authentic marinated flavors and skills like that, you deserve a tip. Without hesitation, the man pulled out his wallet and stuffed 2 stacks of cash into the money box. Zhang Linjuan's lips twitched in surprise at the unexpected gesture. I'm from out of town, don't visit often, the man said in a lowered voice, his expression complex. Zhang Linjuan guessed he was probably a parent of one of the students, sneaking in discreetly. With someone taking the lead, other customers followed suit, leaving Zhang Linjuan both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, Shen Xintong managed to keep Mu Ying's attention away from the scene. 2 hours later, all the skewers were sold out, and the customers had dispersed. Great job, Shen Xintong said, massaging his shoulders. Thank you, Xiao Chuan, Mu Ying said, touched. No big deal. Everything's sold. Let's pack up, Zhang Linjuan said as he removed his apron. Huh, why is there so much money in the box? Mu Ying asked in surprise. Zhang Linjuan exchanged a glance with Shen Xintong, who seemed to understand. While he silently cleaned up the tables and chairs, Shen Xintong must have persuaded Mu Ying somehow, as she eventually accepted the money. Under the orange streetlights, the food cart and their hunched figures slowly moved away, casting long shadows on the ground. What did you say to Aunt Mu? Zhang Linjuan asked. Shen Xintong blushed and changed the subject. I'm starving. Let's find a place for instant noodles. Who said there's nothing to eat? Zhang Linjuan pulled out a handful of reserve skewers. All your favorites. Awesome. I love you, Shen Xintong exclaimed before planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving Zhang Linjuan stunned. Come on, silly. The two walked off, sharing the skewers as they went. At 11 p.m., Shen Xintong got into the car sent by her family. Rolling down the window, she waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. This time, she didn't mention anything about not being able to return to the dorm and booking a room. After all, tomorrow Zhang Linjuan's family was coming to visit her home, and as a half-host, she had responsibilities to fulfill. Zhang Linjuan strolled back to his dormitory, his mind replaying the scenes of tomorrow's meeting over and over. It had been 10 years since he last saw Shen Xintong's parents. In his memory, her father was a refined workaholic, always leaving early and returning late, while her mother was a gentle and elegant finance professional, so busy she hardly had time to care for her appearance. After they moved away, they had completely lost contact. Now, observing the lively, mischievous little witch that Shen Xintong had become, he couldn't help but wonder how much her parents might have changed over the years. When Jiang returned to the dorm, his 3 roommates, as usual, teased him a bit. Paying them no mind, he quickly washed up and lay down on his bed, activating the alchemy spirit gathering field of the Heart of High Lawn. Although the field's effect wasn't as strong as before, judging from his roommates' astonished expressions, it was still quite impressive. Recently, everyone's cultivation speed for absorbing spiritual energy had noticeably increased. They all attributed it to their diligent training, which was exactly the outcome Zhang Linjuan hoped for. Surrounded by the pervasive flow of spiritual energy, he soon drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang spent 2 hours at his master's place swinging a large hammer before heading back to the dorm. His roommates had already left for their training, seemingly putting in real effort. After a quick shower, he changed into a slightly sophisticated outfit that Nie Qingyan had bought for him and casually grabbed 2 watch boxes as gifts for his father. At 8:30 a.m., outside the gate of Tianwu Academy, my son looks so handsome. Wang Xueqing beamed, her eyes narrowing into happy crescents as she admired her well-dressed son. Of course, says my boy. Zhang Yandong stroked his beard proudly as he scrutinized his son. Although Zhang's parents had also dressed in new clothes, it was obvious they hadn't splurged on anything expensive. After all, they were just having a casual meal with old neighbors and preferred to save their money to buy more food for their son. Zhang Linjuan handed the watch boxes to his father to let him pick one, and just as he was about to pull out his phone to call a ride, his mother suddenly asked, "Son, where's the gift you bought?" It was only then that Zhang remembered Tianwu mentioning he would take care of it, leaving him momentarily frozen in embarrassment. I forgot to buy it, he admitted awkwardly. No worries, we can pick something up on the way. Mom brought money, Wang Xueqing said, patting her handbag reassuringly. Son, was this watch expensive? Are the diamonds on it real? Zhang Yandong asked, unable to hide his delight as he examined the watch box. I'm not sure. It was a gift from my senior brother, and the clothes were from him too. Make sure to return the favor. When someone treats you well, you should repay them 100-fold, Wang Xueqing reminded him earnestly. Just as Zhang Linjuan was about to call for a car, a stretch luxury sedan suddenly pulled up in front of them, honking twice. 3 burly men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out in unison, their movements impeccably synchronized. Xiao Chuan, who are these people? Wang Xueqing asked nervously, clutching her son's sleeve. The 3 men removed their sunglasses in perfect coordination. Mom, it's us. Mom? Zhang Linjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, completely at a loss for how to react. Zhang Yandong stood frozen in place. As the father of an only son, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Trembling, he turned to his wife, Wang Xueqing, his eyes filled with anger, doubt, and heartbreak. What are you staring at? Wang Xueqing snapped impatiently, rolling her eyes at her husband. These are the 3 godsons I've taken in Xiaochuan's roommates. Zhang Yandong let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. Zhang Linjuhan, however, remained wary, keeping a close eye on the trio of brothers. Before he could say anything, Tianwu chimed in with a smile. Let's get in the car first. We'll explain everything later. Dad, Mom, please get in. As the head of the family, Zhang Yandong forced himself to appear calm and nodded. He glanced down at the plush carpet inside the luxury car, instinctively wiping the soles of his shoes on the ground before cautiously climbing in. Holding a watch box in his hands, he perched uncomfortably above the seat for a while before finally settling down. Wang Xueqing, Zhang Linjuhan, and Tao Ru followed suit, with Dingji taking the front passenger seat and Yu Xiuwen, who was most familiar with the capital, volunteering as the driver. This car must be expensive, Wang Xueqing remarked, running her hand along the soft leather seat. It's rented, Yu Xiuwen quickly explained, turning his head. A classmate's family owns a car rental business. They gave us a 90 discount. Zhang Linjuan glanced at the Beijing license plate and smirked inwardly. If I didn't already know your background, I might have actually believed you. Well, we'd better not get it dirty, then, Wang Xueqing said cautiously, lifting her feet slightly. Mom, it's fine, Tao Ru reassured her. Step on it however you like. No extra charges. Zhang Linjuan shot Tao Ru a glance, thinking, this guy is calling her mom more affectionately than I do. It felt as if he were rewatching a movie where he already knew the ending but couldn't spoil it for anyone, leaving him both frustrated and amused. The extended luxury car glided smoothly along the elevated highway, with other vehicles making way for it. Tao Ru retrieved 2 gift boxes, one large and one small, from the car's built-in bar, and the rich aroma of alcohol immediately caught Zhang Yandong's attention. Do you like wine, Dad? We'll send a couple of jars your way later, Tao Ru said. Good lad. Zhang Yandong beamed with delight. Zhang Linjuan took the gifts and stored them in his ring, which piqued Wang Xueqing's curiosity. After he explained that it was a reward from school, Wang Xueqing suggested putting their savings passbook in there for safekeeping as well. Not many people can take something out of Xiaochuan's hands, Tao Ru joked with a laugh. The atmosphere in the car was warm and lively. Watching his 3 friends effortlessly win over his parents, Zhang Linjuan felt a pang of jealousy. I'm the real son here, you know? The car eventually arrived at a picturesque spot along the Grand Canal beyond the 6th Ring Road. Passing through a dense forest of native riverbank trees, they reached a row of exquisite traditional Chinese courtyards. Surrounded by high gray brick walls and shaded by century-old trees, the area exuded tranquility and fresh air. Does Tongtong's family live here? Wang Xueqing asked in surprise. If you like it, Zhang Linjuan said calmly, we can buy a house here too someday. That's true. Yu Xiuwen knew deep down that if his mother gave her approval, he could easily solve the financial issue by hunting a few diamond-level beasts through the interdimensional portal. However, he quickly realized he almost exposed his secret and immediately reined in his thoughts. Buying anything here? My family had some renovations done here before, and the prices are outrageous, Yu Xiuwen said. I thought your family owned several properties here, Zhang Linjuan remarked, his tone carrying a hint of implication. Yu Xiuwen hunched his shoulders and gave an awkward laugh. Not really. Xiaowen is right. The housing here is indeed expensive, Wang Xueqing said gently. But don't forget, there's still the house Mayor Chao gifted in Qizhou. That can be your wedding house in the future. Your dad and I can stay there. Of course, I believe my son will be able to afford a house here one day. Zhang Yandong remained silent on the side. Though he was the head of the family, it was clear he wasn't the one calling the shots. The extended sedan entered through the south gate, with the security guards not even stopping to check before letting it through. Turning a corner, they spotted a young girl in a traditional white gauzy dress standing by the roadside, waiting expectantly. We're here. That's her, Yu Xiuwen indicated. The car came to a steady stop. The 3 of them synchronized perfectly, putting on sunglasses and stepping out of the car with stern expressions, opening the door in one seamless motion. What's with the theatrics? Shin Shintong was startled by their display, though she knew all 3 of them well. Ding Ji clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an aloof, unapproachable demeanor. Shintong, you look absolutely beautiful today. Wang Xueqing praised sincerely. Aunt Qing, Uncle Jiang, welcome. Shin Shintong sweetly looped her arm through Wang Xueqing's. My parents are busy with work and couldn't come out to greet you. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Linjuan glanced at Shan Xintong's white dress, and for a fleeting moment, it reminded him of a wedding gown. He quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. No need to be so formal. It's been years since I've seen your mother. I've missed her, Wang Xueqing said with a warm smile. Please come in. The three friends drove off after dropping them off, only stopping after turning another corner. Your place or mine? Yuxiuan asked Tianwu. Your place. I've never stayed there before, and besides, those old men at my house make me uncomfortable, Tianwu replied. Fair enough. I still can't believe your house is right next to mine. Even though I haven't stayed there much, I guess it's fate. The entrance to the Nano residence featured intricately carved drum stones with cloud motifs on either side of the gate. Passing through a screen wall adorned with relief carvings, they stepped onto a stone path leading into the front courtyard. The setting was enchanting. Ginkgo and crabapple trees stood tall, while orchids, peonies, and roses bloomed in vibrant competition. In one corner, a rock garden with trickling water fed into a small pond where koi swam gracefully. It was like a private, meticulously designed garden, exuding the timeless charm of traditional courtyards. This is stunning, Wang Xueqing marveled. She had only ever seen such architecture on television. Shen Xintong suppressed her excitement, maintaining a poised and graceful smile. Even Jiang Linjuhan was captivated, silently vowing to one day provide his parents with a home like this to repay their years of hard work. Shen Xintong led the three of them inside and called out cheerfully, Mom, Dad, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Xing, and Brother Linjuhan are here. Come out and greet them. Old Jiang, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. You've been in the capital for so long, yet you never thought to come visit your old friend. Shen Lingfei's voice rang out from the study as he walked over with a steady stride. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes held a mix of authority and elegance. Though his frame remained lean and upright, the commanding aura he carried spoke of years of experience in high-ranking positions. Following closely behind him was Ran Linghua, dressed in a light lavender cheongsam that accentuated her poised and graceful demeanor. Her oval-shaped face, strikingly similar to her daughter's, was adorned with a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Her long, jet-black hair was styled into an intricate updo, and every gesture exuded the charm of a mature, sophisticated woman. Xueqing, it's been a long time. Ran Linghua greeted warmly before noticing Jiang Linjuhan standing nearby. She quickly approached and studied the young man who had once been a little boy, exclaiming in delight, Is this Xiaochuan? My goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. You've grown so talented, so handsome. Turning to Wang Xueqing with a smile, she gestured and said, Xueqing, he used to barely reach my waist. He had a late growth spurt. Wang Xueqing replied with a laugh. Hello, Aunt Ran. Jiang Linjuhan said respectfully as he handed over a gift. This is for you and Uncle. The rich aroma of the gift immediately caught Shen Lingfei's attention, and his Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. Lu Xiangzue, he exclaimed. This exquisite wine, known for its unparalleled quality, was like a godsend to him. Lu Xiangzue? Ran Linghua echoed, the name sounding familiar but just out of reach in her memory. She suggested, Shall we have this for lunch today? No way. Jiang Linjuhan and Shen Lingfei shouted in unison. Shen Lingfei stole a glance at his wide-eyed, innocent-looking daughter and coughed awkwardly to mask his reaction. Why not? Shen Xintong asked curiously. The after-effects of this wine are too strong. Uncle Shen, you'd better put it away quickly, Jiang Linjuhan said hurriedly, shifting the focus and passing the metaphorical hot potato to Shen Lingfei. You little rascal, sneaking drinks behind my back. Wang Xueqing scolded her son with a glare. Although Shen Lingfei outwardly declined, he clutched the wine box tightly, unwilling to let go of such a rare treasure. At that moment, Ran Linghua opened another small gift box. Inside the purple sandalwood case, 2 white porcelain bottles rested on a bed of yellow silk, their fragrance immediately filling the room. Oh, Zishuang Lu, she exclaimed in surprise and joy. Meanwhile, Shen Xintong cast a resentful glance at Jiang Linjuhan, her eyes seeming to say, Why isn't there anything for me? Ran Linghua's fingers trembled as she gently stroked the white jade porcelain vase, her eyes sparkling with delight. Realizing her loss of composure, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. As long as you like it, Linghua. I was worried Xiaochuan might not be good at picking gifts, Wang Xueqing said with a relaxed smile, waving her hand lightly. Ran Linghua bit her lip, suppressing her excitement, and carefully closed the lid. Xiaochuan, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it. Please keep it. If you like it, I can ask my friend to get more. Jiang Linjuhan replied casually. Although he knew nothing about the gift, he trusted Tianwu wouldn't recommend anything subpar. Is your friend's last name Tao? Shen Lingfei probed cautiously. No, Jiang Linjuhan replied firmly, not revealing Tianwu's identity in front of his mother. Shen Lingfei nodded, and then invited Jiang Yandong to the study for tea. Ran Linghua, unable to decline, went to the bedroom with Wang Xueqing, where the 2 old friends had endless things to catch up on. This left only Jiang Linjuhan and Shen Xintong in the living room. What about mine? Shen Xintong pouted, clearly displeased. Jiang Linjuhan chuckled and pulled out a large bag of jelly candies. Shen Xintong's face lit up instantly. Now that's more like it. Come on, let's check out my room. Shin Shintong's second-floor room faced south and featured a spacious terrace. The decor was simple yet elegant, with a predominantly Chinese aesthetic. A laptop and a row of thick books were neatly arranged on the desk, while a warm family photo sat on the bedside table. Two large wardrobes and a bed completed the tranquil, subtly fragrant space. Life here must get lonely sometimes, Jiang Linjuhan said softly, gently patting the girl's head as she ate her jelly candies. What are you doing? Shin Shintong instinctively shielded her bag of candies. These are mine, and you can't take them. I won't take them. Take your time eating. Here, you can have one. Just one, Shin Shintong said, handing him a single candy. She then pulled Jiang Linjuhan to the terrace, where a go-board was set up under a sunshade. Who did you play with? Jiang Linjuhan asked. I played by myself, imagining you as my opponent. You'd play the black pieces, and I'd completely crush you, Shin Shintong said smugly. Then I guess I never won. Of course not. I was the one playing, she said matter-of-factly. I'll play with you from now on. Will you take back your moves? Once a stone is placed, there's no going back. Deal. Their simple exchange seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Xiaochuan, Shintong, come downstairs for dinner. Ran Linghua's voice called from below. Shin Shintong swept the go-board clean and jumped down from the terrace with ease. Jiang Linjuhan shook his head with a smile and followed suit. In the dining room, the round table was laden with a feast, and the housekeeper continued bringing out dishes. Ran Linghua greeted them warmly. Xiaochuan, I made your favorite braised pork ribs. I haven't cooked in a while, so don't be too critical. As they sat down, Shin Lingfei raised a glass of fine wine for a toast, and the family enjoyed a lively meal together. Just as Jiang Linjuhan reached for some food, Shin Shintong's chopsticks darted in ahead of him. Shintong, don't be so rude. Ran Linghua scolded, glaring at her daughter. With that temper of yours, only Xiaochuan could put up with you. Blah. Shin Shintong made a playful face. Don't be too hard on her. They've been like this since they were kids. Wang Xueqing interjected to ease the tension. Xueqing, these two seem like a good match. Why not arrange an engagement? Ran Linghua suddenly suggested. The room fell into an awkward silence. Shin Shintong's cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head, fiddling with her skirt. Jiang Linjuhan froze, recalling the teasing remarks of his three mischievous friends. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice broke the silence. Guess, I see. Seems I've come at the wrong time. Jiang Linjuhan turned his head and met a pair of sharp, cold eyes. For a moment, it felt as though sparks flew between them. What are you doing back here? Shin Shintong glared at the suddenly appearing Lu Yuza, clearly annoyed at having her moment interrupted. Yuza, you're back. Come, sit down and have something to eat. Shin Lingfei greeted him warmly. Uncle Shin, Aunt Ran, I've already eaten. Please continue entertaining your guests. I'll just head to the study for a bit. Lu Yuza replied politely, his handsome face adorned with a faint smile. His tall and upright figure was no less impressive than Jiang Linjuan's. Why aren't you staying at Xianglong? What are you doing back here? Shin Shintong questioned him sharply. Lu Yuza took a couple of steps forward, reaching out as if to pat Shin Shintong's head, but she deftly avoided him. It's no secret. You'll all find out in a couple of days. Xianglong is organizing a student exchange program with Tianwu, and I'm the supervising teacher for the delegation. So, I came back early, he explained. All right, that's enough. Off you go, Shin Shintong said bluntly, dismissing him without hesitation. Lu Yuza chuckled, glanced briefly at Jiang Linjuhan, and then left the dining room. Just a friend's child. Let's continue. Shin Lingfei offered a simple explanation. Xueqing, have you given my suggestion any thought? Ran Linghua eagerly asked, clearly motivated by the effect of the gift she had just given. He's a neighbor, someone we know well. Xiaochuan has been likable since he was little. Shin Lingfei coughed lightly, trying to remind his wife to tread carefully, but Ran Linghua paid no attention to her husband's hint. Nearby, Shin Shintong perked up her ears and sat upright. About this matter, Wang Xueqing hesitated before replying, let's talk about it later. They're still young right now. Shin Shintong's face immediately fell. Noticing her reaction, Wang Xueqing quickly added, Shintong has grown up before my eyes. She's like half a daughter to me. Such a beautiful and well-mannered girl, of course. I would love for her to be my daughter-in-law. But Xiaochuan is still a student right now and isn't ready to shoulder such responsibilities. Let him graduate and establish his career first. I don't want Shintong to be wronged in any way. Shintong, Wang Xueqing continued, Xiaochuan is an outstanding young man. Give him some time, and I'm sure he'll be worthy of you. If, by then, you two are still in love, I promise he will marry you properly. Shin Shintong nodded eagerly, but quickly realized she had overreacted and lowered her head in embarrassment. Shin Lingfei, finally understanding what was going on, felt a pang of heartache when had his precious daughter started slipping away. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuhan quietly ate his food, inwardly applauding his mother's eloquence and strategy. 2 hours later, as the Jiang family prepared to leave, Ran Linghua insisted they stay overnight under the pretext of catching up. Zhang Linchuan promptly informed his three close friends that he wouldn't be returning home that evening. The happiest person, however, was the mischievous Shan Shintong, whose radiant smile never left her face. The two of them resumed their chess game on the terrace. During this time, Lu Yuza came knocking at the door, only to be unceremoniously sent away by Shan Shintong. Lu Yuza, however, seemed unfazed, offering a polite farewell before leaving the Shun household. Shan Shintong, worried that Zhang Linchuan might get jealous, proactively explained her relationship with Lu Yuza. Lu Yuza, now 20 years old, was a junior at Xianglong Academy in the Magic City. The two had met through family business dealings. She elaborated that the Lu family had provided significant support to the Xin family in business, which allowed the Xin family to quickly establish themselves in the imperial city. As Zhang Linchuan listened, he thought to himself, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Businessmen always act out of self-interest. The Lu family must have their own agenda. As dusk fell, the two had dinner together and then took a walk along the riverside embankment. They lingered until the sky was completely dark before reluctantly parting ways and returning to their respective rooms. Zhang Linchuan's family had been arranged to stay in the guest rooms of the side courtyard. After a quick wash, he sent a message to Yu Xiuwen. The video call connected quickly, and three grinning faces squeezed into the frame. Thinking about us on such a beautiful night? Now that's true love, Yu Xiuwen teased. Get to the point, Zhang Linchuan said impatiently. Yu Xiuwen toned down his smile. The situation is tricky. The Lu family is a prestigious and long-established noble family in the imperial city, wealthy beyond measure. If you ask me, just get rid of the guy, Yu Xiuwen said, making a throat-slitting gesture. Why are you so bloodthirsty? Zhang Linchuan frowned. I just want to gather some information. That poser is definitely up to no good. Their family has plenty of shady businesses, Yu Xiuwen shrugged. Oh, do you have a personal grudge against him? Not really. Except that he's better looking, stronger and richer than me. After discussing the main issue, Zhang Linchuan asked about the use of Zishuangdu. Upon learning it was something akin to skincare, he ended the call. Just as he was preparing to go to bed, a small head with long, loose hair suddenly appeared outside the window. Zhang Linchuan was startled, surprised at how his alertness had diminished. He opened the window. I can't sleep, Shan Shintong said, jumping onto the bed with a pout. Aren't you afraid of being seen? I came over the rooftop smart, right? She raised her chin proudly. Fresh from a bath, her skin had a faint pink glow and exuded an alluring fragrance. May I ask, fair lady, are you here for money or for love? With such a handsome guy like you, of course I'm here for love. Shan Shintong leapt into his arms with a playful grin. The sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn as the world quietly awakened. Lazybones, time to get up. Zhang Linchuan gently moved the fair, slender leg draped over him and playfully pinched the girl's nose. No, just let me sleep a little longer, Shan Shintong murmured, shaking her head to evade his mischievous hand. If you don't go back to your room soon, everyone will figure out you slept here with me last night. Zhang Linchuan calmly reminded her. Shan Shintong shot up suddenly, groggily running her fingers through her messy hair. After a few seconds, her eyes cleared. How did I end up here? Then, as if recalling something, she added, oh, I must been sleepwalking last night. No, wait, I'm still sleepwalking now. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes, stretched out her pale arm, and blindly groped her way toward the window with her eyes closed. Careful, the wind. Thud. Ow. Shan Shintong clutched her forehead. I forgot to open my eyes. In no time, she opened the window, nimbly climbed onto the rooftop, and dashed back to her room. Watching her antics, Zhang Linchuan chuckled softly. What a klutz. By late morning, the farewell scene unfolded in front of the Xin family home. That's enough. No need to see us off. No, there's just too much stuff to carry. Come visit again. Come visit again. Zhang Linchuan stood by the car, watching as his mother and future mother-in-law tugged at each other in a polite struggle. Eventually, he loaded the return gifts from the Xin family into the car. Standing nearby, Xin Lingfei looked composed, though his gaze toward Zhang Linchuan that morning had been unusually benevolent, like a father looking at his own child. If he had known his precious daughter had secretly spent the night in the same room as Zhang Linchuan, however, his expression would likely have been very different. Goodbye. Xueqing, make sure to visit often. The three members of the Xin family stood by the roadside, waving as the car drove away. The Jiang couple is still so modest, Xin Lingfei remarked. Exactly. That's what you call low-key. Did you see those three bodyguards? They looked so intimidating. All big and burly, it was terrifying. Ran Linghua chimed in. Shan Shintong doubled over in laughter beside them. What's so funny? Ran Linghua asked, puzzled. Nothing. Mom, can I have a bottle of that Zishuangdu? Shan Shintong asked, her tone wheedling. What do you need that for? It's not like you can use it. Ran Linghua frowned at her daughter. Why not? Isn't it just perfume? It smells nice. Ran Linghua rolled her eyes and poked her daughter's forehead. That's not perfume. It's a miraculous item that keeps women looking youthful for 10 years. It's priceless. One bottle could buy 2 of our houses. Oh, then I really don't need it. Shinshintong mused aloud. Linjuhan must have paid a hefty price for it. Already siding with him so quickly? Aren't you embarrassed? Ran Linghua laughed, then turned to her husband. Old Shun, carry me back inside. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's car, the atmosphere was equally warm. Mom, did you have a good time this weekend? Tianwu asked as she massaged Wang's weaking shoulders. It was lovely, though you two worked so hard running around everywhere. You didn't even get a proper hot meal. I'll make something delicious for you when we get back, Wang Shueching said with a gentle smile. Sounds great. Tianwu replied enthusiastically, doubling her efforts with the massage. Xiaochuan, take this watch back. I'm too afraid to wear it, Zhang Yandong said as he handed the watch back to Jiang Linjuhan. Why? It looks good on you. This watch costs over 2 million. I'm worried someone might rob me. You looked it up online? Jiang Linjuhan was surprised by the price. He hadn't expected it to be so expensive. This favor was no small matter. No, old Shin told me. Good thing I kept my composure and didn't embarrass you, Zhang Yandong said, slapping his knee with a laugh. Since it's a gift from your son, just wear it for now and keep it safe when we get home, Wang Shueching decided, settling the matter. Zhang Yandong took the watch from his son's hand and solemnly strapped it onto his wrist. With his head held high and chest out, he admired the watch with a look of triumph on his face. When Linghua suggested he take back a bottle of purple frost dew, he resolutely refused. Consider it a betrothal gift. There's no reason to take it back, Wang Shueching said calmly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Tianwu gave a thumbs up in admiration. It was then that Zhang Linjuhan realized his mother had already seen through his thoughts. Back at Tianwu Academy, Zhang Linjuhan said goodbye to his parents at the school gate and headed toward his dormitory. His 3 roommates followed silently behind him, their faces glum. Once inside the dorm, he shut the door, drew the curtains, and began fiddling with a shiny fruit knife. I'll go first. Yu Xiaowen quickly raised his hand. My mom passed away a long time ago, and my dad remarried. I grew up lacking motherly love. That's a reasonable excuse, right? Zhang Linjuhan was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. Young love, Tianwu said, calm and composed. Is that even the right way to use young love? Yu Xiaowen tugged at his sleeve. Explain properly. Tianwu cleared his throat. I don't have a wife or someone I fancy, so of course, I revere my parents. My parents are in Beijing, and I need their love. Your parents are right here, so why would I look elsewhere? That's a reasonable excuse too, isn't it? Scholars really know how to talk. Zhang Linjuhan muttered, unable to refute, and nodded again. I. Dingji scratched his head anxiously before blurting out. My mom says brotherhood is as close as family. Your parents are my parents too. Both Yu Xiaowen and Tianwu stared at him in shock. That answer deserves full marks. Amazing. Your mom's a wise woman, Tianwu praised. Zhang Linjuhan tested the blade of the knife with his finger. How did you convince my mom? He knew well that his mother wouldn't casually accept godsons because, once accepted, she treated them as her own. Tianwu rubbed his neck, avoiding everyone's gaze. Well, those days in the cafeteria, I only ate 2 steamed buns with pickled vegetables. Godmother noticed I wasn't eating much and kept giving me extra food. When the time was right, I just asked. Exploiting Godmother's sympathy? Shameless. Yu Xiaowen seized the opportunity to mock him. Exactly. Dingji chimed in indignantly. Next. Me. Dingji grinned sheepishly. It was simple. I just kowtowed a few times. A few? Yu Xiaowen squinted at him. You nearly cracked the floorboards. Almost scared Godmother half to death, Tianwu added. Zhang Linjuhan buried his face in his hands, speechless. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed the fruit knife onto the desk. The 3 of them huddled together in fear. You want us to end it ourselves? I'm going to my master to train with the blade, Zhang Linjuhan said through gritted teeth. Oh, by the way, the new students from Shanglong Academy are coming for an exchange soon. Let's step it up and not embarrass ourselves. More like they're coming to pick a fight, Yu Xiaowen said, cracking his knuckles. They're definitely not here with good intentions, Tianwu analyzed. The exchange is way earlier than usual this year. Most likely, Shanglong recruited some top talents and wants to use this chance to suppress Tianwu. Yu Xiaowen clapped Zhang Linjuhan on the shoulder and laughed. With our ultimate weapon, what's there to fear? Let's go, Zhang Linjuhan said, turning to leave. As the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Zhang Linjuhan stopped cultivating. He opened his palm, and the last golden tier spirit pearl disintegrated into fine dust between his fingers, scattering across the bedsheet. Quietly, he calculated his progress golden 7-star. Not bad, but his remaining resources were scarce, with only a few platinum tier spirit pearls left. There was still a week to go before the next resource allocation from Tianwu. Whoa, I broke through to Bronze 5. Yu Xiaowen clenched his fists in excitement, his delicate face flushed with joy. Bronze 7. Tao Ru thoughtfully sensed the spiritual energy density around him. The absorption rate has clearly improved. I'm also at Bronze 5, Ding Ji said briefly. The three of them instinctively glanced at Zhang Linjuhan, then quickly looked away in unison. Don't say a word. I can't handle the blow, one of them muttered. Zhang Linjuhan jumped off the bed, casually brushing the spirit pearl dust into the trash. Nothing much to say. It's probably the beast meat from Yunkuan Mountain kicking in a case of slow accumulation leading to a breakthrough. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Nie Qingyan. Senior brother? All right, I'll head over now. After quickly tidying up his clothes, Zhang Linjuan vaulted out of the window and headed straight for the school gate. Nie Qingyan was leaning against a luxurious sports car, his face weary, eyes bloodshot, and holding a small black bag in his hand. Senior brother, what happened to you? Didn't get much rest? Nie Qingyan yawned, handing the bag to Zhang Linjuan. Brought you something. I need to catch up on sleep. The bag emitted the crisp sound of spirit pearls clinking together. Senior brother, I can't accept this, Zhang Linjuan said, knowing these spirit pearls must have come from a dangerous dimensional rift, which Nie Qingyan's family had strictly forbidden him from entering. Take it, Nie Qingyan said firmly, leaving no room for argument. No matter how much I train, I don't have a place to use my skills. You need to grow stronger for both of us. Senior brother, don't give me that grateful look. It creeps me out. If you call me senior brother, then listen to me. All right then. Want to grab breakfast together? No, I need to sleep. You should head to class. Nie Qingyan got into the car and disappeared from sight almost instantly. Zhang Linjuan tightened his grip on the bag. Just then, Shun Xintong's playful voice came from behind him. Oh, so you came to pick me up? What's in your hand? Who gave it to you? Senior brother gave it to me, Zhang Linjuan replied, gently opening the bag. A dazzling golden light spilled out. There were at least 100 golden tier spirit pearls. This favor, this kindness, felt like a debt that only grew heavier. Why do you look unhappy after receiving a gift? Shun Xintong tilted her head curiously. I just don't know how to repay him. Repay? Shun Xintong said earnestly, he's good to you. So you be good to him. If you measure it with material things, it turns into a transactional relationship. The kind of brotherhood you guys have, that life and death bond, can't be measured or replaced by anything. Zhang Linjuan suddenly understood. Smiling, he ruffled Shun Xintong's high ponytail. You're right. I was overthinking it. Let's go, let's go. We can't be late today. That teacher is terrifying. Monday morning only had one class, alchemy mechanics. This course was vastly different from the traditional notion of alchemy, which focused on turning base metals into gold. Instead, it specialized in imbuing objects with unique spiritual energy. Through this technique, ordinary weapons and equipment could gain special attribute enhancements. For example, a regular bullet, even an armor-piercing one, could only deal limited damage to low-level beasts. Against high-level beasts with tough, armored scales, its effectiveness was almost negligible. However, if a user's spiritual energy or special abilities were infused into the bullet in a specific way, its power could undergo a qualitative leap. Humanity had unearthed countless mysterious patterns from ancient ruins. After extensive research and experiments, scientists successfully deciphered hundreds of these patterns. Known as spiritual patterns, these combinations could endow equipment with unique, spiritual properties. Storage equipment was a prime example. By engraving spiritual patterns on the surface of an object, it could absorb spatial elements from the air to create an independent folded space. With just a thought, the user could establish a mental connection with the equipment, making it easy to store and retrieve items. The instructor explained that spirits were divided into two types: dormant spirits and active spirits. Dormant spirits lacked consciousness and were completely controlled by human will, while active spirits had full awareness. However, modern technology had yet to create active spirits. Only a few items containing active spirits had been discovered in ancient ruins, and those were rare treasures far beyond the reach of ordinary students and teachers. Engraving spiritual patterns was far from a simple act of copying. The process required infusing spiritual energy or specific elements into the patterns as they were drawn, which was incredibly demanding on both mental focus and time. As a result, a new profession emerged: spiritual pattern artisans. This profession was divided into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Despite the high barrier to entry, it was highly coveted due to the immense wealth it could generate. Alright, that's it for today. Let's move on to the practical work. This time, it's simple. You just need to engrave 2 spiritual patterns for levitation. The bald teacher picked up his 4-liter thermos and took a hearty sip. It was said that every teacher who taught alchemy mechanics inevitably went bald, a testament to the intellectual and emotional toll this field took. Ding Ji stared blankly at the magnified spiritual pattern displayed on the screen. To him, the two patterns looked like wriggling worms. Yu Xiaowen nudged Taoru beside him. Do you get it? Aren't these just two squiggly lines? Every curve in the spiritual pattern is a critical turning point. That's about all I understand, Taoru said with a helpless shake of his head. Sigh. Everyone has their specialty. I'm better suited for studying medicine. If even a bookworm like you can't figure it out, I've got no chance, Yu Xiaowen sighed, turning to Jiang Linjuhan. Hey, Linjuhan, do you? He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Shoo, be quiet. Taoru quickly covered Yu Xiaowen's mouth, but it was too late. The entire class turned to look, their gazes fixed on Yu Xiaowen. The balding teacher put down his thermos, casually flicked the 5 remaining hairs on his head, and started walking toward them. Shoo. Yu Xiaowen raised his index finger, signaling everyone to stay quiet, including the balding, middle-aged teacher who was panting heavily. The teacher's oily face flushed bright red, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A genius. This is pure genius, he exclaimed. The classroom fell into complete silence, with every pair of eyes fixed on Jiang Linjuhan. It was the first time a freshman had started engraving a spirit pattern during the very first lesson. The surrounding students craned their necks instinctively, eager to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Jiang Linjuhan, however, seemed to have entered a world of his own. He gripped the carving knife with intense focus, as streams of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, forming delicate threads that etched clear patterns onto the metal ruler under the blade's tip. The teacher couldn't help but pinch his own thigh, wincing at the pain. But it confirmed his belief Jiang Linjuhan had successfully completed the first spirit pattern flawlessly. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Xiaowen pulled out his phone and sent a message to the freshman group chat. We're all primates. So why is Xiao Chuan so exceptional? The chat exploded instantly. Luo Qianqian fired off multiple 1s, adding, our idol is always the best. He's been kissed by angels. Yu Xiaowen sneered and replied, I don't know about angels, but I do know he's been kissed by a little fairy covered in bite marks. This earned him a string of blood-dripping knife emojis from Luo Qianqian. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuhan was already nearing the final phase of the second spirit pattern, with only the last pivot point remaining. The teacher held his breath and glanced at the clock. Less than 5 minutes had passed. Remembering how it had taken him a full 5 hours to first engrave a levitation spell, he was utterly astounded. When Jiang Linjuhan finally lifted the carving knife, the teacher shouted in excitement, it's done. The outburst startled Jiang Linjuhan, who then realized he was surrounded by his classmates. He instinctively took a step back. What are you all doing? He asked. Paying homage to a deity. Beholding a miracle. Teach us your ways. Voices rose one after another. Even more astonishing was the sight of the metal ruler. It had actually floated into the air, hovering steadily about 20 centimeters above the desk. Suppressing his excitement, the teacher calmly asked for Jiang Linjuan's name. However, when Jiang Linjuan casually remarked, it's not that hard, the teacher's expression turned serious. After asking a series of questions, the teacher explained in a voice filled with awe, this is a naturally transcendent state, something every spirit pattern engraver dreams of achieving. In all my years, I've only briefly entered this state 3 times. But you were born with it. By the end, the teacher's eyes were glistening with tears. Wow, that's incredible. Better stick close to him, and we won't need to rely on other spirit pattern masters in the future. The classroom buzzed with excitement. If it weren't for the teacher's presence, Jiang Linjuhan might have had to fend off a group of eager classmates trying to take advantage of him again. Wan Taihe, with his signature receding hairline, adjusted his collar and said solemnly, I am Wan Taihe, a mid-tier spirit pattern master. Would you like to become my apprentice? I promise to teach you everything I know, and you might even become the youngest high-tier spirit pattern master. A mid-tier spirit pattern master. Jiang Linjuhan was secretly taken aback, surprised by how skilled this teacher was. However, he replied apologetically, Mr. Wan, I'm sorry, but I already have a master. For Jiang, spirit patterns weren't his top priority. It was a skill that required too much time and effort. His focus right now was on improving his combat abilities. Besides, Qin Chang, his current master, was excellent and had immediately identified his weaknesses. Wan Taihe, however, was persistent. That's fine. Who's your current master? I can talk to them and work something out. With my reputation, it should be possible. You are a rare talent, and it would be a shame to waste such potential. I believe you have a bright future in spirit pattern mastery. My master is the vice principal. Jiang Linjuhan replied with a polite smile. Oh, I see. My apologies, class dismissed. Wan Taihe practically sprinted out of the classroom, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Relieved he hadn't said anything disrespectful like misleading students, Yu Xiaowen sighed regretfully. Ah, if only I could borrow some of your talent. Talent isn't the key, hard work is what matters. They'll help you out when we get back. Jiang Linchuan said as he packed up his belongings. Yu Ziyuan's eyes lit up as he stared at a metal ruler. Can I have this ruler? He'll show it off to my dad. Take it, Jiang Linchuan said, handing him the ruler without hesitation. Next time, he'll prepare something even better for your dad. Let's go eat. Tianwu rubbed his stomach. We've got combat class this afternoon, so we'd better eat well. Let's head to the 5th floor. It's my treat, Yu Xiaowen said cheerfully, in high spirits after receiving the gift. What if your godmother finds out? How will you explain it? Ding Ji asked with concern. To avoid catching Wang Zuiking's attention, the 4 boys sneaked up to the 2nd floor from the side of the cafeteria before casually heading to the 5th floor. But as soon as they reached the 5th floor, Yu Xiaowen, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Move it. Don't block the way, Tao Ru urged from behind. Yu Xiaowen turned around with a strange expression. How about we pick another place to eat today? Tao Ru pushed him aside. We're already here, and now you want to back out? Just say so if you don't want to treat us. I'll pay instead. Before he could finish, Ding Ji and Jiang Linchuan had already caught up. Jiang Linchuan's steps faltered when he saw a man and a woman about 7 or 8 meters away. The man was Lu Yuza, whom he had met at the Shun family's residence, while the mischievous Shun Xintong followed lazily behind, looking bored. Yu Xiaowen pulled out his phone. Should we call for backup and take this guy down right here? Too flashy with the crowd. Poisoning him would be more discreet, Tao Ru said with narrowed eyes, his right hand already resting on his storage bracelet. Let me go up and deal with him first, Ding Ji said, cracking his knuckles. There's no need for that, Jiang Linchuan said with a smile, shaking his head. Xintong is keeping her distance from him. It's nothing to worry about. Yu Xiaowen took a few steps forward and raised his voice. Well, what brings young Master Lu here? Ah, it's young Master Yu, Lu Yuza replied, turning around with the same unchanging smile. I thought I'd drop by and try the food at Tianwu Academy. Your family's chef is far better than the food here. Why bother freeloading? Yu Xiaowen said, his tone laced with sarcasm. Each has its own charm, Lu Yuza replied, still smiling. At that moment, Shin Xintong skipped over to Jiang Linchuan's side and flashed him a sweet smile. Why are you out of class so early? I was planning to find you later to have lunch together. The teacher had something to do and left early, Jiang Linchuan replied softly. Shin Xintong explained proactively. He said he wanted to try the food here but doesn't have a meal card. So he asked me to pay for him. She tossed her meal card to Lu Yuza. Here, swipe it yourself. I'm having lunch with my boyfriend. Just leave the card at the admin desk when you're done. Then she turned to Jiang Linchuan, putting on a pitiful expression. I was going to treat you to lunch, but now I don't have my card. You'll have to take care of me. Anything for you, Jiang Linchuan said gently. Lu Yuza's grip on the meal card tightened for a moment before he quickly composed himself and walked toward the food counter. Serves him right, Yu Xiaowen sneered, then turned to Shen Xintong with a grin. What would you like to eat, sister-in-law? Order anything you want. Today's the day to splurge. The word sister-in-law made Shen Xintong beam with joy. What a perceptive young man. The 5 of them headed off in the opposite direction, chatting and laughing as they went. Every awakened individual, regardless of their specialization, must master combat training. It's a fundamental survival skill. In the vast martial arts hall, nearly 1,000 students sat in a massive circle. Standing at the center was a man dressed in desert gray camouflage Zhongbei. His muscular frame was sharply defined, his close-cropped hair neat and efficient, and his face so unremarkable it could easily blend into a crowd. Yet, his deep, ink-black eyes, calm as a still lake, carried the weight of countless battles. At 30 years old, Zhongbei had a legendary past. When he failed to awaken at the age of 18, he resolutely joined the military. Over 12 years of service, he accomplished the impossible, fighting and defeating a gold-tier ferocious beast with nothing but his mortal body, shattering the belief that ordinary humans stood no chance against such creatures. He even served for 2 years in the Dragonlance Army, the most secretive unit in Longhua, becoming a symbol of faith and inspiration for regular soldiers. Unfortunately, his body, lacking the nourishment of spiritual energy, eventually succumbed to the strain. Yet, his unwavering determination and spirit remained unshaken. In the classroom, Zhongbei upheld the strict discipline of the military. The first half hour of every lesson was dedicated to sharing his combat experiences, guiding students through meticulous analyses of each combat scenario until most of them could fully grasp and agree on the points discussed. Though this often led to the students enduring physical corrections during practice, the practicality and engaging nature of his teaching made it widely appreciated. Alright, that's enough for today's analysis. Make sure to review what you've learned. Now, pair up and begin your training, Zhongbei instructed as he stood, walking directly toward Jiang Linchuan. You missed last week's class, so we'll make up the session for you. Thank you, instructor, Jiang Linchuan replied, snapping to attention and saluting, according to the military-style etiquette Zhongbei demanded. In the first lesson, we covered lethal pressure points and non-lethal restraint techniques. After all, in this world, enemies aren't limited to beasts. As for ferocious beasts, their types vary greatly, and dealing with them relies heavily on experience. I'll do my best to teach you everything I know. Understood, instructor, but I already know these things. My roommate, Tianwu, is skilled in medicine, and I learned them from him, Linjuhan said, fabricating a story and using Tianwu as a convenient shield. In reality, he had painstakingly figured out these techniques on his own. Zhongbei suddenly realized something and turned to look at Tianwu. He had long heard of this Bejiquan master's impressive skills. In that case, let's spar for a bit, Zhongbei said as he removed his camouflage jacket. Beneath the black tank top, his solid muscles and numerous scars were exposed to the air. The students around the training ground immediately perked up with interest. Among them, only Linjuhan had yet to experience Zhongbei's prowess firsthand. Everyone else, even the girls, had already been defeated by him. One dinner says Xiao Chuan wins. Yu Xiuan raised an eyebrow at Tianwu. Then I'll have to bet on Zhongbei, Tianwu replied with a sidelong glance. The crowd instinctively moved to the walls on either side, clearing enough space for the two to spar. After a brief warm-up, Linjuhan assumed a fighting stance, his dark eyes calm and locked onto his opponent. Zhongbei, on the other hand, crossed his arms over his chest, his legs bouncing lightly as he gestured for Linjuhan to begin. In an instant, Linjuhan dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, his left arm guarding while his right hand launched an uppercut aimed straight at Zhongbei's chin. The sheer speed of the attack made Zhongbei's eyelids twitch. He quickly leaned back and countered with a powerful jump kick. Bang! His right leg was firmly blocked by Linjuhan's left arm. Zhongbei felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. Landing swiftly, he pivoted on his left leg and unleashed a high roundhouse kick. In that brief moment, he had already analyzed his opponent's strengths, speed, and physical resilience. Linjuhan sidestepped to evade and retaliated with a high roundhouse kick of his own. The two forces collided in midair with equal ferocity, neither gaining the upper hand. Zhongbei smirked slightly. This kid's technique was too raw. All he knew was brute force. Seizing the opportunity, Zhongbei hooked his right leg around and twisted his body sharply. Linjuhan inwardly cursed. His center of gravity had been thrown off. Before he could stabilize, he was pinned to the ground, his left leg tightly restrained and his neck gripped by an iron-like hand. Again, Zhongbei said as he released him, massaging his right leg. Linjuhan got back on his feet and glanced at the system panel in his mind. Intermediate combat skills and 3,146 enhancement points. He decided to forego using the points to level up his combat skills. With such an experienced teacher right in front of him, why let a momentary desire to win hinder his long-term training plan? Besides, staying low-key aligned better with his survival philosophy. Here I come, Linjuhan responded, spreading his arms and employing the feathered steps on snow technique. His movements became erratic and ghostly, as if he had vanished into thin air. Zhongbei narrowed his eyes. She could no longer lock onto Linjuhan's position. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, his arms crossing defensively as his right leg tensed, the fabric of his pants stretching against his muscles. Behind me, Zhongbei suddenly crouched and spun, throwing a punch. Bang! Linjuhan reappeared, stumbling back 3 steps. He bit his lip and attacked again, only to be met with a direct punch to the chin from Zhongbei. The spectators winced. This was all too familiar, the oppressive feeling of being outmatched. Looks like you'll be treating everyone to dinner tonight, Tianwu chuckled. Treating dinner is nothing. Getting to watch this is pure satisfaction, Yu Xiuan replied with a contented grin. 10 minutes later, the two of them sat facing each other. Linjuhan stared intently at Zhongbei, who was rubbing his slightly numb hands. No need to wonder, Zhongbei spoke first. I'm not an awakened one, so I don't have your kind of sensory abilities. I rely entirely on combat instincts. He flexed his wrists and continued. When you walk on the edge of death every day, your body naturally develops an instinctive response to danger. Don't rely too much on your eyes or senses. Enemies and fierce beasts have countless ways to deceive you. Only your body's instincts will always be honest. Linjuhan nodded, a faint smile of admiration appearing on his face. Lesson learned. After taking this beating, he had truly witnessed the instructor's skills. Fast and strong. Yuri from the beast transformation category, right? Zhongbei asked. No, I'm from the object manipulation category. Blades. Then I must have gotten lucky today. Zhongbei raised an eyebrow. If you'd used a weapon, I might have had my throat slit already. Linjuhan simply smiled and didn't reply. This instructor was exactly his kind of person. Kid, I'll remember you, Zhongbei said, rubbing his wrist with a hint of complaint in his tone. You're tough as nails. My hands are still numb from hitting you. Linjuhan's smile froze on his face. He tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, silently consoling himself. At least the instructor suffered a bit too. In his deep black eyes, the spark of battle intent burned even brighter. Inside a grass hut in the valley. Got beaten up, huh? Chang noticed the bruise on his disciple's jaw and chuckled lightly. Yeah, the combat instructor. He's pretty strong. Learn as much as you can from him, Chang sighed. If he could awaken, he'd definitely hold a prominent place among humanity's strongest. Hearing such high praise from his master, Linjuhan raised an eyebrow, silently taking note of this remarkable instructor. Chang stood up and pulled a blade from the pile of half-finished weapons. No forging today. Is it because of the upcoming exchange event? Linjuhan's heartbeat quickened. Was his master finally going to teach him blade techniques? Oh, so you already know about it. Chang suddenly huffed angrily. That old bastard of a dean does nothing, and now he's off in linen dancing with some little girl. Linjuhan wisely stayed silent, but his curiosity about the mysterious dean only grew. After venting for a moment, Chang calmed down. Forget it. He's not here anyway. This responsibility has fallen on me, so I've decided to have your little girlfriend handle the coordination for this exchange. Are you sure you trust her with that? Linjuan's face turned slightly red as he asked nervously. Why else do you think I chose her? As long as she doesn't kill anyone, it'll be fine. The dignity of Tianwu Academy must not be compromised. Linjuhan almost blurted out. You're absolutely right. The little troublemaker's favorite pastime was tormenting people, and now with a legitimate reason, she was bound to be overjoyed. By the way, I have an old friend whose apprentice is no less talented than you, Chang said, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. That young man has been practicing swordsmanship since childhood and has reached a state of mastery. He's part of our group this time. Although you'll only have 2 days, learn as much as you can. Linjuhan felt a stir in his heart. An old friend who wields a sword must undoubtedly be the sword fanatic who is as renowned as his master. An apprentice trained by the sword fanatic would certainly be extraordinary, a perfect opportunity to challenge and refine himself. Besides, with the system in his possession, 2 days, though short, would be enough for him to make some progress. Disciple will not bring shame to master, Linjuhan said earnestly, bowing his hands. Chang smiled warmly. I care little for empty reputations. The point of sparring among you younger generation is to recognize your own shortcomings. He paused briefly before continuing. Each of your senior brothers and sisters has their unique style. Yin Hu's approach is bold and domineering, characterized by wide, powerful movements. Shuang'er is agile and graceful, while Qingjian's style is cunning and unpredictable. As for you, Chang's gaze grew profound. Your style is one I cannot quite discern. It incorporates elements of all 3, yet it's uniquely your own. Today, I will teach you 4 blade techniques. They combine the essence of your senior brothers and sisters' styles with one newly created move of mine. Saying this, Chang grabbed his blade and stepped out of the grass hut, with Linjuhan following closely behind. In the vast mountain valley, Chang began demonstrating the first technique, waving banners on the battlefield. With a casual swing of his blade, an overwhelming aura surged forth, as if 1,000 troops were charging. A dazzling arc of blade light burst from the blade's tip, stretching 200 meters and carving a long, narrow fissure in the ground, this, despite him deliberately holding back his strength. The second move, Dragon Capture 6 slashes. With each step forward, Chang swung his blade, unleashing a cross-shaped arc of light. 6 consecutive steps produced 6 blade arcs, each larger than the last, their momentum building with each strike. The third move, Hidden Wind and Thunder. This technique's blade arcs flickered in and out of sight, imbued with the power of wind and thunder yet eerily silent. Only when they struck the rock face did they erupt with a deafening explosion, wind and thunder roaring in unison. The fourth move, Chaotic Sky Wolves. With a soft shout, Chang's blade moved in a rapid flurry. Fan-shaped arcs of light danced wildly like a pack of wolves, seemingly chaotic but brimming with lethal intent. Did you catch all that? Chang asked after sheathing his blade. I did, and I've memorized it. Linjuhan replied succinctly. Just then, an angry shout came from the direction of the grass hut. Granny Yang leaned against the doorway, munching on sunflower seeds while glaring at them. Have you lost your minds? My chickens have stopped laying eggs because of all your racket. Chang raised an eyebrow. Didn't old Lu tell you? He bought you roosters. What? Granny Yang exploded with fury, tossing the sunflower seeds to the ground and storming toward Lu Kunsheng's yard. Lu, I know you're home. Get out here, you scoundrel. Disciple, let's go. This move is called Redirect the Trouble Eastward, Chang said, already jogging back toward the hut. Master, please give these 4 moves a name. Chang pondered for a moment, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Let's call them the Lingyun 4 Absolutes. As your teacher, I hope you'll aspire to great heights, soar above the clouds, surpass all limits, and carry the heavens on your shoulders. Oh, remember, Master, Linjuhan replied with a bow. At the same time, He glanced at the system panel displaying Linjuhan 4 absolutes, LV1. He felt a surge of joy. This set of combo skills only required a single upgrade point, much more efficient than upgrading each move individually. 2 days before the exchange event with Xianglong Academy, Zhang Linjuhan suddenly realized his earlier assumptions might have been wrong. If the threatening letter truly came from Lu Yuza, it wouldn't make sense for him to act again so soon after losing 7 Death Warriors. Moreover, using the new student exchange as a cover seemed even more illogical. Although it was publicly claimed that the Death Warriors had been taken down by the senior disciples, Lu Yuza couldn't possibly believe that any of the new students posed a threat to him. Even if such an attempt succeeded, the truth would inevitably come out under interrogation by the numerous awakened mind readers. Someone like Lu Yuza, known for his calculated nature, wouldn't take such reckless action, especially when Zhang Linjuhan had a fiercely protective master who was a peak-level UEPA expert. Could it be someone else? A sudden thought struck Zhang Linjuhan. There was indeed another person, one who feared no UEPA expert and had ties to the little witch. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't suppress a shiver. He could only hope his assumption was wrong. What are you thinking about? Come closer, let me share some more insights. Make sure to practice diligently when you return. That evening, in the lecture hall, over 1,000 students sat riveted, their eyes focused on the elf-like girl standing on the podium. Shin Shintong cleared her throat lightly, her delicate face serious, her hands clasped behind her back. In a formal tone, she announced, "I've called everyone here for something very important." She succinctly introduced Xianglong Academia School, long overshadowed by Tianwu, the so-called eternal runner-up, and how they were now coming to challenge them. "Do you think we can tolerate this?" she asked. "Absolutely not." Yu Xiaowen was the first to stand and shout, only to be met with an awkward silence and a sea of blank stares. Embarrassed, he began scratching at the floor with his foot. Seeing this, Zhang Linjuhan immediately raised his fist and shouted, "We want stand for it." His voice instantly ignited the crowd, and the lecture hall erupted into cheers and chants. Shin Shintong gave him a sweet smile and made a heart gesture with her hands. She went on to explain that in 2 days, 10 new students from Xianglong Academy would be visiting. Aside from a strict no-killing rule, all other tactics were fair game. This announcement brought knowing smiles to everyone's faces. After all, this was their specialty. It's a pity the competition is held in a square ring. Otherwise, I'd definitely make those Xianglong guys taste my chain traps, a classmate said regretfully. Yu Xiaowen's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Tianwu, making the latter's scalp tingle. "Why are you staring at me like that? Give me poison. Not the kind that kills instantly, though. No way. What's a healer like you messing around for? Healers can have dreams too. Without poison, how can I become a poison healer?" Tianwu thought for a moment. "Fine, I'll get you some later. I'll make sure it's potent. Deal." Shin Shintong approached Zhang Linjuhan with a sweet smile. "Help me pick the team, will you? I don't know much about everyone's skills. How about I make you the captain? Sounds fair, right?" "Sure, Your Excellency," Zhang Linjuhan replied indulgently, giving her hand a gentle squeeze before standing up and heading to the podium. "Come up yourselves. Don't make me drag you up one by one." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianwu and Luo Qianqian stepped forward in unison, followed closely by Yu Xiaowen, who tugged Dingji along. Including Zhang Linjuhan himself, 5 members were already in place. "Luo Hu, Gaoran, Su Rong, stop pretending to be invisible down there and get up here," Zhang Linjuhan called out. These 3 had already shown exceptional skills during their training at Yunkuan Mountain, and were among the elite freshmen who had separated from the main group early on. Su Rong walked gracefully to stand beside Luo Qianqian. "Since my idol commanded it, I suppose he'll lend a hand." "We were just worried about dragging the team down," Gaoran said, scratching his head awkwardly. Yu Xiaowen threw an arm around the 2 of them. "Dragging us down? Nonsense. Let's keep fighting side by side." After all, these 2 had once worked together to bury an Xingyius bodyproof of their mental toughness. "Lu Yin," Zhang Linjuhan called again. "Here," responded a boy whose physique was second only to Ding Jis. Having trained in iron body technique since childhood, coupled with his special ability, Giant Bell, his defense was said to rival steel, earning him the nickname Sandbag among his classmates. "Boss, I don't have much offensive power. If I go up there, we'll just end up getting hit." "That'd be embarrassing," Lu Yin said hesitantly. "They won't even be able to break your defense. If anyone should be embarrassed, it's them. Once they're worn out, they'll be at your mercy, won't they?" "Heh, true enough. All right, count me in." Finally, Zhang Linjuan's eyes scanned the crowd and landed on a small, frail figure in the corner. "Yoshia," he called. The crowd erupted. "What? Him? Is the boss trying to confuse the Xianglong team or something? He's only 15. Isn't this considered encouraging minors to fight?" Yoshia himself seemed incredulous, his freckled face turning red with embarrassment as he stared at the ground. Zhang Linjuan gestured for him to come over, and he shuffled forward with his head down, accidentally bumping into Lu Yan's back. Sorry, he mumbled repeatedly. Lu Yan didn't mind and effortlessly picked up the boy, who barely reached his waist, carrying him to Jiang Linjuhan. Jiang Linjuhan crouched down, meeting the timid boy's eyes. For a moment, it was as if he saw a younger version of himself. Your abilities aren't bad. You're just lacking courage. I know, but Yoxia whispered hesitantly. Do you know why your father named you Yoxia? My father hopes that I can become a great hero like Gu Jing, someone who dedicates himself to the country and its people, Yoxia said softly. Jiang Linjuan gathered his thoughts and began to explain. Yoxia is a little-known and unique group deeply influenced by Mahist philosophy. Mozi advocated for universal love and self-sacrifice, which means doing whatever benefits the greater good, even at the cost of one's own life. I'm not asking you to emulate Mozi completely, but his spirit of perseverance is something worth learning. He continued. Yoxia gradually vanished due to their unrestrained and unconventional ways. With Confucianism becoming the dominant ideology during the Han Dynasty, Moism declined, and the spirit of Yoxia was replaced by Wuxia. Wuxia combines the philosophies of Confucianism, Moism, and Taoism. It upholds justice while adhering to laws, and has become the new archetype of heroism. Rather than chasing lofty ambitions, why not start with a small goal? Awaken the white-clad swordsman within you. Jiang Linjuan said as he stood up, gently patting Yoxia's head. Clenching his fists, Yoxia's eyes sparkled with determination. I'll give it a try. The classroom erupted in applause. Boss is the best. That was so inspiring, someone shouted. A white-clad swordsman, a master of the sword, what an image. We'll cheer you on, and boss will take on the enemies, the group teased. Jiang Linjuan shook his head helplessly and turned to Shen Xintong. It's done. Well done, Shen Xintong said with a bright smile. Now let's discuss the next steps. Yu Xiuwen immediately called out. Close the doors. Draw the curtains. This is classified. We can't let outsiders here. The classroom dimmed as the curtains were drawn. 2 mornings later, a flight from Shanghai landed at the Beijing airport. A group of teenagers, dressed in redanned white school uniforms embroidered with lifelike golden dragons on their backs, disembarked one by one. At the end of the line, a striking figure stood out, a white-clad youth with long white hair tied high, a cold expression, and an icy gaze. As he stepped onto the gangway, a long sword suddenly appeared in his arms. 20 people boarded the bus sent by Tianwu Academy, including the exchange students and the teachers responsible for meals, medical care, strategy, and other tasks. Soon after, a private business jet landed. When the cabin door opened, the first thing visible was a gray-blue pointed hat and a rough wooden staff, followed by a long white beard and a shimmering silver scarf. An elderly man, with a pipe clamped between his teeth, wore a gray cloak draped over his shoulders and heavy black boots on his feet. A young boy who had just gotten off a plane suddenly lit up with excitement and shouted, "Wow, it's Gandalf the Grey Wizard." The old man lifted his pipe gracefully in greeting, then gave a slight wave of his wooden staff. Out of thin air, a lollipop with the scent of yogurt appeared and floated gently toward the boy. The surrounding children were instantly captivated by this magical scene, shouting eagerly, "I want one too." "Me too." With a kind smile on his face, the old man waved his staff again. This time, several colorful lollipops danced through the air, each landing in the hands of a child. "Children, may you all grow strong and healthy," he said. Then, taking a deep puff of his pipe, he exhaled a ring of smoke and vanished mysteriously within it. The children held their lollipops with delight written all over their faces. "It's my favorite strawberry flavor. Mine's green apple. Amazing. Vanilla. How did he know it's my favorite?" They looked around to thank the old man, only to find he was nowhere to be seen. The boy with the yogurt-flavored lollipop licked his candy proudly and explained, "He's Gandalf the Grey Wizard. He can do magic." The adults nearby exchanged knowing smiles, indulging the children's innocent wonder. The scene shifted to the south gate of Tianwu Academy, where a grand welcoming ceremony was underway. A line of girls in white cheerleading uniforms stood neatly in 2 rows, holding vibrant flower garlands and showcasing their long legs. 2 muscular boys held up a massive banner that read, "A warm welcome to the elite new students from Shanglong Academy for exchange and observation." Below it, a note added, "We will do our utmost to make you feel at home." The event featured a welcoming team armed with confetti cannons and a student orchestra ready to perform. Lu Yuza had dressed particularly sharply today. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a tailored suit with diamond-studded cufflinks that gleamed. The mature and composed look added to his charm, though at the moment, he felt like a wedding MC. Reflecting on his own arrival at Tianwu 2 years ago, he recalled a much less enthusiastic reception. The students back then had been aloof and dismissive toward outsiders. This unusually warm welcome now made him wary. Shen Xintong emerged from the academy, her light makeup and blue tracksuit making her look fresh and youthful. "So, Senior Lu, Is this welcoming ceremony up to your standards? If you have any special requests, just let me know, and I'll make arrangements in advance, she said, tying a red armband labeled Guide around her arm. Lu Yuza chuckled. It's quite impressive. It seems Tianwu really values us. However, he quickly frowned and asked, isn't the exchange supposed to start today? Xin Shintong promptly explained, not today. The Four Corners Arena is under maintenance. Besides, you just got off the plane. If you lose because of jet lag or acclimation issues, people might accuse Tianwu of bullying. Her tone was sincere yet carried a hint of playful cunning. All right, I'll go along with your arrangements, Lu Yuza replied with a resigned smile, secretly relieved to have a few extra days. Just then, a large bus turned the corner and rolled into view. The crowd erupted with excitement, shouting, they're here. Line up. Play the music. The lively rhythm of a welcoming tune filled the air, and the entrance of Tianwu Academy was bustling with excitement. Cheerleaders in matching uniforms stood upright with perfect smiles, holding flower garlands ready in their hands. Another group of students stood by with confetti cannons, prepared to fire at any moment. A coach bus slowly approached. The accompanying teacher from Xianglong Academy, sitting in the front row, was dumbfounded by the scene. Driver, are you sure this is the right place? Yes, this is the right place. They're here to welcome you, the driver replied nonchalantly. The teachers straightened their backs with rare smiles on their faces. When we get off, be polite. They've gone out of their way to welcome us, so let's not be rude. Got it? Yes, teacher. The students inside the bus answered in unison. Wow, those legs are so fair. Are they trying to distract us with their looks? One boy said, pressing his face against the window. Such petty tricks. We've been professionally trained, another boy said, tilting his head up and trying hard to restrain a nosebleed. Look at you all. Don't we have beautiful girls in Xianglong too? A girl scoffed. Yes, we do, but we prefer teacher Sume. The boys replied in unison, except for the one in the back row, who was reclining with a sword in his arms. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The cheerleaders from Tianwu Academy began presenting flower garlands one by one. The boys eagerly accepted the gifts as ribbons floated through the air, creating a festive and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, the students wearing flower garlands walked in unison toward Xin Shintong, each presenting a gift. Hello, Senior Shin. This is from Senior Lu. Xin Shintong smiled faintly and snapped her fingers. Yu Xiaowen stepped forward with a group. Oh wow, thank you, classmates, for the gifts. You didn't have to go to all this trouble, he said as his group swiftly divided up the gifts that Lu Yuza had prepared. Not bad, these snacks taste good, though they're a bit too sweet, Lu Yuza commented, watching his gifts being split up. After a brief moment of indignation, he regained his composure. Xin Shintong took out a small flag and waved it. Junior students, let me show you around Tianwu Academy. Follow me. The accompanying teachers, after understanding the arrangements, were very pleased with how Tianwu Academy had planned everything. Once everyone from Xianglong Academy was out of sight, Yu Xiaowen raised his fist. Clean this place up. Not a single scrap of paper should remain. Water element users, rinse it thoroughly. Got it. The students immediately fetched cleaning tools from the security room and began tidying up. The security guard on duty gave them a thumbs up. Tianwu students really are well disciplined. On the top floor of the gymnasium, Zhang Linjuhan and Tao Ru stood side by side, the wind tousling their hair. Zhang Linjuhan gazed down at the campus and asked softly, are you sure they won't find out? Tao Ru smiled confidently. Trust me, I'm a professional. Zhang Linjuhan nodded, fully trusting Tao Ru's abilities. Suddenly, a piercing gaze cut through the air and landed on Zhang Linjuhan. Noticing the stare, Zhang Linjuhan turned his head to see a white-clad young man holding a sword. He waved amicably. This was the very sword fanatic's disciple. His master had mentioned a rival who had come specifically for a sparring match. Yu Tian walked slowly at the back of the crowd, sensing the faint tremble of the sword in his arms. Only he seemed aware of this anomaly. At first, Yu Tian thought the sword was responding to his suppressed fighting spirit, eager for battle. Easy now, just wait a little longer. There will be a fight, he reassured it silently. The sword quivered violently twice before settling down, as if protesting in silence. I'm terrified, not excited. Who wants to fight him? Who's that guy? Why is he dressed so uniquely? Tao Ru asked, eyeing the white-clad youth. He's the sword fanatic's disciple, a young prodigy sent by his master to spar with me. Zhang Linjuhan replied calmly. Oh, the sword fanatic's disciple. Tao Ru's hand absent-mindedly brushed against his storage bracelet. Want me to take care of him for you? Why are you all so bloodthirsty? Zhang Linjuhan groaned, covering his face in frustration. This is just a sparring match, understand? A sparring match. Got it, got it. Just a friendly exchange to learn from each other, Tao Ru said with a shrug. Then why are you thinking about taking him down? Just kidding. He's the disciple of a big shot. I wouldn't dare. Tao Ru straightened up. You go ahead. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Zhang Linjuhan leaped down and headed straight for the small valley. As he rounded a rock wall, the sight before him made him freeze. Old Lu's home had been completely demolished, reduced to rubble. Lu Kuansheng sat amidst the ruins, staring into space with hollow eyes. Zhang Linjuhan held his breath, intending to quietly slip away, but Lu Kuansheng suddenly lunged at him, exuding an unpleasant odor. Kid, I've been waiting for you. Do you need something? Zhang Linjuhan asked stiffly, rooted to the spot. The problem from last time, talk me through it again, Lu Kuansheng demanded urgently. I've tried, but the elements just won't fuse. What should I do? Zhang Linjuhan pondered carefully before cautiously fabricating an answer. Elements have consciousness, like strangers who instinctively repel each other. Yes, go on. Lu Kuansheng's eyes lit up. You could use your spiritual energy to force them to interact, like kneading dough until they blend together, Zhang Linjuhan said, cutting himself off quickly to avoid saying too much and exposing his lack of knowledge. Why didn't I think of that? Lu Kuansheng exclaimed, slipping back into his eccentric demeanor. Seizing the moment, Zhang Linjuhan darted away toward his master's hut. Behind him, Lu Kuansheng's brief moment of clarity surfaced in a muttered remark. This boy should be my teacher. Ugh. What's that smell? Cheng asked, pinching his nose in disgust. Got cornered by old Lu. Zhang Linjuhan replied with a resentful look at his master. If you hadn't drawn his attention away, his house wouldn't have been destroyed, and I wouldn't have run into him. Feigning ignorance, Cheng changed the subject. The dean has returned. So our plan? Go ahead with it. That old man won't interfere with anything. Just pretend he's not there. Understood. Now, let me teach you again how to counter that sword technique. Zhang Linjuan's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He glanced apologetically at his master, Cheng, who merely waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating there were no strict rules here. On the other end of the line, Tianwu's urgent voice came through. Showen is fighting with the Shanglong guys in front of the library. Zhang Linjuan's body immediately tensed, his brows furrowing deeply. This was not part of the plan. Go. Keep it under control, no fatalities. Cheng instructed succinctly. Zhang Linjuan grabbed the massive iron hammer beside him and dashed out of the hut like an arrow. The gust of wind he stirred up sent dust swirling through the valley. When he arrived in front of the library, he saw Showen being struck by a Shanglong student, stumbling backward and coughing up blood. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Linjuan's eyes as he leapt into the air. The iron hammer descended with a deafening whoosh, like a collapsing mountain. Watch out! Rain Tian, standing in the back row, sensed the danger and instinctively lunged forward to draw his sword, only to find it immovable. The Shanglong student, alerted by the warning, hastily summoned his ability. A gray spear materialized in front of him as a barrier. But the ferocious wind nearly pried his eyelids open, making it hard to breathe. In the next instant, the spear shattered into glowing fragments, and the student was sent flying like he'd been hit by a speeding train. His chest caved in as he crashed heavily against a library stone pillar, falling unconscious on the spot. You okay? Zhang Linjuan asked Showen, retracting the iron hammer. I'm fine, Showen stammered, his eyes sparkling with admiration, as if utterly spellbound. The scene erupted into chaos. The Shanglong student shouted, he killed someone, while the Tianwu students cheered enthusiastically. Lu Yuza arrived with his group in a hurry. What happened here? He demanded. Senior Lu, Zhu Xin was killed by him, someone accused, pointing at Zhang Linjuan. Hey, don't jump to conclusions, he's not dead yet. But if we don't treat him soon, he really might be, Tianwu interjected, trying to smooth things over. Suppressing his anger, Lu Yuza stretched out his hand toward Tianwu. Yusin pill. I know you have it. 100 million, Tianwu said without batting an eye. You. Lu Yuza glared at him. I'm not begging you to buy it. At my family's shop, it's only 20 million. This is the special channel price, Tianwu replied indifferently. Deal. Lu Yuza gritted his teeth and agreed. Tianwu casually tossed over a small porcelain bottle. Young Master Lu surely wouldn't mind the cost. By the time the teachers finally arrived, Xianglong's instructor was livid. This is the kind of student Tianwu produces? 12 broken ribs and a shattered sternum. He's barely clinging to life. Tianwu's freshman dean, Ruan Heping, was secretly shocked but maintained a stern expression. Tianwu will give a proper explanation. Turning to the students, he asked, who did it? Zhang Linjuan stepped forward, still holding the iron hammer. It was me. Director. They started it first. Gao Ran wiped her tears and pointed at Showen, who was lying on the ground, accusingly. We welcomed them so warmly. Yet not only did they not appreciate it, they even beat Showen to the point of vomiting blood. Ruan Heping secretly sighed in relief since their own people hadn't started the fight. They had the moral high ground. He turned to the teachers from Shanglong Academy, spreading his hands with a helpless expression. Ladies and gentlemen, since it was your students who started it, how do you suggest we handle this? The teacher with the most authority from Shanglong Academy, Zheng Lin, suppressed his anger and called over a student to ask about the situation. The student explained that it all began with a minor argument. Tianwu's students had said something offensive, which provoked Zhu Xian to act. Hearing this, Ruan Heping felt a surge of satisfaction, but quickly masked it with a stern demeanor. I thought so. At Tianwu, we maintain strict discipline. Our students are united and respectful. How could they possibly attack guests without reason? He then ordered, quick, bring a stretcher and take the injured to the school hospital. Get the best doctors and the finest medicine. Zheng Lin's face darkened. Although it was clear that their student was in the wrong for initiating the fight, letting this slide would be a blow to Shanglong's reputation. He said in a heavy tone, the injuries are severe. We deserve an explanation. How else can I report back to the parents? At these words, the Tianwu students erupted in indignation. You started the fight, and now you're demanding an explanation? What? Are we supposed to just stand there and take it? You're blatantly twisting the facts. Have you no shame? Zheng Lin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as his face turned livid with anger. Silence. Ruan Heping raised his hand to calm the crowd. Fighting is unacceptable. How can we treat our guests this way? He turned to Jiang Linjuhan and declared, as punishment, you will clean the back mountain until graduation. Use this time to temper your character. Jiang Linjuhan nodded in agreement. He knew full well that the back mountain was merely a small valley where the masters resided, and it required no cleaning at all. This was clearly the director protecting him. However, outsiders were unaware of this detail and had no grounds for objection. The matter concluded with Shanglong apologizing and compensating with 5 white spirit beads. Ruan Heping, in full official tone, summarized, all right, the issue is resolved. Remember, you are all the future elites of humanity. Let there be no grudges. If anyone resorts to violence again, they will be severely punished. Yes, Director, the Tianwu students responded in unison. Tianwu versus Shanglong, round 110. This conflict left a rift between the two academies. The Shanglong delegation lost interest in continuing the tour and went straight to their assigned accommodations. After they left, Jiang Linjuan finally asked about the cause of the fight. Rubbing his chest, Yu Xiuan cursed. Those guys said Lu Yuza and his fiancée are a match made in heaven, and they bragged about how pure and devoted Lu Yuza is, claiming he only has eyes for her. Damn it, if it weren't for the inner armor the second brother lent me, that hit wouldn't have been just for show. Xin Xintong, standing nearby, scoffed. I'm the person in charge, representing the academy's image. Otherwise, I would have wanted to join the fight too. Jiang Linjuan rubbed his temples. As long as you're all okay. Come on, let's go eat. Tao Ru called out enthusiastically. We made such a haul today, everyone gets a share. The group marched off toward the cafeteria in high spirits. All they needed to do now was wait patiently for what was to come. The next morning, the students of Tianwu Academy began to gather in the gymnasium, ready to watch the freshman exchange match. At the center of the massive gym stood a towering square arena, its silvery white metallic surface intricately engraved with dense spiritual patterns. Although the arena could be expanded to cover an area of 10,000 square meters, only a quarter of its space was in use today. Jiang Linjuan and 10 of his classmates sat neatly below the arena. The spectator stands, which could hold up to 30,000 people, were sparsely occupied by fewer than 8,000 Tianwu students, with the seats designated for Shanglong Academy completely empty. The Shanglong students still aren't here. What a show they're putting on, someone muttered. Around them, cheers erupted sporadically. Go, freshmen, go Tianwu. Victory is ours. Yu Xiuan clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. The Shanglong students won't show up today. They can't even leave the bathroom. Someone welded the restroom doors shut. Just then, a figure dressed in white robes entered the gymnasium at a measured pace, carrying an ancient, weathered zither in his handset. Was none other than the headmaster of Tianchi Academy. The students immediately rose to their feet in respect. Jiang Linjuan followed suit, silently thinking to himself, is this the old bastard master kept mentioning? He looks more like an immortal recluse than anything else. The headmaster of Tianchi Academy was dressed in pure white from head to toe, his hair and beard as pristine as freshly fallen snow. He wore a gentle smile, exuding an aura of calm and serenity. With a slight nod, he ascended the arena steps and sat cross-legged. The zither floated before him as he gracefully swept his sleeves aside, his long, slender fingers resting on the strings. The clear, resonant notes of the famous melody high mountains and flowing water filled the air. The music shifted between flowing tranquility and majestic grandeur, captivating the students, who listened in rapt attention. When the performance ended, the headmaster stroked his long beard, awaiting their praise. Headmaster, perhaps this isn't the best choice of music for today, one student remarked candidly. The headmaster froze for a moment, a single strand of his beard drifting to the ground. Without missing a beat, he produced a pipa and began playing the powerful and dramatic ambush from 10 sides. The sounds of clashing swords and galloping horses seemed to fill the gymnasium, evoking the chaos of a battlefield. As the audience was immersed in the stirring performance, a teacher rushed in, visibly flustered. "Headmaster, we have a problem. The Xianglong students are all suffering from severe diarrhea-suspected food poisoning. They won't be able to make it." "Food poisoning?" The headmaster frowned slightly, then waved dismissively. "No, it must be acclimatization issues. Let's postpone the match and give them time to adjust." With that, he resumed playing High Mountains and Flowing Water. The students had no choice but to remain seated, knowing full well that no one would be allowed to leave until the headmaster was fully satisfied. Linjuhan leaned over and whispered to Tianwu, "How did you pull this off?" Tianwu lowered his voice, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "Two powders, colorless and tasteless. One hidden in the confetti cannon, the other in the garlands. They simply inhaled it with the air. Although these two medicinal ingredients are harmless to the body, they intensify their effects when combined with cold-natured foods." Linjuhan had already discovered that most of the dishes served in the cafeteria last night were cold-natured, making it the perfect opportunity to put his plan into action. When the cold attribute in the body is amplified, the gastrointestinal system becomes strongly stimulated, resulting in relentless diarrhea. "Can it be traced?" Linjuhan asked softly. "It's not poison, so how could it be traced? It's just ordinary stomach discomfort," Tianwu replied innocently. "I'm truly glad you're not my enemy," Linjuhan said with heartfelt sincerity. "If I ever faced someone like you, I might not even know how I ended up dead." "Relax, we're brothers. We'll never be enemies," Tianwu said, closing his eyes. "Let's just enjoy the music." Meanwhile, a foul odor permeated the corridors of the Tianwu guest house. In every restroom, pale-faced individuals with bloodshot eyes were squatting in misery. Even with the exhaust fans running at full capacity, the nauseating stench refused to dissipate. "Shameless. Absolutely shameless." Zheng Lin roared into his phone. "Using such despicable tactics." "Mr. Zheng, I've checked it's not poisoning," the teacher responsible for the meals explained weakly. "Then explain this. Why is everyone on our team affected?" "It's probably acclimation issues. Last night's dishes were indeed cold-natured, and it seems our people couldn't handle it," the teacher replied curtly, unwilling to argue further with someone unfamiliar with the situation. In one of the rooms, Yu Tianqing lay on the bed wearing only his underwear, staring intently at the ceiling. His white shirt was crumpled into a ball and tossed in the corner. He was still mulling over one question. Why couldn't he draw his sword earlier, yet managed to do it effortlessly once he returned to his room? As he pondered, his stomach let out another rumble. Clutching his abdomen, he rushed into the restroom again. That day, Tianwu students enjoyed a peaceful time accompanied by soothing melodies, while Xianglong students endured a grueling ordeal in the restrooms for an entire day and night. The second round ended with a score of 2 o'clock. At this point, the prank came to an end. Although Tianwu Academy had prepared more welcome surprises, as the top-ranked institution, they had to maintain a certain level of decorum. This was merely an opening gambit. The true competition would be decided in the arena. Since Xianglong was now short one student, they proposed that their team leader, Lu Yuza, take the vacant spot as a substitute. The headmaster of Tianqi readily agreed, had no choice but to agree. Refusing would be seen as an admission of weakness, tarnishing Tianwu's reputation. The two academies were vying for prestige, and neither was willing to concede an inch in terms of momentum. After 2 days of rest, the Xianglong students finally regained their strength. The freshman exchange competition officially began, with both sides eager to crush their opponents and claim victory. On the spacious arena of Tianwu Academy, 2 teams of freshmen faced off from opposite ends, a tense battle aura filling the air. Dean Tianqi, shedding his usual scholarly demeanor, donned a referee's uniform, the whistle around his neck glinting coldly under the sunlight. He moved briskly around the arena, exuding energy that belied his advanced age. The rules of the match are simple. The last team standing wins. Aside from not causing fatalities, there are no other restrictions. Both teams now have half an hour to prepare. Dean Tianqi's voice echoed across the field. "Are you really not letting me join in?" Shin Shintong asked eagerly. Linjuhan smiled and shook his head. "We need to train ourselves. If you jump in and wipe them out instantly, how will we even get a chance?" "You could easily wipe them out too," Shin Shintong muttered, pouting. She turned and jogged to the sidelines, sitting next to her best friend and casually grabbing a handful of chips. After a moment of contemplation, Linjuhan announced their strategy. "Lu Yin will go first. Your main task is to drain their stamina and spiritual energy. I'll adjust the lineup based on their subsequent players." "No problem." Lu Yin cracked his joints as he loosened up. "Even if I manage to take down just one, it'll be worth it. Remember, don't underestimate them. If they dare to challenge us, they must have something up their sleeve," Linjuhan reminded. But this is also our chance to see the results of all our hard work. Yoxia, take it easy and just perform as usual. Got it. Yoxia nodded vigorously, his youthful face turning red with nervous excitement. Half an hour later, the shrill sound of a whistle pierced the air, signaling the start of the match. Tianwu for the win. The home team piled their hands together, shouting in unison, their voices shaking the arena. Xianglong for the win. The opposing team retorted, though their cheers were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming support of the Tianwu students in the stands. Defeating them on their home turf will feel even more rewarding, won't it? Lu Yuza encouraged his teammates. Du Yang, you're up. Lu Yin and Du Yang leapt onto the arena almost simultaneously. After a symbolic handshake, they each retreated 5 steps. At the second whistle, the match officially began. In an instant, Lu Yan's skin took on a metallic hue, activating his iron body technique. Across from him, Du Yang's hands glowed with a blue sheen, forming his signature radiant sea gauntlets. Damn, he's turned into a punching bag now, Yu Xiaowen muttered through gritted teeth from the sidelines. Quiet. Just watch the match, Jiang Linjuhan interjected, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Du Yang's bronze 9-star strength was 3 stars higher than Lu Yan's, and he was only their first player. It was clear that Xianglong had strategically allocated their resources. On the arena, Lu Yin refrained from using any special abilities, relying solely on his physical endurance to withstand Du Yang's attacks. Blood was already visible at the corner of his mouth, but years of enduring hardship had honed his extraordinary resilience. He knew that given the disparity in strength, a war of attrition was their best bet. As long as I hold on a bit longer, I can give my teammates a better chance of winning, Lu Yin thought to himself. On the sidelines, the second and third-year students of Tianwu University watched anxiously. Although they didn't know Lu Yin personally, they couldn't bear to see him taking hit after hit without fighting back. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Fight back! Move! Dodge like a snake!" Xin Shintong slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Everyone, shut up," she said coolly. Instantly, the entire audience fell silent. The authority in her voice was chilling. Once the scene quieted down, Shun Xintong's expression softened. She smiled slyly and continued sneaking snacks from her best friend Tang Xionen's stash. "If you're going to eat, just take them openly. It's not like I want share," Tang Xiaonen said, rolling her eyes. "No, stolen snacks taste better," Shen Shintong replied with mock seriousness. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the stage. Lu Yin, unable to hold on any longer, finally summoned his ability Heavenly Drum Bell. The golden bell stood solemn and unyielding. Du Yang's fists pounded relentlessly against the heavenly drum bell, producing muffled clangs. Suddenly, Yu Xiaowen leapt to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Look, a bald monk ringing a bell." The entire audience burst into laughter. Indeed, Du Yang's short-cropped hair combined with the golden glow of the bell created a comical image. Hearing the ridicule, Du Yang was so furious he nearly spat blood, and his rhythm faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yin let out a thunderous roar and charged at Du Yang like a giant striking a bell. Cornered by the limited space of the arena, Du Yang couldn't dodge in time and was knocked out of the ring. Lu Yin, carried by his momentum, also tumbled out. The headmaster of Tianqi Academy had already leapt down to the arena floor. Lying on the ground, he carefully observed and declared, "They landed simultaneously a tie." The whistle sounded immediately. Du Yang glared furiously at Yu Xiaowen. "Despicable. Young man, don't be so hot-headed," Yu Xiaowen said smugly, tilting his chin up. "Your mind is too shallow. Go back and train some more." Du Yang wanted to retort but was pulled away by his teacher from Xianglong Academy. Everything that had happened was within the rules, leaving him with no grounds to argue. "Boss, mission accomplished," Lu Yin said leisurely as he returned to his team. Jiang Linjuhan patted his shoulder lightly. "Good work. Let Tao Ru help you with the medicine. Yu Xiaowen, you're up next." "Me?" Yu Xiaowen pointed at himself. "Yes, you. They'll surely hold a grudge against you for costing them a sure win, so they'll likely come at you aggressively. That plays right into your strategy." "Good point. I'm on it," Yu Xiaowen replied enthusiastically, striding onto the stage with confidence. "Go, daddy you." His teammates cheered in unison. "You idiots, don't give away my ability," Yu Xiaowen scolded, glancing back at them. On the opposing side, Lu Yuza was giving instructions to his teammate. "Xiao Fei, don't rush to attack. Observe your opponent first. Speed is your advantage. Wait for the right moment to strike decisively." "Got it, senior," Xiao Fei replied before leaping onto the stage. Yu Xiaowen stepped forward with a friendly smile, extending his hand for a handshake. But Xiao Fei met him with a cold glare, refusing to respond. Seeing this, Yu Xiaowen tactfully withdrew his hand and glanced down at it, thinking to himself, "Not taking the bait, huh?" The whistle blew. Xiao Fei cautiously took 3 steps back while summoning his beast transformation ability, the Nether Shadow Cat. A pitch-black shadowy cat instantly enveloped him, its sharp claws gleaming coldly under the light. Yu Xiaowen narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed his opponent's feline ability. For the first time, he revealed his own power in front of everyone. Moon Orchid of Condensed Dew. A delicate, enchanting pink orchid bloomed in his palm, its luminous glow swirling as pollen floated around. What a flamboyant man! Tianwu burst into laughter. Even Zhang Linjuhan couldn't suppress a smile. This was the ability Yu Xiaowen had been hiding from them all this time. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Xiao Fei froze on the spot. This guy was clearly a healer. Everyone knew healers were most vulnerable in close combat, and speed happened to be Xiao Fei's forte. He instinctively licked his claws before forcing himself to stop the gesture. Yu Xiaowen seemed to disregard his opponent entirely. Holding the orchid elegantly in his right hand and casually placing his left hand in his pocket, he recited, "As stars set and the moon fades, the night carries fragrance. Graceful hands wield sharpness, a melody rekindles past ties. With intention in the heart, love bears no harm." This theatrical display completely infuriated Xiao Fei. With his silver rank 1 strength, defeating a healer was a surefire win. His figure turned into a shadow, darting across the arena as his sharp claws flickered in and out of sight, ready to strike at any moment. Just as he was about to land a hit, Yu Xiaowen pulled his left hand out of his pocket and scattered a flurry of rose petals. The pollen drifted with the petals, and Xiao Fei's movements came to an abrupt halt. His claws stopped just 1 centimeter away from Yu Xiaowen's back. Reluctantly, he collapsed backward, his consciousness fading. The whistle blew again as the principal of Tianchi Academy announced, "Tianwu wins." A gentle force then carried Xiao Fei off the arena. "It's poison," one of Xianglong's teammates exclaimed, their face pale upon inspection. "It's not poison, just a tranquilizer. He'll recover soon," Yu Xiaowen explained with a cheerful smile, his demeanor causing those around him to feel a wave of discomfort. "Mealy, you're up. Keep your distance and attack from range." Lu Yuza quickly adjusted their strategy. A beautiful woman leapt onto the stage, each of her hands forming a water ball as she watched Yu Xiaowen warily. "Oh wow, a beauty. Come on, let's shake hands. I adore beautiful women." Yu Xiaowen trotted toward her eagerly. "Don't come any closer." Mealy immediately launched a water ball to block his path. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, Yu Xiaowen's expression darkened as he threatened menacingly, "Do you know? I have a toxin that can make someone hideously ugly, and there's no cure for it." Mealy trembled slightly at his words, but quickly launched an attack. However, Yu Xiaowen didn't dodge. He took the water ball hidden and remained unscathed. "Mealy, don't believe him. He's lying," her teammate shouted from the sidelines. Yu Xiaowen smiled at Mealy. "Who do you trust? If you end up disfigured, they won't take responsibility. You're so beautiful, what a shame it would be to ruin that face. But alas, I have no choice. I must act now." Yu Xiaowen calmly slipped his hand into his pocket, pretending to search for something. No, don't. I give up," Mealy shouted in panic. To her, losing the match might result in a few scoldings, but losing her looks? That was something she couldn't bear. The whistle blew, announcing Tianwu's victory. Covering her face, Mealy ran back to her team, overwhelmed with shame. "That little rascal is so shameless, tricking a girl like that," Tianwu said, shaking his head. "Honestly, I didn't give him any potion to ruin someone's looks. It was all a bluff. It worked though. That kid's got some skills, definitely exceeded my expectations," Zhang Linjuhan praised. On the stage, Yu Xiaowen had already defeated 2 opponents effortlessly and looked ready to keep going. Reluctantly, Zheng Lin approached the Tianchi headmaster, but before he could speak, the headmaster smiled kindly and said, "I know what you're going to say. He'll announce a new rule right away, no use of poisons or anesthetics." "Why?" Yu Xiaowen protested immediately, clearly disgruntled. He had been hoping to dominate the competition and make a name for himself. "Yu Xiao, as the hosts, we must show some courtesy. Behaving like this undermines the purpose of this exchange," the headmaster said earnestly. Left with no choice, Yu Xiaowen grudgingly stepped down from the stage and washed his hands thoroughly, rinsing away the powder. The senior students of Tianwu collectively covered their faces in embarrassment. This shameless junior was truly a disgrace. After washing up, Yu Xiaowen returned to the stage and gestured toward the Xianglong team. "Next, Shang Chen, you're up," Lu Yuza ordered, seething with anger. As soon as Shang Chen stepped onto the stage, he unleashed his beast-type ability, the saber-toothed tiger. A glowing projection of the tiger enveloped him, making him look imposing and powerful. The light shadow tiger claws on his hands were sharper than Xiao Fei's shadow cat. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowen stood motionless, as if in a daze. Shang Chen eyed him warily, worried that he might be up to some trick again. 2 minutes passed, but Yu Xiaowen didn't move an inch. The orchid in his hand gradually lost its glow, signaling that his spiritual energy was running out. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Chang'an finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Of course, but surely you don't expect a nanny like me to make the first move, do you? Yuxiawen replied with a look of disdain. Your spiritual energy is depleted. How are you planning to fight? Just surrender and save yourself from getting hurt. Chang'an advised. Who needs spiritual energy when I've got physical strength? I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand combat, you know, Yuxiawen said as he performed an exaggerated display of Bejiquan, more for show than substance. Finally, Chang'an lost his patience and launched a silver level 2 attack. The glowing tiger claws tore through the air and struck Yuxiawen, who remained motionless. With a loud crash, Yuxiawen spat out blood and was sent flying, landing heavily on the stage. The whistle blew. Tianwu wins. The result immediately sparked outrage among the Xianglong team. Cheating. Rigged. Even the students from Tianwu were baffled by the apparent favoritism. Just as Zhang Lin was about to question the decision, the Tianqi headmaster spoke up. Chang'an, check your palm. Chang'an looked down and his pupils contracted in shock. The headmaster then called out, Tao Ru, give him the antidote. Tao Ru tossed a black pill, which Chang'an quickly swallowed. Only when he saw the black aura dissipating from his hand did he breathe a sigh of relief. Headmaster, he broke the rules. Why did you still declare him the winner? I object. Chang'an protested. The headmaster rubbed his temples and addressed Yuxiawen, who was still lying on the ground. All right, stop pretending to be dead and explain yourself. Yuxiawen sat up immediately, looking innocent. I didn't do anything. He attacked me first. Besides, headmaster, I can't exactly strip down to prove my innocence, can I? That would be undignified. Undignified? You? The headmaster nearly choked in frustration, then turned to Zhang Lin. Do you have any objections? No objections. We lost this round, Zhang Lin admitted reluctantly. The other side did have a valid argument. All right then, let's prepare for the next match. Yuxiawen slowly walked off the stage, a smug grin on his face. 3 opponents down, totally worth it. The atmosphere at the competition shifted dramatically. The Tianwu team cheered in excitement, while the faces of the Xianglong team members darkened as if they had swallowed bitter medicine. You even lent him your inner armor? Looks like true love, Zhang Linjuhan remarked, glancing at Tao Ru in surprise. Tao Ru chuckled and explained, the inner armor is more useful on him than on me. Anyway, we're not on a battlefield right now, so it's fine to let him show off a bit. Yuxiawen squeezed between the two, his face beaming with pride. How was that? Huh? Pretty awesome, right? Go ahead, praise me. Well done. Zhang Linjuan's lips curved into a smile as he readily offered his praise. Take a good rest. Gao Ran, you're up next. Got it. Gao Ran exchanged high fives with his teammates before leaping lightly onto the stage. The situation was looking grim for the Xianglong team. Tianwu had only sent out their 3rd participant, while Xianglong was down to just 6 members. They desperately needed a win to boost morale. Without it, even their superior strength might not be enough to bring out their full potential. Jin Yongning, you're up. You have to take this one. Lu Yuza clapped his hands and signaled, sending in their most composed member besides himself. Jin Yongning nodded silently and stepped onto the square arena. Without any small talk, he summoned his plant-based ability Cloudvine. The arena's spiritual patterns lit up, transforming the ground into soil suitable for a plant ability user. Jin Yongning's eyes lit up at the sight, and his fighting spirit surged. Gaorant's expression showed slight regret. His beast-based ability, Azure Spring Bowl, was not known for speed, and now he was up against the control-oriented Cloudvine. The odds were stacked against him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he was entangled by the vines and thrown off the stage, losing the match. Don't be discouraged, Zhang Linjuan comforted the dejected Gaoran. Your opponent just happened to counter your ability, and their strength was indeed greater. Keep working hard. Su Rong, it's your turn. The rest of us are all close combat fighters, so you're the only plant ability user left. Su Rong nodded in acknowledgement and stepped onto the stage with a hint of nervousness. Yet, the moment she set foot on the battlefield, she seemed like a different person. Her gaze turned sharp, and her delicate face was filled with determination. A 3-meter steel-gray willow tree materialized out of thin air. Its branches resembled whips, and its leaves gleamed like blades. This was her plant-based ability Iron Thorn Willow. The battle began swiftly. Su Rong used the willow branches to propel herself into the air, then commanded hundreds of branches to sweep toward her opponent like spears. Jin Yongning hastily wrapped himself in layers of Cloudvine, barely managing to withstand the relentless assault. After 10 seconds, Su Rong showed signs of fatigue and had to concede. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, leaving her unable to continue the fight. The whistle blew, and the Xianglong team secured another victory. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating Su Rong's brilliant performance. Although her time in the match was brief, she showcased a distinctive combat style. Unfortunately, The gap in strength led to her defeat. The soil on the arena floor was riddled with holes, and the cloud vine on Jin Yongning's body was shredded to pieces. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear if his opponent's strength had been on par with his own, he might have been reduced to a sieve. He clapped his hands vigorously, bidding farewell to his opponent. The moment Su Rong stepped off the stage, she seemed like a completely different person, reverting to her usual delicate demeanor and giving her teammates an apologetic smile. Awesome. That was incredible. Her teammates swarmed around her, and at that moment, every freshman mentally added Su Rong's name to their "do not mess with" list. Back in Yunkuan Mountain, Su Rong had always stayed behind at the base and rarely took action. This fierce side of her was truly unexpected. "Luo Hu, you're up," Jiang Linjuhan said. Luo Hu patted his unusually large hands and leapt onto the stage with remarkable agility. A deafening tiger's roar echoed as the shadowy image of a black cloud-patterned tiger enveloped him, exuding the commanding aura of a king among beasts. This was his beast transformation ability, the Black Cloud Demon Tiger. He moved forward like a prowling tiger, his movements unpredictable and elusive. Opposite him, Jin Yongning, though having repaired his Yunlin vine, was nearly drained of spiritual energy. He could only control the vine within a small radius around him, attempting to restrict Luo Hu's movements. Jin dared not let his opponent get close, fully aware that the current state of the Yunlin vine would no longer protect him. Luo Hu had no intention of wasting time. With every second that passed, his spiritual energy dwindled further. As the king of beasts, how could he shy away from battle? He lunged at Jin Yongning with a powerful leap, his claws slashing in a crisscross motion, while his iron-like tiger tail stood tall and menacing. The Yunlin vine coiled around Luo Hu's legs, pulling him backward, but the tough vines couldn't withstand the force of his tiger tail's strikes for long. Luo Hu dug his claws into the ground, straining to move forward, locked in a stalemate with his opponent. Luo Hu has the upper hand, Jiang Linjuhan analyzed. The opponent's energy is too depleted from repairing his ability. We owe it to Su Rong for setting the stage so well. Su Rong blushed and suddenly stood up, shouting, "Luo Hu, if you knock him off the stage within 10 seconds, I'll be your girlfriend." This statement seemed to flip a switch in Luo Hu. His entire body trembled violently as he frantically tugged at the Yunlin vine, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he inched forward. Accompanied by an ear-splitting tiger's roar, the shadowy black tiger around him expanded in size, snapping the vine instantly. "Get off my stage!" Luo Hu roared, sending Jin Yongning flying out of the ring. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, but Luo Hu couldn't care less about deactivating his ability. He leapt off the stage and rushed to Su Rong. "Really? Really? Just kidding." Su Rong stuck out her tongue playfully and darted away. Luo Hu instinctively reached out to grab her, forgetting that his ability was still active. With a sharp tearing sound, Su Rong's long sleeve was reduced to a short one, revealing her fair arm. "Oh wow, broad daylight and you're pulling stunts like this? Everyone's watching, you know," Gao Ran teased. "Rong, let me explain. Why are you still standing there? Go after her. Let her little willow branch give your tiger tail a good whipping," Yu Xiaowen said with a mischievous grin. Luo Hu bolted after Su Rong, leaving himself too exhausted for any further matches. "Dingji, you're up next. Lin Qi, it's your turn." On the arena, the 6th student of Xianglong faced off against the 6th student of Tianwu. Dingji was the first to reveal his defensive Gira massive shield and simultaneously summoned his unique ability, the Black Fang Bear. The towering 2-meter-tall figure, paired with the shadowy and imposing bear, resembled a moving fortress. Lin Qi's eyes remained indifferent as he extended his right hand, summoning a spear that gleamed with golden light, the Jinlu spear. "Old Third is in trouble," Tianwu said with a bitter smile. "Indeed, the Jinlu spear is a nightmare for tanks," Jiang Linjuhan sighed. Its piercing attribute is similar to the armor-shattering ability of eldest brother's Cold Knight Starfire Saber. Both are designed to break through heavy defenses. The whistle blew, and the battle erupted instantly. Lin Qi charged forward with his spear, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The relentless attacks rained down on Dingji, and with each clash, sparks flew. In a matter of moments, the hardened stainless steel shield was riddled with holes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi gripped the end of his spear with both hands and brought it down forcefully on the damaged shield. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, forcing Dingji to stumble back as the bear's claws gouged deep trenches into the ground. Throwing aside the broken shield, Dingji let out a furious roar and counterattacked, his palms slamming toward Lin Qi, but Lin Qi responded with 2 elegant, yet deadly spear thrusts, piercing through both of Dingji's hands. "The Yang family's Pear Blossom Spear. Old Third doesn't stand a chance," Tianwu remarked. "Should we have the big guy surrender?" Yu Xiaowen asked worriedly. "He won't give up," Jiang Linjuhan said softly. "He's timid, but deep down, he's incredibly stubborn. Let him make his own choice." During their brief exchange, Dingji had already sustained multiple wounds. "I can do this," he roared, his eyes suddenly glowing red. The black fong bear behind him began to transform as its black fur turned blood red. Only the bravest warriors of the king can achieve berserk mode. It seems the warrior gene within this young man has finally awakened, the dean of Tianchi Academy murmured with a smile. In his transformed state, Dingji exuded a crimson mist, and the blood-red bear behind him looked even more ferocious and terrifying. He charged forward once again, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground as blood energy swirled around him. Seeing the change, Lin Chi's eyes flashed with a chilling light. If you won't surrender, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Jinlu spear radiated golden light as it shot forward like a dragon. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through Ding Ji's abdomen. You're insane, Lin Chi shouted in anger and disbelief, stunned that his opponent would take the Jinlu spear hidden with his body. Yet Ding Ji seemed impervious to pain, his bear-like arms locking tightly around Lin Chi as he continued to charge forward. Big guy, third brother. Jiang Linjuhan and the others jumped to their feet in terror, their voices filled with shock. The students of the Tianwu class also stood up in unison, staring at the bloody scene before them, too stunned to speak. The two fighters tumbled off the stage, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. In the end, Xianglong landed first, and Tianwu claimed victory. The whistle of the Tianchi Academy's headmaster sounded, formally announcing the result of the match. Medical staff immediately rushed forward to separate the two and began healing Ding Ji's wounds. Doctor, how is he? Yu Xiaowen asked anxiously. The external injuries have been treated, and there's no damage to vital areas. However, we need to take him to the school hospital for a blood transfusion and a detailed examination, the doctor replied. Thank you. Yu Xiaowen turned to Ding Ji, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Big guy, what were you thinking? You nearly scared us to death. I thought we'd have to attend your funeral. Ding Ji scratched his head with an awkward laugh. It's nothing really. Beside him, Lin Chi's face was twisted with emotion as he muttered repeatedly, I almost killed someone. I almost killed someone. Teacher, I suggest arranging psychological counseling for him, Jiang Linjuhan kindly reminded Xianglong's instructor. Zheng Lin nodded in agreement and led the emotionally distraught Lin Chi away, accompanied by a psychological counselor. The medical team carried Ding Ji to the school hospital, with Yu Xiaowen following closely to keep an eye on him. Even so, Yu Xiaowen didn't forget to start a live stream to continue monitoring the ongoing matches. It's my turn, Luo Qianqian exclaimed, flipping her ponytail as she lightly leapt onto the stage. Opposite her stood the seventh contestant, Xiaolan, also a girl. The two shook hands amicably before taking their positions. Luo Qianqian summoned her weapon pair of semi-transparent white daggers known as clear shadow twin daggers and crossed them in a reverse grip over her chest. Xiaolan, her peach blossom eyes glistening, smiled as her pupils glowed faintly pink. In an instant, Luo Qianqian's gaze became unfocused. Slowly, she raised her hands and placed the daggers against her own neck. The whistle blew, and Xianglong secured another victory. As she regained her senses, Luo Qianqian looked at her weapons, which had almost harmed her, and stepped off the stage with a resigned expression. I lost. Her ability is mental charm. Jiang Linjuhan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting between Yoxia and Tao Ru. Tao Ru stood up voluntarily and walked onto the stage, extending a gentlemanly hand toward Xiaolan. Your eyes are beautiful. Then you should take a good look, Xiaolan replied with a smile. I certainly should. Tao Ru held her hand and gazed directly into her eyes. Moments later, his expression turned dazed. Xiaolan, looking pleased, drew a dagger from her waist and slowly moved it toward Tao Ru's neck. Just as the situation became critical, Tao Ru suddenly grasped her hand holding the dagger. Come on now. Didn't you ask me to keep looking? You're not under my charm? Xiaolan exclaimed in disbelief. Of course I am. Otherwise, why would I be staring at you so earnestly? Tao Ru replied with a grin. Xiaolan's face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to free herself from his grip. Don't move. It'd be a shame for such beautiful hands to get hurt. I bet you're afraid of pain, aren't you? Tao Ru continued, still smiling. Xiaolan froze. What do you want? Watching the scene through the live stream, Yu Xiaowen cursed loudly. Shameless. This is a match, and he's taking advantage of her. I surrender. Unable to break free, Xiaolan had no choice but to admit defeat. Tao Ru immediately released her hands. I didn't scare you, did I? No, thank you. Xiaolan thanked him before leaving the stage. Chu Yingwei, it's your turn, Lu Yuzi said. At this point, only he and Yu Tian were left as the final contenders on the Xianglong team. Initially, they believed their superior strength would easily overpower their opponents, but to their surprise, the match had reached a tie. This was far beyond Lu Yuzi's expectations. However, there was no point dwelling on it, now remained confident in their victory. On the stage, Tao Ru exchanged polite gestures with his opponent, a faint smile on his face. Chu Yingwei wasted no time and summoned his unique weapon, two massive pumpkin hammers. Despite the fierce aura radiating from Chu Yingwei, Tianwu appeared calm and composed, standing with his feet turned slightly outward, hands resting naturally at his sides. This seemingly dismissive attitude made Chu Yingwei's anger flare. He swung his pumpkin hammers with full force, aiming directly at Tianwu's face. Yet Tianwu's response was unexpected. His upper body remained completely still as he effortlessly evaded every strike using only nimble footwork. "Hey, are you going to fight or not?" Chu Yingwei shouted, sweat dripping down his face as he wiped his forehead with his elbow after repeatedly swinging the heavy hammers. "Fight," Tianwu declared, assuming the opening stance of Bejiquan. However, when Chu Yingwei attacked again, Tianwu smoothly dodged once more. "You're just as shameless as the second guy who went up." Chu Yingwei growled through gritted teeth. "Who are you calling shameless? Say it to my face if you dare." Yu Xiaowen shouted from behind his phone screen. "I'm just using reasonable defensive tactics. The rules don't say I can't dodge," Tianwu replied, tilting his head with a questioning look. "Use your mind's eye," Lu Yuza reminded from the sidelines. "So that's it, precognitive mental abilities. No wonder you can predict my attacks," Chu Yingwei panted, struggling to catch his breath. Tianwu turned to look at Lu Yuza. "What if I told you I didn't even use any abilities? Wouldn't that be a slap in your face?" Lu Yuza's expression remained calm, but the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his irritation. "It's time to end this," Tianwu said, flexing his wrists as he noticed his opponent's energy waning and breathing becoming erratic. His expression sharpened as he suddenly advanced 5 steps forward. Chu Yingwei mustered all his remaining strength, swinging both hammers with the intent to break Tianwu's arms. But Tianwu moved like a fish gliding through water, slipping through the gap between the hammers. In an instant, he closed the distance, unleashing one of Bejiquan's lethal moves. Fierce Tiger ascends the mountain. The sheer force sent Chu Yingwei stumbling back, leaving his chest exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Tianwu stepped forward with his left foot, planting himself firmly in a horse stance. His right elbow shot out like a cannonball, slamming into Chu Yingwei's chest with devastating precision. The Dingxin elbow. Ugh! Chu Yingwei was hurled into the air, his hammers flying from his grasp as he coughed up a mouthful of blood mid-flight. "Don't move. Your spleen might be ruptured. Wait for someone to take you to the hospital," Tianwu calmly advised as his opponent struggled to rise. Tianwu wins. "Wow, that was incredible. Real martial arts are so thrilling to watch." Amid the cheers, Tianwu gracefully leapt off the stage and returned to his seat with an air of composure. "What's going on?" The crowd looked at Tianwu, who had voluntarily stepped into the ring, with puzzled expressions. "Just avoiding trouble," Tianwu pointed to his waist, explaining matter-of-factly, "If I don't get out of the ring, that guy with the white hair will skewer my kidney with his sword. My ability warned me in advance, and am not about to take that hit for no reason." Linjuhan patted the shoulder of the young swordsman beside him. "Go on, and remember what we discussed." "Got it." The young swordsman jogged up to the arena. Nearby, medical staff were carrying away Chu Yingwei, the second contestant needing medical attention. Yu Tian gracefully placed the umbrella he was holding on a seat, carefully straightened the creases on his white robe, then picked up the umbrella again and leapt lightly onto the squared platform. "So cool. He's amazing." Exclamations of admiration rippled through the crowd. "Senior, calm down, he's the opponent." "Exactly. No matter how cool he looks, a leukemia patient will lose all their hair sooner or later." Yu Tian paid no heed to the chatter, his gaze fixed solely on Linjuhan. His purpose here was simply to face the disciple of the blade maniac. Everyone else was of no interest to him and unworthy of his attention. The young swordsman approached Yu Tian, shyly extending his small hand. "Big brother, can we shake hands?" "Who's speaking?" Yu Tian glanced around, only noticing the tug on his robe before looking down. He froze for a moment. A small child was gazing up at him with innocent eyes. "Thank you, big brother." After the handshake, the young swordsman stepped back a few paces and summoned his shunqing sword. "You want to duel me?" Yu Tian asked softly. "Yes." "Then let's begin." Yu Tian rested the umbrella behind him. Their duel flowed like a harmonious dance of swords, more akin to an elegant performance than a fierce battle. "He's giving the young swordsman pointers," Linjuhan remarked, seeing through it immediately. "The gap in their skill levels is too vast. He has no real intention of fighting." 10 minutes later, the dean of Tianqi Academy declared the victory of Xianglong. The young swordsman bowed deeply to Yu Tian in gratitude, while the latter awkwardly waved in acknowledgement. Linjuhan stood up, removed his jacket, and stretched briefly before stepping onto the platform. Shen Xintong and others cheered him on enthusiastically, while the young swordsman threw himself into Jiang's arms, urging, "Big brother, good luck. He's really strong." On the platform, Yu Tian set aside his umbrella and summoned his Hanhai Changfeng sword. The two shook hands in mutual respect as the match was about to begin. Yu Tian's demeanor shifted dramatically, his aura sharp and piercing like an unsheathed blade. But just then, Yu Tian abruptly raised his hand to call for a halt. Wait, I can't draw my sword. The dean of Tianchi Academy stroked his beard with a meaningful smile. How could a subject draw his sword against his king? The gymnasium was eerily silent, with everyone's eyes fixed intently on the arena. Yu Tian threw his long sword onto the ground, stepped on the scabbard, and gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, trying his best to pull the blade free. His face flushed red from the effort, but no matter how hard he tried, the sword refused to budge. Ha ha ha, second brother, this must be an actor Xiaochuan hired, right? His performance is absolutely top-notch, double the chicken drumsticks for him. On the screen, Yu Xiaowen was laughing so hard he could barely straighten up. Taoru joked, how would I know? Maybe his sword's a lady and has fallen for Xiaochuan. I'm dying here. Just make the white-haired guy admit defeat already. I'm waiting to see Lu the show-off get beaten up. Remember to record it. Lu family's young master getting slammed into the ground will shock the entire circle. Yu Xiaowen said eagerly. Yu Tian tried every method he could think of, but the long sword remained stubbornly in its sheath. Finally, he collapsed onto the arena floor, gasping for breath, utterly defeated. Suddenly, he remembered that his last opponent had faced the same predicament. He couldn't help but shout, hey, what kind of sorcery are you using? What? Zhang Linjuhan looked genuinely confused. I can't draw my sword when I'm facing you. If it's not your doing, then whose is it? Yu Tian accused angrily. Is this guy nuts? How is your inability to draw your sword my problem? Zhang Linjuhan scoffed, unimpressed. To prove he wasn't lying, Yu Tian picked up the longsword and walked over to the dean of Tianchi Academy. As soon as he drew the blade, a cold gleam flashed, and the sword's body shone as bright and flawless as a clear spring. Threatening the referee? Yellow card warning. The dean of Tianchi Academy suddenly produced a yellow card from nowhere and handed it to Yu Tian. No, I just wanted to prove a point. I wasn't trying to attack you, Yu Tian explained hurriedly, though his hand unconsciously moved the sword forward a few inches. Second warning. The dean immediately pulled out a second yellow card. Feeling defeated, Yu Tian slunk back to Zhang Linjuhan. Strangely, the Hanhai Changfeng sword in his hand suddenly slipped from his grip and, as if magnetized, automatically returned to its scabbard. See that? Still think it's not your doing? Yu Tian said, pointing accusingly. Zhang Linjuhan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, maybe your sword has something on its mind. The entire audience burst into laughter. Even Shan Xintong's eyes curved into crescents as she chuckled. Linjuanjij, you're too clever. The dean of Tianchi Academy, seeing the commotion, tossed out a long sword. Save yourself the trouble, kid. Use this treasured one of mine instead. Yu Tian thanked him and accepted the sword. Though it couldn't compare to his own weapon, it was better than a useless piece of iron he couldn't pull out. Meanwhile, Zhang Linjuhan put away his Tang Dao and retrieved a semi-finished blade from his ring, holding it in his palm. You are a worthy opponent, Yu Tian said sincerely, moved by the gesture. Zhang Linjuhan silently thought to himself that he only did this to avoid damaging the dean's sword and having to pay for it. Time seemed to freeze as the two locked eyes, their gazes filled only with each other. Though his opponent was only at the peak of the silver rank, as the apprentice of a sword fanatic who was on par with his own master, Yu Tian was an adversary Zhang Linjuhan had to take seriously. Besides, he needed a rival like this to sharpen his skills. When the battle intent in their eyes reached its peak, the fight officially began. In the pouring rain, Yu Tian's sword moved like a fleeting shadow, swiftly arriving in front of Zhang Linjuhan. The blade was cloaked in a radiant glow extending an inch beyond its edge, and the sword's tip emitted a blinding white light, enveloping the two of them in a halo of sacred brilliance. Zhang Linjuan's expression shifted abruptly, his gentle demeanor transforming into one of cold arrogance and depth. He swung his long blade, weaving an impenetrable web of steel before him. Clang! The clash of sword and blade erupted in a burst of force, sending shockwaves rippling outward in all directions. Their figures blurred as they darted in opposite directions, only to close in again within a heartbeat. Their strikes grew increasingly ferocious, with arcs of sword energy and blade light colliding, carving deep grooves into the ground. Beneath their feet, the earth fractured into a web of cracks. The ferocity of the battle left the onlooking students on their feet, staring in awe and disbelief at the duel between these masters. Yu Xiaowen, clutching his phone, sprinted frantically while shouting, "Wait for me. Slow down a bit," as he dashed from the school infirmary toward the gymnasium. Inside a small cottage, Qin Cheng reclined on a chair, the smile on his lips growing ever wider. At the edge of the battlefield, Tang Xiaonan muttered enviously, "Your boyfriend is really something." Shen Xintong fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Zhang Linjuhan, her eyes shining with pride. Of course he is. Meanwhile, Luo Hu and Su Rong entered the gym hand in hand. Suddenly, Su Rong let go, resting her cheeks in her palms as her eyes sparkled with admiration. Luo Hu, when will you be as amazing as my idol? Then we can hold hands again, she teased. Luo Hu let out a wry smile. If you want me to be as skilled as the boss, you might as well finish me off with a blade. Su Rong chuckled, taking his hand again and planting a light kiss on his cheek. Silly, I was joking. Just promise to protect me for the rest of my life. Luo Hu's expression turned resolute. I will. The battle suddenly escalated. Yu Tian soared into the air, his sword transforming into a cascade of meteoric light as he unleashed the technique, riding the clouds to shake the mountain, a torrent of brilliance descending like a waterfall. Linjuhan, instead of retreating, surged forward, leaping like a dragon to meet the onslaught with flags flying on the battlefield. His ferocious blade light shredded through the sword's radiance, its momentum unabated as it drove straight toward Yu Tian's face. Yu Tian narrowly evaded the strike, losing a piece of his flowing robe to the blade. Before he could catch his breath, a sudden sense of danger from behind forced him to roll aside instinctively. With a deafening explosion, the ground erupted into a crater, and the shockwave sent him hurtling through the air. His once pristine white robes were now smeared with mud, his back scorched. Breathing heavily, Yu Tian felt a lingering sense of dread. Had he not dodged in time, he might have been gravely injured. Linjuhan stood poised with his blade, a trace of regret in his expression. Though the technique Hidden Thunderstorm, created by Qin Cheng for Nye Yin, hadn't reached perfection, its effect was already formidable. Yu Tian rose to his feet, his expression grave. The next move might be hard to control. Be careful. Bring it on, Linjuhan replied without a hint of fear, his heart pounding with excitement. Yu Tian raised his sword before him, his aura intensifying as his hair began to stir despite the still air. In the blink of an eye, a piercing sword cry, like the call of a phoenix, echoed throughout the entire gymnasium. Ingbo Sualan. A thunderous shout pierced the rainy air as sword energy surged like tidal waves, weaving into a massive net that roared towards Linjuhan with overwhelming force. Mist enveloped the arena, and the layers of waves grew increasingly fierce and towering. The freshmen below the stage held their breath, their eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Yuza adjusted his attire, a confident smile playing on his lips as he sat upright. Beside him, Shen Xintong appeared calm, yet she subconsciously pinched her earlobe, betraying her inner tension. Faced with the oncoming storm of sword energy, Linjuan's wrist flicked deftly, and his blade sliced through the air, leaving trails of icy light. At that moment, he shared an unspoken connection with Qin Cheng back at the humble cottage, silently chanting in unison, Chaos, Sky, Wolf. In an instant, wild arcs of blade energy erupted like a pack of wolves unleashed, tearing into the sword energy's tidal waves with ferocious intensity. The blade energy grew increasingly rampant, its aura expanding until the intricate web of sword energy was gradually shredded apart. When the last wisp of sword energy dissipated, Linjuhan slowly sheathed his blade, revealing a fan-shaped crater a meter deep on the ground. I've lost, Yu Tian admitted, bowing with his sword in hand, his tone sincere. Mutual encouragement, Linjuhan replied, returning the gesture with a fist palm salute. The crowd below the stage erupted in excitement. Oh my god, that was insane. Boss is unstoppable. Yu Tian approached Dean Tianqi respectfully, presenting the sword with both hands. Thank you, Dean Tianqi. Dean Tianqi accepted the sword, stroking his beard with a smile. Have you considered transferring to Tianwu? The atmosphere here is better than Xianglong's, and we have more beautiful senior students. I'll think about it, Yu Tian replied earnestly. Dean Tianqi, Zheng Lin called out, barely suppressing his anger. How can you blatantly poach talent like this? Dean Tianqi feigned ignorance, slapping his own forehead. Ah, I forgot this sort of thing should be done privately. As he spoke, he slipped Yu Tian a business card. Kid, reach out anytime if you're interested. Zheng Lin's face darkened as he began plotting to poach talent from the other side in retaliation. They won't leave, Dean Tianqi suddenly remarked. Startled, Zheng Lin bowed respectfully before returning to his seat. The arena's glowing runes activated, instantly restoring the damaged ground to its original state. Lu Yuza strode onto the stage with elegance, a condescending smile on his face. Shall we activate the alchemy field to suppress my strength to match yours? Just to avoid accusations of bullying the weak. Huh, what a pretentious show-off, Yu Xiaowen sneered from below the stage. No need, Linjuhan replied calmly. Lu Yuza cast a glance towards Shen Xintong in the seating area, determined to show her who could truly protect her. In that case, for Tongtong's sake, I'll hold back. Thank you, Linjuhan said, his eyes gleaming coldly beneath his bangs as he retrieved a massive forging hammer from his ring. Begin. At the sound of Dean Tianqi's whistle, Lu Yuza unleashed the full force of his golden peak aura, already stepping into the platinum realm. Summoning 4 walls of fire to encircle himself, he channeled fire elements into his right hand, aiming for a decisive strike. If luck was on his side, he might even incinerate his opponent to ashes. Though the rules forbade killing, he could always claim it was an accident after all. He had already issued a warning in good faith. As he faced the blazing walls of fire, Linjuhan hesitated for only a moment before a cold smile curved his lips. The Shura Flamewind blade itself possesses the power to control both wind and fire, granting its wielder immunity to these elements and putting their strength on par with Lu Yuza. This means that Lu Yuza's attacks are nearly ineffective against him. Flame Dragon Burst. With Lu Yuza's sharp cry, a massive fire dragon roared out from the wall of flames, its scorching heat engulfing the entire arena in an instant. A platinum-level spirit skill? That's just shameless. The audience erupted in anger. Allowing someone as powerful as Lu Yuza to compete as a substitute was already frustrating, but unleashing such a devastating move right away only fueled the outrage. That bastard! Yu Xiaowen clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. Tao Ru watched the massive fire dragon with a serious expression, while Shun Xintong stood cold and composed, her spirit queen's kiss bow fully drawn, the energy arrow primed for release. Zhang Linjuhan glanced back at Shin Xintong and gave her a slight smile, waving his left hand. Shin Xintong understood his signal but still pouted in dissatisfaction, lowering her bow and crossing her arms. Surrender now while you still can. Lu Yuza's voice rang out through the wall of fire. Idiot! Zhang Linjuhan shouted angrily, charging forward with his massive iron hammer. His aura surged with every step, his strength erupting to rival that of a diamond-level fighter. Swinging the hammer in a wide arc, it sliced through the air with a piercing wail, creating a vacuum in its wake. He shot forward like a beam of light, whipping up violent gusts of wind. The once mighty fire dragon crumbled under the force of his hammer, shattering into countless sparks. The sight left everyone stunned, including the observing instructors from both Xianglong Academy and Tianwu Academy. A student had just shattered a platinum-level spirit skill with a single iron hammer. Unbelievable! Amazing! Yu Xiaowen screamed at the top of his lungs. Zhang Linjuhan utilized his feather step technique, slipping through the wall of fire. A series of bone-cracking sounds soon echoed from within. Although the headmaster of Tianchi Academy had anticipated the outcome, as a fair referee, he could only continue observing since neither side conceded. From within the flames came the sounds of intense combat, faintly revealing one figure mercilessly pummeling another. A minute later, the wall of fire dissipated, and Zhang Linjuhan emerged looking refreshed, leaving behind an unconscious Lu Yuza sprawled on the ground. Tianwu Academy is victorious. Headmaster Tianchi blew the final whistle. The freshman exchange concludes successfully. Xianglong Academy's performance was commendable as well. Tianwu for the win. Cheers erupted from the audience. Stop right there. Zheng Lin leaped onto the stage to check on Lu Yuza's injuries, his expression turning to fury. How could you hit so hard? This is practically attempted murder. Zhang Linjuhan halted and turned slightly, speaking calmly. If I hadn't stopped that fire dragon, I would have been shattered into pieces. Did you ever consider that? At least he's still alive. Leaving those words behind, Zhang Linjuhan turned and walked away. Zheng Lin sighed as he lifted the limp, noodle-like Lu Yuza. That was amazing. Shun Xintong cheered, leaping into Zhang Linjuan's arms, her eyes curving into crescent moons with joy. Incredible, just incredible. Yu Xiaowen gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. How many bones are broken? Tao Ru asked quietly. Seems like all of them didn't really count, was too focused on the fight. Zhang Linjuan replied nonchalantly. Shin Xintong buried her face in Zhang Linjuan's neck, a sweet smile spreading across her lips. She had claimed she wouldn't be jealous, but her actions spoke otherwise. The news of Tianwu once again overpowering Xianglong spread like wildfire among the academies in the imperial capital. When people heard that 2 students from Xianglong Academy had been hospitalized, especially the third-year student at the peak gold level, whose bones were shattered completely, any thoughts of sparring with Tianwu were quickly dismissed by the other 5 academies. Inside the Lu family residence, Lu Yuza lay on a bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Despite the family spending a fortune to hire a powerful healer to mend his broken bones, the medical advice was clear. No intense physical activity for at least 6 months. Mom will definitely get justice for you. Qian Qinli sobbed uncontrollably at the sight of her son's condition. Justice for what? Losing fair and square isn't humiliating enough for you? Roared Lu Xun, the head of the Lu family. The news of their most promising talent being beaten in public had spread across the imperial capital, leaving him utterly disgraced. A stubborn fire ignited in Lu Yuza's eyes. Mom, this is my own matter. I'll reclaim my dignity with my own hands. Now, that's a true son of the Lu family, Lu Xun said with approval, nodding. He then turned to his wife. Don't even think about revenge. This matter ends. Hiru can't afford to provoke them. Can't afford to provoke them? Qian Chenli paused her crying. Qin Cheng, Lu Xun reminded her. Which Qin Cheng? How many Qin Chengs are there in the imperial capital? Lu Xun bellowed. The pillar of the nation. The blade maniac Qin Cheng. Qian Chenli immediately fell silent, too afraid to bring up the idea of seeking justice again. If that young lady doesn't like you, then let it go. With your qualifications, do you think you'll struggle to find someone? From now on, the Lu family's partnership with the Shun family is over, Lu Xun declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. Understood, Dad. Lu Yuza lowered his gaze, but a seed of vengeance quietly took root in his heart. Meanwhile, at a bustling street-side barbecue joint, thousands of people were celebrating with raised glasses. Jiang Linjuhan and his friends sat around a table, the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, accompanied by the clinking of beer glasses. From now on, I'm the big shot in the circle. If you need anything in the capital, just come to me, Yu Xiuan said, his eyes glazed from the alcohol. Wow, the new emperor has fallen, and a eunuch's taken the throne? Tao Ru joked while peeling edamame. Go to hell. You're the eunuch, Yu Xiuan retorted, grabbing a grilled kidney and tossing it into Ding Jis' bowl. Here, big guy. Eat more kidney, it's good for your stomach. First time I've heard kidneys are good for the stomach. That's new, Tao Ru said with a laugh, glancing at Jiang Linjuhan, who was quietly eating and drinking with Shun Xintong in the corner. Blushing, Shun Xintong raised her glass. Come on, cheers. You shouldn't drink anymore, Jiang Linjuhan said with a frown. I'm happy today, just drink with me, Shun Xintong replied, her eyes hazy and her tone already tipsy. Helpless, Jiang Linjuhan drank with her. As soon as Shun Xintong finished her glass, she collapsed into his arms. If you can't handle it, why drink so much? Jiang Linjuhan muttered as he picked her up. He'll take her back to her dorm. Tao Ru cast a teasing glance at the nearby hotel. Jiang Linjuhan rolled his eyes and walked away. So pure, Tao Ru remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Impure too. Hey, youngest, let's keep drinking. The moon hung like a silver plate in the sky, surrounded by countless sparkling stars. Jiang Linjuhan carried Shin Xintong as they walked back to Tianwu. Under the dim streetlights, their shadows stretched long across the pavement. The warm night breeze caressed their cheeks, rustling the leaves on the roadside trees. You've been pretending for this long, still going to keep it up? Jiang Linjuhan said softly. Shin Xintong, who had been feigning drunkenness, slyly opened one eye and looked around before grinning. I just wanted to see where you'd take me. Of course, I'm taking you back to your dorm. You're so stubborn, Shin Xintong pouted. What? Jiang Linjuhan looked puzzled. Aside from being stubborn, I doubt there's anywhere else you're tough, Shin Xintong teased with a mischievous tone. A vein bulged on Jiang Linjuan's forehead. Just as he was about to demand where she had learned such audacious words, the world went dark. Shin Xintong had hooked her arms around his neck, pulling him down as her soft lips pressed against his. The sweetness and hint of alcohol in her kiss froze Jiang Linjuan's thoughts. This wasn't the first time she'd stolen a kiss from him. Slowly, he let her legs slide down, wrapping his arms around her slender waist as he responded to the kiss. Shin Xintong's lips moved gently against his, leaving Jiang Linjuan's mind completely blank, as though he'd forgotten something important. Suddenly, Shin Xintong pushed him away and darted forward, her heart racing as she called back playfully. I take back what I said earlier. Jiang Linjuan snapped out of his daze, glanced down, and tried to calm the fire raging within him. That little troublemaker, still the same little troublemaker. Once he'd regained his composure, he chased after her. Good night, Shin Xintong called shyly from her balcony, waving as she watched him leave. Once Jiang Linjuan was out of sight, she skipped back into her dorm room, brimming with excitement. So, how did it go? Tang Xiaonan asked eagerly, peeling a face mask off her skin. Do you think I'd tell you about something like that? Shin Xintong replied with a feigned air of mystery, casting her friend a sidelong glance. Fine, don't tell me. I was just about to teach you a couple more tricks, Tang Xiaonan said with an exaggerated eye roll. Xiaonan, you're the best. Shin Xintong's attitude shifted instantly as she began massaging her friend's shoulders with enthusiasm. Put some effort into it. Yeah, just like that, feels great. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuan stepped into the thatched hut, greeted Qin Cheng respectfully, and hesitated before asking, Master, you didn't see anything, did you? No, nothing at all. At my age, I don't want to risk my eyes, Qin Cheng replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Jiang Linjuan got straight to the point, explaining his plan to his master. He had deliberately injured Lu Yuza to test the Lu family. According to Niechingyan's intelligence, those assassins had been forcibly transported into Yunkuan Mountain by a powerful expert tearing through space. If the Lu family truly had such a strong figure, they might retaliate. He had even shared the threatening letter with Qin Cheng. Going to the food stalls earlier had been a deliberate attempt to lure the enemy out. Although the plan might not work, there was no better alternative for now. If Chang acted rashly without evidence, it might alert the opponent. Nothing unusual, no one followed or spied on you. Chang reassured him, noticing his lingering worry. Relax. If even I can't detect the enemy, then even if they kill you right in front of me, there's nothing I can do about it. Also, Schwanger has people watching her side too, no issues there. Understood. Thank you, master. Jiang Linjuhan forced a bitter smile. Perhaps it wasn't the Liu family, but the person he feared most. He didn't dare voice his suspicion, knowing that if it truly was that person, not even Chang could protect him. His only hope was to grow strong enough to defend himself. Still overthinking it? Instead of wasting time worrying, focus on getting stronger. Then you can chop off that bastard's head with your blade. I'm not overthinking. I was actually planning to enter the 100 Battles Tower. The next morning, Jiang Linjuhan adjusted himself to his best state. After a brief farewell to his 3 close friends and the little witch, he headed straight to the library. The entrance to the 100 Battles Tower was located on the second basement level of the library. His student card had been granted special access, allowing him to enter directly. Guided by the librarian, he found the hidden entrance to the underground passage behind the bookshelves. Envious glances from nearby students followed him as Jiang Linjuhan swiped his card and stepped through the now open door. Although other students could also enter the 100 Battles Tower, they needed to schedule a time through their instructors to prevent excessive energy consumption that could lead to the tower's closure. Descending the metal staircase, Jiang Linjuhan paused briefly on the first basement level. This floor had only a few scattered 60-year bookshelves, filled with ancient, yellowed books that exuded an air of timelessness. Continuing downward to the second basement level, he swiped his card again to enter. Soft lighting cascaded from the ceiling, illuminating a space more than twice the size of the first basement level. The room was surrounded by deep blue glass walls, one of which displayed an electronic screen showing the leaderboard of completion records. Jiang Linjuhan quickly spotted a few familiar names. At the top was his mentor, Chang, who cleared the 7th level in 8 hours. The names of the Little Witch, Yin Hui, Nie Qingyan, and Ling Shuang were also prominently listed. The Little Witch held the record for clearing the 3rd level in 1 hour, while Yin Hui had set a 5-hour record for the 4th level. Let's see how far I can go, Jiang Linjuhan murmured with a faint smile, stepping onto the central hexagram symbol. A flash of blue light engulfed him, and his figure vanished. In the next moment, Jiang Linjuhan found himself in a massive cavern. Behind him stood a glowing blue portal, while ahead loomed a towering black cylindrical structure with a metallic sheen. Around it, luminous stones emitted a soft, multicolored glow. He approached the tower, and its black surface silently parted, revealing a tumtor-high entrance. As he stepped inside, the terminal watch in his system space lit up with white light. Simultaneously, in a room at the base of the tower, a massive light screen displayed the image of a golden-haired woman. She had a flawless figure, angelic features, and naturally wavy golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Stretching lazily, the golden-haired woman yawned. Finally, a successor has arrived, she said as streams of system data poured into her awareness. Only a few thousand years, and Blue Star has skipped the post-nuclear era, directly activating superhuman genes. Truly a land blessed and watched over by the gods. She scanned the successor's data. So weak, how is he supposed to ascend the throne? What has Apocalypse been doing all these years? After a brief pause, she added, though I must admit, spreading civilization and fostering development has been handled well. Never mind. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. The self-destruct sequence has been initiated. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The cold, mechanical voice had just sounded when the blonde woman swiftly operated the console, terminating the self-destruct sequence. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. The successor needs to grow stronger quickly. The era of slaughter is about to begin. She immediately issued a command. Locate the nearest celestial body harboring the rebels. Data quickly appeared on the holographic screen. Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the solar system, situated in the Centaurus constellation, 4.2 light-years away from Earth. More importantly, the rebels members of the Ghost Wolf clan under the Tusman Empire from the Andromeda Galaxy were hiding there. So close? Have they been monitoring Earth all this time? The blonde woman sneered. The Ghost Wolf clan weak and pitiful trash. Let them serve as practice for the successor. Open the portal and construct a wormhole tunnel. Portal opened. Constructing wormhole tunnel. Insufficient energy, the system responded. Kick everyone else out for me, she ordered decisively. As the system executed the command, it reported, personnel cleared. Wormhole tunnel construction complete. Stable and ready for transport. The blonde woman gazed at the tall, imposing figure and murmured softly, the king shall rise, forging a new order amidst the prelude of chaos. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Trials, Jiang Linjuhan looked around in confusion. He had circled the first floor twice, finding nothing but an empty hall, not even a trace of a beast. The passage to the second floor was sealed, clearly requiring him to clear the first floor before progressing. As he contemplated whether to wait for the monsters to respawn, a door emanating a faint glow suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Linjuhan immediately summoned his Tang Dao, cautiously approached, and waited for a moment. Seeing no movement from within the door, he made up his mind and stepped through. Outside the Tower of Trials, 7 or 8 students who had been abruptly ejected stood staring at one another. You got kicked out too? Yeah, what's going on? Why did the tower suddenly close? I was almost done with the second floor. Should we contact the dean? Before they could act, the dean of Tianchi Academy appeared behind them. Dressed in a black Taoist robe with his hair tied in a traditional topknot, he carried a bamboo divination tube, looking every bit like a fortune teller. Little ones, what's the matter? He asked. The students quickly explained the situation. The dean pinched his fingers together as if calculating something, then said cryptically, the gears of fate have begun to turn. This is merely the start of destiny. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he smiled and added, perhaps the Tower of Trials is running low on energy. Come, come. Each of you draw a lot, and ill divine your fortunes. The students cooperated, drawing lots from the tube. The dean interpreted each one. Some were warned they might fail their exams, others were cautioned about bad romantic encounters, and a few received excellent fortunes, predicting imminent breakthroughs. Though the dean often seemed eccentric, his predictions were uncannily accurate. In dorm room 301, Dingji was devouring the mountain of food on the table with reckless abandon. Yu Xiaowen watched him and couldn't help but grin. If he keeps eating like this, not even 3,000 yaks would be enough to fill him up. Taoru chuckled and explained, I've checked. Third brother's physical condition has improved several times over. This kind of voracious appetite is actually a good sign he needs more energy to support his current physique. He's like Xiaochuan 2.0, Yu Xiaowen said, patting his own stomach. If getting stabbed once can have this effect, I might just give it a try. I can help you with that for free. Taoru pretended to pull out a spear and aimed it at Yu Xiaowen. Forget it. Yu Xiaowen quickly waved his hands. If you end up rupturing my intestines, who am I supposed to cry to? Just then, Yu Ziyuan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he rolled his eyes. What's old you calling me for? Shouldn't he be spending time with his beloved wife? Despite his grumbling, he reluctantly answered the call, knowing that his dad controlled his finances. When the call ended, Yu Ziyuan's expression turned serious. Noticing this, Taoru immediately asked, what's wrong? The Liu family has cut ties with the Xin family and completely withdrawn their investments, Yu Xiaowen said with a bitter smile. The old man said they're planning to carve up the Xin family's assets, and even told me to spend as much as I want. Taoru rubbed his temples. The dean just sent word Xiaochuan has been locked up in the 100 Battles Tower. No telling when he'll be out. Right now, there's no one to comfort the Shun priestess. Damn it! Yu Xiaowen cursed angrily. That scumbag Liu couldn't beat Xiaochuan up front, so now he's resorting to underhanded tactics. He's trying to force the Shun family to marry off their daughter. Xiaochuan is our brother. We have to help him, Taoru said, picking up his phone and swiftly typing. How are we going to help? Yu Xiaowen leaned in curiously. The Nye family is already preparing to step in, Taoru said, showing his phone. You mean the Nye family, the one known for their unwavering loyalty? Yu Xiaowen asked, his tone filled with respect. Taoru nodded. Xiaochuan has an elder martial brother from the Nye family. This is the perfect opportunity to lend a helping hand, and him getting involved. With that, he began issuing commands. Teach me. I want to join in too. Yu Xiaowen squeezed in beside him. Taoru hesitated. I'm the young master of my family, so I can handle family affairs. But you think I'm incapable? I'm the future heir too, Yu Xiaowen declared, thumping his chest. What if your dad decides to have a second or third child? The younger ones might end up being the favorites, Taoru teased. Yu Ziyuan's expression darkened. Old you wouldn't even be able to if you wanted to. Back when my mom was critically ill, he had a vasectomy to reassure her, saying I'd be his only son for life. Taoru patted him on the shoulder. Your dad's a real man. All right, let's do this. Let's help the Xin family rise again. No one's going to steal the girl our brother has his eyes on. Count me in. Dingji finally looked up from his pile of food, his face shiny with grease, but his resolve unwavering. Xin Lingfei paced back and forth in the living room, his face haggard and his chin covered with unkempt stubble. The cigarette between his fingers had burned down to the filter, but he seemed completely unaware. He had given up smoking years ago, yet now, in the face of helplessness, he had picked it up again. Ran Linghua sat on the sofa, her eyes swollen and red. She gazed around at the home they had worked so hard to build over more than a decade, a bitter taste rising in her heart. Soon, all of this would no longer belong to them, replaced instead by an unbearable mountain of debt. Old Shin, isn't there a single friend of yours willing to help? She asked, her voice trembling. Friends? Shin Lingfei let out a cold laugh. They're all brothers when nothing's wrong. But when trouble comes, they only think about how to divide up our assets. That's the business world for you. Without interests at stake, who's going to stick around? We're outsiders here. Trying to establish ourselves was always an uphill battle. He stubbed out the cigarette, only to light another. No matter what, even if we go bankrupt, we can't sacrifice Tongtong's happiness, Ran Linghua said firmly. Shen Lingfei pulled his wife into his arms. I know. We already owe our daughter too much. She's never truly been happy all these years. Maybe we took the wrong path from the very beginning. Old Shen, why don't we go back to Dongyue Weicheng? We can take it slow, work off the debt bit by bit. I miss that place. It's simple and honest, without all this scheming and backstabbing. Shen Lingfei paused, then nodded. All right, but it'll be hard on you and Tongtong. Don't say that. That's where our roots are. It's just that we had hearts unwilling to settle for the ordinary. But we're tired now. It's time to go back. Just then, Shen Lingfei's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he froze for a moment before answering. Hello, Mr. Nia. On the other end of the line came good news. Ni's family was willing to collaborate and help them through this crisis. Before they could fully process the first surprise, another call came in. This time it was Mr. Yu, who signed off on a 2 billion yuan deal without hesitation. The funds had already been transferred into the company's account. But the twists weren't over yet. A call from an unfamiliar number delivered an even greater shock. The Tao family from Beijing wanted to partner with them on a project worth a staggering 10 billion. This meant the Shen family was about to ascend into the ranks of true elites. The Tao family was a business titan, a partner coveted by countless financial giants. Yet, instead of being swept away by the overwhelming joy, Shen Lingfei felt a trace of unease. Was it him who stepped in? He murmured. Later, Shen Lingfei received a call from the province of Wuzizang. The mixed emotions he felt were hard to describe, though the potential value of this cooperative project was the lowest among others. He had long been eyeing this market. In the past, his efforts to break into the country's largest specialty livestock industry had repeatedly failed due to the strong unity of the local ethnic community. Now, with the surge of digitalization and smart transformation in the livestock industry, this lucrative opportunity seemed even more enticing. However, the fact that the other party was now actively reaching out made him feel unexpectedly conflicted. Ran Linghua pondered for a moment before suggesting, why not give Tongtong a call and see if someone helped us? No matter what, this favor is too significant to ignore. We need to figure it out. Shen Lingfei immediately dialed a video call. The moment Shen Xintong appeared on the screen, her face was full of displeasure. But as soon as she noticed the smoke curling around her father, she crossed her arms and scolded angrily, Dad, are you seriously smoking? No. Shen Lingfei hastily stubbed out the cigarette. Something happened at home. Ran Linghua then briefly explained the situation to their daughter. It was Linjuhan who helped, Shen Xintong said decisively. Linjuhan? The couple was astonished. Shen Xintong went on to explain. Linjuhan has a senior named Nie Qingyan and 3 roommates Tao, Yu, and Ding. Ding Ji happens to be from Wuzizang, and his family owns 3,000 yaks. With that, she quickly ended the call, clearly preoccupied with concerns about Jiang Linjuan's safety. The couple exchanged looks, stunned and speechless for a long time. Was it really Linjuhan? Shen Lingfei still found it hard to believe. Ran Linghua, overjoyed, poked her husband in the chest with her finger. See? I told you my judgment of people is spot on. I've known since he was young that Linjuhan wasn't ordinary. Can't you tell how our daughter feels about him? Last time, when I suggested arranging their engagement, you didn't agree. Look at this, such a huge favor. What other young man would go to such lengths for Tongtong? Was it Lu Yuza, the one you favored? Sure, we owed his family a debt, but look how quickly he turned against us. He nearly brought our family to ruin. All right, I was wrong, Shen Lingfei quickly admitted. I just couldn't bear the thought of letting go of the daughter I've raised for so many years. Ran Linghua spoke earnestly. Didn't my father also hesitate to let me marry you? A poor bookworm, back then? Yet in the end, he agreed. Social standing and compatibility are important, but love is the foundation. When 2 people choose to be together, they're deciding to take responsibility for each other's lives. Bread and milk will come in time, but missed love might never return. Remember this, old Shen. Don't judge a lifetime by youth, don't measure worth by wealth, and don't rely on seniority to act superior. With that, she turned and walked into the dressing room. The events of the day had left her looking drained, her weariness evident even through the effects of her skincare routine. Shen Lingfei was deeply moved by his wife's words, realizing how close he'd come to losing his way after years in the cutthroat world of business. Refocusing himself, he began to take the necessary steps to resolve the aftermath of the situation. Jiang Linjuan felt like he was flying, or more accurately, falling. He quickly retrieved a disc from his storage space and pressed it against his chest. In an instant, a silver alloy armor enveloped his entire body. Although still clumsy with its controls, he managed to stabilize the flight system and halt his descent. Something was off about the environment. The air density felt unusual, and the gravity was distinctly different from that of Blue Star. Could the 100 Battles Tower exist within some kind of interdimensional portal? Glancing around, he noticed the reddish terrain below, and the biting cold was palpable against his skin. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the helmet's display. Proxima Centauri, the third star of the Alpha Centauri system, 4.22 light-years from Blue Star. What the hell? Linjuhan nearly choked in shock. I've never even left the country, and now I've somehow ended up on an alien planet? I crossed 4.22 light-years in just a moment? System, this has to be your doing, right? For you, this is merely a trial. But if you don't give it your all, you might actually die, the system replied, its tone perplexing Linjuhan. This didn't sound right. Wasn't the system usually terrified of him dying? Why was it now urging him to risk his life? As he neared the ground, Linjuhan's thoughts wandered. I might be the first Blue Star human to set foot on Proxima Centauri. I should have brought a red flag to plant here and show those astronomers back home. The system abruptly issued a mission. Eliminate all members of the Shadow Wolf clan on Proxima Centauri. No time limit. You may return to Blue Star at any time. Can shadow wolves be eaten? Are they any good? Linjuhan instinctively licked his lips. They're edible but taste awful. Now hurry up and get moving. The system's tone was noticeably impatient. Linjuhan finally realized something was off with the system. It seemed to exhibit emotions. However, he couldn't be bothered to investigate further. After all, systems weren't exactly bound by normal logic. At least it could talk. Its presence might stave off some of the loneliness on this alien planet. After landing, he found himself standing on the edge of a massive chasm. Its surface was smooth and crystalline, clearly the result of some high-energy weapon far beyond Blue Star's technological capabilities. If this kind of weaponry were used to invade Blue Star, it'd make the ferocious beasts back home look like a minor threat. Maybe the system sent me here to preemptively eliminate this danger. As he pondered, the system chimed in. Forgot to mention, you were detected by the Shadow Wolf clan upon arrival. A small squad is heading your way from 10 kilometers west. Draw your blade, young man. Without hesitation, Linjuhan turned and bolted, leaving the system momentarily speechless. The average combat power of that squad is only 3,000 to 4,000. Why are you running? What does 3,000 to 4,000 combat power even mean? Linjuhan shouted as he ran. I have no idea what that number represents. What if they're carrying some kind of devastating weapon? Know your enemy. Know yourself. That's how you win every battle. The power levels on Blue Star are clearly defined. Linjuhan pondered over the information just provided by the system. 1,000 to 2,000 is bronze, 2,000 to 3,000 is silver, 3,000 to 4,000 is gold, 4,000 to 5,000 is platinum, 5,000 to 10,000 is diamond, 10,000 to 50,000 is starlight, 50,000 to 100,000 is moonshade, and 100,000 to 150,000 is solar crown. What about those above 150,000? Linjuhan asked further. The system replied that the highest level on Blue Star was solar crown. Refusing to give up, Linjuhan pressed on, learning that there was no specific classification for those above 150,000, but it seemed to be connected to something called the primordial divine body. Does a god really exist? Through the conversation, he came to understand that the so-called gods were not genetically engineered warriors created through technology. Recalling the shadowy figure in the mysterious space, Linjuhan speculated that it might indeed be a true god. However, at his current level, he was far from reaching such a realm. After the system issued a warning, Linjuhan quickly sheathed his tang blade and lay flat on the ground, pretending to be dead. Soon enough, the roar of engines grew louder as 12 small flying vehicles resembling motorcycles hovered low in the air. The pilots were towering, wolf-like creatures with a bluish hue to their fur. These spectral wolves stood over 2 meters tall, their large paws supporting their upright frames. They were clad in spectral blue battle armor matching their fur, with only their heads exposed. They did not approach rashly, but instead circled cautiously, observing the area. The system promptly provided intel. These were spectral wolves from the Tusman Empire of the Andromeda Galaxy, a brutal and bloodthirsty race. Their strongest warriors had combat power close to 4,000, reaching the peak of gold level. Their weak points lay in their hearts and heads, and the first-generation alloy armor they wore offered low defensive capabilities. After a long 10 minutes of observation, the wolves finally landed and began unstrapping the laser rifles from their backs. Shit. System, they've got guns. Linjuhan yelled internally. Relax, those are just standard laser rifles. They can't even penetrate first-generation alloy armor, and you're wearing second-generation alloy armor. Trust me, I won't let you die, the system replied, surprisingly showing a hint of emotion. 12 laser rifles aimed at various parts of Linjuhan's body. One wolf nudged his leg with its paw and, seeing no reaction, kicked him a couple more times. Boss, it's dead, it said. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the wolf was sent flying by a kick from the largest and most imposing of the group, their leader, who then shot it in the head with a laser rifle. I hate it when people say I'm dead, the leader said coldly. Another wolf tried to defend its fallen comrade. Boss, number 10 just said the thing on the ground was dead. Its fate was no different. Its head was blown apart on the spot. Do I look like I'm brainless? The leader asked icily. The remaining 9 wolves froze in terror, not daring to utter a word. This display of ruthless violence gave Linjuhan his first glimpse into the brutality of alien races. A mix of emotions stirred within him, though pity was not among them. Strip the armor off his body, one of the shadow wolves said, staring at the corpse on the ground. Second-generation alloy armor can fetch a good price on the black market. Wonder which unlucky guy from which galaxy got abandoned here. Boss, he's gone. Boss, behind you. 2 shadow wolves shouted in alarm, one after the other. The leader of the shadow wolves was still staring up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, unable to even turn around before a blade, gleaming with a cold light, pierced through his heart. The remaining shadow wolves immediately raised their laser rifles, unleashing a barrage of concentrated beams at the corpse. Linjuhan extended his arm, letting the laser beams strike his second-generation alloy armor. Not even a scratch was left on its surface, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Realizing the situation was dire, the 9 remaining shadow wolves turned and bolted toward their spacecraft. But there was no way Linjuhan would let them escape. In a flash, his figure darted forward, and arcs of silver light from his blade streaked through the air. The remaining shadow wolves all collapsed to the ground. He gave one of the corpses a light kick and muttered with a pout, "Why aren't they edible? Why?" Despite his complaints, he knew better than to try. Who knew what these creatures fed on? If it was human flesh, the mere thought made his stomach churn. After the fight, Linjuhan quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He collected 12 laser rifles into his storage ring and tossed the shadow wolves' bodies into the great chasm, covering the glowing blue bloodstains on the ground with crushed rock. A thorough inspection revealed no spirit beads within the shadow wolves' bodies, leaving him puzzled as to how the system assessed their combat strength. This battle had been far too easy. Leaving the small spacecraft at the scene, he decided to lie in wait. Since the shadow wolves hadn't managed to send back a signal, reinforcements were bound to investigate sooner or later. The nearby forest provided the perfect spot for an ambush. While lurking in the forest, Linjuhan witnessed a solar flare burst with his own eyes. Proxima Centauri's harsh environment, rife with radio and X-ray flares, was enough to incinerate any form of life. Without the protection of his alloy armor, he would have been reduced to ashes. What amazed him, however, was that the surrounding vegetation appeared completely unaffected. After waiting for a while, he concluded that no shadow wolves would be coming to investigate anytime soon. He then packed up the extra spacecraft, leaving only one as his means of transport. With the system's help, he quickly mastered the controls of this junk spacecraft. The excitement of his new toy had him soaring freely through the skies for a while, but the novelty soon wore off. From above, Proxima Centauri's terrain was mostly depressions and lowlands, with no mountains in sight and no signs of life other than the shadow wolves. Suddenly, the system alerted him to a small shadow wolf outpost 100 kilometers ahead. Destroy it on command, Linjuhan declared without hesitation, piloting the spacecraft toward the target. Since the system had promised he wouldn't die, there was no way this small outpost posed any lethal threat. The desolate red-brown terrain stretched as far as the eye could see. Linjuhan gazed down at the barren expanse beneath his feet. This was his first impression of Proxima Centauri b. As an astronomy enthusiast, he was well aware that within the Proxima Centauri system, there existed a more hospitable planet, Proxima b, located in the habitable zone with an environment far superior to this wasteland. He couldn't help but wonder why the Yulang tribe had chosen such a desolate place to settle. Navigating his craft through the lowlands, Linjuhan carefully concealed his movements. The system had successfully overridden the tracking device, making it appear to the enemy that he was still near the Great Rift Valley. When he was only 8 kilometers away from his target, he decisively stowed his craft and opted to proceed on foot, stealthily. The spiritual energy here was pitifully scarce, a stark contrast to the abundant resources of Blue Planet. Even the absorption efficiency of the heart of Hylon had significantly diminished. This environment was unsuitable for prolonged combat, would need to act swiftly. Fortunately, the second-generation all-weather alloy battle armor he wore was exceptional. It greatly enhanced his speed, endurance, and strength while ensuring near-silent movements, making it the perfect assassin's gear. Thinking of the newly developed exoskeleton armor on Blue Planet, couldn't help but compare. Although those suits had been introduced, they were still in the early stages, unable to be mass-produced and offering only mediocre performance. If the second-generation alloy armor he was wearing could be mass-produced, ordinary people could potentially rival Iron Man and easily subdue weaker beasts. As he approached the target outpost, Jiang Linjuhan's pupils contracted sharply. The outpost was equipped with a pulse magnetic cannon and 2 Vulcan cannons. System, you've got to be kidding me. Aren't these standard weapons for giant mechs? The system's voice replied, relax, without a power supply, they're just for show. At your speed, you won't have any issues. I'm still made of flesh and blood. Jiang muttered under his breath as he concealed himself behind a boulder and began a thorough reconnaissance. Inside the outpost, there were roughly 50 Yulang, the strongest of whom was at Platinum 2 star level with a combat power of 4,255. Each of the 4 directions had a 2-person patrol, and 3 sentry towers formed a triangular defensive position, supporting one another. Considering the wolves' exceptional night vision, Jiang decided not to wait until nightfall. Although he also had night vision capabilities, the light emitted by his weapons could potentially alert distant enemies. The Yulang within the outpost seemed completely at ease, gambling and drinking in small groups. Their food consisted of rough, artificially synthesized nutrient packs, nutrient-rich, but with terrible taste. When will we finally get rid of these damned nutrient packs? Growled a Yulang named Langlai, stomping on his meal container in frustration. Better ration it. There are still 60 days until the next supply run, a companion warned. I just don't get why the Empire insists on fortifying this godforsaken place and constantly sending supplies. Only those noble overlords would know. Stop asking questions. As darkness gradually fell, the fiery red clouds over Proxima B were slowly swallowed by night. A Yulang guard holding a laser rifle turned mechanically, continuing his routine patrol. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the crimson shrubs. SSHH. The razor-sharp blade silently pierced through the heart of the shadow wolf. The fierce creature froze, staring down at the gleaming blade protruding from its chest. Instinctively, it tried to pull the trigger on its laser rifle, only to realize its right claw had been severed cleanly, with azure blood gushing out. Jiang Linjuhan swiftly seized its weapon, while clamping its wolfish snout shut. The light in the shadow wolf's eyes gradually dimmed until its head slumped lifelessly. He dragged the corpse into the red shrubs to conceal it, then ghosted behind another guard, repeating the same deadly maneuver. In just 2 minutes, 8 patrolling shadow wolf guards had fallen silently. The shadow wolves stationed at the 3 watchtowers remained gazing absent-mindedly at the sky, seemingly lost in thoughts of their distant homeland. Jiang Linjuhan quickly calculated his spiritual technique. Flowing light only had a range of 40 meters, while the nearest watchtower was 80 meters away. Begrudgingly, he spent 2,000 enhancement points to upgrade flowing light, just enough to close the distance. Killing these shadow wolves is such a waste, Jiang Linjuhan muttered to himself. Can't eat them, no spirit beads, and not even a single enhancement point. Nevertheless, he efficiently dealt with the 3 shadow wolves in the watchtowers within 2 minutes. At that moment, a drop of blood trickled down from a gap in the watchtower, landing squarely on the forehead of a shadow wolf below. The wolf instinctively wiped its head with a paw, froze upon seeing the blood, then suddenly raised its gun and fired furiously at the watchtower, shouting, "Enemy attack!" A barrage of laser beams instantly turned the watchtower into a sieve. By now, Jiang Linjuhan had already moved to a corner of the stronghold. Seeing that the shadow wolf's attention was entirely focused on the watchtower, he sprang forward like a predator unleashed. Chaotic wolf slash, he roared, sending countless arcs of blade light fanning out in front of him, covering a vast area. The technique was perfect for dealing with clustered enemies, instantly reducing over 30 shadow wolves to minced flesh. Even the rock-solid ground beneath them was carved into half-meter-deep trenches. An esper, one of the shadow wolves exclaimed in alarm. The strongest among them, the shadow wolf captain, immediately extended its razor-sharp claws, dropping to all fours as it charged at Jiang Linjuhan. He sheathed his tang blade, ready to use this opportunity to test the shadow wolf's combat capabilities. In the blink of an eye, the captain was upon him, its claws slashing across his chest in a crisscross motion. Sparks flew with a metallic clang as the claws left visible marks on his second-generation alloy battle armor. The immense force sent Jiang Linjuhan stumbling back 3 steps. Not bad, strength and speed are decent, Jiang Linjuhan remarked, glancing down at the scratches on his armor and noting a broken claw on the ground. The armor emitted a faint glow, repairing itself with minimal spiritual energy expenditure. This brief exchange gave him a preliminary understanding of the Shadow Wolf clan's strength. Low defense, no special abilities, but highly suited for ambush tactics. If a Blue Star Awakener were caught off guard, they would indeed be in serious danger. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Linjuhan's spine, his instinct screaming danger. He spun around sharply only to find himself staring down the barrel of a cannon brimming with blue energy, aimed directly at him. System, you piece of junk. Didn't you say it was just for show? Jiang Linjuhan roared internally. The system replied lazily, if I hadn't said that, would you have come? Now focus on dealing with the trouble in front of you. Good luck. Tricked again. Jiang Linchuan had no idea about the power of the pulse magnetic cannon, but years of combat experience had taught him never to underestimate an unknown weapon. He didn't turn around to flee, as he couldn't be sure of the cannon's range, and besides, no human could outrun the speed of light. The dark muzzle began to hum, blue energy gathering within until it reached its peak. In an instant, a massive blue energy beam shot out. Instinctively, Jiang Linchuan raised the Tang sword in his hand and shouted, "Strike the waters, 3,000. With a deafening roar, the blade's energy transformed into a massive tidal wave, surging forward. The shadow wolves looked on in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, despair written all over their eyes. They knew all too well that they stood no chance against the power of a superhuman. The blue energy beam was the first to be shredded by the tidal wave, followed closely by the entire shadow wolf stronghold, which was reduced to dust in an instant. Jiang Linchuan gazed weakly at the scene before him. The rocky ground where the stronghold once stood had been carved over a meter deep, leaving no trace of its existence. "System, take me back," he murmured. Before his words faded, a writhing portal formed beside him. Jiang Linchuan gripped his Tang sword and dragged his weary body into it. At that moment, a blonde woman suddenly cried out in excitement, "A royal technique! It's a royal technique! A battle technique created by the king! The king is still alive!" But in the next second, her expression turned sorrowful. "No, the king has fallen. This is his legacy." Her golden hair fluttered despite the still air, and flames of hatred ignited in her eyes as she whispered, "The traitors shall be consumed by the fires of vengeance, pierced by bloodthirsty blades into the depths of the abyss. They need no trial, for the king's blade is judgment itself." Finally back, Jiang Linchuan sighed, collapsing onto the empty first floor of the 100 Battles Tower. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he asked the air, "Tower spirit, are you there? Any rewards?" "None." A crisp voice rang out, sharp like clashing ice. Jiang Linchuan patted the dust off himself and walked out, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected the tower spirit to have a female voice. Just as he stepped out of the 100 Battles Tower, a shadow nearly made him draw his sword. "Dean Tianqi? You've returned." Dean Tianqi turned with a smile. "Come, join me for some tea." 2 cushions were laid out on the ground, with a small square tea table between them. On the table, a small brazier burned with red embers, and a cast iron kettle emitted wisps of steam. Beside it, a bamboo tea set carved with intricate floral patterns added a touch of elegance. Dean Tianqi skillfully prepared the tea, rinsing the cups, adding the tea leaves, pouring the water, and washing the tea in one smooth, practiced motion. The tea's fragrance rose gently into the air as Jiang Linchuan watched a few emerald green tea leaves float and sink in the clear water of his cup. "Good tea," he exclaimed sincerely. "Please." Dean Tianqi gestured invitingly. Jiang Linchuan picked up the bamboo cup, inhaled its aroma, and took a small sip, savoring the lingering freshness that filled his mouth. "It truly is excellent tea. To the sandy-year-old leaves, there can't be much of it left," Dean Tianqi remarked. The dean of Tianqi Academy took a sip of his tea. Jiang Linchuan glanced at the tea leaves in his cup, his expression stiffening. Silently, he spat the tea leaves back into the cup. "To the sandy-year-old tea leaves, was this really drinkable? Did you need something from me?" Jiang Linchuan broke the silence, taking the initiative to speak. The dean set down his bamboo cup and pulled a divination stick holder from his sleeve, shaking it lightly. "Care to draw one?" "No thanks. I don't believe in that." Jiang Linchuan quickly waved his hand. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not," the dean replied, putting the stick holder away with a faint smile. "In truth, a person's fate is determined the moment they are born. Are you trying to discuss philosophy with me, Dean?" Jiang Linchuan asked, confused. "Sorry, I'm not good at that." "No, it's simply my perspective," the dean said, holding his teacup in both hands. "I can see everyone's fate, yet I can do nothing about it. All I can do is watch from the sidelines. Just as I knew you would spit the tea leaves back into the cup, I still served you tea." Jiang Linchuan's face turned red with embarrassment. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you a prophet?" "To be precise, I am Tianxia, revelation from the heavens. That's the origin of my name." At that moment, Jiang Linchuan felt as though he were standing completely exposed in the middle of a bustling street, with no secrets left. "So you've seen my past and my future?" "Yes," the dean nodded. "But you are Uniquayer, the only one not bound by fate. Your existence will influence the destinies of many, including mine. Am I really that powerful?" "It's not about being powerful," the dean said with a gentle smile. "Then why are you telling me this?" "I hope you will follow your heart and not let the fire of vengeance consume you," the dean said, his tone suddenly serious. "What do you mean?" Jiang Linchuan asked, utterly baffled. He thought to himself that these words sounded like something a charlatan would say. "You'll understand someday. That's all he'll say." "You know about the butterfly effect," the dean said as he began tidying up the tea set. I just feel like punching someone right now. Saying half and leaving the rest unsaid is worse than saying nothing at all. Linjuhan grumbled, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell as he prepared to leave. Wait, hand over the goods, the dean suddenly called out. What goods? Linjuhan feigned ignorance. The dean made a gesture as if aiming a gun. Unbelievable, Linjuhan muttered, reluctantly pulling out a pile of laser rifles and placing them on the ground, keeping only one for himself. And the rest, the dean prompted. With a sigh, Linjuhan also handed over a flying device, again keeping just one. The dean collected the items and raised his eyebrows playfully. Off you go. Someone's waiting for you. Linjuhan rolled his eyes and stepped through the portal, leaving the cave. He made a silent vow to steer clear of this student-robbing dean in the future. Somehow, he had a vague sense that these items might be tied to the future, though he couldn't quite explain how. After he departed, the dean flicked his sleeves and leisurely strolled into the 100 Battles Tower. Linjuhan stepped out of the library and took a deep breath of the fresh air. The city's nightscape unfolded before his eyes, with countless lights twinkling, creating a captivating view. He spread his arms wide, letting the warm evening breeze caress his cheeks, his tousled hair dancing softly in the wind. Who are you hoping to hug? A cool voice sounded from beside him. Whoever throws themselves into my arms, I'll hug them. Linjuhan replied with a grin. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a graceful figure had already leapt into his embrace, followed by a passionate kiss. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his lips. Ouch! Why did you bite me? Oomph! Who told you to make me worry? Shintong pouted in mock complaint. Hey, that wasn't my fault. Linjuhan protested innocently. The system transported me to Proxima Centauri, which drained Baijian Tower's energy. Fine, they'll let it slide this time, Shintong replied, feigning magnanimity. As Linjuhan fixed his gaze on her soft lips, ready to get even, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Ahem. Excuse me, you too? What about here? Shintong leaned her head out, blinking at the speaker. The moonlight here illuminates dreams, so please warm his heart, the librarian sang as he quickly walked away. Shintong burst into laughter, while Linjuhan could only shake his head helplessly. Look, you scared him off. Got a problem with that? Shintong teased, pretending to be upset. Before she could finish her sentence, Linjuhan leaned down and kissed her. Moments later, Shintong rested in his arms, her cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, Can you help me set something up? Set up what? Is the little witch planning to make things official? Shintong explained the situation to him. Linjuhan seemed a little disappointed. So it's not what I thought. But fine, they'll handle it. Just means I'm racking up more favors to return. Back at the dorm, Yuan teased, Wow, that was quick. I thought they'd keep you locked up for a few days. Linjuhan responded briefly, not bothering to explain his interstellar battle experience. Tomorrow's the weekend. I want to visit your parents. They'll head to Jing's place another time. What does uncle you like? I need to prepare a gift. No need to be so formal. Yuan waved it off. It's a must, Linjuhan insisted. We'll take care of the gift, Tianwu chimed in with a smile. Let me guess, Liu Xiangzue again? Do you want my dad to go chasing women even more? Yuan grimaced. Tianwu sighed. Life is short, and we all return to dust in the end. While I don't agree with his ways, having something to live for is better than nothing. Besides, romance is part of human nature. Liu Xiangzue or not, it won't change anything. If nothing else, at least I'll help him keep up his health. Tianwu spoke in a serious tone. Got it, got it? His manner of speaking made it hard to discern his true intentions. Yuan could only sigh and shrug helplessly. Linjuhan listened to Tianwu's words thoughtfully. The words of the Tianqi Academy's headmaster echoed in his mind. A person's fate is determined from the moment they are born. He couldn't help but wonder. Whose destinies would he end up influencing? His gaze swept over the faces of his 3 close friends, and a wave of uncertainty surged in his heart. Those words had indeed planted seeds of doubt within him, like a butterfly's gentle wingbeat, capable of subtly shifting the course of fate. On Saturday morning, Linjuhan carefully cleaned the remnants of spiritual pearl powder from his bed. With the aid of the Heart of Hylon, his cultivation speed had increased several times over by absorbing the spiritual energy within the pearls. As long as he had enough pearls, he could continue advancing without pause. With his current physique, he wouldn't hit a bottleneck until he reached the peak of the diamond stage. Unlike others who had to balance absorbing spiritual energy and tempering their bodies. They'll need to set aside time to gather more spiritual pearls from the foreign portal, he calculated silently. After a simple wash and change of clothes, Linjuhan left a note behind and headed straight for the small valley behind the mountain. Since the headmaster had taken so many of his belongings, it was only fair to find some compensation. At the entrance to the valley, He cautiously scanned the surroundings and only relaxed when he confirmed that old Lu wasn't around. Though the elderly man might be a genius, Zhang Linjuhan saw him more as a lunatic best to keep a respectful distance. He tiptoed to the bamboo-enclosed courtyard of the Tianchi headmaster. Just as he reached the entrance, the gate silently opened, and an ethereal voice drifted into his ears. The items you want are on the table. Don't make a sound, I'm fishing. Spiritual transmission. The headmaster's mental power is truly terrifying. Zhang Linjuan marveled inwardly. Stepping quietly into the courtyard, the first thing he noticed was a figure draped in a straw raincoat and wearing a conical hat, sitting on a small boat and fishing. His gaze then shifted to the courtyard surroundings. Vibrant bamboo stood tall, colorful flowers bloomed in profusion, and the air was filled with their fragrance. A clear pond sparkled in the sunlight, dotted with a few lotus flowers, including a rare twin lotus on a single stalk. Beneath the water, fish swam playfully. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table and stools, with a neat stack of books placed on the table. Picking up one of the books, Zhang Linjuan was taken aback to find it was the long-lost, The Subtle Words of the Outer Canon, along with Hua Tua's The Green Bag Book. He had merely hoped to find some minor remedies, never expecting the headmaster to prepare such an invaluable treasure. While these books were of little use to him personally, they would be perfect for Tao Russ' family. As he packed up the books, his attention was drawn to the ancient star map carved into the stone table. Although he couldn't make much sense of it, he still respectfully cupped his hands toward the headmaster's back before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to close the gate, he caught sight of the headmaster suddenly raising his fishing rod. A massive golden dragon burst out of the water, its claws and teeth gleaming fiercely. On closer inspection, however, the dragon seemed insubstantial, almost illusory. Zhang Linjuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the headmaster was fishing for the legendary dragon vein? The northern second ring of the capital, Shikahai. Rows of traditional Sihiyuan courtyards stood side by side. This historic neighborhood was where Yu Xiuan's father, Yu Zhan, resided. Zhang Linjuan and his three friends parked their SUV at the entrance of an alley and couldn't help but marvel as they stepped out of the car. Hey, youngest, weren't the people who lived here back in the day all royalty or something? This place is impressive. Yu Xiuan stood on the cobblestone path, his gaze wandering over the courtyards on either side as he tried to recall where his home was. Don't tell me you can't even find your own house, Tianwu asked with a teasing smile. Zhang Linjuan patted Yu Xiuan on the shoulder. Been a while since you last came back? Yeah. Ever since the old man brought a woman back here, I haven't returned, Yu Xiuan replied, his voice tinged with sadness. After a moment's hesitation, he pointed toward a courtyard in the distance. I think it's that one. There's a locust tree across from it. I used to swing on it as a kid. Tianwu wrapped an arm around him and guided him toward the gate. The antique wooden door was adorned with two brass knockers, and on the left panel, there was a modern keypad lock. Looks like Dad's been waiting for you to come back, Tianwu said, peering through the gap in the door. Nonsense. It's probably for the convenience of those women, Yu Xiuan snapped, his tone suddenly irritable. What's the code? Or should we just knock? How would I know the code? I think I do, Tianwu said confidently, punching in Yu Xiuan's birthday on the keypad. With a soft click, the door unlocked. See? Told you I knew. Come on, let's go. Stop standing here like a statue, Tianwu said, nudging Yu Xiuan through the doorway. As they passed through the front courtyard and the decorative side gate, the sound of heavy thuds suddenly echoed through the air. In the corner of the yard, a burly man was furiously punching a sandbag. His muscular frame was so well-defined that even a fitness trainer would be impressed. Zhang Linjuan and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Xiuan was built like a tank. The other was slender and delicate. No matter how they looked at it, these two didn't seem like they could be father and son. Yu Xiuan froze as well. Where had the greasy middle-aged man from his memories gone? Hesitantly, he called out, Old man Yu? With a loud bang, Yu Zhan punched straight through the sandbag. He paused, stunned, as he heard the voice. Turning around in disbelief, he said, Son? Yep. Zhang Linjuan and the others responded in unison, quickly stepping forward, leaving Yu Xiuan standing there in a daze. You guys are Yudo's friends? Yu Zhan's towering and intimidating presence could scare a child to tears. Add a few tattoos, and head looked like a gang leader straight out of a movie. That's right, we're Yudo's roommates and sworn brothers. Tianwu replied with a grin before turning back to call out. Isn't that right, Yudo? Stop calling me Yudo, Yu Xiuan said, turning away in exasperation. Come in, have a seat. Yu Zhan's face lit up with a broad smile, though his expression still carried an intimidating edge. Dad, Zhang Linjuan said awkwardly before handing over a bottle of liquor. Lu Xiangzue, a gift for you. Lu Xiangzue, huh? You young folks should enjoy it yourselves. I quit drinking years ago. Wait here for a moment. Yu Zhan didn't take the bottle and hurried into the house. Not quite how the youngest described him, Tianwu observed thoughtfully. Zhang Linchuan nodded. We might have made some assumptions. Yu Xiaowen remained rooted to the spot, carefully taking in the home of his childhood memories. After all these years, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Yu Zhan walked briskly out of the house, holding 3 large, gleaming gold bricks in his arms. With a simple, honest smile on his face, he handed them out one by one. One for each of you, as a meeting gift. Thank you for looking after Xiaowen at school. The 3 of them exchanged bewildered glances, not expecting such an extravagant gesture. Tao Ru was the first to reach out and accept one. Thank you, Dad. Ding Ji followed suit. Zhang Linchuan hesitated, but Yu Zhan firmly pressed a brick into his hands. Each brick weighed about 5 kilograms, its hefty weight making their hearts race. Don't just stand there, sit down. I'll make some tea. Yu Zhan hurried back into the house to fetch the tea set and leaves. Taking advantage of the moment, the 3 wandered around the courtyard. The small yard showed its age, with peeling walls and rotting wooden structures left unrepaired for years. Inside one of the rooms, they stumbled upon a surprising sight. The entire space was filled with all kinds of toys, meticulously maintained. Each one was spotless, as if freshly purchased. Zhang Linchuan picked one up and noticed traces of careful repair work. Just then, Yu Xiaowen appeared silently at the door, staring at the pile of toys with a blank expression. Zhang Linchuan sensed the subtle tension between father and son and tactfully stepped out. The scene left him puzzled. How could someone supposedly indulged in a life of hedonism care so much about preserving these toys? Tea's ready. Yu Zhan's voice called out as he began steeping the tea. Coming. Tao Ru quickly walked over and, upon seeing the tea leaves, exclaimed, White hair, silver needle, excellent tea. The 3 of them sat around, savoring the tea. Yu Zhan glanced at his son, as though wanting to say something, but ultimately just sighed. Noticing this, Tao Ru rolled up his sleeves and offered, Dad, let me check your pulse. I've studied medicine for a few years. Yu Zhan chuckled heartily and extended his sturdy arm. After carefully feeling his pulse, Tao Ru said, You're in great shape. You could easily live to be 150. It wasn't an exaggeration. In an era enriched by spiritual energy, such longevity was no longer unusual for ordinary people. Yu Zhan burst into laughter, his face lighting up. For that compliment, I'll make an exception and share a couple of drinks with you all today. I'll go cook. Zhang Linchuan shot Ding Ji a look, signaling him to help. Seizing the moment, Zhang Linchuan and Tao Ru approached Yu Xiaowen. I think there's a misunderstanding between you and your dad, Zhang Linchuan said softly. Tao Ru immediately chimed in. I just checked his pulse. His vitality is strong, and his kidney energy is robust, could break a punching bag with one hit. Someone living a life of nightly indulgence couldn't possibly maintain such a physique. Kidney energy is the foundation of life, and excessive depletion is hard to recover from. Yu Xiaowen looked at Tao Ru in disbelief. If he didn't know Tao Ru's character, he might have assumed this was just a comforting lie. You've been here for so long, haven't you noticed there's no sign of a woman living here? Not even traces of anyone else's daily life. Zhang Linchuan added with a sigh. Who's to say he doesn't have some mistress hidden away somewhere? Yu Xiaowen retorted heatedly. Faced with Zhang Linchuan's question, Yu Xiaowen fell silent. He closed his eyes and began to slowly sift through the dust of his memories. It was the year he turned 8. On the cold hospital floor, he knelt, watching helplessly as his mother was covered by a white cloth. The sound of the doctor's sighs seemed to still echo in his ears. His father quickly signed a few documents, and then his mother was placed onto a small gurney. Stumbling, he chased after them all the way to the hospital entrance, where he saw a car adorned with white flowers waiting. His mother was placed inside, and his father, holding him, got in as well. The memories that followed were somewhat blurry. He only remembered his father coming out holding a black urn with his mother's photo on it. He understood what that meant. His mother had told him before that being placed into an urn meant leaving forever, buried in a place where sunlight could never reach. For the next 3 days, he locked himself in his room. He neither ate nor drank, lying in bed in a daze, sleeping when exhaustion overtook him. Until one day, in a hazy state, he heard a woman's voice outside. For a brief moment, he thought his mother had returned. Struggling, he climbed out of bed, using all his strength to crawl toward the door. The distance seemed unusually long. When he finally managed to prop himself up against the doorframe and pull the door open, the sight before him made him feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. A scantily clad woman was sitting on his father's lap, her short skirt barely covering her thighs. He fainted. In his dreams, his mother smiled at him gently, telling him to live well. When he woke again to find his father leaning over the bed with concern, he let out a wild, animalistic roar and swung his fist hard at that face. After that, he rarely saw his father. He stayed for a while at his grandparents' house, where he gradually came to see many things more clearly. He began to accept his father's attempts to make amends, spending his money without guilt and moving into the luxurious house his father bought. As for the rumors about his father changing women, he had long been indifferent. He found various ways to tarnish his father's reputation, but the man never lost his temper and never cut off his financial support. Tears had unknowingly started to fall. Linjuhan handed him a tissue, and only then did Yuxian realize he was crying. He couldn't even remember the last time he had shed tears. Have you figured it out? Tianwu patted him on the shoulder. Though I'm not in your shoes, maybe everything he did was for you. Dingji poked his head out of the kitchen. The kitchen's in regular use, and the fridge is full of fresh ingredients the youngest loves. Case solved. Case solved. Tianwu waved his hands excitedly. Linjuhan gave him a gentle push. Go on. Yuxian walked stiffly toward the kitchen, glancing back occasionally. The three of them gave him encouraging looks. He stormed into the kitchen like a madman, dropping to his knees before Yuxian with a heavy thud. His throat bobbed as he struggled to speak, finally forcing out a trembling "Dad." Yuxian, holding a large iron ladle, froze in place, thinking he must have misheard. Kneeling down, he pulled his son into a tight embrace, his voice shaking. What's wrong? What happened? They'll stand by you no matter what. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yuxian kept repeating, and only then did Yuxian understand. He quickly said, It's my fault, all my fault. In the kitchen, the sound of father and son crying together filled the air, tugging at the hearts of Linjuhan and the others. Tianwu wiped the corners of his eyes, then tried to lighten the mood. Man, the wind is really strong today. Got sand in my eyes. What wind? Dingji looked around, his eyes already glistening red. Linjuhan conjured a tang sword in his palm. Want me to help you feel the wind? No, no. Dingji quickly ducked behind Tianwu. I can already feel the wind seeping into every crack. Tianwu suggested, Let's go. Let the father and son have some time to talk. They should have talked sooner. Why wait till now? Fatherly love is so silent. Linjuhan sighed. Just then, Yuxian poked his head out of the kitchen, waving the iron ladle. Go where? The food's almost ready. Sit down and stay put. Yes, sir. When the food was served, Yuxian brought out a prize bottle of liquor and poured everyone a glass. After a brief word of thanks, he downed his drink in one gulp, immediately choking and coughing so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. Take it slow. Yuxian gently patted his father's back, his tone unusually soft. Yuxian poured himself a second glass. It's a blessing for Yudo to have friends like you, and a blessing for me as well. Cheers. With that, he downed another glass in one go. The three others exchanged glances, unsure whether to join in, but Yuxian was already slumped over the table, passed out. That's it? So weak, Yuxian muttered, twitching his lips as he hoisted his father onto his back and carried him to the bedroom. Moments later, he returned to the table, staring at his hands in amazement. Guys, I think something's changed about me. Yeah, you've changed a lot, Tianwu replied. No, not that. Big guy, you stand up. Confused, Dingji set down his chopsticks and stood. Yuxian wrapped his arms around Dingji's waist and effortlessly lifted him over his head, even freeing up one hand. See? This is what I'm talking about. My strength has increased. Who couldn't lift old third? He's only about 200 pounds, Tianwu said, rolling his eyes. Yuxian dashed outside, and the other three followed out of curiosity. By the time they caught up, they saw Yuxian standing beside a convertible sports car, spitting into his hands and rubbing them together. Planting his feet firmly, he gripped the car's undercarriage. The 1.5-ton convertible slowly rose into the air as he lifted it. The three stood frozen, mouths agape, exclaiming in unison, What the heck? Did his inner power just explode? Tianwu released Yuxian's wrist, his brows furrowed tightly. The test results left him utterly perplexed. Yuxian's physical condition was identical to that of Lao San. This sudden enhancement was indeed extraordinary. Are you saying that I'll turn into a big eater like Xiaodage in the future? Yuxian asked with a complex expression. What's wrong with that? It's a good thing if you all become food lovers. Tianwu replied with a cheerful grin, his eyes squinting into crescents. Leaning against the doorway, Linjuhan rested his hand on his forehead, lost in thought. Was Yuxian's transformation somehow connected to him? Would Tianwu be next? He instinctively rubbed the ring on his finger, the one hiding the item given to him by the Tianqi Academy's headmaster, a gift that was destined for the Tao family. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated, as if he only needed to follow the steps laid out for him. Yet the headmaster had once told him he was the only one unbound by fate. From Ye Qingyan to Ling Shuang, from Yanhui to Qinchang, and now Tianwu, Dingji, and Yu Ziyan, each of these individuals seemed to exist for him, revolving around him. Was this all the headmaster's doing? No, that couldn't be. The headmaster had claimed to be merely an observer. If so, then everything was unfolding along the tracks of destiny, with the only anomaly being the headmaster's cryptic words. What was he truly implying? Linjuhan began to carefully recall his conversations with the headmaster. Follow your heart, the fire of vengeance. The headmaster had said he had seen both his past and future. This suggested that the headmaster might have knowledge of the system's existence. The system's terminal had been discovered in Tianwu's treasure vault, and ever since entering the 100 Battles Tower, the system had been acting strangely. Could it be that the 100 Battles Tower was the system's core? It had transported him to a neighboring star to hunt shadow wolves, and kept incessantly urging him. In a moment of clarity, Linjuhan finally understood the headmaster's true warning. Do not let yourself be controlled by the system. What are you thinking about? So deep in thought? Tianwu said, snapping his fingers to pull Linjuhan back to reality after finishing Yushuan's tests. Nothing much, Linjuhan replied with a smile. Now that the tests are done, let's grab something to eat. We still need to visit your family later. With everything suddenly making sense, Linjuhan felt a newfound serenity in his heart. If some things were destined to happen, why worry excessively? Protect those who need protection, eliminate those who need to be eliminated. Everything was straightforward. The four of them returned indoors and devoured the meal Yuzhan had prepared. Considering their imminent visit to the prestigious Tao family, none of them drank alcohol. After tidying up the house, Linjuhan, Tianwu, and Ding Ji set off for the Tao residence by car. Yu Xiuan stayed behind to look after his drunk father. Years of estrangement would require time and genuine effort to mend. The SUV cruised steadily along the elevated highway, with the half-open window letting the warm breeze flow freely, carrying away the stale air inside the cabin. Linjuhan casually brushed aside his wind-tousled hair and suddenly recognized the surroundings. He turned to the driver, Tianwu, and asked, "Do you live here too? The environment here is nice, but no, I've never lived here. It's my first time coming," Tianwu replied, steering the car into the ramp. Linjuhan nodded silently. The Tao family's roots were in Beijing, so this wasn't the most logical place for them to reside. Still, visiting the Tao family elders and making his stance clear was a necessary step. As the car passed the Shin family residence, several luxury cars were neatly parked at the entrance. Tianwu sneered, a bunch of opportunistic hypocrites. They're all here to cozy up now that the Shun family is rising. It's just human nature, Linjuhan remarked calmly, giving the scene a brief glance before looking away. The SUV drove another 200 meters before pulling over by the roadside. Tianwu pointed to a large gate. This is the place. Above the gate hung a wooden plaque with elegant calligraphy that read, "Healing the World." As they pushed the gate open, a faint herbal fragrance wafted through the air. Linjuhan noticed intricate patterns carved into the door, clearly designed to contain the scents within the courtyard. After all, besides their renowned medical skills, the Tao family was also known for their expertise with poisons. The courtyard's layout was simple yet orderly. For neatly arranged square herb gardens occupied most of the space, leaving only a narrow stone path leading to the main building. For elderly men with white hair were busy tending the gardens, their hands skillfully turning the soil with small spades. Second grandpa, fifth grandpa, sixth grandpa, ninth grandpa, Tianwu greeted them. Tao Yilyang Tao Russ' second grandpa planted his spade into the soil and stood up, squinting as he sized up the visitors. "Ah, it's Tianwu, and you've brought a guest." Suddenly, the old man's gaze sharpened. He strode briskly across the garden toward Linjuhan. After scrutinizing him closely, he hurriedly retrieved a scroll from a storage bracelet. With trembling hands, he finally managed to unfurl it, and then, with a loud thud, he knelt to the ground. "You've finally come. You've finally come." The old man's face was streaked with tears. Linjuhan was taken aback by this unexpected scene and instinctively stepped back. Tianwu was equally stunned. "Second grandpa, what are you doing? Old fifth, old sixth, old ninth, come here. Tianwu, you kneel too." Tao Yilyang commanded in a low voice. Though confused, the others followed suit and knelt down. Linjuhan, unsure of how to react, suddenly caught sight of the unfurled scrollet was a portrait of a man. To his shock, the person in the painting was none other than himself, with every detail of his deep blue tracksuit meticulously depicted. That old fraud. Linjuhan cursed inwardly, thinking of the headmaster of Tianchi Academy. That scheming old mystic always knew everything but never explained anything. This painting was almost certainly his doing, part of a long-laid plan. Linjuhan quickly stepped forward to help the kneeling elders to their feet. "What's going on here?" he asked. Tao Yilyang looked at him with a complicated expression and let out a long sigh. "The truth is, we are the descendants of exiled criminals. The Tao family's ancestors were not from this planet." Tianwu's mouth slowly fell open, his gaze vacant, his body stiff as a board, as if the information before him had completely shattered him. I'm a descendant of aliens," he stammered. "How is that possible? Could second grandpa be suffering from dementia?" Linjuan's sharp eyes fixed on Tao Yilyang, waiting for further explanation. "You are our king," Tao Yilyang said, looking up at the sky, his voice filled with sorrow. "And we We are but the descendants of traitors. He lowered his gaze to Tianwu. Little Ru, do you know why no one in our family has ever lived past the age of 80? Tianwu shook his head. This question had always puzzled him, but the elders in the family had never provided an answer, only saying he would learn the truth when he succeeded as the family head. It is a curse of blood, Tao Yuliang exclaimed passionately, pointing to the faint mark behind his ear. Our ancestors betrayed their duty and fled to this distant planet to survive. Thousands of years have passed, and no matter how diluted the bloodline has become, the curse has remained, haunting every member of our family, Tao Yuliang said, his voice heavy with resignation. Jiang Linjuhan stepped closer to Tao Ru, carefully examining the faint reddish birthmark-like imprint behind his ear. Is this the mark of the blood curse? He asked, turning to Tao Yuliang. How can it be lifted? A wandering mystic once gave our ancestors a reproduction of this painting, Tao Yuliang said, his eyes glimmering with hope. He claimed that only the king's forgiveness could break the curse. The figure in the painting is you. That has to be the work of that old fraud, Jiang Linjuhan muttered to himself, understanding dawning in his eyes. That ancient trickster who's lived for millennia. No wonder everything about this reeks of something unusual. So, what exactly needs to be done? Do I just say, I forgive you, and that's it? The old man didn't know either. Tao Yuliang replied with a bitter smile. The ancestral teachings only go that far. Jiang Linjuhan paced in thought, then consulted the system for a solution. The system warned him that removing the curse would make it harder to control these people. But Jiang Linjuhan stood firm. I don't care about some inherited royal authority. Their descendants shouldn't have to bear the sins of their ancestors. After some back and forth, the system finally provided the method to break the curse. Jiang Linjuhan let out a quiet sigh of relief. This test had confirmed that the system wouldn't override his decisions. The Tang blade materialized in his hand. Holding it upright before his chest, he solemnly declared, in the name of Azura, I absolve your clan of guilt and grant your lineage a new beginning. As his words echoed, the blade's tip released a wave of pure energy that dissipated into the sky in an instant. That's it. Jiang Linjuhan sheathed the Tang blade, his eyes locking onto the mark behind Tao Ru's ear. A faint red mark flickered briefly with a weak glow before dissipating like smoke, vanishing without a trace in an instant. How do you feel? Tao Ru touched his ear in confusion. It felt warm for a moment, and then my whole body seemed to lighten, as if a heavy burden was lifted. Before he finished speaking, Tao Yuliang and several elders had already fallen to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they cried out, Thank you, King. The Tao clan will never forget your grace and will never betray you. Jiang Linjuhan quickly stepped forward to help them up, his expression earnest. Tao Ru is my brother, and all of you are my elders. Let the past be carried away by the wind. Meanwhile, in a small valley behind Tianwu Mountain, the headmaster of Tianqi Academy was leisurely drifting across a pond in a small boat. He gazed at the ethereal mist floating across the horizon, stroking his beard, and then gently tapped the golden dragon coiled nearby. Go have some fun. The dragon let out a resonant roar before diving into the water and disappearing. Standing with his hands behind his back, the headmaster murmured, The path of a king is not solely paved with bloodshed. Far away in the battle tower, a blonde woman stood before a screen with her arms crossed. She spoke softly, though it was unclear whether she was agreeing with the headmaster's words or approving of Jiang Linjuan's actions. Where did you get these books? Tao Ru's eyes sparkled as he stared at the ancient texts on the table. Jiang Linjuan almost blurted out, the old mystic, but quickly corrected himself. I found them in the headmaster's collection. Then they must be authentic. Tao Ru eagerly picked up a book and began studying it. Jiang Linjuan sipped his tea thoughtfully, reflecting on all that had happened today. Alien descendants, a curse, a royal identity. For a modern young man, it all felt absurdly surreal. He had wanted nothing more than an ordinary life. Yet one upheaval after another had dragged him into a storm. He had even personally killed dozens of aliens, and who knew how many more might be searching for him on Proxima Centauri. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from his second senior sister, Linjuhan. His expression stiffened as he immediately answered. Hey, junior brother. I'm at the gate of your school. I found something about what you asked me to investigate. That woman is indeed suspicious. Wait there. I'm on my way. The screeching sound of brakes pierced the air at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. Jiang Linjuan turned off the engine and stepped out of the car, greeted by the sight of Nie Qingyan leaning casually against the wall and senior sister Ling Shuang engaged in conversation with him. Ling Shuang, dressed in a floral maxi dress with her ponytail tied high, exuded a confident demeanor as she waved at Jiang Linjuan. Nice driving skills. Your drift was seriously impressive. Senior brother, what brings you here? Jiang Linjuan asked. Nie Qingyan chuckled and explained. Didn't you say you were going to stop by my place? I had nothing better to do, so I came to pick you up. Just happened to run into this blind date queen delivering some documents. Do you have to expose me like that? Ling Shuang shot him a glare and muttered in annoyance. Do you think I actually enjoy going on blind dates? She retrieved a thick file from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Linchuan. I found this among the deceased belongings at Tianwu Academy. Surprisingly, the family didn't claim it. The contents are interesting. Jiang Linchuan took the file, pulled out a stack of A4 papers, and a diary. As he skimmed through the last few pages, his expression darkened abruptly. He quickly flipped open the diary, his face growing more grim with each passing second. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed Little Witch's number, only to hear a busy tone. His heart sank. He immediately tried calling Tang Xiaonan, Little Witch's roommate. Is Tong Tong with you? Is she in the dorm? He asked urgently. No, she said she was bored and went out. Isn't she with you? Tang Xiaonan replied. Jiang Linchuan ended the call and turned to Ling Shuang. Don't worry. My people are keeping an eye on her. Ling Shuang's words were cut short as she suddenly pressed her earpiece, her expression turning grave. What? You lost her? What are you people even doing? I know where she is. A chilling glint flashed in Jiang Linchuan's eyes. On the outskirts of the empire, past the sixth ring to the northeast, stood an eerie, dilapidated scrapyard. The place was pervaded by a foul stench year-round, forcing nearby residents to avoid it. After nightfall, it was almost completely deserted. But tonight, an unusual brightness shone from within as harsh white fluorescent light spilled out of the building, failing to dispel the oppressive darkness surrounding it. Inside, a young, beautiful girl was bound to a rusty iron chair with black and silver demon shackles restraining her limbs. Her head hung limply as she remained unconscious. A disheveled woman holding a sharp knife approached, tracing the blade across the girl's face. Such a pretty face. It'd be a shame to ruin it, wouldn't it? If I were you, Aunt Mu, I'd step away from her. The sudden voice startled Mu Ying, making her jump. She hurriedly pressed the knife against the girl's neck. You, how are you here? I'm here to take her back, Jiang Linchuan declared, pointing at the unconscious girl. She killed my husband and son. I must have my revenge. Mu Ying's voice was sharp and filled with anguish, echoing through the empty room. After all these years, are you still playing this act? Jiang Linchuan sighed softly, deftly pulling out a blue-covered diary with his right hand. Do you know what this is? It's Teacher Yu's diary. Since you were so devoted to him, why didn't you take care of his belongings? Because you didn't love him. And Yu Qing isn't your child with Teacher Yu either. Mu Ying's gaze was fixed on the diary, her knuckles turning white from the strength of her grip. When did you start investigating me? She asked, her voice laced with bitterness. Jiang Linchuan calmly analyzed. After we returned from Yunkuan Mountain, Tong Tong mentioned you only set up your stall at night, but appeared unusually during the day that time. The reason is simple. After losing Teacher Yu as your source of information, you had to gather intel yourself. A cold smile played on his lips. You must be wondering how we managed to come out unscathed. It's because another group's attack disrupted your plan. He continued to expose the truth. 20 years ago, you arrived in the capital and started coming here every 15 days. You approached Teacher Yu online, got him drunk, and had a relationship with him. He didn't know you were already pregnant with another man's child when he married you. This place is the headquarters of the Dark Knight Assassins, and you've been passing information to them all along. Teacher Yu knew the truth, but still treated Yu Qing as his own. Until last year's Beast Tide, when he chose to save Tong Tong instead of Yu Qing. This made you resentful. You then used Tong Tong's guilt to manipulate her, and now you want to take her to the Dark Knight Assassins' headquarters. Suddenly, the sound of crisp applause came from outside the door. A group of black-robed individuals wearing clown masks filed in. One of them, with a blue mask, spoke up. Finally, we can take away two cis-class geniuses. My years of waiting here weren't in vain. Your girlfriend has been poisoned for 2 hours. Without the antidote, she'll succumb soon, Zhuang Xian said smugly. Jiang Linchuan's pupils constricted as he roared, move. His figure blurred like lightning as he scooped up the little witch into his arms. At the same time, nearly invisible throwing knife shot out from his chest, instantly taking down 3 Dark Knight assassins. At that moment, the roof collapsed with a deafening crash, and 2 figures descended from above, accompanied by a dazzling flash of blades. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of 12 shadowy assassins lay sprawled across the ground, leaving only Zhuang Xian and Mu Ying standing frozen in place. Yin Hui, clad in a deep blue combat suit, stood like a towering shield to Jiang Linchuan's left, wielding his cold, star-scorching saber. His fierce gaze locked onto the 2 remaining assailants, flames of hatred burning in his eyes. His father had fallen victim to these very assassins. On Jiang Linchuan's right stood Ling Shuang, her blackened combat attire accentuating her commanding and valiant aura. She gripped a crescent blade in each hand, their edges gleaming sharply. From outside the room, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Nie Qingyan strolled in, twirling a blood-stained throwing knife between his fingers. A cold, faint smile flickered across his strikingly handsome face. With a single coordinated strike, Jiang Linjuhan's 3 martial brothers and sister eliminated all their enemies in an instant. Well, didn't expect you to find our lair so quickly, Zhuang Exen sneered. Boy, watch as the one you love most dies before your eyes let her life pay for my sons. Ha ha ha. His laughter abruptly stopped mid-sentence as his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Nie Qingyan quickly stepped forward, removing Zhuang Xin's mask and inspecting his neck. He took poison, he announced. After thoroughly searching Zhuang Xin's body, he found no storage devices or antidote. Jiang Linjuhan held Shun Xintong tightly in his arms, his gaze sharp as a blade as he turned to Mu Ying. Where's the antidote? There is no antidote here, Mu Ying replied with a bitter smile, kneeling down to gently close Zhuang Xin's eyes. Jiang Linjuhan drew his tang blade, its cold light flashing in the dim room. Don't kill her. Shin Xintong weakly lifted her head. I owe her my life. With those words, she fell unconscious once more. Jiang Linjuhan sheathed his blade, nodding in agreement. He gently brushed Shun Xintong's cheek with tenderness, but in the next moment, he stomped his right foot on the ground, sending a rusted iron fragment flying into his hand. In a swift motion, it transformed into a deadly projectile, piercing through Mu Ying's throat. I'm not that forgiving. Besides, Tong Tong's life was saved by Teacher Yu. Go down and atone to him. Mu Ying clutched at her bleeding neck, writhing in agony on the ground. Her eyes reflected a mix of regret, unwillingness, and resignation as life faded from her. Jiang Linjuhan looked up at the broken roof and called out, Master. Instantly, a gentle force enveloped him and Shan Xintong, carrying them swiftly into the distance. 2 minutes later, they landed at the Tao family's residence. Tao Ru came forward, and Jiang Linjuhan carefully placed Shun Xintong on the sofa. After examining her, Tao Ru explained that she was poisoned by burning soul powder. Luckily, she hadn't used her internal energy to force the poison out, or it would have spread faster. While curable, the antidote ingredients were hard to gather immediately. Acupuncture would be needed as a temporary measure. They'll do it, Jiang Linjuhan said without hesitation, removing his shirt. Tao Ru retrieved a sandalwood needle case, meticulously explaining the procedure's details before taking out a silver needle and beginning the treatment. Tao Ru moved with a steady and deliberate rhythm, each needle landing precisely on the acupuncture points, as if he were embroidering with utmost care. As he worked, he clearly named each point and the sequence in which he applied the needles. Jiang Linjuhan held his breath, focusing intently on Tao Ru's every move, committing the technique to memory. Although Jiang had a basic understanding of human acupuncture points, he was far from mastering it at Tao Ru's level of expertise. Once Jiang Linjuan's body was covered with silver needles, Tao Ru paused. Got it memorized? Got it, Jiang replied. Tao Ru swiftly removed the needles, carefully sterilized them, and then began to take off his own shirt. As the ideal test subject, he intended to let Jiang practice on him while providing real-time feedback. Jiang Linjuhan took a deep breath and picked up the first silver needle. His movements, while not as elegant as Tao Ru's, were precise and confident. Soon, the final needle was inserted into Tao Ru's body. Any issues? Tao Ru asked. None, Jiang replied. Tao Ru smirked. If you decide to pursue medicine, I might just lose my livelihood. Prepare a guest room for me. Jiang Linjuhan dressed himself and picked up the little witch. Tao Ru pointed toward the stairs. First room on the left upstairs. Just cleaned. No one's staying there. Jiang carried the little witch into the room, gently laid her on the bed, drew the curtains, and locked the door behind him. All right, sure, a blood eyes. His eyes were immediately veiled in a crimson hue as his mind entered an intensely focused state. Without hesitation, he began to remove her clothing. The girl's pale, jade-like skin was revealed under the soft light, but a sinister black line extended from her navel toward her heart, already encroaching a third of the way. Thankfully, Jiang had activated his Shura blood eyes in advance. Otherwise, the sight might have unsettled his focus. Jiang steadied his breath, silver needle in hand, and began the treatment. Each needle precisely pierced the acupuncture points, his movements fluid and unerring. Despite her unconscious state, Shin Xintong furrowed her brows slightly, letting out faint whimpers of pain, her delicate body trembling. As the needles continued to strike their marks, the black line finally began to recede, slowly retreating toward her abdomen. With the final needle, the dark line had completely withdrawn. Jiang exhaled deeply, placing his palm on her abdomen and channeling energy with a firm push. Shun Xintong abruptly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her eyes snapping open, locking with his crimson gaze. The air seemed to freeze as silence enveloped them. When she realized her current state, her face flushed crimson, a rosy hue spreading across her entire body. Don't move. Let me remove the needles, Jiang said calmly. Without waiting for her response, he began swiftly pulling out the needles. Shin Shintong quickly covered her mouth, afraid any unusual sounds might escape, her eyes wide with panic. Done, Zhang declared, placing the needles back into their sandalwood box. Don't look, Shin Shintong exclaimed, first crossing her arms over her chest. Feeling that wasn't enough, she moved to cover her abdomen, and finally resorted to covering her eyes altogether. While Shin Shintong was still shyly covering her face, Zhang Linjuhan carefully adjusted the blanket for her and deactivated the Shura blood eye. Although he had already averted his gaze, the stunning image of her lingered in his mind, stirring a heated sensation within him. I'll go prepare something for you to eat, Zhang Linjuhan said, tilting his head slightly before striding out of the room. Hearing the door close, Shin Shintong cautiously peeked out from under the blanket. Confirming that no one was around, she pouted, threw off the blanket, and examined her figure. Am I really that unappealing? She muttered to herself. Looks like I need to ask Chang'an for some tips. She quickly put on her undergarments beneath the covers, then sat hugging her knees, resting her chin on them. Her bright eyes gradually dimmed as her thoughts drifted to the students and their parents. They must be so disappointed, she thought. Outside, Tianwu accepted the sandalwood box Zhang Linjuhan handed him, raising an eyebrow. That's it? Yeah. That quick? Tianwu asked with a mischievous smile. What are you implying? Zhang Linjuan's tone turned slightly cold. You're the one overthinking. Tianwu quickly waved his hands in denial. By the way, there's medicinal porridge cooking in the kitchen. Make sure your wife drinks it. It'll help eliminate any residual toxins. Wife. Zhang Linjuan's hand paused mid-motion as he was pouring water. At this point, isn't it a done deal? Besides, you've already met her mom, Tianwu said with a playful wink. Zhang Linjuan shot him a glance. You've been spending too much time with Yu Zaiwen, becoming more and more indecent. He's truly shameless. Me? At most, am discreetly cheeky, Tianwu said with a grin. And as a scholar, I wouldn't call it cheeky. It's just being candid. Get some rest. I'm going to check on the porridge, Zhang Linjuan said, cutting off the banter. As he stepped into the courtyard, Zhang Linjuan called out, Master, but received no reply. His master must have already left. Just then, Nie Qingyan called to check in. Upon learning that the poison had been neutralized, Nie mentioned that he and others were currently hunting down remnants of the Dark Knight assassins in the capital and promised to credit Zhang Linjuan for his efforts. Take care, senior brother, Zhang Linjuan said. Don't worry, we've got a whole unit here. Got a goon to the next target. After putting away his phone, Zhang Linjuan gazed up at the night sky, a glint of icy determination in his eyes. Dark Knight assassins? I want rest until every last one of you is destroyed. The imperial capital buzzed with life that night. In the bars, people danced wildly to deafening music. On the streets, sanitation workers leaned against curbs, eating cold steamed buns with sips of chilled water. At the border's steel-clad strongholds, soldiers stood like statues, unmoving, as the red flag above them fluttered fiercely in the wind. But tonight, the city was shrouded in an air of grim resolve. Elite forces from the Sui City, Watchtower, and Dragon Halberd legions were conducting a full-scale sweep against the Dark Knight assassins. In front of a private villa, Yan Hui, Ling Shuang, and Li Yang, the captain of the Dragon Lance Army, met outside the villa, where dozens of soldiers had already surrounded the entire building. Clenching her fists tightly, Ling Shuang's knuckles cracked as she said, Let's give our dear minister a proper welcome. A glint of coldness flashed in Yan Hui's eyes as he let out a disdainful snort. He's not worth it. We risk our lives on the front lines while this scumbag lines his pockets in the rear and even betrays the nation. If you hadn't uncovered the clues, who would have known there was such a parasite hiding among the higher-ups? Damn it. Li Yang cut himself off, realizing it was inappropriate to curse in front of a lady. Let's move. As the three approached the villa's entrance, a deafening explosion erupted above them. A large hole blasted open in the roof, and a figure shot into the air, hovering in the night sky. Stellar level. The three of them felt a chill in their hearts simultaneously. This was clearly not the traitorous Minister Shur. Don't bother looking. Your Minister Shur has long since met his maker. Oh, my apologies. Your Dragon Kingdom believes in Yin Wang, doesn't it? The figure in the air mocked. Who are you? Ling Shuang demanded sharply. Tracy, the thousand-faced sorcerer, one of the 8 divine envoys of the holy nation, the person declared arrogantly as their face continuously shifted and changed. Li Yang sneered. 8 divine envoys of the holy nation? You? Don't flatter yourself. You night marauders are nothing more than pests clinging to life at the end of autumn. Oh no, no. Tracy spread his arms wide, his face alight with fanaticism. You simply don't understand the beauty of the holy nation or the power of the divine lord. Soon enough, you'll all be on your knees, begging for eternal life at his feet. Brainwashed zealot. Ling Shuang scoffed, turning to Yan Hui. What now? With his abilities, if he escapes into the crowd, it'll be hard to track him down. Yan Hui was about to draw his sword when Li Yang gave a sly smile. No need to worry, you two. The arrow god himself arrived in the capital today. That idiot in the sky is a sitting duck. The unparalleled arrow god, Helan Yi. Yan Hui and Ling Shuang exchanged astonished glances. Helan Yi, the Dragon Kingdom's strongest warrior, awakened his powers at 16 and was defending Qinglong Pass by 18. For 60 years, his legendary chasing rainbow arrows had slain countless ferocious beasts, rendering Qinglong Pass impenetrable. The Dragon Kingdom's four great strongholds Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zuxtud, like the mythical guardians they were named after, protecting the nation's vast coastline from the relentless onslaught of sea monsters. And now, the arrow god, who had not left Qinglong Pass in 6 decades, had suddenly returned to the capital. This news alone was enough to shock anyone privy to it. I have no idea either, Li Yang said helplessly, spreading his hands. Tracy let out a shrill laugh. Goodbye, Dragon Kingdom people. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be kneeling to kiss my toes. With that, he turned to leave, ready to enjoy a well-deserved break after his long period of infiltration in the Dragon Kingdom. He chose to fly low along the eastern horizon, prepared to blend into the crowd at any moment. Arrogant as he was, even he didn't dare to act recklessly in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, a blinding light tore through the night sky, speeding directly toward him. Fear overwhelmed Tracy in an instant. A wave of unprecedented despair gripped his heart, and regret flooded over him. Regret for coming to the Dragon Kingdom. Regret for not leaving sooner. But now, all he could do was watch helplessly as the light closed in. An irresistible force held him suspended in midair, unable to move. As the light drew nearer, he finally saw it clearly. It was an arrow formed entirely of pure spiritual energy. It appeared unassuming, yet it carried an aura of overwhelming power. The arrow struck his forehead with precision, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the blink of an eye, Tracy's figure, along with the spiritual energy arrow, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. On a distant mountaintop, a seated figure lowered a longbow and then disappeared into the night. Thank you, arrow god. Yan Hui and the others saluted solemnly in the direction of the light source. Pack it up. Ling Shuang stretched lazily, a bright smile on her face. Finally caught this parasite. I can sleep soundly tonight. Yan Hui cast her a cold glance. Don't be late for your blind date tomorrow. No swearing, no fighting. With that, he led the Suicheng warriors back to their base. Ling Shuang's smile froze instantly. She waved a fist at Yan Hui's retreating back and snorted disdainfully. Like hell I will. I'm sleeping in as long as I want. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh, right. I still need to write a report to secure credit for my junior apprentice brother. Gotta beat the boss to it and recruit him into the Sentinels. Nearby, Nie Qingyan scratched his head in frustration as he watched everyone leave. They must be busy wrapping things up. Definitely not forgetting about me. Li Yang approached him and asked politely, Qingyan, want me to give you a ride? No need, brother Yang. You take the team back and get some rest. Nie Qingyan declined with a smile. All right then, head home early too. Don't let the old lady at home worry. If she finds out you were on a mission with us, she'll have my hide. Waving goodbye, Li Yang led the Dragonland squad away. Late that night, Zhang Linjuhan carried a bowl of freshly made medicinal porridge and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. After waiting for a moment, he pushed the door open and entered. He found Shen Xintong sitting barefoot on the window seat, her gaze fixed on the distant night sky. Her profile carried a trace of melancholy. Noticing the tear stains on her face, Zhang Linjuhan sighed softly, walked over, and gently ruffled her hair. I just made some medicinal porridge. It'll help clear the toxins. Shen Xintong gave a slight nod, her eyes still lost in the night sky. Zhang Linjuan nudged her leg with his hip and sat down beside her, carefully scooping up a spoonful of medicinal porridge. He blew on it gently to cool it down, then brought the spoon to Shen Xintong's lips. Shen Xintong wrinkled her delicate little face and twitched her perky nose. The smell of the porridge instinctively made her want to avoid it, but she obediently opened her rosy lips and took a tentative sip. She immediately scrunched up her face and pitifully said, Bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter. No arguing, Zhang Linjuan said, deliberately putting on a stern face. That's what you used to tell me. He remembered how, when he was in poor health and had to take those large, bitter pills, the little troublemaker would always clap her hands at his side and say, Good medicine tastes bitter, but it will make you better. Shen Xintong pouted but obediently ate the porridge spoonful by spoonful, her delicate face scrunched up the entire time. When she finally finished the last bite, she immediately stretched out her fair little hand. Good kids who finish their medicine deserve a reward. Zhang Linjuan put down the bowl and, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out an egg the size of a basketball. The top of the egg was already cracked open, releasing a delicious aroma. Shin Shintong's eyes lit up instantly. She gave him a playful glare and said coyly, "Why didn't you bring this out earlier if you had something tasty? This is the egg of a Qingming python that I got on Yunkuan Mountain, saved especially for you," Jiang Linchuan explained. He didn't dare admit that he had forgotten about it, knowing that would lead to trouble. Hearing the words, "saved especially for you," Shan Shintong felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, then hugged the snake egg and buried her head into it. Watching her posture, Jiang Linchuan couldn't help but muse. Why do people always eat snake eggs like this? About 10 minutes later, Shen Shintong contentedly patted her now rounded belly and let out a satisfied burp. She mischievously placed the eggshell on her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Do I look like an egg alien?" "Egg aliens aren't nearly as cute as you," Jiang Linchuan said as he quickly took out his phone to snap a picture. "After eating so much, they'll have to go on a diet again," Shen Shintong sighed, resting her chin on her hand with a guilty expression. Skinny people first," Jiang Linchuan muttered, his gaze unconsciously drifting downward, his thoughts wandering. "Do I look good?" Shen Shintong asked, blinking her eyes. "You look beautiful," Jiang Linchuan replied, his breath catching as he couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. Suddenly, Shen Shintong pushed him against the wall by the bay window and straddled his lap. Hooking her finger under his chin, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer. Then, "Do you want to take another look?" She shouldn't be called a little troublemaker. She's a little enchantress, Jiang Linchuan thought to himself. "Enchantress, let me handle you with my golden staff." He turned to look out the window, trying to calm his racing heart. Shen Shintong giggled, turning his face back toward her, just as she was about to kiss him. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky. "Master's back!" she exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Linchuan also saw the streak that pierced through the night sky, and his expression darkened. Just as he was wondering if it was some kind of warning, his phone buzzed with a message from Ye Qingyan. "The dark night criminals in the imperial capital have been mostly eradicated. The hidden traitors among the high ranks have also been exposed. It turns out someone was impersonating now dealt with by the arrow god." Jiang Linchuan put away his phone and gazed into the night, lost in thought. The holy nation, the divine lord, the divine envoys. The dark night criminals wanted to establish a new kingdom. But this so-called divine lord, was it truly divine? And even the peerless arrow god, has he become a god? "You seem upset?" Shen Shintong turned her head and noticed Jiang Linchuan's somber expression. She couldn't help but ask. Blinking her eyes, she leaned closer to his face and teased, "Oh, come on. You're upset just because I made you wait for a kiss? It's only been a few seconds." As she spoke, she fluttered like a cheerful little bird, planting delicate kisses on his cheeks, lips, and neck. Jiang Linchuan held her slender figure tightly in his arms, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged through him. "What's wrong?" Shen Shintong paused her actions and gently patted his back. "Nothing, just a little tired," Jiang Linchuan murmured. He couldn't bring himself to voice the real concern weighing on his heart, his suspicion that her master harbored feelings for her that went beyond the bounds of a mentor-student relationship, and that he might secretly be threatening Jiang Linchuan's family. Saying it out loud would only sound absurd. After all, how could the renowned arrow god stoop to competing with a young upstart like him? Especially when there was such a vast age gap, enough for him to be her great-grandfather. What made it even more disheartening was the knowledge that even if he had proof, it wouldn't matter. On one hand stood a legendary hero who had defended Qinglong Pass for 60 years, and on the other was an obscure newcomer. To the citizens of Longhua, as long as their safety was ensured, even breaches of ethics and morality could be overlooked. Such was the harsh reality of power. "Let's go to bed then," Shen Shintong said, hopping off the window ledge and leading him toward the bed. Jiang Linchuan let her guide him, his movements mechanical, as he watched her carefully help him remove his outerwear and shoes before tucking him under the covers. "I'll always be here with you," she whispered. She slipped off her own clothes, leaving only her undergarments, and curled up in his arms. "Good night." "Good night," Jiang Linchuan replied, closing his eyes and sinking into the darkness, his consciousness drifting as if soaring into an endless starry sky. At 3:45 a.m., he jolted awake from a nightmare, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively, he reached for his chest and felt a warm, slick sensation. "What's wrong?" Shen Shintong groggily turned on the bedside lamp, and the soft glow filled the room. "It's not blood. It's your drool." Jiang Linchuan exhaled in relief. Shen Shintong realized then that a glistening strand of drool hung from the corner of her mouth. Embarrassed, she quickly wiped it away. I was dreaming about delicious food," she mumbled, sneaking a glance at Jiang Linchuan. She noticed his gaze fixed intently on her exposed, fair chest. "Ah, now that's more like it," she said smugly, puffing out her chest and tilting her delicate chin upward. Linjuhan stuffed her back under the blanket, turned off the lamp, and lay there, haunted by the memory of his nightmare. In the dream, a faceless young man had pierced through his second-generation alloy battle armor with just one finger, driving straight into his heart. He could vividly feel the blood splatter as his heart burst, his life ebbing away with each drop of blood, and the darkness consuming him. Shun Xintong's desperate cries echoed in his ears. A foreboding sense whispered to him that this might not have been just a dream. Shun Xintong nestled closer into his arms, carefully wiping away the drool she'd accidentally left on his chest, silently berating herself. How could a fairy drool? Linjuhan tightened his embrace around her, a fleeting red light flashing in his eyes before he closed them again. When he woke up, warm sunlight was already streaming through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto his feet outside the blanket. Shun Xintong was already dressed, her high ponytail swaying as she sat on the bed in a duck-sitting position, typing intently on her phone. Seeing him awake, she hastily hid her phone behind her back, her face flushing red. Suddenly, Tang Xiaonan's voice blared inappropriately into the room. "I'm telling you, young lady, why so timid? If it doesn't work, just drug him." The atmosphere froze instantly. Damn it. Accidental playback. I swear, they'll never let Tang Xiaonan send voice messages again. Shun Xintong muttered in embarrassment as she put her phone away. Linjuhan rose expressionlessly, got dressed, and went into the bathroom to freshen up. Once ready, the two of them walked downstairs hand in hand. "Come on, have breakfast," Tianwu called out, munching on a bun while a copy of the medical text Qing Shu sat beside him. Meanwhile, Ding Ji was devouring a mountain of buns with both hands, making Shun Xintong stare in astonishment. Linjuhan was unfazed. Knew Ding Ji's appetite only became truly astonishing when he was eating spirit-infused beast meat. Linjuhan pulled out a chair for Shun Xintong, poured her a cup of soy milk, and sat down. Tianwu spoke earnestly. "By the way, my father wants to meet you. I know you've been busy lately, so I pushed it back. He asked me to tell you that the Tao family will always be your ally. Let's not talk about that now. They'll visit when I have the time." Linjuhan waved it off and began eating. Shun Xintong curiously observed her surroundings, but she knew Linjuhan would share what she needed to know when the time was right. "Also, Healan Mianxia has returned from Qinglong Pass," Tianwu said, his eyes gleaming with reverence. "Do you know why he came back?" Linjuhan asked in an even tone. Tianwu, not noticing the subtle change in his voice, continued. "I heard he came back to rest for a few years. After all, he spent 60 years at Qinglong Pass. A mountain to the west of the imperial capital has been renamed Arrow God Mountain as his retreat." After breakfast, laden with bags of gifts pressed upon them by the elders, the four of them drove back to Tianwu. Their original plan to visit the Nye family had to be postponed, as Linjuhan made a call to apologize to his senior and entrusted the Tao family with delivering gifts on his behalf. Upon returning to Tianwu, they headed straight to the library and navigated their way to the 100 Battles Tower. A glowing teleportation portal awaited them silently. Linjuhan donned his alloy battle armor, picked up his blade, and stepped through. This time, instead of a high-altitude drop, the system transported him directly to the ground-a-lowlying area covered in red rubble. "How should I address you now?" Linjuhan murmured to himself. "Your civilization's names are too long, so I've chosen one for myself based on it. You can call me Hai. Hai. All right. You help me grow stronger, and it'll accomplish what you want." "Wait, what?" "Something this important should be discussed face-to-face." Face-to-face. Linjuhan scanned his surroundings. "Dummy, take out the system terminal and wear it on your left wrist." Linjuhan followed the instructions. The system terminal emitted a soft blue light, integrating with his second-generation alloy battle armor to form a 3-inch military-grade tactical display. Soon, a face with golden hair and angelic features appeared on the screen, a radiant smile gracing its lips. "An AI? AI isn't wrong, but it's far from my level," Heen sneered dismissively. Before Linjuhan could retort, she extended her hand decisively. "Your earlier proposal deal." Facing the display screen, Linjuhan pressed his palm gently against it. "Heen, locate the nearest shadow wolves." "Got it." Heen swiftly brushed aside the strands of hair falling over her forehead. With a flick of her fingers, a map dotted with red markers appeared on the screen. Each red point was labeled with its precise distance and combat strength. Linjuhan studied the map carefully and spotted a dense cluster of red markers, the Shadow Wolves' main base on the neighboring planet. He ultimately chose a nearby, moderately sized outpost as his target. Activating the flight system of his alloy battle armor, Linjuhan set off directly for the location. A chilling intent surged within him, manifesting as a thin layer of frost on the surface of his armor. Upon arrival at the outpost, he abandoned any plans for stealth and launched a direct assault. His tang blade danced in his hands, gleaming with deadly light. Azura's blood eyes. Streaking light. Feather step on snow. raised the banner on the battlefield. Chaos among the wolves. Wherever his blade struck, shadow wolves fell in droves. Their blue blood splattered across the rocks, blossoming like eerie blue flowers. Before long, the outpost was littered with corpses, severed limbs, and devastation. Now this is a true Azura. Heen clapped her hands enthusiastically. I swear on my former position as left wing guardian, I will help you reclaim your throne. This will be a grand return, where life finds redemption in its wake. Expressionless, Linjuhan crushed the skull of the last shadow wolf beneath his boot. Then he began collecting resources from the outpost, including pulse magnetic cannons, Balkan guns, and other supplies. Next outpost, he said, his killing intent still unquenched. An hour later, Linjuhan arrived at the second outpost, 300 kilometers away. This location had a larger number of shadow wolves, and the battle drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. A battleship is heading this way, Heen suddenly warned. It's armed with charged particle cannons and 4 8-barrel Vulcan guns. Your second-generation alloy armor won't withstand the charged particle cannon. Can you disable their weapon systems? Linjuhan asked. I can, but if they switch to manual control, there's nothing I can do. Then disable the weapon systems first, he ordered. On it. Heen playfully saluted with her fingers pressed together. Linjuhan sat cross-legged on the desolate surface of Proxima Centauri, absorbing the free-floating spiritual energy in the air while replenishing his reserves with a spirit orb. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. The immense pressure felt like needles on his back, but with no path of retreat, he decided to go all in. You are now within the enemy's attack range. The charged particle cannon is powering up. Heen's timely reminder came through. Linjuhan glanced at the flashing blue on his terminal and sneered. Attacking from 100 kilometers away? How cautious. He swiftly darted into a nearby depression, flying at high speed in a chaotic, erratic pattern. Meanwhile, Heen continued to interfere with the enemy's weapon systems. She refrained from fully locking them down to prevent the enemy from switching to manual mode. Of course, she could have detonated the battleship outright, but that would defeat the purpose. As the distance closed, the colossal ship, something straight out of a sci-fi movie, gradually came into view. Its 4 Vulcan cannons roared simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. Linjuhan felt a chill in his heart, but charged forward fearlessly into the storm of bullets. Holding his tang blade upright, he sliced through every bullet that came into contact with its edge. However, the immense impact sent waves of pain through his organs, and the bullets that struck his alloy battle armor caused blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. Heen, lock it down. Done. The electric glow of the particle cannon's muzzle instantly extinguished. Linjuhan blinked to the other side of the battleship, continuing to close the distance. Just as he approached, the particle cannon began charging again. Strike the waters, 3,000 waves. Linjuhan shot straight up, his eyes blazing red. The blade's edge swept through the air, stirring up a tidal wave, merging sea and sky into one. Heen, take me back. A wormhole opened in the air, and Linjuhan clutched his abdomen as he tumbled into it. Behind him, the charged particle cannon released a dazzling blue light, and the battleship disintegrated inch by inch in the electric glow. Each fragment was uniform in size, with razor-sharp edges. Linjuhan staggered out of the 100 Battles Tower and collapsed heavily onto the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His alloy battle armor, its energy depleted, had failed to fully block the bullets, leaving him gravely injured. Fortunately, his robust physique had prevented him from being torn apart on the spot. Back already? Huh? A familiar, muffled voice came from nearby. Linjuhan looked up and froze. Standing in a small sterile operating room was the dean of Tianwu Academy. Dressed in blue surgical scrubs, wearing a mask, holding a scalpel in his left hand and a hemostat in his right, the dean stared at him. Those squinting eyes unmistakably held a smile. There was no doubt that the old trickster was laughing. Linjuhan staggered into the small operating room, clutching the wound on his abdomen. Inside, Dean Tianwu was already waiting for him, a cryptic smile playing on his face. No need to disinfect it. Your body can handle it anyway, Dean Tianwu said, using a gentle yet firm force to lift Linjuhan onto the operating table. He then pulled a pitch-black pill from his pocket and, before Linjuhan could react, shoved it directly into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm sensation surged toward the wounded area on his abdomen. Could you act like a human being for once? Linjuhan muttered weakly. Need anesthesia? Dean Tianwu asked casually as he began cutting away the fabric around Linjuhan's wound with surgical scissors. Oh, I forgot to bring it. Blame my old age and poor memory. I could knock you out, but then you'd miss my brilliant surgical skills. Quite the dilemma, isn't it? If I could beat you, I'd crack open your skull to see what the hell is inside. Linjuhan growled, turning his head to the side and gritting his teeth. Don't hold such a grudge. I'm just an old man. Dean Tianchi said with a glance in his direction, continuing his chatter. Having an elder in the house is like having a treasure. There aren't many treasures like me left, you know? Cherish me while you can. Before he could finish, a sharp wave of pain nearly made Linjuhan black out. He clenched his teeth, his entire body tensing as his handsome face twisted in agony. At that moment, he wished he could just pass out, sparing himself from both the pain and the old man's endless prattle. With a metallic clink, Dean Tianchi used forceps to extract a bloodstained, golden bullet and casually tossed it into a nearby metal tray. Relax, it's out now. Just as Linjuhan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another surge of pain made his expression even more contorted. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The second one's out too. This time, I'm serious, Dean Tianchi said, holding up the deformed bullet for inspection. Looks like it hit an alloy combat suit first, then got pushed into your abdomen by the next bullet. Then how about stitching me up already? Linjuhan gritted out through clenched teeth. Stitch what? It's already healed, Dean Tianchi replied, packing up the surgical tools with the air of a diligent, caring doctor. Linjuhan looked down and, to his astonishment, saw that the wound had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. If not for the bloodstains on his clothes, it would have been as though he were never injured. He carefully moved his body, confirming there was no discomfort, and sat up, silently pondering the origins of that miraculous pill. Thanks, Dean. You're welcome. Just remember to settle the surgery fee, Dean Tianchi said with a cheerful smile, removing his mask. How much? Linjuhan asked, his lips twitching. Dean, you're so stingy. You promised me anything when you lured me here. Dean Tianchi stroked his long beard, which seemed impossibly tucked beneath his mask, and said leisurely, talking about money hurts relationships. Just leave the goods outside and head back. A vein bulged on Linjuhan's forehead as he clenched his fists, only to reluctantly release them again. He had long suspected the old man had his eyes on the spoils he had collected, but he could only admit defeat. After placing the goods outside the operating room, he walked away with a carefree air, knowing full well he couldn't win in a fight anyway. He didn't understand why the old mystic was so fixated on these things, yet he vaguely felt like he was starting to piece something together. After changing clothes in the library restroom and carefully washing the bloodstains off, Linjuhan headed back to his dorm. As he reached the dormitory building, he saw his father, Zhang Yandong, standing there holding a folded single bed. Dad, why are you still up so late? Just happened to run into you. This is the bed your dorm needed. Take it upstairs. My coworkers are still waiting for me to join them for drinks, Zhang Yandong said, shoving the bed into his son's hands. He gave Linjuhan a quick once-over before waving and walking away. Linjuhan looked at the folding bed in his hands with a puzzled expression. Did someone in the dorm break their bed or something? Pushing open the dormitory door, he was almost startled by a white figure crouching on the floor. Upon closer inspection, he saw his 3 roommates sitting around the table, beckoning him over. In the corner, a white-haired boy was silently laying out some bedding. What's going on? Isn't this guy from Shanglong Academy? Linjuhan asked, confused. Tianwu shrugged. The dean poached him from Shanglong himself and even personally brought him here. This student, named Yu Tian, was quite skilled and even a disciple of the sword enthusiast. Linjuhan quietly marveled at the old mystic's methods. I don't like this white-haired guy already. What if he steals the spotlight? How's this self-proclaimed #1 cool guy supposed to keep his status now? Yu Xiaowen grumbled, cracking his knuckles with a disgruntled expression. Too bad. You can't beat him, Tianwu stated bluntly. Yu Xiaowen immediately deflated and sneakily reached a hand toward Tianwu, only for the latter to slap it away. Medicine's expensive, and besides, we're all classmates now. Stop playing dirty. Linjuhan walked over to help Yu Tian set up the folding bed. Thanks, Yu Tian said, then looked directly at him. I'm here to challenge you. Oh, so you're planning to take all 4 of us on? Yu Xiaowen stood up, provoking him. Yu Tian glanced at him. At most, you count as half. What the? I can't take this. Yu Xiaowen slammed the table and stood up in indignation. Tianwu and Ding Ji raised their hands in unison. We're not stopping you. Go ahead. Someone was holding me back earlier. Never mind. I'm tired. Going to bed. Yu Xiaowen quickly retreated to his bunk, leaving only his head peeking out from under the covers. Linjuhan nodded. Good luck, then. With that, he climbed into bed and pulled out his phone to video call Mao Yuan. As soon as the call connected, Mao Yuan's voice burst out in a wail. Xiaochuan, help me. I can't take it anymore. These people are monsters. Linjuhan stared at the screen, dumbfounded. The person on the other end of the call looked similar but was far from the scruffy monkey he once knew. His once delicate face was now sharp and defined, his middle-parted hair replaced by a buzz cut. His body was packed with bulging muscles, his bronze skin gleaming with a healthy sheen. He looked like a mini version of King Kong. Excuse me, but how exactly did you evolve from a monkey into King Kong? Ugh, They said that such a domineering and fierce power like Thunderstorm Lion deserves someone who looks the part. Mao Yuan sniffled and complained. They train me day and night without rest, man. It's rough. Those liars tricked me so badly. If I had known, I would have joined you at Tianwu. At least I wouldn't have to endure this endless punishment here. Zhang Linjuhan listened to his friend's grievances with a serious expression and asked, have you noticed anything unusual over there? Has anyone tried to harm you? Yes. Mao Yuan's response instantly made Zhang Linjuhan tense up, but what Mao Yuan said next made him burst out laughing. The unusual thing is that the girls here are all so gorgeous, theory all after me. What can I say? It's tough being this handsome. As he spoke, he even puffed out his chest proudly. Zhang Linjuan let out a discreet sigh of relief. I'll introduce you to Showen sometime. You two are bound to hit it off as good friends. Then he added, just stay at the academy and focus on your training. Don't wander around unnecessarily. Even if I wanted to run, I couldn't. Mao Yuan replied with a pitiful look, then quickly shifted to gossiping. So, how's it going with the little witch? Have you won her over yet? It's practically a public service to deal with her. I fully support you. Honestly, now that she's grown up so stunning, it's like a dream. She doesn't even seem real anymore. Things are fine, Zhang Linjuan replied, deliberately leaving out the part where the little witch tried to drug him. After chatting a bit more, Mao Yuan was called off for training, and their video call had to end. However, Mao Yuan's progress was indeed remarkable, had already advanced to silver level 1. Such rapid improvement was practically miraculous. Of course, with the intensive training resources of Thunder Lion Academy, even an ordinary chicken could be raised into a phoenix. And Mao Yuan was already talented to begin with. Zhang Linjuan knew the academy's headmaster was grooming Mao Yuan as a future successor, and he couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for his childhood friend. With the legendary bloodthirsty lion as the headmaster, Mao Yuan's safety was not a concern. As Qin Sheng once said, the one person in the world you should never provoke is the old lion of Thunder Lion Academy. Crossing him guarantees a fight to the death. He had once single-handedly stormed the overseas base of a notorious gang, survived 7 fatal injuries, and emerged alive. Since then, no one dared to challenge him. Most importantly, the old lion's strength had reached the pinnacle of the moon soul level. After saying goodnight to the little witch, Zhang Linjuan fell into a deep sleep. The prolonged mental strain and the earlier fierce battle with the shadow wolf had left him utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Yu Tian curled up on a folding bed in the corner, staring blankly at the wooden underside of Zhang Linjuan's bed. She still couldn't figure out why she couldn't draw her sword when facing him. On Monday morning, Zhang Linjuan headed straight for the small valley to report to his master. He hadn't been there for 2 days and couldn't afford to slack off any longer. Upon reaching the valley entrance, he peeked inside cautiously. Thankfully, the house hadn't exploded, and old Lu was nowhere to be seen. He sighed in relief. As he approached Granny Yang's courtyard gate, the elderly woman was leaning against the doorframe, cracking sunflower seeds. She called out to him, young lad, can you do this old lady a favor? Of course, Granny. What do you need? Zhang Linjuan responded politely. Granny Yang's wrinkled face lit up with a smile. Help me buy some hens that lay eggs. Sure. Zhang Linjuan agreed with a nod. Off you go then, Granny Yang said, waving her hand. Zhang Linjuan sent a quick message to Yu Showen before stepping into the grass hut. Clang, clank, the crisp sound of hammering echoed through the thatched hut. Qin Cheng, bare-chested, was intently forging a blade blank. His muscles tensed with every swing. Zhang Linjuan walked in, greeted him briefly, and also removed his shirt. He pulled a glowing red piece of iron from the furnace and began hammering it. Your mind is unsettled, Qin Cheng said calmly, without even looking up. Oh. Zhang Linjuan quickly adjusted his mindset, focusing his thoughts. Emotions aren't just written on your face, they're hidden in your heart. Every move you make can reveal flaws. If an enemy catches the slightest opening, they can turn the tables. Qin Cheng's hammer swung rhythmically as he glanced at him. The human heart is the most poisonous medicine in the world. Never overestimate the goodness of human nature or underestimate its darkness. Everyone has desires, and some will stop at nothing to fulfill them. What you can do is keep tempering yourself, like forging steel through countless strikes, sharpening it into a blade. Just like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, the chrysalis stage is unavoidable. Master, I understand. Carry on. The master and disciple focused on their work, occasionally exchanging a few words as Qin Cheng shared his insights. 2 hours flew by, and Zhang Linjuan wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stepped out of the hut. Suddenly, the valley was filled with the roar of an engine and the clamor of chickens squawking. Zhang Linjuan rubbed his temples. Don't tell me Yu Showen brought an entire chicken farm here. Sure enough, a small truck had stopped in the valley. Its cargo bed was stacked with iron cages full of white feathered laying hens, some of which had already laid eggs during the journey. The commotion drew Granny Yang out of her house. She stared in surprise for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. Oh my, so many. My little yard won't hold them all. I'll have to set aside some space. As she nibbled on sunflower seeds, she walked to an empty patch of land and gently stomped her foot. Tender green vines broke through the soil and quickly wove themselves into a 30 by 30-foot tent, complete with built-in chicken coops. Three friends arrived shortly after, with a figure in white trailing behind them. The person, carrying a long sword, kept some distance and watched curiously. Come help, Linjuhan called out, though he inwardly wanted to throttle the trio. Weren't you just supposed to buy a dozen or so? On it, on it. The three rolled up their sleeves, climbed onto the truck, and started catching chickens. Feathers flew everywhere, accompanied by frantic flapping. The four worked seamlessly together, transferring the hens into the vine-woven coops. The figure in white hesitated on the sidelines, unsure whether to step in. What are you standing there for? Get over here and help. Chang'an shouted, his head covered in feathers. Only then did the figure in white sheath the sword and join the chicken-catching brigade. It took the five of them over an hour to settle the 1,000+ hens, leaving them all looking like feathered warriors. The small truck turned around and drove off, its exhaust slowly dissipating in the valley. Thank you, kids, Granny Yang said kindly. No problem, no problem. Granny, is this enough? If not, I can bring another truckload, Chang'an said with a grin as bright as a flower. The term Granny made Granny Yang pause briefly before she chuckled. Good kids, good kids. You've worked hard. Here, take this. She waved her hand lightly, and in the blink of an eye, a pearl the size of a pigeon egg appeared in each of their palms. It was crystal clear and dazzlingly beautiful. A diamond spirit pearl. The five of them looked utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Granny Yang's generosity was overwhelming. She had just gifted them a spirit pearl from a diamond beast, a gesture almost too unbelievable to comprehend. Granny, this is too much, Linjuhan quickly declined. Too much? What's too much about it? Granny Yang casually tossed some sunflower seeds aside. It's just a trivial thing I killed in my younger days. Keeping it is useless. Now hurry up and get to class. With that, she promptly shooed the five of them out of the valley. After seeing them off, Granny Yang returned to her vine-covered tent for a quick look, then stormed next door and kicked open old Lu's door. Lu, if you scare my little chicks one more time, they'll skin you alive and turn you into chicken feed. What's her story? She called a diamond beast a trivial thing. The three friends muttered their own thoughts under their breath. Granny Yang was already at the starlight level when she was young, Linjuhan revealed sparingly. A legend. A true legend. Yuan's eyes lit up as he prepared to go back and claim kinship. Granny doesn't have the best temper, Linjuhan added. Chang'an immediately halted, turned expressionless, and said, we should focus on our studies. We can't always be thinking about clinging to big shots. At this moment, Tian handed the diamond beast's spirit pearl to Linjuhan. I didn't do much. I don't deserve this. Everyone gets a share for their efforts, Linjuhan replied, his opinion of Tian rising. This kid wasn't just a single-minded cultivator who only trained. He could be easier to get along with in the long run. Linjuhan's confusion deepened. Why was the old mystic constantly arranging people around him? Considering the Tao family incident, it was obvious that Chang'an and Dingji were also part of the old mystic's plans. And now Tian had joined them. Was he being turned into some kind of refuge for problem children? 2 lifetimes combined, and he was still under 50 years old. How could he possibly grasp the intentions of someone who had lived for thousands of years? Suddenly, he remembered something. Tian couldn't draw his sword in front of him. Could it be another bizarre setup where some edgy incantation was required to activate an alien descendant's power? Unsheath. Linjuhan gestured at the sword in Yushin's arms. With a resonant clang, the Hanhai Changfeng sword emitted a joyous hum. A flash of clear light burst forth, and its sword energy shot straight into the sky. What's going on? The three friends were dumbfounded. Tian froze in place, staring at his half-drawn sword in disbelief. Linjuhan reached out to touch the Hanhai Changfeng sword, but found he couldn't make contact. It was indeed a manifestation of supernatural power rather than a physical weapon. He summoned his own blade, and the Hanhai Changfeng sword immediately retreated into its sheath, trembling incessantly. This might be a suppression caused by conflicting abilities, Tianwu suggested slowly. Everyone accepted this explanation. After all, Linjuhan wasn't an awakened spirit-type user, and even spirit-type users could only control the owner of an ability, not directly manipulate someone else's power. After parting ways in front of the teaching building, Linjuhan decided to skip some classes he deemed unnecessary and headed straight to the office building to find Wan Taihe, the alchemy mechanics instructor. He had made up his mind spirit patterns were another path to enhancing strength, worth delving into. Knocking and entering the office, Linjuhan saw the balding Professor Wan holding a thermos cup, chatting and laughing with his colleagues. For a spirit pattern master of his level, money was no longer a pursuit. His greatest wish was to nurture outstanding students and leave a lasting mark in history. Mr. Wan. Zhang Linjuhan greeted from the doorway. Wan Taihe turned around, his signature balding hairstyle swaying slightly with the motion. Upon recognizing Zhang Linjuhan, a spark of excitement lit up in his eyes, and even the few sparse strands of hair on his head seemed to flutter more spiritedly. Ah, Zhang, have you made up your mind? Wan Taihe eagerly stepped forward. I'm sorry, Mr. Wan, but I can't become your apprentice. However, may I still seek your guidance? Zhang Linjuhan asked hesitantly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wan Taihe's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. What are you saying? I'm a teacher, and you're a student. It's my duty to impart knowledge and answer questions. Titles don't matter. Feel free to ask anything. Thank you, Mr. Wan. I'd like to learn some offensive spirit patterns. Wan Taihe frowned at this. Offensive spirit patterns? At your current level, they're beyond your grasp. Moreover, there aren't many powerful offensive spirit patterns that have been deciphered. Even if someone has cracked them, they wouldn't share them easily. Seeing Zhang Linjuan's disappointment as he prepared to leave, Wan Taihe quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, don't go. It's rare to find a student with talent in spirit patterns. He pulled out a thick notebook from his coat and handed it to Zhang Linjuhan. The path of spirit patterns requires accumulation, but with your talent, you'll progress much faster. Who knows, maybe one day you'll decipher a new spirit pattern and make history. Zhang Linjuhan accepted the notebook and expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Wan. I'll study it diligently. Good. Wan Taihe said with satisfaction, lifting his chin. From now on, just call me teacher. Back in his dormitory, Zhang Linjuhan washed up briefly before sitting at his desk to open the notebook. On the title page was Wan Taihe's flamboyant signature, accompanied by 2 lines of small script. The way of spirit patterns is a gift from the heavens. Even a glimpse can benefit a lifetime. Cultivate calmness and transcendence. Move with ease and reshape the world. Zhang Linjuhan touched the heart of Hailan hanging around his neck, lost in thought. If even a small alchemic spirit-gathering device could have such a powerful supportive effect, how formidable would larger-scale spirit patterns be? The first half of the notebook contained basic spirit patterns, with detailed annotations on the function of each node and common mistakes. However, after about 300 pages, the patterns became incredibly intricate and interwoven, without any further explanations. These were likely undeciphered patterns, or those that had been cracked but not publicly disclosed. Zhang Linjuhan put on his system terminal and aimed it at the notebook. Can you understand these spirit patterns? Ihn glanced around and calmly said, Divine script, as the name suggests, is a type of writing created by beings who consider themselves gods. These characters contain incredible powers. They can make a single strand of hair pierce through a meter-thick steel plate or turn a steel pipe as soft as a noodle. The most powerful divine scripts even have the power to destroy the world, to demonstrate their omnipotence and supreme authority, and to make intelligent beings submit to them. These beings call this writing the divine oracle. Then teach me quickly, Zhang Linjuhan said eagerly. Who cares about gods or whatever, let's just learn it first. Ihn blinked her golden eyes, showing a hint of confusion. Can you even understand these? I can understand them. Zhang Linjuhan took a deep breath and began examining them carefully. The simpler spiritual patterns were indeed clear and easy to recognize, but the more complex ones seemed hazy, as if obscured by a thin veil, probably due to his lack of strength. Before long, he memorized a dozen combinations of spiritual patterns and immediately began experimenting with items readily available in the dormitory. 2 hours later, when his 3 roommates and Yutian pushed open the door, the scene before them left them utterly stunned. The desk was floating 40 centimeters off the ground. A ballpoint pen was spraying ink midair. A book was embedded deep into the floor with cracks spreading around it, and most shockingly, a broom was moving back and forth on its own, each contact with the floor leaving knife-sharp marks. Meanwhile, the culprit, Zhang Linjuhan, was deeply focused on carving something onto a teacup. Muggles, welcome to Hogwarts. Yu Xiaowen spread his arms wide, dramatically embracing the air. Zhang Linjuan's eyes lit up. He quickly rummaged through the wardrobe, pulled out a baseball cap, engraved spiritual patterns onto the brim, infused it with spiritual energy, muttered a few words, and then tossed the cap onto Yu Xiaowen's head. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. The cap repeated mechanically. No way these patterns can do this? The group was amazed. Of course, this was just a simple playback function. Once they learned it themselves, it wouldn't seem so extraordinary. I'm so envious. We haven't even mastered levitation yet, Tianwu sighed. Yu Xiaowen fixated on the self-moving broom. I call dibs on this broom. Imagine using it to smack people. Could probably poke out several eyes at once. Tianwu chuckled and shook his head, then bent down to retrieve the medical book embedded in the floor, only to find it unusually heavy. Zhang Linjuhan explained, You just interrupt the spiritual pattern circuit with spiritual energy to restore it to normal. If you re-inject spiritual energy, it becomes extremely heavy. This book's heavier than iron. This could be a gold mine. Tianwu interrupted the pattern, tossed the book up and down, then grinned. Get lost. That's basically fraud. Hand it over. I want to use it as a brick. Yu Xiaowen reached out to grab it. Tianwu dodged. Rain fused the book with spiritual energy and tossed it to Yu Xiaowen. Whoa, it really is heavy. Hey, we could engrave these patterns onto gold bricks. Great idea, absolutely genius. At that moment, the water in the teacup suddenly began boiling. Spiritual patterns are incredible. Too bad I don't have the brains for it. Yu Xiaowen lamented. Don't worry, you might lack brains, but you have milk, Tianwu said with a mischievous grin. Oh yeah? Want some? Yu Xiaowen teased, lifting his shirt and winking playfully. After the commotion settled, the four of them sat around Linjuhan, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Do you have any offensive spirit patterns? Tianwu got straight to the point. I do. Linjuhan nodded. But it's still in the research phase, and this isn't the place to demonstrate. He was working on a small explosive spirit pattern combination, similar to a landmine. It would detonate as soon as any object entered its field. The explosion's power was proportional to the strength of the infused spiritual energy, and the capacity to withstand such energy varied depending on the medium. Wan Tai took meticulous notes. Currently, the best medium is the spirit pearls of fierce beasts because they naturally contain abundant spiritual energy. But the cost is too high. A low-grade pearl isn't powerful enough, and high-grade pearls are far too valuable. Nowadays, spirit pattern masters often use the bones and hides of fierce beasts as substitutes. Besides, spirit pearls are too conspicuous. Apart from ordinary people and weaker beasts, most creatures are highly sensitive to spiritual energy. Linjuhan stood up. I plan to use this against the Shadow Wolf clan, setting up explosive fields in their base on the neighboring star. I'll need to go to Yunkuan Mountain to gather materials for experiments. The fierce beasts in the area are nearly hunted to extinction, Yu Xiaowen reminded him. Then I'll go to Qingpu Lake, Linjuhan decided. Qingpu Lake, another dimensional gateway near the imperial capital, was vast and even more dangerous than Yunkuan Mountain. I'm coming with you. Yu Tian immediately stood up. Linjuhan frowned. I don't have time to babysit you. I can't take care of myself, Yu Tian insisted. What about those people last time? Tianwu asked worriedly. My master will accompany me, Linjuhan lied to reassure them. In that case, no problem. Tianwu finally relaxed. Yu Xiaowen sneered. A little silver rank like you wants to tag along? Ever since Linjuhan defeated Lu Yuza, a peak gold rank, during the freshman exchange, his true strength was no secret. I've already advanced to gold, Yu Tian replied coldly, glaring at him. Oh wow, so you're gold now, huh? Does that mean gold ranks don't get diarrhea anymore? Oh wait, I shouldn't have said that. It was you guys. Yu Tian was furious and drew his sword. That diarrhea incident had nearly left him passed out on the toilet. Ahem, don't start a fight. We're all on the same side now. Focus on the real enemy. Yu Tian snorted and sheathed his sword. Linjuhan glanced coldly at Yu Tian, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. What you do to push yourself is your business, but don't follow me. I don't have time to waste on you. With that, he vanished from the dormitory. Yu Tian sat back on his bed in silence. After a moment of quiet, Tianwu analyzed. Linjuhan's under a lot of pressure lately. He must be dealing with something serious. We don't know the full story about his girlfriend's poisoning. And there's another critical factor: the black-clad individuals who appeared at Yunkuan Mountain. The entrance was guarded by instructors, so they must have torn through space to get in, which means there was at least a Starshine 5-star expert behind it. There are plenty of Starshine experts in the imperial capital. Many prominent families have them, but Linjuhan has no grudges against them. Plus, he's already apprenticed to a master and doesn't fear Moonshade peak-level threats. Wait, Tianwu suddenly froze, his scalp tingling as a chill ran down his spine. Keep talking, Yu Xiaowen urged. Don't ask. Ding Ji abruptly stood up. From now on, train like your life depends on it unless you don't intend to help him. With that, he strode out the door. Usually quiet and timid, Ding Ji seemed like a completely different person now. The fearfulness of the past was gone. In its place stood a warrior, ready to carve a path of blood for his brother. The twilight dimmed, and the setting sun bled crimson, painting the sky in hues of fiery red and gold as it reflected off the blue heavens. The distant hillside seemed draped in a veil of golden gauze, with everything in sight bathed in the amber glow of the waning sunlight. A rugged off-road convertible sped along a desolate road. The fading sun's warmth spilled over Linjuhan, yet it failed to chase away the chill deep within his heart. At the wheel was Yan Hui, wearing oversized sunglasses, his stern and stoic face tightly set. Apart from a brief greeting when they met, the two had remained silent for the entire journey. Occasionally, Vehicles roared past them, carrying hunters heading to Qingpu Lake. These awakened individuals had paid a hefty 100,000 yuan entry fee to venture into the alien portal, where they could hunt ferocious beasts, gather cultivation resources, or complete assignments for employers. This relatively low fee was, in reality, a subtle government strategy to encourage hunters to eliminate these beasts, thereby easing the burden on station soldiers. In the distance, a bustling small town came into view. Unlike the training grounds of Yunkuan Mountain designed for students, this place was lined with shops selling weapons, equipment, food, and medicine, as well as purchasing and processing materials from the beasts. The blackened battle uniforms of the hunters created a striking scene, while the heavily guarded checkpoints every few steps underscored the town's significance. After passing through layers of security checks, Yin Hui pulled the vehicle to a stop in front of the operations command center. A spirited young woman with a high ponytail strode toward them briskly. "Junior brother, you're here?" Ling Shuang greeted him with a smile. "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" Jiang Linjuhan asked, puzzled. "Ugh, don't even ask, it's pitiful. Your senior sister got demoted." Ling Shuang pouted. "She punched her blind date." Yin Hui added flatly. "Mind your own business." Ling Shuang shot back, playfully punching and kicking Yin Hui, though it seemed more like a comical display of mock anger. She then pulled a small red box out of her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Linjuhan. "This is your reward, a second-class merit medal. Your senior sister worked hard to secure it for you, but senior sister, am not enlisted." Jiang Linjuhan hesitated, reluctant to accept. Ling Shuang shoved the medal into his hands anyway. "Oh, don't worry, it's all by the book. It's only a matter of time." Yin Hui, without a word, handed over an identical box. "Yin Hui, what's the meaning of this?" Ling Shuang asked, hands on her hips in mock irritation. "It's not my decision. It's the higher-ups. Merits should be rewarded," Yin Hui replied, his face as impassive as ever. Pulling Jiang Linjuhan along, Ling Shuang headed toward the operations command center. "Come on, senior sister will take you to change." "Why do I need to change? This uniform is like a protective charm. While there's a strict ban on hunters attacking each other, exceptions can always happen," Ling Shuang explained, her tone unusually serious. Jiang Linjuan nodded and followed a member of the watchman's military to change into the battle uniform. When he emerged from the changing room, Ling Shuang's eyes lit up. She turned to Yin Hui with a smug expression. Well, doesn't our watchman uniform suit my junior brother perfectly? Look at him. So dashing. Senior sister might just start drooling." The blackened combat suit accentuated Jiang Linjuan's tall and commanding figure, while his chiseled features, sharp as if carved from stone, exuded a cold, unyielding aura. His deep, dark eyes glimmered with a faint chill, revealing a unique charm distinct from his usual rugged masculinity. Ling Shuang stepped forward briskly, efficiently tearing the armband from her left arm and firmly attaching it to Jiang Linjuan's left arm. It was a black armband, adorned with olive branches on either side, encircling a red shield in the center embellished with 5 golden stars. At the top, the word vigilance was inscribed. Her expression was solemn as she stood at attention and saluted her junior apprentice brother. "Senior sister will definitely wait for the day you officially receive your rank." Just as Jiang Linjuan was about to return the salute, a heavy slap landed on his right arm. Yin Hui swiftly affixed his own Fortress Breaker armband to Jiang Linjuan's right arm. This armband, with a military green background, featured a golden dagger between olive branches, with a crimson flag fluttering on the blade. "Yin Hui, that's not how it's done." Ling Shuang protested through gritted teeth. "It is now?" Yin Hui replied with a soft nod, his expression gentle. At that moment, a soldier from the Vigilance Corps arrived with a 1.5-meter tall military pack. Jiang Linjuan accepted it with a word of thanks, preparing to set off. Ling Shuang, reluctant to part, gave him a series of earnest reminders. "Stay safe. If anything happens, send a signal, and your senior sister will fly over to rescue you." As Jiang Linjuan's silhouette disappeared into the entrance of Qingpu Lake, Ling Shuang sighed softly. "Our junior brother has something on his mind. Then he'll have to bear it himself. There's still a mission to complete," Yin Hui remarked before turning and leaving the combat command center. "True, he'll have to bear it himself," Ling Shuang murmured. Meanwhile, at the foot of Arrow God Mountain, west of the imperial capital, Shan Xintong was gracefully ascending under the moonlight. Dressed in black athletic wear, each of her leaps spanned several meters, making her appear like a sprite dancing with the wind. Reaching the mountaintop, she spotted a figure sitting cross-legged beneath a pine tree. "Master, why are you back?" Shan Xintong called out cheerfully. The figure stirred, straightening his posture. Under the moonlight, Heelan Yi's handsome, dignified face looked otherworldly. His jet-black hair draped neatly over his shoulders, and his moon-white robe added an ethereal touch. Gazing at the starry sky, his voice carried a weight of age and wisdom. "Because the heavenly tribulation is near, What's the heavenly tribulation? She asked. The heavenly tribulation is a calamity, a disaster where many lives will be lost. Does that mean Master has become a god? Shintong inquired. The time is not yet right. Little one, if you work harder, your master won't need to ascend to godhood, Helani said, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Why is that? I'm still far behind you, master. There's no way I can catch up, Shintong replied with a playful laugh. Then go practice your archery. The darkness is the best training ground, Helani said as he extended his jade-like right hand. Instantly, the space around them collapsed, and ferocious beasts were forcibly drawn out from the rifts, scattering across Arrow God Mountain with earth-shaking roars. With another wave of his hand, the entire mountain plunged into impenetrable darkness. Reluctantly, Shintong summoned the Queen's Kiss, her bow, and dashed down the mountain. Her crystal-clear eyes shimmered faintly, and each leap and shot she made was swift and precise. An arrow pierced through the head of a shadow leopard, and 3 spirit-powered arrows took down 3 other beasts simultaneously. In the pitch-black night, her arrows gleamed like lightning, illuminating the darkness. The vast expanse of Qingpu Lake stretched out under the cover of night. A high-powered searchlight suspended midair illuminated a small patch of land at the entrance, making it stand out starkly in the darkness. The lake's surface was like a mirror, reflecting countless stars that shimmered with the ripples. In the distance, amidst the milky white mist, small islands resembling scattered jewels were faintly visible. Suddenly, a beast's roar tore through the stillness of the night. Linjuhan stood at the entrance, observing for a moment before adjusting the military pack on his shoulder. Hey there, soldier boy. Need a ride across the lake? One white silver spirit pearl, a raspy voice called out nearby. Turning to look, he saw a 5-person hunting party. 3 middle-aged men with graying beards and 2 robust young men made up the group. The speaker was the leader, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache. They were preparing to cross the lake. No, thank you, Linjuhan politely declined. The mustached man shrugged and signaled his team to proceed. A plant-type awakening ability user quickly wove a large bamboo raft, while the others busied themselves loading supplies onto it. Their leader lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he gazed at the mist-covered lake. Night crossings are relatively safe, but you still need to be cautious. Some fierce beasts only hunt in the dark, the man muttered as if talking to himself. We're ready to go, one of the team members urged. The mustached man stubbed out his cigarette and tucked it into his pocket. He nodded amicably toward Linjuhan before stepping onto the raft. The bamboo raft glided silently into the lake, creating only faint ripples. Linjuhan also moved, suddenly pushing off the ground and shooting toward the lake like an arrow. The hunters turned back, staring in shock at the scene. Is he planning to swim across? The waters are teeming with dangerous beasts. This is reckless. The mustached man pondered briefly before ordering, get closer to him. If he runs into trouble, we can help. Despite the risk this posed to his own team, his authority as the most capable leader was unquestionable. But before they could act, the sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. Just as Linjuhan's body was about to touch the water, he lightly tapped the surface with his foot, propelling himself upward. In a series of agile leaps, he vanished into the night. Lightfoot skill on water. One of the team members exclaimed, regretting the missed opportunity to connect with such an expert. The mustached man, however, gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Ensuring he was alone, Linjuhan summoned a tang blade, which materialized in his palm. With a downward flick of the blade, a powerful gust of air surged forth, propelling his body swiftly toward the distant island. As a devoted foodie, his first priority upon landing was, of course, finding something to eat. He quickly located a sleeping Chang'an ox, and with one swift strike, he severed its head. Efficiently, he skinned it, cleaned out the innards, and removed the hooves. The tang blade glowed red, emitting flames as he began roasting the beast for a delicious midnight feast. Sizzling and crackling, the fat burst and melted in the flames, releasing an irresistible aroma that spread through the night air. Linjuhan skillfully controlled the roaring fire, quickly roasting the entire azure wild ox to a golden perfection. Though there were no seasonings, the natural flavor of the ferocious beast's meat was enough to leave a lasting impression. As he devoured the meal, the beast's once violent spiritual energy transformed into a gentle force within him, nourishing every part of his body. Meanwhile, the heart of Hylon greedily absorbed the dense spiritual energy flowing from the exotic portal, condensing it into swirling cyclones that entered his body, rapidly enhancing his strength at an astonishing pace. The ferocious beasts in Qingpu Lake mostly ranged from gold to platinum levels, their numbers staggering. While most of these creatures dwelled underwater, the difficulty of exploration deterred even awakened water elemental practitioners from venturing below. Hunters typically confined their activities to the islands, managing to capture a few aquatic beasts only when luck favored them. Wiping the grease from the corner of his lips, Jiang Linjuhan retrieved notes from Wante and studied them carefully under the bright moonlight. Mastering the explosive spirit rune field required the precise combination of 18 spirit runes, with each rune containing 48 intricate pivot points, totaling 864 critical points. Any deviation in these details could lead to the collapse of the entire field. After mentally rehearsing and confirming his understanding, he pulled out a carving knife and began practicing on the bones of the azure wild ox. Immersed in a state of focused concentration, he meticulously etched every stroke of the spirit runes with precision. As he was absorbed in his work, a gold-level white-furred fox crept closer, drawn by the enticing aroma of the roasted meat. Its cunning, black pearl-like eyes glinted as it cautiously crawled forward. When it was close enough, the fox suddenly leapt to attack, only to be swatted to the ground with a casual slap from Jiang Linjuhan. Undeterred, the fox made several attempts to bite him, but each effort was effortlessly thwarted until it was left barely conscious from repeated blows. The pelt of a white Sanghu does make an excellent medium, Jiang Linjuhan remarked. He quickly processed the fox, roasted it, and found its flavor reminiscent of rabbit. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his rune carving, completing 4 bones with 14 more to go. By the time dawn broke, Jiang Linjuan's energy remained unwavering. He washed his face by the lakeside and tidied up before continuing his journey. Under the morning light, Qingpu Lake revealed its breathtaking beauty, a harmonious blend of shimmering waters and rolling mountains, with white clouds drifting lazily above. If not for the presence of ferocious beasts, this place would have been an idyllic tourist destination. How exactly are these small worlds formed? He pondered to himself. Perhaps they were created by those so-called gods, spirits, and all that nonsense. Who knows what they really are? Jiang Linjuhan darted through the dense jungle of the island, his every movement sharp and lethal thanks to his system-awarded survival skills and the power of the Gale Blade. This unparalleled ability was enough to make any assassin green with envy. He opened the panel. The panel immediately displayed. Level, Gold 7 star. Spirit, 152 Constitution, 484 Agility, 528. Strength, 476 Charm, 88. Talent, SSS Ability. Skills, Azura Gale Blade God level, Azura Blood Eyes S level, LV2, Streaking Lights level, LV4. Techniques, Featherstep Snowstride LV1, Intermediate Combat LV3, Lingyun 4 Arts LV3. Enhancement points, 1570. Current tasks, kill 300 Silvered Ear Beasts 56300. Kill 80 Platinum Tier Beasts 380. Eliminate all Shadow Wolves on the neighboring star, no time limit. Return to Blue Star allowed. Jiang Linjuhan quickly calculated the enhancement points needed to upgrade his skills. Bronze required 10 points, Silver 50 points, Gold 100 points, Platinum 200 points, and Diamond 400 points. For now, the starter level was beyond his reach. Just 10 Golden Tier Beasts could improve a skill by 1 small level. This gave him hope. Thus began his relentless hunting spree, one that allowed no rest. Along the way, he encountered other hunter squads, but his Sentinel Corps combat uniform proved to be a great deterrent. These profit-driven hunters were wise enough to avoid conflict. After all, under Longwo's strict laws, losing a fight meant facing punishment, and even winning didn't exempt them from consequences. No one wanted unnecessary trouble. Foreign hunters, on the other hand, were less restrained. While they were willing to pay hefty entry fees to hunt in Longwo for safety, robbery and murder were commonplace in their own countries. Jiang Linjuhan came across 2 teams of blonde, blue-eyed foreign hunters. Seeing him in his Sentinel Corps uniform, they greeted him warmly. But after walking further, their complaints began. There was nothing left but bloodstains on the ground. Not even a strand of beast fur. This isn't worth the entrance fee, they grumbled. Just as they were about to head to another island, a beast's roar echoed through the jungle. Jiang Linjuhan instantly recognized it as a pack of star apes. His eyes gleamed as he dashed toward the source of the sound. Soon, he spotted a 5-person team being chased by the apes. Leading the group was none other than the mustachioed man he had encountered earlier. "Gee, we're done for. If I die here, who's going to pay for my kid's formula?" cried one teammate, who was using plant-based powers to try to hold off their pursuers. Hu Chi, clutching a black pouch containing the prized purple ginseng, hurled a fireball the size of a basketball while panting heavily. "Quit whining and run." Who knew the purple ginseng was the Star Ape's treasure? They thought it was an unclaimed treasure, but as soon as they dug it up, they were chased by a pack of Star Apes for 5 kilometers. Sweat drenched their clothes as they desperately fled through the dense forest. "Chiga, maybe we should just give it back to them." One teammate panted heavily as he shouted. "If we give it back, will they stop chasing us?" "Hold on a little longer. Once we get to the water, they won't be able to do anything to us." Hu Chi gritted his teeth. "This purple ginseng can sell for a fortune, enough to cover several of our missions. Taking this risk is worth it. I didn't rest last night. I really can't run anymore. Damn it. You had plenty of energy when you were rocking the bed. That's a completely different thing. The man suddenly stopped in his tracks. I'm not running anymore. I'm going to fight them to the death. You all go on. Chi knew this man had truly reached his limit. Saying such words was likely a way to ensure his share would be given to his family out of comradeship. To hell with this. Chi cursed angrily, skidding to a halt. With gritted teeth, he hurled the bag he was carrying toward the star apes. Watching the treasure he had just secured fly out of his hands felt like a stab to his heart. At that moment, a figure streaked into the group of star apes like lightning. A sharp blade flashed through the air, slicing effortlessly. The star apes fell one after another, like stalks of wheat being cut down. The group froze in astonishment. It's that expert who skimmed across the water last night, one sharp-eyed teammate exclaimed. It's him. Chi was so excited he yanked out a tuft of his carefully groomed beard, wincing in pain. In the blink of an eye, Linjuhan had already taken down over 30 golden-ranked star apes. With a flick of his wrist, blood droplets flew off the blade as he began collecting the spirit beads. This haul earned him 3,400 enhancement points, leaving him quite satisfied. While pack-hunting beasts were hard to find, the rewards were undoubtedly substantial. Thank you, brother. Chi clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. The others chimed in. No need to thank me, Linjuhan replied without looking up. Star ape meat isn't tasty. It'd be a waste. I'll use it by the lake later to fish for predators. Master, could we have your name so we can greet you properly in the future? Azura, he replied. The group exchanged glances, realizing the codename perfectly suited the breathtaking display they had just witnessed. Well then, thank you, brother Azura. We'll be on our way. Until we meet again. Chi and the others clasped their hands in farewell, sensibly turning to leave. Among hunters, it was an unspoken rule not to linger while someone else was collecting their spoils, to avoid unnecessary conflict. Linjuhan cast a glance at their retreating figures and stored the star apes' carcasses in his system space. His gaze fell on a small black bag left on the ground, the bag they had abandoned, containing the purple ginseng. Whether out of gratitude or fear, they hadn't taken it back. Linjuhan hooked the bag onto his pack, intending to return it to them if he had the chance. He followed the trail from where the star apes had come, hoping to find more prey. By nightfall, after a full day of battles, Linjuhan found a sheltered cave to rest in. The cave, near the lake, was littered with instant food wrappers and cigarette butts, evidence that hunters often used it as a resting spot. He frowned, summoning his Tang Dao. A whirlwind swept through the cave, incinerating all the trash. Satisfied with the now pristine cave, he nodded. He washed a red-feathered chicken by the lake and prepared it for dinner. The campfire illuminated the cave in a warm, flickering glow. Sparks flew as the oil dripped from the chicken, sizzling and releasing an irresistible aroma. Suddenly, a stretched shadow appeared at the cave entrance, accompanied by a soft, whimpering sound. Iron-eating beast? Linjuhan was startled. Strangely, his senses didn't pick up any aura of a fierce beast. A soft, ing-ing-ing sound reached his ears, and soon a small panda, barely 50 centimeters tall, appeared in his view. Its body was covered in black and white fur, and its round black eyes sparkled like two shining pearls. Two small black furry ears on its head twitched slightly, and its chubby figure exuded an irresistibly adorable charm. At this moment, it was staring intently at the small black bag beside Linjuhan, its watery eyes filled with longing. You want this? Linjuhan asked, pointing at the black bag. Though captivated by the creature's cuteness, he remained cautious. The little panda immediately nodded, holding its tiny black paws to its chest, looking even more endearing. Unable to resist its charm, Linjuhan opened the bag and took out a piece of purple ginseng, placing it in the panda's paws. The little creature eagerly shook its head in delight and began nibbling on the ginseng, purple juice dripping from the corners of its mouth as its eyes radiated pure satisfaction. Watching it savor the ginseng with such enthusiasm, Linjuhan turned his attention to his own Mila red-feathered chicken. As soon as he sprinkled cumin and chili powder on the meat, the enticing aroma caught the panda's attention. It waddled closer with its round body, but as soon as it got near, the chili powder made it sneeze several times in a row. Linjuhan couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and patted its soft, fluffy head, surprised by how good it felt. The two unlikely dining companions sat together, each enjoying their meal. Before long, the little panda finished the purple ginseng and looked longingly at the roasted chicken in Linjuhan's hands. He tore off a drumstick and handed it to the panda, who sniffed it cautiously. Once it confirmed there was no chili, it happily devoured the drumstick. After finishing the chicken leg, the panda opened its mouth wide and pointed at its throat with its paw, letting out a gurgling sound. Thirsty? Linjuhan guessed, pulling out a bottle of milk to feed it. Seeing the delight in the panda's eyes, He couldn't help but think that he should visit the old hermit's courtyard to cut some bamboo for this little one. Though he couldn't sense its strength, Linjuhan knew that any iron-eating beast capable of surviving in this environment must be formidable. Still, looking at its adorable demeanor, he had no intention of provoking it. All right, now that you're full and hydrated, it's time to head back. Linjuhan patted its head again, but to his surprise, the little panda clung to his pant leg and climbed into his arms, refusing to leave. Reluctantly, Linjuhan held it as he entered a light sleep, staying alert for any danger. Yet, throughout the night, the little creature simply slept soundly in his arms. By dawn, Linjuhan gently placed it aside and stepped out of the cave to wash up. As he brushed his teeth, the little panda silently approached him, tugging at his pant leg. With its mouth open and paw pointing at its teeth, it let out another gurgling sound. Pfft, you're quite particular, aren't you? Linjuhan chuckled, pulling out a new toothbrush and carefully brushing the teeth of this cleanliness-loving little companion. The red panda stood obediently in place without moving a muscle. After Linjuhan finished brushing its teeth, it mimicked his actions by spitting out foam. This adorable behavior made Linjuhan chuckle. At breakfast, Linjuhan roasted 2 red-feathered chickens, one for himself, and the other slathered generously with honey for the red panda. The little creature ate with relish, occasionally rubbing its head against Linjuhan's leg to show its gratitude. All right, I really have to go now. I can't stay to play with you, Linjuhan said. Whimper, whimper. The red panda immediately began to sob. How about this? I'll come play with you when I have time, okay? Linjuhan offered a different approach. Whimpero, you'll come with me? Whimper. The red panda's tone suddenly turned cheerful, as if afraid he might change his mind. It swiftly climbed up his leg and onto his back. This panda's intelligence is unusually high. Where exactly did it come from? Linjuhan mused, pulling at its ears as he pondered while preparing to set off. After walking for half a day without encountering a single ferocious beast, Linjuhan began to sense something was off. He held the red panda in his arms and asked, "Did you scare all the beasts away?" The red panda tilted its head in confusion and pointed to its ears, indicating it didn't understand. You know, the kind you eat meat. Do you get it? The red panda continued shaking its head. Linjuhan had no choice but to take out his phone and play a video introducing the ferocious beasts of Qingpu Lake. The ones in this video, did you scare them all off? Whimper. The red panda cried out pitifully while staring at the video. It really wasn't you? Whimper. The red panda shook its head vigorously. Abandoning his exploration of the island, Linjuhan headed to the lakeshore to deal with the corpse of the star ape. He sliced the body into chunks and tossed them into the lake. The red panda sniffed the bloody meat, rolled its eyes in disdain, and obediently sat by to watch. Soon, underwater currents began to stir as the scent of blood attracted the ferocious beasts. A 5-meter-long giant fish leapt out of the water, and Linjuhan instantly appeared above the lake, landing a powerful kick that sent it flying to the shore. The sight startled the red panda so much that it tumbled backward. Linjuhan then dove into the water, tang blade in hand, unleashing a brutal massacre. The lake's surface gradually turned crimson with blood, glowing eerily under the sunlight. The red panda on the shore grew anxious, crying out, "Fat one!" It tentatively touched the water with its paw but quickly recoiled, clearly afraid of the lake. As the slain beasts floated to the surface, they piled up on the shore, forming a small mountain. The red panda stared at the heap, drooling. Suddenly, a flash of Linjuhan's blade cut through the water as he emerged, gripping the tail of a crocodile. Blood and water dripped from his body, his presence imposing. Whimper, fat one. The red panda extended its paw, clearly asking for a hug. Crunch, crunch. Man and beast were engrossed in their feast. Linjuhan and the little panda worked in perfect harmony. The pile of ferocious beast corpses on the left gradually diminished, while the heap of bones on the right grew higher and higher, each bone polished clean without a speck of flesh remaining. Here, chubby one. Have some more to drink? Linjuhan handed the little panda a bottle of milk. His own stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much meat he consumed, he felt no fullness. Inside him, spiritual energy churned restlessly. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the energy withdrew momentarily, only to surge through his entire body like a flood. His aura grew stronger and more robust, had broken through to Goldenate Star. Feeling elated, Linjuhan reached out to rub the little panda's soft fur. The panda, clutching a piece of roasted meat, scooted back a few steps, turned around, and wiggled its plump rear. Its short, stubby tail wagged adorably. After devouring all the spoils of their hunt, Linjuhan picked up a beast bone and began carving spiritual patterns. The bottleneck he had faced earlier seemed to have vanished entirely. He effortlessly completed several sets of patterns, leaving only 13 bones yet to be inscribed. The little panda curiously leaned in to observe, but quickly lost interest. It climbed onto Jiang Linjuhan's back and began playing with his hair, thoroughly entertained. The entire day passed as they lingered in this serene spot by the mountains and water. Several ferocious beasts came to disturb them during this time, but all ended up as their next meals. Out of 18 sets of spiritual patterns, 7 remained unfinished when Jiang Linjuhan hit another bottleneck. Slightly disappointed, he put away his carving knife. If Wang Tai knew about his progress, he would probably risk being slain by Qin Cheng just to take Jiang Linjuhan as his apprentice. Such an achievement could undoubtedly be recorded in history books. As night fell, Qingpu Lake was enveloped in tranquility. Jiang Linjuhan sat outside the cave, tending to the campfire, while the little panda snoozed soundly on a sleeping bag, its round bottom sticking up in the air. In the stillness of the night, memories surged like waves, fragments of past and present lives intertwined. He rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of the chaotic thoughts. Picking up a twig, he began writing a series of names on the ground. 100 Battles Tower, Hei'in, Tianqi, Qincheng, Xinxintong, Tao Ru. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Palace, Mysterious Shadow, Throne, Shura. Finally, he supplemented the list with Gods, Superhumans, Shadow Wolves, Andromeda Galaxy, Tusman Empire, Surveillance. As he stared at the crisscrossing lines and names, a faint pattern began to emerge. The fall of the Shura king, Hei'in's quest for vengeance, and his role as the inheritor of it all. The Tianqi Academy's headmaster had been plotting for a long time, playing an ambiguous role in the grand scheme. What was the true purpose of the person behind that letter? Was it merely a test? After his hidden strength was exposed during the Death Warrior incident, the other side had suddenly gone silent. Could it be that the old mystic had intervened? No, the mystic had explicitly said he couldn't interfere. The reasons behind all this remained unclear for now, and Jiang Linjuhan could only set them aside temporarily. The Andromeda Galaxy is 2.54 million light-years away from Blue Star, a fact that sent Jiang Linjuhan into deep thought. Squatting on the ground, he used a tree branch to scribble in the dirt, trying to organize his thoughts. Why would the Tusman Empire send Shadow Wolves to monitor Blue Star from Proxima Centauri? Blue Star's current level of technology hasn't even achieved interplanetary travel within its own solar system. If the Tusman Empire wanted to colonize, it would be effortless, unless they fear some kind of power. Jiang Linjuhan paused, lifting his head to survey his surroundings. The abilities of superhumans? Impossible. A civilization capable of interstellar travel would have technology advanced enough to obliterate Blue Star with stellar-class weapons or antimatter weaponry. The answer, then, became apparent: they feared a god. Hein had once mentioned that some gods were actually genetically enhanced warriors created through technology. But Blue Star's technological level clearly hadn't reached such heights, so what they feared must be a true god. King Azura, who had dominated the star realms for tens of thousands of years, undoubtedly belonged to this category. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Jiang Linjuhan: King Azura had already fallen. Were they monitoring to see if King Azura would resurrect? Or, if a successor existed? And that successor might very well be him. A shiver ran down his spine, and Jiang Linjuhan couldn't help but tremble. He forced himself to stay calm, meticulously analyzing his hypothesis. This also explained why Hei'in had asked him to eliminate the Shadow Wolf strike first, remove the enemy's surveillance, and by himself sometime. But the enemy would eventually discover the truth, and the time left to him was running out. Jiang Linjuhan chose not to verify this theory with Hei'in. Some truths, once confirmed, might exceed the limits of human comprehension. He erased the markings in the dirt with his foot, and decided to deal with the remaining Shadow Wolves first. Jiang Linjuhan spent the sleepless night studying the remaining spirit runes. When dawn broke, the red panda stirred awake, rubbing its sleepy eyes and making gurgling sounds while pointing to its mouth. Jiang Linjuhan took out a toothbrush and some water, squeezing toothpaste onto it. Man and beast brushed their teeth by the lake, their movements remarkably synchronized. I'll give you a name. How about Mao Xiaoyang? Jiang Linjuhan asked, rubbing its head. The red panda tilted its head in confusion, but as soon as it heard the name Mao Xiaoyang, it excitedly leaped into his arms. Jiang Linjuhan dove into the lake and caught 2 crabs over 2 meters tall for breakfast. Tasting crab roe for the first time, Mao Xiaoyang was so thrilled that it rolled around inside the crab shell, its fur covered in golden crab roe. Jiang Linjuhan gave it a bath, even using some body wash. Once cleaned, Mao Xiaoyang shook itself dry, its now fragrant fur gleaming under the sunlight. After reminding it to stay clean, Mao Xiaoyang obediently climbed onto Jiang Linjuhan's back. And so, this peculiar duo set off on a new day of culinary adventures. A week later, the chubby cat, Xiao Yang, was sprinting across the flat terrain, closely pursued by a pack of gold-tier ferocious beasts. It darted nimbly to avoid them, occasionally glancing back to check the distance of the pursuers. Not far ahead, a shallow depression came into view, half submerged in lake water. Xiao Liang suddenly skidded to a halt, turned around, and wiggled its rear provocatively at the approaching beasts, a clear act of taunting. This gesture thoroughly enraged the beasts, who let out deafening roars and charged faster toward Xiaoyang. Just as they were about to reach it, Linjuhan appeared out of thin air, scooped up the little creature, and vanished on the spot. The beasts, losing their target, barreled into the depression with unstoppable momentum, their furious roars echoing through the air. Linjuhan carefully placed the final spirit pearl into its designated position. 18 sets of spirit patterns quickly formed connections, faint beams of light weaving a net between the pearls. The golden tier core spirit pearl flickered more and more rapidly, signaling the impending release of its energy. With a thunderous explosion, the ground trembled violently. The shockwave from the blast tore up the thick earth, sending rocks and debris flying like a storm of rain. The lake water was propelled skyward by the pressure, forming towering columns that reached tens of meters high. Terrified by the scene, Xiaoliang burrowed into Linjuhan's arms, its tiny paws tightly covering its eyes. Linjuhan looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. 9 days of tireless effort had finally paid off. The experimental detonation field of 18 golden-grade spirit pearls was a resounding success, though it came at a high cost. Holding Xiaoliang, he walked toward the explosion site, occasionally stepping on the shattered remains of the beasts. The power of the explosion had far exceeded his expectations. The entire depression had been obliterated and was now entirely submerged in the lake. Using his keen senses, he located 12 spirit pearls that had burst out from the beasts' bodies amidst the ruins, significantly reducing the risk of a total loss. He pondered silently if a secondary explosion could be achieved. The resulting power might be even more astonishing. Experiments done. Time to head back, or I'll really turn into a wild man. Linjuhan muttered as he glanced down at Xiaoliang in his arms, gently rubbing its head. How about coming with me to see the world outside? Over the past few days, he hadn't encountered any other ferocious beasts resembling Xiaoliang, leaving its origins a mystery. Meow. Xiaoliang nuzzled his hand affectionately, clearly having grown attached to this human, who always provided it with delicious treats. Perhaps this was a bond only food lovers could share. Linjuhan slung his military pack over his shoulder, cradled Xiaoliang, and lightly stepped across the water's surface. To avoid other hunters, they had ventured quite far over the past few days. After spending considerable time, they finally reached the exit, only to unexpectedly run into a familiar face. Brother Shura, we must be fated to meet again, greeted a man with a small mustache, his arm wrapped in a bandage. He waved enthusiastically. His teammates, equally battered and in tattered clothing, stood nearby. However, their bulging backpacks hinted at a fruitful haul. Linjuhan nodded in acknowledgement and casually tossed a small pouch to Hu Qi before turning to leave Qingpu Lake. Although the purple ginseng had been eaten by Xiaoliang, Linjuhan wasn't one to take advantage of others. More importantly, had it not been for this prior encounter, he might never have met Xiaoliang. This connection was worth repaying with spirit pearls. Hu Qi stared blankly at the pouch in his hand, the crisp sound of its contents clinking together reaching his ears. That familiar sound made it clear to everyone present what was inside the pouch, and the weight of it hinted at a generous quantity. This guy really knows his stuff. I thought that purple ginseng was wasted, a teammate remarked. Watch your mouth. The man just saved your sorry life. Hu Qi's face darkened as he scolded. Then he sighed, his tone softening. Forget it. Let's split it. We're all people living on the edge. No point talking about honor and righteousness in the martial world. Who knows if we'll even see tomorrow. After exiting Qingpu Lake, Linjuhan carefully transferred Mao Xiaoliang, who was stored in his field bag, into his own backpack. He then headed to the supply depot to return the field bag. Most of the equipment inside was still in pristine condition, always believed in the principle of borrowing and returning things properly. Hey, junior brother, you're back. Just then, Ling Shuang came rushing out of the surveillance room, her face lighting up with delight. Yeah, I'm back, Linjuhan replied with a smile. Ling Shuang leaned closer and sniffed. Whoa, that's a strong smell of blood. Looks like we don't have to worry about the beasts inside reproducing too quickly for now. She was about to pat Linjuhan on the shoulder when she noticed his backpack moving slightly. She immediately jumped back a step and exclaimed, What kind of demon is this? Show yourself at once. Then, realizing her overreaction, she chuckled awkwardly. Oh wait, what is it? I've been watching too many horror movies recently, getting all paranoid. Linjuhan patted his backpack lightly and suggested, Why don't you find a quiet room? Huh, junior brother, are you finally smitten by your senior sister's beauty? Ling Shuang teased, winking playfully. Linjuhan merely twitched the corner of his mouth, long accustomed to her quirky sense of humor. In an empty room, Linjuhan opened his backpack, and a furry little head popped out. Ling Shuang screamed in excitement. Senior sister, you're going to give people the wrong idea. Zhang Linjuhan said as he gently took out Mao Xiaoyang. It's so cute. It's adorable. A little panda, wait. No, it's a giant panda, Ling Shuang exclaimed, reaching out eagerly to hold it. Fat. Mao Xiaoyang suddenly screeched. Ling Shuang froze as if struck by lightning, her smile stiffening. Am I fat? That's not what it meant. Mao Xiaoyang is just a bit shy, Zhang Linjuhan quickly explained. Ling Shuang's eyes darted mischievously, and she immediately presented some snacks, speaking in a sweet voice. Your name is Mao Xiaoyang, huh? I have some tasty treats here. Want some? Mao Xiaoyang's eyes lit up and, in a flash, it leapt out of Zhang Linjuan's arms, its short legs scurrying toward the food. However, just as Ling Shuang was about to succeed in catching it, Mao Xiaoyang grabbed 2 packs of snacks and darted back into Zhang Linjuan's arms. Darn it. So close. This is infuriating. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth in frustration. Zhang Linjuan opened the snacks for Mao Xiaoyang and placed it in front of Ling Shuang. There, it's okay. It won't hurt you. Mao Xiaoyang focused on munching its treats, its eyes narrowing in contentment. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Shuang finally managed to pet it to her heart's content. As she petted the panda, Ling Shuang asked about Mao Xiaoyang's origins. When she learned it was found in Qingpu Lake and exchanged for purple ginseng, her expression turned serious. That's odd. No one would randomly tear open a space to toss a giant panda inside. Could it have popped out of a rock or something? I need to investigate this with my comrades. There are too many secrets hidden in these interdimensional portals. This might be an opportunity. Yeah, and we can look into Mao Xiaoyang's background while we're at it. So, senior sister, have you had enough of petting it yet? I need to head back, Zhang Linjuan said, watching his senior sister still engrossed in cuddling the panda, a helpless look on his face. Don't rush me. Let me pet it a little longer. It's just too cute and so well behaved, Ling Shuang said, her eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Junior brother, I never knew you had a talent for being a spirit beast tamer. Why don't you catch one for me too? A crestfallen Zhang Linjuan and an equally dejected Mao Xiaoyang set off on their journey back. Ling Shuang stood at the entrance of the operations command center, waving goodbye with a bright smile. The usually valiant girl in military uniform now seemed more like a cheerful jokester. Zhang Linjuan sighed as he glanced at Mao Xiaoyang, whose once fluffy fur had been thoroughly ruffled by his senior sister. The little creature sulked, clearly upset that its owner hadn't stepped in to stop the ordeal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vibrant hues of the evening sky painted the heavens in shades of crimson. The military jeep roared down the road toward Tianwu Academy, leaving a faint trail of exhaust in its wake. Before departing, Zhang Linjuan insisted on leaving a batch of supplies for the watchman stationed at Qingpu Lake, an unyielding principle of his. Mao Xiaoyang curled up in the backpack, peering curiously at the outside world through the gaps, occasionally letting out soft, puff-puff sounds that were drowned out by the engine's rumble. Upon arriving at the gates of Tianwu Academy, Zhang Linjuan saluted the watchmen who had escorted him and bid them farewell. Before he could steady himself, a graceful figure leaped into his armsit with Shan Xintong, who had been waiting for him. Her long legs wrapped around his waist as she showered his face with passionate kisses. Once she confirmed he was safe and sound, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Honey, am I your girlfriend now? She whispered softly into his ear. The word, honey, left Zhang Linjuan frozen in place. Slowly, he turned his head to look at her. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Shan Xintong urged him gently, say something. Of course you are, Zhang Linjuan exclaimed, pulling her into a tight embrace. Yes, Nan's advice really worked. Though a little bashful, Shan Xintong was brimming with excitement. She hopped down from his arms, grabbed his hand, and took a photo, which she promptly posted on her social media. Mission accomplished. Taken and off the market. Zhang Linjuan. Not to be outdone, Zhang Linjuan wrapped his arm around her, snapped a selfie, and wrote, mutual affection, endless longing, lucky to be together, holding hands to share our hearts, never parting. Shan Xintong. Not bad at all, Shan Xintong said, grinning as she glanced at his post. The two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with love. Suddenly, their phones began buzzing incessantly with notifications, and the pair remembered something important. Did you block Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xing? Did you block Uncle Shin and Aunt Ran? Forgot. Didn't. Shan Xintong burst into laughter, tugging Zhang Linjuan's hand as they dashed into the campus. Bathed in the golden light of dusk, the young lovers focused only on each other, embodying the purest essence of youth. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyang was curled up in Shan Xintong's arms, utterly despairing over its once again disheveled fur. The two carried the little creature as they tiptoed into the bamboo courtyard of the Tianqi, all for the sake of acquiring some bamboo shoots for its meal. Sure. Zhang Linjuan gestured for silence, pulling out a short knife to cut the bamboo. Shan Xintong held her breath, and even Mao Xiaoyang covered its mouth with its tiny paws. At that moment, a soft cough came from above the bamboo grove. The two looked up guiltily, only to see the Tianqi Dean reclining nonchalantly on a bamboo branch. Clad in flowing white robes, he held a green wine gourd, occasionally taking a sip. His garments fluttered gently in the breeze, making him appear like an otherworldly immortal. Dean. Dean Tianqi responded with a nod, glancing downward. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. What are you guys so crap? With a loud thud, the Dean tumbled to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Jiang Linjuhan and Shen Xintong instinctively turned their heads to avoid looking, while Mao Xiaoyang covered its eyes with its tiny paws. Dean, are you all right? Before anyone could ask further, Dean Tianqi scrambled to his feet in a panic. Without even bothering to brush off the bamboo leaves stuck to his beard and hair, he darted behind the courtyard gate. His lips trembled as he spoke in a voice filled with terror. Why is it here? Why is it here? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Do you know how hard it is for me at my age? Get lost. Jiang Linjuhan stared at the Dean's unusual behavior with a thoughtful expression. The Dean didn't know Mao Xiaoyang would be with me? He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Either the Dean hadn't been keeping track of him lately and hadn't used his foresight abilities, which, given the old charlatan's personality, seemed highly unlikely, or there was only one other explanation. Mao Xiaoyang's presence was something completely beyond the Dean's expectations. Shielded from the heavens. Even the old charlatan is afraid of you. Jiang Linjuhan looked at the innocent-faced Mao Xiaoyang with a complicated expression. What on earth are you? Dean Tianqi adjusted his robes and cleared his throat, feigning composure. I was just teasing you all earlier. How was my acting? That was clearly a gut reaction. Keep spinning your tails. Jiang Linjuhan shot him a sidelong glance. The Dean sighed, stepping forward to gently pat Mao Xiaoyang on the head. Since things are already like this, take good care of it. Whatever you do, don't let it get upset. Seeing Jiang Linjuhan about to ask more questions, he quickly waved his hand to cut him off. Feel free to chop down as much bamboo as you want. No need to sneak around. With that, he turned and briskly walked back into the courtyard, looking every bit like he was fleeing the scene. Jiang Linjuhan watched the old charlatan's retreating figure, clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture, and decided not to press further. Taking out a short knife, he prepared to cut some bamboo, only to find that the bamboo was extraordinarily tough, and the knife left no mark. He switched to a tang blade, which finally allowed him to cut down a stalk with ease. Here, give it a try. He cut off a small piece and handed it to Mao Xiaoyang. If you can't chew it, don't worry, I'll buy you something tomorrow. Mao Xiaoyang happily took the bamboo, clutching it tightly as it gnawed away. Green bamboo juice splattering everywhere as it ate with gusto. We'll chop a few more for you, Jiang Linjuhan said as he continued cutting. Unbeknownst to him, Dean Tianqi was secretly watching from inside the courtyard. Each time a bamboo stalk fell, the Dean winced and plucked a hair from his beard, muttering to himself, my precious Lingyu bamboo that I've nurtured for thousands of years. After cutting down 10 stalks of bamboo, Jiang Linjuhan went to check on his master's cottage, only to find it empty. He then left the small valley with Mao Xiaoyang. They first stopped by the dining hall to visit Jiang Linjuhan's mother. Surprisingly, she didn't ask any questions about his relationship with Shen Xintong. After parting ways with Shen Xintong, Jiang Linjuhan returned to dorm room 301, where he found his 3 roommates and Yu Tian packing their luggage. Wow, we thought you weren't coming back to stay with us anymore, seeing as the rest of us are all single, Yu Xiaowen remarked with a hint of mock jealousy. Welcome back, and congratulations on winning the beauty's heart, Tianwu said with a cheerful grin. Where are you all planning to go? Jiang Linjuhan asked, pointing at the suitcases. Perfect timing that you're here. The Academy is organizing a trip for all first-year students to Qinglong Pass to broaden their horizons. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. By the way, the Vice Dean has already gone ahead and will be stationed there for a while. So, Master went to Qinglong Pass. Jiang Linjuhan nodded thoughtfully before adding, by the way, let me introduce you to a new friend. Mao Xiaoyang peeked out from behind Jiang Linjuhan, her big round eyes curiously observing the humans in front of her. Holy crap, did you steal a panda? Yu Xiaowen exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. No, it's a bamboo-eating beast. Tianwu squinted and examined it closely. So cute. Ding Jis' eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Yu Tian felt the sword in his arms trembling and couldn't help muttering a low curse at its lack of composure. Under Jiang Linjuhan's protection, Mao Xiaoyang stood safely on the table, energetically showing off her adorable charm. Suddenly, she stopped moving, her little nose twitching slightly, and her gaze locked onto the storage bracelet on Tianwu's wrist. Pointing at the bracelet with her tiny paw, she made a whining sound. Fatty. Xiaochuan. What is she? There's probably some rare treasure in your bracelet, Jiang Linjuhan explained. Wow, how'd you know I just got something valuable? Tianwu chuckled before his expression turned serious. You're saying she sniffed it out? Not only did she sniff it out, but she also wants to eat it, Linjuhan confirmed with a nod. Fatty, fatty. Mao Xiaoyang stretched her little paw toward Tianwu, looking pitiful. Tianwu, momentarily dazed, unconsciously took out a translucent, jade-green fruit from his bracelet and placed it in her paw. Mao Xiaoyang happily wriggled her round body and began munching on the fruit. Only then did Tianwu snap out of it. My Yun Xiang fruit, he reached out, trying to take it back. You gave it to her, and now you want it back? Shameless. Yu Xiaowen scoffed. I didn't give it willingly. A rare treasure is like my wife, how could I just give it away? Tianwu protested, though he couldn't quite recall the exact moment he handed it over. In the end, he had no choice but to let it go. Since Mao Xiaoyang ate your treasure, as compensation, you're allowed to pet her now, Linjuhan reminded him. Tianwu's face lit up with joy. He carefully picked up Mao Xiaoyang and gently stroked her. Even as a grown man, he couldn't resist her overwhelming cuteness. Mao Xiaoyang, let me hold you too. I'll have my dad bring over a truckload of bamboo for you tomorrow. How about that? Yu Xiaowen tried to bargain with her. Mao Xiaoyang spat a mouthful of saliva right in his face. Come on, let me hold you. Hey, you little rascal, don't be so ungrateful. At 1 in the morning, Linjuhan had fallen into a deep sleep, exhausted and in need of rest. Mao Xiaoyang, lying beside him, suddenly opened her glowing round eyes. She glanced around warily, ensuring everyone was sound asleep, before stealthily sneaking over to Yu Ziyuan's bed. Quietly climbing up, she bounced a few times on his stomach, her expression mischievous. Then, raising her tiny paws, she gave his face several soundless slaps from left to right. Strangely, Yu Xiaowen remained completely unaware of what was happening. Satisfied with her prank, Mao Xiaoyang nodded to herself and snuck back to Linjuhan's bed, curling up for a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Linjuhan woke up, habitually giving Mao Xiaoyang's fluffy backside a little rub as he sat up. Time to get up. Ugh. Morning, Tianwu yawned. Morning, Dingji also sat up. Morning. Why does my face feel sore? Yu Xiaowen touched his cheek. Man, I had the best dream last night. I dreamt that some gorgeous girl was smothering me with kisses so passionate. What the hell? Where'd this pig demon come from? Tianwu grabbed his pillow and hurled it at him. Dingji, dumbfounded, clenched his massive fists. Why are you hitting me? Yu Xiaowen swatted the pillow away. You're the youngest? Who else would it be? An argument about identity erupted in the dormitory. Someone accused Mao Xiaoyang of being a pig demon disguised in the human world, their words dripping with hostility. Shut up. I'm a blooming flower adored by everyone, Yu Xiaowen retorted angrily. At that moment, Linjuhan silently handed a mirror to Yu Xiaowen. My face. Who did this? Yu Xiaowen shrieked as he saw his swollen and distorted reflection. Tianwu clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably with a series of ha-ha-ha sounds. Mao Xiaoyang, who had just woken up, rubbed his sleepy eyes. When he caught sight of Yu Xiaowen's pig-like face, he burst into laughter, doubling over. It must have been you. Yu Xiaowen pointed angrily at Mao Xiaoyang across the bedside table. Feeling wronged, Mao Xiaoyang shrank into Linjuhan's arms, letting out faint whimpering sounds. You must have sleepwalked into the girls' dorm and got beaten up last night. How could you blame such an adorable Mao Xiaoyang? Tianwu said with a sly glance. Yu Xiaowen mumbled in despair. I can't show my face to anyone anymore. Time to gather. Linjuhan, holding Mao Xiaoyang, walked into the bathroom and asked softly, was it you? Mao Xiaoyang shook his head decisively and used his little paw to gesture fat. No more hitting people in the future, Linjuhan instructed. Mao Xiaoyang obediently nodded in agreement. By the sink, Mao Xiaoyang stood upright, brushing his teeth diligently. Tianwu walked in and was stunned by the sight of such intelligence. Mao Xiaoyang returned the look with a disdainful glare, then continued spitting out foam. At the school gate, 20 luxury buses were lined up neatly. 1,000 freshmen were about to depart for Qinglong Pass at Jinggu Port, where they would live and train with local soldiers for 2 weeks. There was no fear on their youthful faces, only anticipation for the future. They were ready to inherit the tradition their predecessors had safeguarded with their blood and lives, defending peace for the next generation. Board the buses. Zhong Bei, dressed in military uniform, commanded firmly. As the supervising instructor, he was determined to pass on a lifetime of experience to these young individuals, giving them the skills to protect themselves. Yu Xiaowen hid at the back of the crowd, using Ding Ji's tall frame as cover. He had disguised himself to only show his eyes, looking like an Arab. Even after applying Tianwu's anti-swelling ointment, his face hadn't improved much. Still, he didn't want to miss this trip. Once everyone was on board, Zhong Bei signaled the drivers to depart. On the bus, he noticed Linjuhan sitting with a large bag in his arms and smiled. You've been missing classes lately. How's your combat training coming along? Jiang Linjuhan gave him a brief, indifferent glance before turning his head away. Tianwu Academy is 163 kilometers away from Jinggu Port in a straight line. Once the bus entered the wartime expressway leading directly to Jinggu Port, the 2-hour journey left everyone on edge. On the horizon, a massive defensive structure gradually came into view, a colossal fortification stretching between land and sea, resembling a black dragon undulating across the earth. The students on the bus straightened their backs, clenched their fists, and their eyes shone with pride. This impenetrable defense line shielded the inland from the ferocious sea beasts, allowing people to live in peace and prosperity. This formidable stronghold, built with the blood and sweat of countless predecessors, was the very thing they had sworn to protect with their lives. As the bus veered onto the ramp, the sight of the military camp before them invigorated everyone. Rows of densely packed, dark green tents stood neatly in formation, with vibrant military flags fluttering in the wind. Cannons stood poised with their barrels raised, helicopters bristling with weapons were ready for action, and soldiers exuded fighting spirit as they stood at attention. Jiang Linjuhan stood by the window, taking in the scene, an awe-inspiring sight far beyond what books or videos could convey. The bus came to a steady stop outside the camp, and the students, too excited to bother with their luggage, scrambled off the vehicle. The sea breeze, carrying a salty tang, hit them in the face, mingled with the heavy scent of gunpowder and blood. A tall, broad-shouldered colonel strode toward them, dressed in camouflage fatigues with gleaming insignias on his shoulders. His thick eyebrows and sharp eyes radiated a commanding presence. Zhongbei stepped forward swiftly and embraced him tightly. "You old rascal. You still remember to come see me," the colonel said, his eyes glistening. "I've been thinking about it all along. Here I am now," Zhongbei replied with a wide grin. The colonel glanced at the students behind him. "So, these are the troops you brought along. They seem spirited." Zhongbei immediately called the group to attention. "Let me introduce you all. This is Colonel Fu Xinyuan, commander of the Dragon Banner Special Forces Brigade of Qinglong Pass 2nd Army Group." "Greetings, Commander. May our homeland remain safe," the students shouted in unison, their voices ringing with determination. Fu Xinyuan solemnly returned their salute. Colonel Fu Xinyuan then led the newcomers into the camp. Each 20-person tent was equipped with military regulations and a map of the camp. Areas marked in red were strictly off-limits, and the students' movement was restricted to the cafeteria, bathhouse, hot water station, washroom, and hospital. There were no recreational facilities, and all electronic devices had to be surrendered to the storage office. For the next 2 weeks, they would study the behavior and weaknesses of sea beasts, along with the operation of firearms and artillery. In battles against oceanic beasts, thermal weapons were the mainstay, both because the environment limited close combat and because firearms could sustain prolonged combat by reloading, unlike the finite reserves of spiritual power. Only when facing high-level beasts would awakened combat teams be deployed for swift elimination. After settling their luggage, the group lined up neatly and marched toward the nearest cafeteria. As they approached within 200 meters of the cafeteria, a rich aroma of seafood wafted through the air. It was the distinct scent of beast meat, and Jiang Linjuan's eyes lit up immediately. "Quite the sharp nose, huh?" Zhongbei glanced back at him. "There are a lot of ferocious beasts trying to come ashore every day around here, so there's never a shortage of spiritual food. Later, eat as much as you can, but don't waste it. Coach Zhong, is there spiritual food available for every meal?" Jiang Linjuan poked Zhongbei's back with his finger, his face full of anticipation. "Keep dreaming." Zhongbei rolled his eyes. "You think life's that easy? This meal is a one-time perk for new recruits. After this, if you want it, you'll have to get it yourself." "Got it." Jiang Linjuan nodded enthusiastically, already planning to sample as many different spiritual dishes as possible and find the most delicious ones. Inside the cafeteria, several enormous pots were steaming, filling the room with an even stronger aroma that made everyone's mouths water. The spiritual food, cooked from marine beasts, exuded an irresistible savory sweetness. The special operations soldiers moved with swift efficiency, finishing their meals in just a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, the new recruits sat upright, waiting for the food to be served. 4 kitchen staff carried a large rectangular iron tray to each table, distributing the meals. The tender, white spiritual food was incredibly appetizing. When it was finally Jiang Linjuan's table's turn, Zhongbei saluted the kitchen staff in thanks. "Thanks, brothers. Just leave the tray here." Jiang Linjuan felt a movement in the bag on his chest and discreetly patted it. The little creature, Cat Xiaoyang, wasn't friendly with anyone else, so he had no choice but to bring it along. He exchanged a look with his 3 buddies, and they immediately understood, creating a commotion to draw attention. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiang Linjuan quickly grabbed a piece of meat from the tray, unzipped his bag slightly. A tiny black paw shot out like lightning, snatching the meat with perfect coordination. "You Xiaowen, what's with that ridiculous getup?" Zhong Bei finally noticed someone at the table wrapped up like a dumpling. Brother Bei, you can still recognize me like this? Yu Xiaowen asked in surprise. That shifty look in your eyes is too distinctive, Zhong Bei teased with a laugh. Yu Xiaowen wisely kept his mouth shut, carefully lifting a corner of his mask and using his arm to shield himself as he ate. Tianwu explained on his behalf. Xiaowen tested a new medicine for me, and it had some side effects. Respect. Zhong Bei clasped his hands together in mock admiration. Suddenly, the sharp blare of an alarm echoed throughout the camp. The special operations soldiers immediately set down their bowls and chopsticks, while even the kitchen staff tossed aside their aprons and grabbed their weapons, rushing out. Some students stood up, looking confused. Sit down and keep eating, Zhong Bei commanded, standing and waving them to stay put. Coach Zhong, what's going on? A routine beast tide. The entire unit needs to head to Qinglong Pass. The entire unit? Then shouldn't we go too? Yeah, coach, take us with you. You really want to go? I'm afraid once you see it, you won't be able to eat or sleep, Zhong Bei said with a frown. Ha ha ha, coach, you're underestimating us. Zhong Bei looked at the students in surprise. The smiles on their faces were starting to seem unsettling. The Dragon Nation spent a century and immense resources, manpower, material, and financesto construct 4 mighty steel fortresses. Among them, Qinglong Pass bears the heaviest defensive responsibility. It safeguards over 18,000 kilometers of coastline, spanning 14 provinces, cities, and regions. This area is home to 40 of the nation's population and generates 60 of its GDP. The steel walls are scarred with traces of battles and repairs. When sunlight hits these marks, they reflect a blood-like glow, a testament to the blood of countless defending warriors and repair workers, as well as the stains left by the defeated beasts. At this moment, Zhong Bei led 1,000 students to ascend the towering fortress, over 30 meters high. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by deafening sounds of battle. The relentless rattle of machine gunfire, the thunderous roar of cannons, and the hum of armed helicopters circling overhead. Rockets streaked across the sky, leaving trails of smoke before crashing into the sea, sending up towering water columns. The once blue sea quickly turned crimson. The shattered remains of the beasts littered the beach, their blood, flesh, and severed limbs piling up layer by layer. The students stood frozen in fear, not daring to disturb the soldiers engaged in fierce combat. The fortress's defensive systems were fully activated. Heavy machine guns spewed fire, mortars launched shells, and awakeners unleashed a barrage of long-range attacks, fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, rocks, and spiritual energy arrows rained down in succession. Below the fortress, plant-based awakeners wove layers of defenses, including spiked thorns, coiled vines, and sturdy tree walls. Suddenly, a massive tidal wave, stretching for kilometers, surged from the distance, its crest teeming with beasts. Faced with this overwhelming force of nature, the students couldn't help but feel insignificant. Just then, the steel fortress shimmered faintly, as a defensive spirit rune field rose, enveloping the entire section of the wall at Jinggu Port. A razor-thin beam of light streaked across the sky, splitting the 100-meter-high wave in two in an instant. It was the Blade Master, Qin Cheng. The students' eyes filled with awe, their hearts pounding wildly. Jiang Linjuhan, in particular, felt his blood boil, wishing he could charge down and join the fight against the beasts. As the defensive light barrier dissipated, Zhong Bei walked toward the weapon storage area. He retrieved a large-caliber sniper rifle and several magazines loaded with specially designed armor-piercing rounds. With a stern expression, he found a shooting spot, set up the sniper rifle, and quickly entered combat mode. Beige is so cool, Yu Xiaowen called out in a deliberately exaggerated tone, drawing eye rolls from the surrounding class. Matesno, one could fail to recognize you in that getup. Jiang Linjuhan stepped up beside Zhong Bei, gazing down at the battlefield below. 200 meters from the city wall, heaps of ferocious beast carcasses were piled layer upon layer. Wave after wave of beasts charged relentlessly towards the wall, seemingly endless in their assault. The ocean, as the most abundant cradle of life, conceals countless otherworldly portals and ferocious creatures. Beaches that were once filled with laughter and joy now lay deserted, and the bustling fishing boats of the past have long returned to the harbor. Only a few cargo ships persist in operation, but the cost of transportation has skyrocketed due to the need for awakened escorts. These steel giants rarely attract the attention of sea beasts, but when faced with high-level predators, capsizing and sinking can happen in the blink of an eye. Zhong Bai's gunshots were crisp and precise, each bullet hitting its mark with deadly accuracy. He could even sometimes pierce through two beasts with a single shot. Due to their unique marine environment, these oceanic beasts often had soft bodies and rarely possessed thick scales or armor. This was the result of natural selection. If they had all evolved sturdy armor, humanity might have already been overwhelmed. Coach, why haven't we seen any high-level beasts? Jiang Linjuhan asked. Zhongbei continued shooting as he explained. Even beasts understand the concept of risk and reward. They'll send smaller creatures to test the waters first. Once they find a weak spot, the big ones will make their move. You can use that telescope over there to take a look at the distance. Jiang Linjuhan picked up the telescope and, with the aid of his Azura Blood Eyes ability, faintly made out 3 massive figures on the horizon: a giant shark, an octopus, and a sea turtle with a shell as large as a mountain. These colossal beasts seemed to sense his gaze and quickly turned to dive into the depths of the ocean. The smaller beasts attacking the city retreated in unison. We did it. We drove them back. Several students cheered excitedly. In contrast, the seasoned warriors remained calm and composed, methodically clearing spent casings and replenishing their ammunition. Such battles had long become routine for them. A lieutenant pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Zhongbei, who politely declined. Lighting the cigarette for himself, the lieutenant remarked, "Brother Zhong, your students are something else. When other schools came to observe, their students either vomited or fainted, but yours are impressive." Zhongbei's face reddened slightly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he led the team down from the wall. Inwardly, he made a note to learn more about these students. They were promising candidates for the military. Back at the cafeteria, the kitchen staff had put their aprons back on and resumed preparing meals for everyone. Watching this scene, Jiang Linjuhan felt a deep sense of respect. To live in such a kind and great nation was a profound blessing and pride. No matter the circumstances, there was never fear in the face of battle. The salty sea breeze blew in from afar, and bright red flags fluttered in the sky. After lunch, the students returned to their tents for a brief rest, changing into clean camouflage uniforms. Each of them wore a badge on their chest representing Tianwu Academy, clearly displaying the academy's emblem, their name, and blood type. Jiang Linjuhan gently stroked the well-fed cat, Xiaoliang, who was now sound asleep inside the tent. He knew he couldn't take it along for the upcoming training. Nearby, Yu Xiaowen was busy hiding his carefully maintained face behind a black sun protection mask, determined to avoid any sunburn. Once you've received your firearms, never point the muzzle at anyone. Always engage the safety after shooting. During inspection, keep the muzzle angled 45 degrees upward. Zhongbei's voice was stern and commanding. The students lined up in 3 rows, entering the armory one by one to collect their firearms and training blanks. For many of the male students, this was their first time handling a real gun, and they touched the weapons with reverence, as if holding a cherished treasure. Once everyone had received their equipment, they returned to the city wall. Spread out, half a meter apart. Zhongbei shouted through a megaphone. The 1,000 students quickly formed a long line. Attention, a line to the right. Look forward. More detailed instructions followed. Raise your guns and aim. Align the front sight, rear sight, and the target in a straight line. Press the stock firmly against your shoulder. Hold this position for 1 hour. Zhongbei patrolled the line as he barked orders, correcting the posture of any student who wasn't up to standard. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and sweat trickled down everyone's faces. Yet, not a single person moved, standing as still as statues. At first, the observing soldiers watched with curiosity, but their expressions soon shifted to astonishment, and eventually, admiration. After an hour, Zhongbei signaled with a wave of his hand. Attention! In perfect unison, the students brought their guns to their chests, muzzles pointing downward, without the slightest tremor. Am I dealing with a bunch of maniacs here? Zhongbei muttered in disbelief, ruffling his crew cut. He randomly tested a few students, attempting to snatch their guns, but found each one gripping their weapon tightly, showing no signs of fatigue. Prone position. Aim. Another hour. With the new command, everyone smoothly dropped to the ground, assuming shooting stances. Zhongbei crouched next to Jiang Linjuhan and asked quietly, "Have you all undergone systematic training before?" "No," Jiang Linjuhan replied, maintaining his position. "Then how are you managing this?" After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Linjuhan answered, "When we hunt ferocious beasts, we often have to lie in wait with weapons for hours." "Ah, that explains it." Zhongbei nodded in realization. While he was aware of the tradition where freshmen trained in the Yunkuan Mountains, he didn't know the specifics. "Tell me more about it." "Not a great idea." Jiang Linjuhan hesitated. "It's a bit of a secret, and our methods are pretty extreme. Most people wouldn't handle hearing about it." "Oh, but you're not most people, coach, so it should be fine." "Hey, now you've got me curious. Spill it." "All right, come closer." Zhongbei set down his megaphone and lay beside Jiang Linjuhan, listening intently as Jiang began recounting their experiences hunting ferocious beasts. 1,000 minds lead to 1,000 ideas, and when combined, the result can be truly astonishing. Zhongbei stood at the podium, his expression shifting with each student's contribution: first surprise, then contemplation, and finally a faint, meaningful smile. "I have to admit, if you were on the battlefield, you'd survive the longest," he said, his gaze sweeping over the students with a complex look. As a seasoned veteran who had endured countless battles, Zhong Bei understood the three key factors for survival on the battlefield: mindset, physical strength, and obedience. On the battlefield, fear is your greatest enemy, Zhong Bei said in a steady, commanding tone. Once fear overtakes reason, you lose your ability to make sound decisions, and death won't be far behind. Next is physical fitness. It determines whether you can handle crises with composure. Lastly, obeying orders is just as crucial. It's what unites us into a single, formidable force. An hour later, the training moved into the practical combat phase. Zhong Bei began explaining the basics of firearm operation in detail. The selector switch on the left side of the stock controls the firing mode. 0 to 3 represent safe, single shot, burst, and full auto fire. Pointing to the elongated drainage channel below the wall, he added, "This is designed to collect spent shell casings." At Zhong Bei's command, the shooting range erupted in gunfire. The trainees eagerly pulled back the bolts, disengaged the safeties, and fired round after round, emptying 5 magazines before reluctantly stopping. Zhong Bei then moved on to teach the use of sniper rifles and mortars, including how to account for environmental factors such as wind speed, direction, temperature, and humidity. As night fell, following a long-standing tradition, the new recruits were to spend their first night on guard duty alongside the station soldiers. This ritual served as a poignant reminder of the hard-won peace they now enjoyed. Under the overcast night sky, the piercing beams of searchlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the coastal waters as if it were daytime. Jiang Linjuhan cradled his weapon, his eyes fixed on the churning waves. Tianwu approached him, gazing at the ominous sky. "Looks like heavy rain tonight. The beasts will surely take advantage of it to launch an attack," he said. "Honestly, while I hate it when they assault Qinglong Pass, I can't deny I'm a little excited," Jiang Linjuhan replied. "Humans and these beasts are destined to never coexist peacefully," Tianwu sighed. "We'll go alert the others to stay on high alert." In the distance, muffled thunder rolled as lightning streaked the sky. The downpour came suddenly and violently. Jiang Linjuan's instincts flared. He turned his gaze toward the distant sea. Raising his fist abruptly, he shouted, "Prepare for action." Flares shot into the sky, illuminating the scene with blinding light. In the glare, a horde of beasts surged forward, riding the towering waves as they charged at Qinglong Pass. The piercing sound of alarms echoed through the camp. Soldiers jolted awake from their sleep, swiftly grabbing their weapons and sprinting toward Qinglong Pass. Amid the downpour, Jiang Linjuan adjusted his chin microphone and shouted to his comrades, "Grab the ammunition and wait for Instructor Zhong to give the orders." Every 20 meters, there was an ammunition depot covered with waterproof tarps. The cadets quickly transported the ammo, skillfully swapping out magazines. The crisp clicks of bolts being pulled back and safety switches being flipped filled the air. The rain intensified, reducing visibility, but thanks to the tactical helmets, their vision remained unaffected. No one aimed carefully. Against the surging horde of beasts, they simply had to keep pulling the trigger. Countless beasts fell like harvested wheat, yet more surged forward, trampling over the bodies of their fallen kin to reach the shore. The artillery positions in the camp roared to life. Deafening booms erupted as shells landed with precision among the beasts, sending massive plumes of water into the air. A grim mixture of blood mist, smoke, and seawater shrouded the battlefield. With his night vision capabilities, Jiang Linjuan's shots were almost unerring, and he quickly emptied 4 magazines. At that moment, Zhong Bei, fully armed, ascended the city wall. With twin rifles slung over his shoulders and a grenade launcher on his back, he issued commands in a commanding voice. He shot a glance at Jiang Linjuan, who immediately understood and brought over 2 crates of rockets. Zhong Bei handed a 40mm rocket launcher to Jiang Linjuan and stepped onto the edge of the wall, firing without hesitation. Rockets streaked through the rain-soaked air, leaving fiery trails behind. Jiang Linjuan followed suit, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Before long, the two had expended all their rockets. Suddenly, 2 signal flares, one red, one green, lit up the sky. "Cease fire immediately. Engage safeties." Zhong Bai's voice boomed across the battlefield. "Instructor, what's going on?" Jiang Linjuan asked while efficiently executing the ceasefire protocol. "A powerful beast is about to come ashore. The awakened squad will handle it," Zhong Bei responded curtly. "Let me join them." Excitement flashed in Jiang Linjuan's eyes. Zhong Bei scrutinized him. "Are you confident?" "I can absolutely hold my own," Jiang Linjuan replied with a confident smile. Zhong Bei was about to grab a rope to assist him down the wall, but Jiang Linjuan had already leapt gracefully to the ground. When he looked toward the shore again, a brilliant flash of a blade cut through the rain, effortlessly slicing through a beast's body. "Instructor, we want to go too." The other cadets surrounded Zhong Bei, eager to join the fight. After a brief hesitation, Zhong Bei nodded. "All right, I'll go with you. Grab the ropes." "Instructor, no need for that," Tianwu said with a mysterious smile, snapping his fingers. Su Rong brought her index and middle fingers together and gave a quick salute at her forehead. her playful expression perfectly complementing her delicate features. Without hesitation, she leapt off the city wall. Her demeanor shifted instantly, her gaze sharp as a blade and brimming with fighting spirit. A dark green willow tree responded to her call, its slender branches wrapping securely around her waist, ensuring her safe descent. Phew, that scared me. Zhong Bei sighed in relief upon seeing Su Rong land unharmed. Lu Yan, Ding Ji, Yu Xia, Luo Hu, Gao Ran, and I will go down first to establish a defense line. The rest, follow in order, Tao Ru commanded loudly. Understood. The group responded in unison. Tao Ru led the first team as they jumped down. Su Rong skillfully manipulated the willow branches to catch them with precision. Once on the ground, the team quickly spread out, forming a tight defensive formation with Su Rong securely at the center. The second wave of students with similar abilities followed seamlessly, assisting those still atop the wall. Within minutes, all 1,000 students had safely landed. Zhong Bei descended along with them, nodding in approval at their coordinated efforts and giving a thumbs up. Where's the boss? I can't see him anywhere, Lu Yan asked, scanning the coastline. Stop looking, Tao Ru said as he wiped rainwater off his face. He's already made his way into the sea. Formation 1. Prepare to advance. The team swiftly restructured. Beast-type and object-type ability users formed the front line. Plant-type users followed closely behind, and healing, elemental, and psychic ability users took positions at the rear. Zhong Bei noticed the masked Yu Xiaowen in the front row and questioned, Aren't you a healer? You should be in the back. Nonsense. I'm a proper melee fighter, Yu Xiaowen retorted, raising his chin proudly before quickly lowering his head to adjust his fluttering mask. Move forward, Tao Ru ordered. Though Jiang Linjuhan was absent, Tao Ru, as the vice-captain, took command. However, he was well aware that a legendary soldier stood among them. Zhong Bei silently drew a chillingly sharp military knife, his fighting spirit rising, but he refrained from interfering with Tao Ru's leadership. As the unit advanced to the shore, they encountered no intact beasts, only countless corpses neatly sliced in half. Zhong Bei raised his binoculars to scan the sea and was stunned to see the surface littered with layers upon layers of beast carcasses, all severed cleanly in two in an eerily uniform manner. That guy is insane. Let's move to the side. This area is entirely his. The rain poured relentlessly as flares illuminated the sky. Meanwhile, Jiang Linjuhan had already ventured several kilometers into the sea. One hand gripped a spirit orb to replenish his energy, while the other wielded a blade that danced with lightning speed. His blood-red eyes burned with battle lust as droplets of blood trailed down the blade in a steady stream. Using the floating beast corpses as stepping stones, he leapt through the air, unleashing unparalleled arcs of blade energy. Wherever the blade energy struck, the water exploded, and lurking sea beasts were decapitated and dismembered. The surrounding waters were stained crimson, the heavy stench of blood lingering in the air. In the distance, a group of triangular dorsal fins surged forward at high speed. Shark fins for dinner, Jiang Linjuhan muttered as he charged Hedon, his right hand surging with power. Hidden wind thunder. From the sky, silver streaks of lightning descended, intertwining and converging until they were absorbed into his blade. The sudden burst of silver light illuminated his cold, angular face and blood-red eyes. With a swing of his Tang Dao, enveloped in crackling lightning, he unleashed a silent yet overwhelming force. A storm erupted, and an impenetrable web of blade energy filled every inch of space. The blade energy detonated amidst the massive black-finned great white sharks, the deafening sound of thunder shaking the heavens. Wind and lightning intertwined as the lead shark was instantly reduced to a bloody mist, and the violent shockwave sent towering water columns skyward. My shark fins! Quick, quick, quick! Front row, fill the gaps. Tao Ru's voice thundered through the downpour. Injured. Go get treated and bandage your wounds. As he barked orders, he thrust his spear with precision into the vital spot of a blue shrimp soldier. Taking advantage of a brief pause, he pulled out a bottle of water from his storage bracelet and gulped it down greedily. His throat felt like it was on fire after shouting for so long. He then took out 2 large packs of water and tossed them to the back line. The students in the second row moved swiftly, regardless of gender, each taking a small sip before passing it along. Their water bottles had long run dry, and their bodies were soaked with rain, sweat, and blood, the mixture constantly dripping into their eyes and mouths. Yet, no one complained, and no one retreated. They held their ground in this patch of the sea, repelling wave after wave of ferocious beast attacks. In the early stages of the battle, Colonel Fu Xingyuan had sent several platinum-level awakeners to protect the group. However, after witnessing the students' capabilities, he withdrew most of them, leaving only 2 to handle the high-level beasts. At the front line, Ding Ji had completely entered a berserk state. His bloodshot eyes burned with madness, and the crimson bear spirit behind him stood out vividly in the rainy night. His bear-like spectral claws moved with the force of a storm, each strike severing limbs and smashing skulls. Yu Xiuan's mask had somehow fallen off, revealing his swollen face. With a single punch, he shattered the sharp teeth of a sea fish, followed by a knee strike that sent a giant mantis shrimp flying. Such raw power it was hard to believe he was actually a stylothome dad. Zhong Bei's combat knife had become dull, but he wielded it with undiminished vigor. Fighting alongside these young individuals seemed to rekindle his youthful spirit. On the right flank, Yu Tian maintained a stoic expression. His long sword gleamed brilliantly, and wherever its light reached, beasts fell one after another. The mound of corpses around him had formed a natural barricade. On the left flank, a young ranger, though still a child, gritted his teeth and held his ground. His swordsmanship was not as sharp as Yu Tian's, but every strike he made was with the resolve to protect his comrades. Soldiers on the city walls provided continuous fire support, their sniper bullets whistling across the battlefield. 5 kilometers offshore, Linjuhan remained vigilant, refraining from venturing too deep. The sea surface was littered with countless beast corpses, and his reinforcement points had surpassed 10,000, still climbing rapidly. His most formidable prey so far was a diamond 1-star blackfin megalodon. He had plunged directly into the beast's body using his radiant blade, slicing it apart from within. His alloy battle armor flawlessly shielded him from the corrosive stomach acid, and in the end, he even tasted the prized brain matter of the shark, translucent like jade, sweet and exquisite. Standing atop the massive shark's corpse, Linjuhan scanned his surroundings but could not locate the 3 colossal beasts he had spotted earlier through his binoculars. Just then, the rain ceased, and a crimson sun broke through the clouds. The golden-red dawn bathed the sea, its shimmering light reflecting off the waves, dazzling and radiant. The beast tide had receded, and the night-long battle had finally come to an end. Linjuhan stood atop the ocean's surface, his blade slicing through the air with a sharp arc. The strike sent a towering wave surging forward, pushing him and the massive corpse of the black-finned megatoothed shark toward the shore. On the beach, 1,000 exhausted students lay sprawled in disarray. Despite their fatigue, their faces glowed with the joy of victory under the rays of the rising sun. Suddenly, a rousing battle anthem echoed from the camp. "Salute!" came Fu Xinyuan's commanding voice from atop the city wall. The soldiers standing on the wall snapped to attention, offering a military salute to the students on the beach. Their gazes were filled with recognition and admiration. This moment symbolized the passing of strength. When the young are strong, the nation is strong. A strong nation ensures peace and prosperity. The students clambered to their feet and solemnly returned the salute. They looked up at the warriors who tirelessly guarded the frontier, their hearts brimming with respect. These soldiers, who protected the nation with their lives, embodied the spirit of selfless dedication that the students aspired to inherit. "Commander, there's something unusual on the sea," a soldier urgently reported. "A massive black-finned megatoothed shark is approaching, and there's someone standing on it." Fu Xinyuan raised his binoculars for a closer look. Before he could issue a warning, a thunderous cheer erupted from below the city wall. The students, like boiling dumplings, leapt and dashed into the water. When Fu Xinyuan finally made out the figure in the familiar uniform standing atop the shark, he was deeply shaken. This student had ventured into treacherous waters that even powerful water elementals dared not enter, and had subdued a beast of at least diamond rank. "Lower the rope ladder. I want to go down and see for myself," Fu Xinyuan ordered. The tide carried Linjuhan closer to the shore, where the students buzzed with excitement. "Whoa, that shark is gigantic. Boss took it down himself. It must taste amazing. It'd make a great specimen too." Standing on the shore, Yu Tian watched the scene with a complicated expression, silently measuring the gap between himself and Linjuhan. Meanwhile, Zhongbei curiously ran his hand across the shark's rough skin and asked with a grin, "So you're taking on diamond-tier beasts now? Just lucky, I guess." Linjuhan replied as he leapt onto the beach, already fretting over how to transport the colossal creature. "Should we start breaking it down first?" Zhongbei quickly stopped him. "No need for that hassle. Let's head to the city wall first. There's a dedicated cleanup crew for this." "Was this your kill?" Fu Xinyuan's piercing gaze locked onto Linjuhan. Zhang nodded in confirmation. Fu Xinyuan seemed about to say something, but Zhongbei grabbed Zhang's arm and dragged him away. "Is everyone all right?" Linjuhan asked. "We're all fine," Lu Yin replied, though with a hint of regret. "It's just a shame we couldn't use traps or poison. My new creation, the venomous dragon drill, didn't even get a chance to shine." Noticing the odd looks from the group, he flushed and quickly added, "Not what you're thinking." "Oh? And what exactly are we thinking?" Yu Xiuan teased, throwing an arm around Lu Yan's neck. "Teach me in secret later, will you?" The soldiers lowered the rope ladder, allowing everyone to climb up to the city wall. From the elevated vantage point, they were struck by the sight before them: a sea of blood-red waves, covered in the floating corpses of ferocious beasts. And this was merely one stretch of coastline at Jingu port. The devastation made it clear. If these beasts had breached the defenses and invaded inland, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Once everyone had climbed onto the city wall, the warriors swiftly retracted the rope ladder. Suddenly, the entire steel fortress began to hum and tremble. A series of neat, square openings appeared in the center of the wall, and 20 sturdy mechanical arms extended outward, reaching toward the black-finned, giant-toothed shark. Zhang Linjuhan's eyes flashed with astonishment at the sight. Meanwhile, Zhongbei clapped his hands and called out to everyone. All right, let's head down, get some rest, take a hot shower and change into clean clothes. The weary group slowly descended from Qinglong Pass. Zhang Linjuhan made his way straight to the tent to check on Cat Xiaoyang. The little glutton was fast asleep, clutching its round belly, with a suspiciously oily sheen glistening at the corner of its mouth. Zhang Linjuhan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Last night, the camp had been deserted, so this little fool had probably taken the opportunity to sneak off for a feast. Although there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the camp, he figured the cat likely had no idea what they were, so he decided to let it slide. On the way, the camp's soldiers greeted them with warm smiles. It was clear that their earlier performance had proven their worth through action. When they reached the bathhouse, they were met with rows of unshielded showerheads. Yu Xiaowen immediately grumbled about wanting to go to the adjacent room, only to be mockingly shot down by Tianwu. Go ahead, no one's stopping you. Forget it, Yu Xiaowen muttered. I'm not like Xiao Chuan. If I go, I'll definitely get beaten up. My face can't take another injury. Ha, the pig demon finally shows some self-awareness. With your looks, who wouldn't cry after seeing you? Screw you. Believe it or not, I'll slap you with it, Yu Xiaowen retorted. Most of the men opted to shower in their underwear, partly to preserve their dignity, partly because many southern men weren't accustomed to communal showers. A few, however, stripped down completely, reveling in the chance to show off and provoke others. Tianwu smirked and warned, don't get cocky, or I'll make sure you all end up as limp noodles. Luo, whose expression immediately changed, and he quickly flattered him. Brother Tao, let's talk this out. If Su Rong finds out you're a quick finisher, do you think she'll dump you? Tao's words hit Luo Hu like a bolt of lightning. Panicking, Luo Hu pleaded, Brother Tao, help me out. Scrub my back, will you? Without a word, Tianwu walked toward a small bench. Luo Hu, holding a bath towel, eagerly followed him like a puppy. Zhang Linjuhan, however, finished his shower in just 2 minutes and returned to the empty tent. He had developed a peculiar condition and irresistible urge to pet Cat Xiaoyang. Wasting no time, he woke the cat up and got straight to the point. Did you sneak out to steal food? Startled, Cat Xiaoyang exclaimed. How did you know? Then, shamefully, it lowered its head. You know you could get caught, right? Fat chance. Cat Xiaoyang shook its head vigorously. So you're saying no one noticed you? The cat proudly raised its head, only to quickly lower it again. All right, show me how you did it, Zhang Linjuhan demanded, curious. Cat Xiaoyang nodded, turned around, and wagged its tail at him. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Zhang Linjuan's eyes narrowed as he reached out to grab where the cat had been, only to grasp empty air. Suddenly, he felt something climb onto his back and start playfully tousling his hair. Zhang Linjuan was astonished by Mao Xiaoyang's special abilities. It turned out that this little cat not only had the power of invisibility, but could only be detected through direct contact. Can you make me invisible too? He asked curiously. Mao Xiaoyang shook its head, pointed to its open mouth with a paw, and made soft woo-woo sounds. Zhang Linjuan quickly understood. You mean you can't do it yet? You need to eat more first? The little cat nodded in confirmation. This ability must never be revealed to Yu Xiaowen, Zhang Linjuan thought to himself, worried that the unreliable guy might use Mao Xiaoyang for some shady purposes. What do you need to eat? He asked. Mao Xiaoyang tilted its head in thought, then drew a circle in the air with its paw, followed by a stretching motion. Zhang Linjuan immediately thought of yunxiang fruits and the bamboo grown by the old mystic. Considering the earlier purple ginseng, it seemed this little creature needed rare and precious treasures from nature. You should leave. I can't afford to take care of you, let alone your invisibility tricks, Zhang Linjuan said helplessly. At that moment, a deliberate coughing sound came from outside the tent. Recognizing it as a signal, Zhang Linjuan quickly stuffed Mao Xiaoyang back into his backpack and warned, no more stealing food. I'll bring you something to eat. Mao Xiaoyang raised a tiny paw to high-five him in agreement, which left Zhang Linjuan marveling at the cat's impressive learning ability. Soon, Tianwu and the others entered the tent. Luo Hu, with his sharp eyes, immediately spotted a crumpled tissue on Zhang Linjuan's bed. To save his boss from embarrassment, he darted forward, grabbed the tissue, and smoothly covered. Boss, I must have accidentally left this on your bed. Zhang Linjuan glanced at the tissue in Luo Hu's hand, a vein faintly twitching on his forehead, and gave a light nudge to the backpack containing Mao Xiaoyang. Luo, who discreetly stuffed the tissue into his pocket, relieved to have defused the awkward situation. The group then headed to the mess hall, where today's meal was exceptionally lavish, complete with drinks on the table. A kitchen squad leader, wearing an apron, approached and announced, "From now on, the food is unlimited. Eat as much as you like. These delicacies can only be found here at Qinglong Pass. The shark fin still needs some preparation, so help yourselves to what's ready for now." "Thank you, squad leader." Everyone chimed in unison. "Haha, no need to thank me. These are the spoils of victory that you all earned with your strength," the squad leader replied heartily. In front of everyone was a small bowl of fragrant shark fin soup, except for Jiang Linjuhan, who had a large pot placed before him. It wasn't favoritism, but rather a practical consideration. Others simply couldn't handle the overwhelming power contained in the diamond-level spiritual food. A small taste was all they could manage without risking their bodies exploding from the sheer energy. Jiang Linjuan set aside a portion for Cat Xiaoyang before digging in with gusto. The others couldn't help but watch him devour the meal with envy in their eyes. As he ate, a thought suddenly struck Jiang Linjuan. Where did the violent energy from the ferocious beasts go? Previously, he hadn't given this much thought, assuming his body was simply strong enough to endure it. But now, as he savored the black-finned giant shark's fins, he felt only a gentle surge of spiritual energy entering his body, with no discomfort whatsoever. Reflecting on it, he realized his craving for spiritual food began after he first used the devour skill to wake up from unconsciousness. Back then, he could only eat ordinary meat. But after tasting the spiritual food prepared by Nie Qingyan, he couldn't stop clearly. His body was signaling a demand. Carefully reviewing the description of the devour skill, he noticed another puzzling point. The skill claimed it could absorb the life force of ferocious beasts or humans to nourish the user. But where did this life force go? There was no data on this in the system panel. Based on the number of people he had killed, he should have gained at least a few hundred extra years of life. Yet, spiritual energy had only been around for 140 years, and he hadn't seen any awakened individuals live past 150. Of course, the old hermit didn't count. That guy had lived for thousands of years, outlasting even a tortoise. Wiping his mouth, Jiang Linjuan leaned over to Tianwu and whispered, "Have you ever seen or heard of someone who has lived since the spiritual energy first appeared?" "Sure, plenty of big families have old geezers who refuse to die. The stronger they are, the longer they live," Tianwu explained. "Our family has a curse. We can't live past 80, so we don't have anyone like that." "Why the sudden interest?" "Just curious about how long I might live." "Don't overthink it. Spiritual energy has only been around for 150 years. How long we live isn't up to us anyway. Who knows? Spiritual energy might vanish one day, or we might die in battle tomorrow." Jiang Linjuan nodded and called out to Hyen in his mind. "Is there a connection between life force and the violent energy in ferocious beasts?" "You'll find out eventually." Jiang Linjuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Hyen and the old hermit were so alike, always keeping secrets. Still, from Hyen's words, he gleaned some insight. The two were indeed connected, and more importantly, it posed no harm to him. With this reassurance, he happily resumed enjoying his meal. After breakfast, everyone returned to their tents to rest, using spiritual energy absorption to replace sleep. As he watched them take out their spiritual pearls, Jiang Linjuan suddenly remembered something: the resource allocation from Tianwu Academy. He had been at Tianwu for months, yet he hadn't received any resources. After Nie Qingyan gave him a bag of spiritual pearls last time, he had completely forgotten about it. "Did the Academy distribute cultivation resources last month?" he asked. "They did." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, right. You weren't here at the time," Yushuan replied. Tianwu added, "When the resources were being distributed, the teacher specifically asked the dean about you. The dean said he would personally deliver your share." "Human doing things?" Jiang Linjuan gritted his teeth. The old mystic not only failed to provide him with cultivation resources, but kept taking from him instead. Clenching his fists, he almost wanted to rush back to the academy and chop down all the bamboo the old mystic had planted. However, on second thought, the spirit beads he had on hand were enough to last quite a while. Suddenly, he remembered something important. I've completed the task of killing 300 silver-ear feral beasts, haven't I?" He checked the system panel and saw that not only had he met the task's goal, but he had far exceeded it. But where was the reward? This frequent forgetting of important matters troubled Jiang Linjuan deeply. With his photographic memory, this was highly unusual. "It's either the old mystic playing tricks or he messing with me," he muttered to himself. The system simply replied that the reward would be issued together with the next task. "Just give me back the old system. I don't want you anymore." Jiang Linjuan sighed, looking around helplessly before his gaze landed on Mao Xiaoyang. He took the little creature out of his bag and gently ruffled its head. In this cold, indifferent world, Mao Xiaoyang seemed to be his only source of warmth. Seeing that Mao Xiaoyang was about to lose its temper, Jiang Linjuhan stopped and pulled out a golden spirit bead to begin cultivating. To his surprise, Mao Xiaoliang suddenly swallowed the bead in one bite, crunching it noisily. You can eat spirit beads? Jiang Linjuan stared in astonishment at the little creature. As expected of a bamboo-eating beast, Mao Xiaoliang nodded but made a disgusted face, as if saying, "It tastes awful. Then try this." Jiang Linjuan offered a packed portion of fish fins. Mao Xiaoliang immediately forgot its earlier irritation at being overpetted and happily wagged its tail as it enjoyed the treat. 5 hours later, Zhongbai's assembly call broke the peace of cultivation. Everyone changed into clean clothes and lined up neatly to head to the logistics department. At the warehouse entrance, Colonel Fu Xinyuan had been waiting for some time. As two soldiers pulled open the warehouse doors, the sight before them left everyone stunned inside. The warehouse was piled high with spirit beads. Bronze tier beads were the most abundant, followed by silver tier, and even a significant number of gold tier beads. Is the commander trying to bribe us? He better pay extra, someone joked. Fu Xinyuan smiled and explained that these were partly their spoils of war, and the exact quantity was difficult to calculate. Considering your bravery last night, the warehouse is open to you. Take as much as you want, but no storage equipment is allowed. The students entered the warehouse in an orderly manner. Despite the temptation, they adhered to the principles instilled in them at Yunkunshan. Take only what you deserve, and don't touch what you don't. Some took a dozen beads, while others took only one or two. Zhongbei and Fu Xinyuan watched everything from the doorway, growing increasingly impressed. When the last group of students left, the warehouse doors slowly closed. Any regrets? Fu Xinyuan asked. Thank you, Commander. The students beamed with gratitude, showing no sign of regret. Zhongbai's eyes glistened with emotion as he clapped enthusiastically for the students who made him so proud. When one door closes, another window will surely open, Fu Xinyuan said solemnly. Now, let me open a window for you. What do you mean? The crowd looked puzzled, their eyes fixed on Zhongbei in confusion. It means all of you have passed the test, Zhongbei exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, his face beaming with joy. A test? Another test? Someone grumbled. These tests are driving us crazy. Seriously? If it were a beauty testing us, I'd kneel down in a heartbeat. Another voice chimed in. Ignoring their complaints, Zhongbei clapped his hands to quiet everyone down. From the moment you set foot in the camp, every detail has been a test, he began explaining in detail. The first test was stepping up to volunteer at Qinglong Pass during the Beast Tide, proving your courage. The second was staying calm and composed on the pass, avoiding reckless actions. The third was your awareness of gun safety, demonstrating trust within the team. The fourth was flawlessly completing an hour of training commands, showing your obedience. The fifth was maintaining order and effectively handling the Beast Tide, even when I wasn't present. As he spoke, Zhongbei's tone suddenly grew more impassioned. But what shocked us the most was your willingness to leave Qinglong Pass and face the beasts hidden. At your age and current level of ability, this is unprecedented. Including the medical and support staff, every single one of you not only descended the pass, but also successfully took down a significant number of beasts. He paused briefly before continuing. The final test was one of character. When faced with material temptations, you upheld the highest moral standards. This flawless performance fills me with immense pride. The group stood there, dumbfounded. Turns out we're this amazing, someone murmured in disbelief. Taking the opportunity, Yu Xiuan joked, Instructor, is there a beauty test? I'd like to take that one. Stop joking around, Fu Xinyuan interjected. Never before have so many people achieved perfect scores at once. Follow me. He led the group deeper into the logistics area, stopping at a red line. The students hesitated, until Jiang Linjuan boldly stepped over the line, prompting the others to follow. Fu Xinyuan cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Linjuan before continuing to lead the way. As they entered the restricted area, they immediately felt sharp, piercing gazes sweeping over them, sending chills down their spines. As they walked further, they entered an underground air raid tunnel, 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. Along the ceiling, incandescent lights were installed every meter, forming a continuous, bright strip of light. Dense cables, like silent dragons, stretched forward along the tunnel walls. After walking approximately 3.5 kilometers, they finally reached the end of the tunnel, where a heavy metal door stood before them. Didn't they say there would be a window? This is clearly a door, Yu Xiuan muttered under his breath. Fu Xinyuan staggered slightly but quickly regained his balance, maintaining a composed expression as he approached the door. Shut up, you idiot. Tianwu raised his hand and flicked Yu Xiuan on the forehead. With a deep, resonant hum, the door slowly slid open to both sides. What lay before them was a massive, futuristic laboratory. Researchers in white lab coats, with ID badges pinned to their chests, bustled about. Around them were all sorts of sophisticated instruments, and they were busy transporting, scanning, dissecting, and collecting samples from various ferocious creatures. Genetic engineering? The phrase flashed through Jiang Linjuhan's mind. Honestly, it's a bit early for you to get involved in this, but we don't have much time, Fu Xinyuan said with a sigh. Not much time? Have you detected signs of alien civilization? Or is something major about to happen? Jiang Linjuan's eyes narrowed as he asked. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Fu Xinyuan cleared his throat and explained. This is a national genetic engineering research base. The project is codenamed Qianlong. You will be injected with the Qianlong 2 genetic enhancement serum. It will help you surpass your physical limits, improving your physique, speed, strength, and endurance. The effect will vary depending on each individual's constitution, and the process takes time. We will begin the injections in groups. Of course, if you have any reservations, you can choose to leave and forget everything you've seen today. Who would want to leave such a great opportunity? After the injection, will I get to wear my underwear over my pants like Superman? As long as it makes me strong enough to lift mountains, I'm good. This will make chasing girls a piece of cake. Luo who discreetly handed a small porcelain bottle to Tao Ru. Brother Tao, I guess we won't be needing this anymore. Have you ever heard of land being overworked? Better keep it, Tao Ru replied. Since no one opted out, Fu Xinyuan arranged for the injections in groups of 10. He called over a researcher to lead the students to the injection room. Sir, will it hurt? I'm scared of needles, Yoxia said, his face pale. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all, Fu Xinyuan reassured him with a smile. Jiang Linjuhan, Tao Ru, and a few others were in the first group to follow the researcher in a white coat. Teacher, will the nurse giving the injections be pretty? Yu Xiaowen whispered. The researcher shot him a cold glance, but said nothing as he continued leading the way. Soon, they arrived at a sealed room. Inside, 10 robots were lined up neatly. Each robot held a transparent syringe filled with a glowing blue serum in one mechanical hand and 2 cotton swabs in the other, designed with a surprisingly human-like touch. Robots, huh? Yu Xiaowen muttered in disappointment. Seeing the needle glinting under the light, Yoxia panicked and tried to run, only to be held firmly in place by Lu Yin. Don't worry, Yoxia. The commander said it won't hurt. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.